Thus, the heavenly eternity god and Ao Xiaowu fell into an impasse. Ao Xiaowu was unable to penetrate the heavenly eternity god's defenses, and the heavenly eternity god wasn't able to land a strike on her either. On the other side of the battlefield, the heavenly karma god finally had a chance to catch his breath after Ao Xiaowu was diverted away. He was able to retaliate now that his opponents consisted of only black spirit snake and white spirit snake. The celestial the arch also heaved a sigh of relief with only 3 heavenly gods surrounding him. He clasped his hands behind his back, and he chuckled with a profound light in his eyes. Heh! 3 heavenly gods dream of bringing me down. Stop flexing. You're just a piece of Dao integration stage trash. Die! Heavenly God Donglong had been infuriated by the celestial the arch for a long time, and he activated 8 of his divine halos at once. He then let loose an explosive roar and tore through space, stabbing his green spikes directly toward the celestial Thearch's face. The spikes were like 2 serpentine dragons attacking from extremely awkward angles and imbued with supreme heavenly Dao divine might. Even the space around the spikes was twisting and melting, as if it were being eroded by lethal poison. Dao integration stage trash? The celestial the arch looked at the sharp spikes expressionlessly before suddenly extending his hands. Countless black lines appeared from his palms, creating a thin net. The 2 spikes were then ensnared by the net, and he held them firmly in his hands. What? Heavenly God Donglong was astonished. His heavenly poison spikes were devastatingly powerful weapons, and after activating 8 of his divine halos, he was confident that he could insta-kill any Dao integration stage super mighty figures. But his attack had been caught by his opponent's bare hands. He could sense that the celestial Thearch's hands were like an infinitely large net that could imprison the entire heavens. This is the power of laws that resonated with the heavenly Dao. Using his eternal truth heavenly ability, Heavenly God Donglong finally deciphered the nature of the celestial Thearch's power. He was just about to try and struggle free from the celestial Thearch's ensnarement when a foot landed on his lower abdomen. Monstrous force swept forth, as if it were trying to annihilate his entire existence. Foot of the celestial the arch. Boom! A terrifying golden light exploded, encompassing the heavens for several hundred kilometers. A burst of Dao realm true intent that threatened to trap the entire sky surged throughout heaven and earth. The celestial the arch was borrowing the power of the heavens and using it in conjunction with his heaven-crushing true intent, thereby creating an unimaginable power. Heavenly God Donglong howled in agony as he flew back through the air. His entire body had caved in and cracked from the force of that kick, and he felt as if every single bone in his body had been shattered. That scene stunned everyone on the battlefield. As expected of the most powerful being in the heavenly court. He's dominating the battle there. The celestial the arch is so badass. To think that he can already abuse heavenly gods. Haha, so what if the heavenly gods outnumber him? It'll just be more trash for the celestial the arch to take care of. The cultivators of the Kingdom of the 9 States United Army were initially quite concerned about the heavenly gods on the battlefield, but their worries were completely erased. All of them were yelling with awe and reverence at the sight of the mighty celestial the arch kicking a heavenly god away. Humph! Scum like you dares to look down on Dao integration stage beings? A disdainful sneer appeared on the celestial Thearch's face as he prepared to pursue heavenly god Donglong. Right at that moment, space suddenly congealed. A tall and handsome man with black hair descended from the sky. He spread open his hands, then gripped the space in the celestial Thearch's direction. He was like an omnipotent godlike being striding through the air, sending spatial ripples erupting outward in all directions. An unparalleled spatial seal immediately rooted the celestial the arch to the spot. The heavenly space god had made his move. The celestial the arch had never seen such a powerful spatial seal. He wanted to tear open space and escape, but he felt as if the space around her were walls of iron and steel. It was simply on an entirely different level compared to the spatial seals he had encountered in the past. In the instant the celestial the arch was sealed, heavenly goddess Wulan had already crashed down upon his back with her hard turtle shell. Boundless power erupted forth, as if she were attempting to crush the celestial Thearcha's body into dust. "Have a taste of my shell," Heavenly Goddess Wu Lan said in an indifferent voice. PFFF. The celestial the Arch threw up a mouthful of blood, and his body was contorted into the shape of a horseshoe as he plummeted to the ground. Heavenly Goddess Wu Lan continued to crush down upon the celestial the Arch, and two purple divine halos appeared at the front and rear of her shell. The two halos combined to create an absolute gravitational force field, which weighed down on the celestial the Arch like a massive mountain. Boom! The earth was shattered by the impact of the turtle shell, and the monstrous gravitational force caused it to cave in for several hundred meters. The celestial the Arch was being crushed firmly into the ground at the center of the crater. The gravitational purple light spread for over 1,000 kilometers, crushing all living beings within that range into the ground. The young woman emerged from her turtle shell and appraised the celestial the Arch below her with a pair of dead fish eyes. "Is my divine turtle crush powerful or what?" The celestial the Arch felt as if a boundless force was crashing down upon his body. It was as if the entire heavens had fallen, and the earth had risen to meet it. The unfathomable crushing force and devastating sealing power struck one with a sense of despair. The celestial Thearcha's internal organs began to rupture, and all of the bones in his entire body began to fracture. If things continued like that, he was going to be crushed to death by that shell. "It is indeed quite powerful, but to me..." The celestial the Arch raised his head with difficulty as he supported his body with his hands. His eyes reflected the heavens up above, and white fluorescent power erupted from his body. At the same time, the golden turtle shell on his back suddenly began to tremor violently. Wu Lan furrowed her brows slightly, and she suddenly wrapped her arms and legs around the celestial Thearcha's body. Heavier, heavier, heavier. Boom, boom, boom. The turtle shell's crushing force continued to increase, and the celestial Thearcha's body was forced further into the ground. Just the residual gravitational force emanating from it made the Earth within a radius of over 1,000 kilometers twist and warp. In fact, it was even affecting the operation of Xianxia City's formation. The sealing force unleashed by Heavenly Goddess Wu Lan also became even more powerful, but the celestial the Arch still managed to support himself with his hands against the ground. Veins bulged from the muscles all over his body, and a divine light as bright as the sun burst forth. "I told you not to judge me by your past standards, the one standing before you now." The celestial the Arch forced his body up bit by bit, like a massive dragon that was about to awaken and raise its head. Overwhelming might erupted in all directions, and it was only growing steadily more powerful. Is the celestial the Arch without any inhibitions or concerns? Boom! A white divine light erupted into the sky with the boundless power of the heavens, blasting Heavenly Goddess Wu Lan into the air in an extremely violent manner. The celestial the Arch bathed in the white divine light with his arms spread open, and his body slowly rose into the air. In that instant, it was as if the heavens were extending an invitation toward him. Countless white divine patterns shimmered all over his body, and they pulsed with the same rhythm as the heartbeat of heaven and earth. Thump, thump, thump. Everything between heaven and earth seemed to be resonating with him. It was as if all things had to obey his command. All of the free-flowing energy between heaven and earth began to create a massive vortex, which then converged around the celestial the Arch. The three heavenly gods were stunned by the sight of the celestial the Arch, whose aura was elevating relentlessly. "Are you kidding me? The celestial the Arch can become even more powerful. Didn't our information state that his limit would be 2 heavenly gods? What the hell is going on? Impossible. It must be some sort of intimidation technique." The celestial the Arch listened to the heavenly god's conversation, and he stepped forward lightly. All of the free-flowing energy in almost half of the battlefield suddenly sprang into action. All of it converged to create a cape of energy behind him. In the end, it transformed into a boundless expanse of iridescent clouds that hovered in his wake. The heavenly god's eyelids twitched upon seeing that. A faint smile appeared on the celestial Thearcha's handsome face. I've always been restricting my own power so that I can reserve my most perfect form for when the mending of the heavens takes place. But now, the mending of the heavens no longer requires my contribution. As such, I'm going to reveal my more perfect form to all of you. The Celestial the Arch was once the first seed of the heaven-mending sect, and he was tasked with repairing the heavenly Tao as well as to protect the kingdom of the 9 states. As such, no matter where he was, he always had to retain a trump card in preparation for the mending of the heavens. However, little Hong Ling had since taken his place, and he no longer had any inhibitions. He could finally use all of his power against his enemies. Rumble, the enormous power on the battlefield began to move along with the Celestial the Arch. He was basking in a boundless white heavenly light, making him appear extremely dazzling and imposing. All of the heavenly human tribe powerful beings within a radius of several thousand kilometers were astonished to discover that they could no longer borrow the power of the heavens. That wasn't because their abilities had been restricted. Instead, it was because all of the power of the heavens within that range was being used by the Celestial the Arch, leaving none for them to use. Not only had their power of the heavens been taken, but even the vital energy and other free-flowing energy on a large section of the battlefield were also flocking toward him. In that instant, the man bathing in the heavenly light was like the true master of heaven and earth. Heavenly Paragon, Royal Heavenly Emperor, the Celestial the Arch waved a hand, and the boundless white heavenly light followed his command, crashing down upon the 3 heavenly gods up ahead. That was an extremely formidable power of the heavens, and it encompassed a massive area. The 3 heavenly gods felt as if an entire ocean of power was descending upon them, giving them no option but to take the attack head-on. Heavenly Goddess Wu Lan immediately shrank into her turtle shell. Heavenly God Dong Long roared with rage, and he chose to charge toward the oncoming wave of energy instead. He unleashed powerful blade projections with his sharp spikes, but they were instantly torn apart by the turbulent sea of white power of the heavens. The heavenly space god spread his hands flat before him, and a rhomboid space seemingly constructed from countless mirrors enveloped his entire body. The raging sea of power then descended upon him, and he was like a small boat being buffeted by tempestuous ocean waves. It appeared that the 3 heavenly gods were holding their own, but the enormous amount of power of the heavens unleashed by the Celestial the Arch was not that easy to keep at bay. Within the area encompassed by the Celestial Thearch's power, he was a paramount being, and he soon began to crush his 3 opponents. At the same time, their different types of energy of all types of colors hurtling toward the heavenly gods as well. The 3 of them felt like there was boundless energy buffeting them from all directions. The energy roared and screeched, as if it were the manifestation of the heaven's wrath, and that it wouldn't rest until its 3 targets were destroyed. The heavenly gods were trapped at the very center of the storm and couldn't see any way out. We have to hold on. He can't keep up such a powerful attack for long. We only have to outlast him. The heavenly space god tried his best to raise morale. Heavenly goddess Wu Lan hid silently in her turtle shell, trembling uncontrollably. In contrast, heavenly god Dong Long was facing the energy storm head-on as he tore through the boundless energy with his twin spikes. He fought to advance against the overwhelming flow of power and drew closer and closer to the Celestial the Arch. Why are you able to control such pure power of the heavens? Why are you able to use the power of the heavenly Tao against us? That's our power. Heavenly God Dong Long gritted his teeth as he struggled to forge ahead. He glared intently at the Celestial the Arch with humiliation and rage etched onto his face. The Celestial the Arch was a little surprised by the sight of the young man walking toward him. He didn't think that his opponent would be so stubborn and determined. That heavenly god Dong Long was arrogant and haughty, but it had to be said that he had some good points. At the very least, he still had the resolve to attack even in the face of the Celestial Thearch's devastating power. The green spikes tore open a passageway with great difficulty, opening up a path leading to the Celestial the Arch through the boundless sea of energy. His defiance was very commendable. The Celestial the Arch smiled. He really liked opponents like Heavenly God Dong Long as they didn't know when to back down, and thus they were very easy to eliminate. Stupid kid. The celestial the arch pointed a finger at heavenly god Donglong. The surging power of the heavens around him suddenly condensed and contracted. Heavenly god Donglong's eyes widened as the energy was condensed to several hundred times its original concentration before blasting through the air. Crap! Heavenly god Donglong knew that he was in trouble. He didn't think that the celestial the arch would still be able to manipulate the concentration of energy when controlling such a vast amount of power. His spikes were still carving out a path in front of him when an extremely concentrated pillar of silver light punctured his chest at an alarming speed. Blood gushed from the hole in his chest, and the celestial the arch appraised him with cold eyes before gripping the space in his direction. "What gives you the courage to provoke me?" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boundless energy began to converge again before forming a series of silver spears. Heavenly god Donglong was completely unable to evade, and the spears tore through his heavenly defenses before puncturing his body. A series of ghastly holes were inflicted upon his head, neck, limbs, chest, stomach. No part of his body was left unharmed. Donglong, the heavenly space god, was finally starting to panic. Even the heavenly karma god and heavenly eternity god, who were fighting in the distance, were stunned by what they were seeing. He could unleash both large-scale attacks and individual killing techniques? That was insane. Heavenly god Donglong's blood gushed forth like geysers as his spikes slipped from his grasp. The weapons plummeted to the ground, and his body also began to fall from the sky. As it did so, it was still being engulfed and destroyed by the enormous power of the heavens. That's one down. The celestial the arch turned his attention to the two remaining heavenly gods. Heavenly goddess Wulan was still hiding in her turtle shell, and she didn't dare to expose any parts of her body. He didn't know what material her shell was constructed from, but it was very durable, and it remained resolute in the face of his overwhelming attacks. Meanwhile, the heavenly space god was glaring at him with fury etched on his face. The celestial the arch smiled at him and said, "I really like cracking tough nuts like you. Looks like I'll take care of you next." He stepped forward, and an immense amount of energy surged along with him. It was as if all of the energy in the entire world were accompanying him. The heavenly space god was struck by a terrifying sense of pressure. The most powerful heavenly spatial barriers that he had created were cracking at a rate perceptible to the naked eye. What fearsome pressure! The heavenly space god was struck by a sense of impending doom. The closer the celestial the arch came, the stronger that feeling became. There was no way back. A hint of ferocious resolve appeared on the heavenly space god's face, and he suddenly spread open his arms. Incandescent light began to erupt from his divine halo, but cracks were also appearing on its surface. Heavenly God technique. Infinite divine space. Crack, crack, crack. One layer of space after another appeared around the celestial the arch. Each and every layer was fortified by heavenly power, and they were countless times more resolute than normal spatial barricades. After all of them were stacked on top of one another, an indestructible fortress was created. The celestial the arch crashed into one of the layers, and he summoned the turbulent energy between heaven and earth to shatter several layers of space in a violent manner. However, his speed then began to decelerate thereafter. Not only that, but for every layer of space he shattered, the shards would transform into the sharpest blades that tore into his body. Soon, his robe was in tatters, and his body was riddled with bloody gashes. Oh, the space in this world originally consists of only one layer, within which all things reside, and outside of which is infinite chaos. However, you have managed to use your heavenly power to create countless layers of space in this world. How interesting! The celestial the arch continued to stride toward the heavenly space god. Energy roared and space crumbled. He was advancing at a slower rate than before, but he was advancing nonetheless. Infinite divine space? Let me see if this space is actually as infinite as you proclaim. Boom, boom, boom. One layer of space was destroyed after another. There really did seem to be countless layers, but the celestial Thearch's power also seemed to be inexhaustible. The heavenly space god's divine halo was cracking from overexertion, and cold sweat appeared on his head upon seeing that. He looked at the approaching celestial the Arch, and a sense of horror appeared in his heart. Was that man truly invincible? The heavenly space god has lost count of how many layers of space that the celestial the Arch had destroyed. The celestial Thearch's imperial robe was in tatters, and his entire body was stained with blood, making it appear as if he were in quite a sorry state. However, the heavenly space god knew that he was the one that was truly in a sorry state. The infinite divine space was indeed infinite. However, he didn't have infinite energy to maintain the infinite divine space. He had already overexerted his heavenly power just to unleash that spell technique. In the face of such a powerful heavenly god technique, not only was the celestial the Arch not being held at bay, he was instead still advancing toward his enemy. As such, the heavenly space god had no choice but to increase his power output. Crack, crack, crack. More and more cracks began to appear on his divine halo. The celestial the Arch showed no signs of stopping. Heavenly goddess Wu Lan rushed over to the scene in order to provide reinforcements. However, the celestial the Arch aimed a casual swat at her, and boundless power of the heavens erupted to strike her turtle shell, sending her flying into the distance. He was still able to attack even while breaking through the countless layers of space before him. That observation made the heavenly space god even more anxious. The celestial the Arch was still steadily approaching. The heavenly space god gritted his teeth and persevered for dear life. One spatial barricade was shattered after another. The celestial the Arch wore a faint smile on his blood-stained face as he stalked him down like a death god that was about to harvest his life. It was the first time that the heavenly space god had ever been struck by such a feeling. However, he wasn't overly flustered. Maintaining the infinite divine space required a vast amount of energy, but wouldn't maintaining the celestial Thearch's current state also incur a heavy cost? The celestial the Arch couldn't keep that up forever. As such, everything boiled down to a battle of endurance. The heavenly space god was confident that he would outlast his opponent. Infinite divine space? The celestial the Arch gripped the air and slowly pulled out a shimmering celestial sword from a spatial crack. The boundless power of the heavens as well as the free-flowing energy began to converge upon its blade in a frenzy. The heavenly space god's eyes widened in shock. What was going on? Why didn't he continue to shatter the layers of space? Why was he pulling out a sword all of a sudden? Could it be that he wanted to? No, impossible. They were separated by several dozens of meters, which comprised the distance of another infinite divine space. That was a barricade created by countless layers of space that were imbued with divine power. Such an insanely powerful fortress couldn't be broken by force. Whoosh! The celestial sword was shimmering with boundless light, and it came crashing down with infinite power. In that instant, the entire heaven and earth were transformed into a vast expanse of black and white. Only that sword exuded extremely vibrant lights, creating a gorgeous yet lethal spectacle. Layers of space began to crack open, making it sound as if countless firecrackers were exploding in quick succession. The heavenly space god could see that the layers of space before him were being sliced in half at an incredible rate. No matter how many layers of space the sword blade came into contact with, the latter could still plow through with unstoppable force. Tear! The sword flashed past, and a spectacular blade projection punctured the heavens. The heavenly space god's eyes widened as he stared blankly at his severed infinite divine space. A crimson line appeared on his body, extending all the way from his head to his feet. Then, right before the astonished eyes of countless living beings, his entire body split in half and fell to the ground below. That was nothing much. The celestial the Arch retracted his sword with boundless authority and majesty on his face. The kingdom of the 9 states united army burst into cheers at the sight of the almighty emperor. The celestial the Arch was just as badass and reliable as he always was. He had taken on 3 heavenly gods and came out on top, as expected of the former most powerful being in the kingdom of the 9 states. Boom! The 2 halves of the heavenly space god's body fell to the ground, shattering and dissipating into countless specks of light. However, Those specks of light quickly converged and materialized into a tall and handsome man. That man was none other than the heavenly space god. He appeared to be completely unscathed, but his divine halo was cracked to a ridiculous extent. There were tens of thousands of cracks lining its surface, and it was a miracle that it had not disintegrated yet. Hee, here's another one for you. The Celestial the Arch wasn't all that surprised by his opponent's resurrection. Instead, he pulled out another dazzling celestial sword. The boundless power of the heavens, as well as free-flowing energy, gathered toward its blade. The heavenly space god's teeth chattered upon seeing that. Again, he was capable of unleashing that terrifying attack more than once. Wu Lan! The heavenly space god yelled into the distance. He had to call for reinforcements. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The golden turtle shell spun at an extremely quick rate, tearing through the sea of energy around it and crashing toward the Celestial the Arch. The Celestial the Arch raised a hand and swatted it aside again. He didn't even look at her throughout the entire process. The heavenly space god almost swore out loud at the sight of heavenly goddess Wu Lan, who had been sent flying again. Could she have put any less effort into her attempt to come to his aid? Give up. No one can save you. The Celestial the Arch raised his celestial sword high into the sky. The heavenly space god wanted to flee, but he discovered that all of the energy between heaven and earth was locking him in place. He had been completely immobilized by a terrifying invisible prison. Am I going to die? The heavenly space god looked on at his ridiculous mighty opponent, and a sense of resignation and remorse welled up in his heart. He had thought that this battle would be a one-sided slaughter in their favor. He had thought that they would slay the Celestial the Arch with ease and completely crush the morale of the Kingdom of the Nine States United Army. But who would have thought that the three of them would be dominated by the Celestial the Arch instead? However, right at that moment, heaven and earth suddenly descended into darkness. It was already nighttime, but the darkness was clearly different as it was able to obscure the light from all spell techniques, as well as even the moon and stars. A man with 9 divine halos revolving around him and a black feather cloak draped over his body appeared before everyone. He held a dark long sword, upon which 9 peculiar stars were shimmering. That man was none other than heavenly god Dong Long, who had been completely crushed not long ago. A grave expression finally appeared on the celestial Thearchus' face at the sight of heavenly god Dong Long. 9 divine halos. I haven't decided to kill you yet, but you're committing suicide. Once a divine heaven stage heavenly human activated all 9 divine halos, they would attain unimaginable power, but the price they had to pay for that power was their life. Heavenly god Dong Long grinned upon hearing the celestial Thearchus' words. As long as I can kill you, my sacrifice will be worth it. Darkness surged wildly. All of the power of the heavens and free-flowing energy around the Celestial the Arch were being swallowed by an invisible dark hole. Heavenly god Dong Long raised his black sword, which was the manifestation of all 9 of his divine halos joined together. Heavenly god technique, world-ending sword, darkness of origin. Heavenly god Dong Long flew over to the Celestial the Arch before slashing his sword violently through the air. The Celestial the Arch also lashed out at heavenly god Dong Long with his celestial sword. Piercing light burst forth from the blade of his sword. That was the power of the heavens. It was absolute power that was derived after gathering all of the power on the entire battlefield. Boom! The 2 bursts of energy clashed. Astonishingly fearsome energy exploded forth. The world-ending sword was imbued with the laws of darkness, the earth, the sky, moonlight, the power of the heavens, vital energy, particles, energy, space, Tao realm. Everything was going to be reduced to nothingness in its wake. Not only that, but the cutting power, gravitational force, power of karma, and power of death contained within the sword made it even more devastatingly powerful. The celestial Thearchus' sword strike was by no means weak either. It was a monstrous attack that had almost managed to insta-kill the heavenly space god. However, as soon as the clash ensued, the Celestial the Arch could sense that his celestial sword was being quickly engulfed. The power of darkness was too strong. Even though he was at the height of his powers, he was still unable to defend against it. Break! Brilliant light erupted from the divine patterns on the celestial Thearcha's body, and he let loose an enraged roar as he pressed his celestial sword downward. Pure white energy exploded violently, and it was even showing signs of overpowering the darkness. However, there seemed to be no end to the darkness, as if it were a bottomless abyss that would never disappear until it engulfed everything before it. Gale-force winds swept through the air as destructive power wreaked havoc. The space and earth within a radius of over 1,000 kilometers had been transformed into a lethal realm, in which heavenly god Donglong and the celestial the Arch waged battle. The shockwaves from their clash even sent the nearby heavenly space god flying. He was already on the brink of death, and that fearsome blast had almost killed him. Many of the living beings from the Kingdom of the Nine States and Heavenly Human Tribe United Armies were also struck by the shockwaves, and some of them flew back through the air with blood gushing from their mouths, while others were reduced to dust on the spot. However, none of them said anything in response. Instead, they were staring at the battle in the distance with anxiety and uneasiness in their eyes. They wanted to know the result. The clash between the two bursts of energy lasted almost 20 seconds before finally disappearing. However, there appeared to be no victor as they had disappeared simultaneously. At the same time, two figures were revealed in the air. The darkness dissipated. The light of the stars and the moon spilled down upon the earth again. The celestial the Arch stood proudly in the sky with his imperial robe in tatters. However, one of his sleeves was empty, and his sword-wielding right arm, as well as a small portion of his body, had been engulfed into nothingness. The Kingdom of the Nine States United Army warriors' hearts throbbed with pain upon seeing the celestial the Arch in such a sorry state. The celestial the Arch was the most powerful being on the battlefield. If something was to happen to him, then the tide of the entire battle could be turned. As such, things were not looking good. Everyone then turned their attention to heavenly god Donglong, to find that he appeared to be completely unscathed. Could it be that the celestial the Arch lost? That wasn't entirely impossible. After all, the former heavenly disciple candidate, the Dark Thunder Emperor, had been insta-killed by a heavenly god with all 9 divine halos activated. Thus, it would be quite normal if the celestial the Arch was to fall to that sword strike. With that in mind, everyone was struck by a sense of sorrow. If the celestial the Arch fell, who would be able to stop those heavenly gods? However, before everyone had a chance to wallow in their grief, a crisp cracking sound suddenly reverberated throughout the entire battlefield. Crack, crack, crack. The divine halos around heavenly god Donglong's body began to shatter one after the other before dissipating into specks of light. Countless tiny cracks also surfaced all over his entire body, making him appear as if he were a porcelain statue that had been smashed before being glued back together. I lost. Heavenly god Donglong's eyes widened in astonishment and disbelief as he stared at the disheveled man standing before him. The celestial the Arch slowly swallowed a regenerative divine pill before changing into a brand new imperial robe. Only after doing all that did he reply in a calm and confident voice, "You are very fortunate to have been able to die by my hands, heavenly god Donglong." He was furious and was just about to say something when the celestial the Arch swept a sleeve through the air, as if he were swatting away an annoying fly. Heavenly god Donglong's body was already riddled with cracks when it suddenly dissipated into dust, as if it had received a heavy blow. Everyone fell silent. Almost all of the living beings were staring up at the almighty figure in the sky. The state of the battle was transforming far too quickly, and they felt like they were sitting on an emotional roller coaster. Just a second ago, they had thought that the celestial the Arch was about to fall, but in the blink of an eye, heavenly god Donglong had been reduced to dust by a swat of his sleeve. A heavenly god had fallen just like that. Heavenly god Donglong! The heavenly space god roared with thunderous fury. The worst situation had eventuated. One of the heavenly gods among their ranks had fallen, right when they thought that they had the clear upper hand. The heavenly space god glowered at the celestial the Arch. The divine pill's powerful regenerative properties were already taking effect, and his severed arm had completely recovered within the span of a few seconds. The celestial the Arch turned his attention to the heavenly space god, upon which the latter's heart shuddered involuntarily. He thought back to the sword strike the celestial the Arch had just unleashed, and an irrational sense of panic welled up in his heart. Was that man a monster? How could he be so powerful when he was only at the Tao integration stage? The celestial the Arch took a step toward the heavenly space god, and the heavenly space god felt as if that stride had trodden upon his heart. A faint smile appeared on the celestial thearch's face. Now then, it looks like no one can stop me from killing you. The heavenly space god wanted to run away. No, it was only a tactical retreat. However, right at that moment, a spinning turtle shell suddenly hurtled toward the celestial the Arch, tearing through space like a bolt of golden lightning. The celestial the Arch raised his sword to block the attack, but a golden chain suddenly shot forth from a hole in the turtle shell. That chain bound itself around the blade of the sword, thereby preventing him from formulating a defense. Bam! An earth-shattering boom erupted alongside the sound of cracking bones. The golden turtle shell rammed heavily into the celestial thearch's chest, causing it to cave in as he doubled over. PFFF? The celestial thearch's eyes widened as blood gushed from his mouth, and he shot back like a cannonball. Heavenly goddess Wulan poked her head out of her shell, and a sharp light flashed through her dead fish eyes. Illusionary turtle strike. Spin spin attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The turtle shell began to rotate at an extremely fast rate again before hurtling toward the celestial the Arch. Insolence! The celestial the Arch roared as he sliced through the golden chain with his sword. He then lashed out at the turtle shell and sent it flying, inflicting a crack upon its surface in the process. However, he was also forced to stumble back in retreat from the recoil force. The numbness in his hand hadn't even receded when the golden turtle shell doubled back and hurtled toward him from a different direction. At the same time, that golden chain also shot forth like lightning. Again, the celestial the Arch was furious. How dare she use the same attack against him twice? Was she looking down on him? He was mentally prepared and managed to sever the golden chain before it could reach him. However, by that time, the turtle shell was already upon him. The celestial the Arch couldn't use his sword, so he had to use his fist. Bam! Devastating shockwaves erupted forth. The celestial thearch's fist collided with the turtle shell, and he felt as if he had struck an indestructible fortress as he was sent flying once again. The turtle shell refused to let him off the hook and continued to give chase. Boom boom boom. One earth-shattering clash after another took place overhead. The celestial the Arch was being forced back over and over again by the turtle shell, clearly indicating that he was being dominated by his opponent. The heavenly space god was astonished. Since when did heavenly goddess Wulan become so powerful? Wait, the heavenly space god discovered that something was amiss. Heavenly goddess Wulan didn't get stronger. The celestial the Arch had grown weaker. The power of the heavens and free-flowing energy under his control were nowhere near as plentiful as before. That made sense, seeing as the celestial the Arch had already unleashed that terrifying attack twice. How could anyone still maintain peak condition after letting loose such a fearsome assault? He was most likely only threatening to cut him down in order to scare him away. Furthermore, his scheme had almost worked as the heavenly space god really did decide to flee. With that in mind, the heavenly space god's heart was filled with shame. Celestial the Arch, I'm going to kill you! The heavenly space god roared as he flashed through the air and joined in on the battle. He arrived in front of the celestial the Arch in a split second before gripping onto space and making a pulling motion. A spatial saber that resembled a bolt of jagged black lightning was pulled out of the spatial crack. The blade of the saber cut through all impediments before descending toward the celestial thearch's chest. Dark lightning shadow space. Whoosh! The spatial saber tore open the celestial thearch's robe, inflicting a ghastly wound upon him from which blood splattered forth. Do you really want to die? The celestial thearch's aura elevated explosively as he brought his sword down upon the heavenly space god. The heavenly space god glared at the celestial the Arch. Freeze! Crack! The space around the celestial the arch instantly congealed to resemble walls of iron and steel, thereby completely immobilizing him. The black lightning spatial saber in the heavenly space god's hand continued to fall, transforming into countless dark shadows in the process. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One saber wound after another appeared on the celestial Thearch's body. Hee hee. Celestial the Arch, you're still trying to scare me away? You're going to die here today and nothing will change that. The heavenly space god was basking in the pleasure of vengeance as his saber fell mercilessly again and again. The celestial Thearch's body was quite powerful, and the heavenly space god wasn't able to slice him in half even if he attacked with all his might. However, slicing into an enemy countless times with a blunt blade was far crueler than giving him a quick death. As such, the heavenly space god didn't mind dishing out some torture. Boom! The celestial the Arch struggled free from the spatial seal, and he lashed out with his sword in a thunderous rage. At that moment, the spinning golden turtle shell began to approach again. It shimmered with the light of annihilation and rammed violently into the celestial Thearch's waist, causing his entire body to fold in on itself. Boom! Another resounding boom erupted. The celestial the Arch threw up a large mouthful of blood as he crashed to the ground. Celestial the Arch, this is the end of the road for you. The two formidable heavenly gods looked down upon the severely wounded man below. Accept the judgment of the heavens. The celestial the Arch tried to struggle to his feet. However, the heavenly space god pressed a palm down upon him from the above, pinning him tightly to the ground. What's the point of struggling, celestial the Arch? A mocking sneer appeared on the heavenly space god's face. The celestial the Arch burst into laughter. I have to struggle. I am the mighty celestial the Arch, so I have to kill at least 3 of you heavenly gods before I die. Otherwise, it's not worth the sacrifice. The heavenly space god's face convulsed upon hearing that. He was still acting cocky in such a dire situation? Celestial the Arch. Wah! Celestial the Arch. The situation was changing far too quickly for anyone to keep up with. They had thought that the celestial the Arch would be able to defeat all of the heavenly gods after displaying his invincible might, but who would have thought that he would be forced into a dire situation after killing just one? Who would be able to take on the remaining 2 heavenly gods? A divine light erupted from the celestial Thearch's body as he pressed his hands into the ground. Countless cracks appeared on the spatial seal around him as space began to twist and shatter. He slowly supported himself to his feet with great difficulty. Humph! Foolish trash. The heavenly space god's expression darkened even further. He didn't think that such a severely wounded celestial the Arch would still be able to escape his spatial seal. Let's attack together and not waste any more time. Heavenly goddess Wulan poked her head out of her shell and suggested in a firm voice, I have a feeling that more mishaps will strike if we don't kill him soon. The heavenly space god immediately nodded in response. Heavenly goddess Wulan possessed extremely powerful detection and prediction abilities, so the heavenly space god didn't doubt her words in the slightest. I'll use this attack to end you. The heavenly space god brought his hands together before parting them again. A semi-transparent silver blade began to appear in mid-air, with its sharp tip aimed directly at the celestial Thearch's head. The space in the entire heaven and earth began to tremor lightly as soon as that blade appeared. At the same time, a burst of invisible supreme power was injected into the blade, granting it the absolute ability to sever all things. Heavenly God Technique, limitless falling space. The space around him began to ripple like water. The space directly above the celestial the Arch was sliced apart, revealing the chaotic darkness within, as if a black crack had suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. The celestial the Arch knew that if that attack was allowed to land, he really would die. He didn't want to die. He hadn't yet witnessed the victory of the kingdom of the 9 states and the human race. How could he fall? Even if he were to die, he had to bring those 3 heavenly gods down with him. Otherwise, what would become of the Eastern Front? The celestial the Arch stood up and raised the sword in his hand. His aura was imbued with paramount imperial might, and it rose straight into the heavens. Wind and clouds surged violently up above. You're about to die. Who are you trying to prove a point to? The heavenly space god knew that no matter how much the celestial the arch struggled, he would be unable to block that attack. Who am I trying to prove a point to? The celestial the arch smiled, and even though his face was stained with blood and dirt, his eyes were particularly bright. I am proving a point to all of my comrades and the countless beings on the entire continent. So what if my opponent is the heavens? I am not fearful in the slightest, nor will I ever concede. The celestial thearch's voice rang out across the entire battlefield, bringing tears to the eyes of countless cultivators as they fought with even greater ferocity. The heavenly space god knew that he had to shut him up right away, and he immediately sent his silver blade whistling through the air. Boom! Right at that moment, countless bolts of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. The extremely piercing radiance of the lightning lit up the entire night so that it became as bright as day. Who dares to hurt the celestial the arch? A tall man emerged from the sea of lightning. He wore a suit of 5 elemental divine armor, wielded a trident glaive, and wore a pair of golden phoenix immortal boots. His voice rocked heaven and earth, and everyone was stunned by his grand arrival. Soon, some of the heavenly court cultivators began to identify him. He's the former heavenly court war god, True Lord Erlang. It's True Lord Erlang. My god. Has he come out of seclusion? He has already successfully reached the Dao integration stage. This is great. Countless people began to celebrate on the battlefield. The man who had just appeared was none other than Xianxia, who had been in seclusion for a long time and finally reached the Dao integration stage. The celestial the arch was a little dazed. Even in such a dire situation, a smile still appeared on his face as he murmured to himself, "He succeeded. Our heavenly court finally has a new Dao integration stage, super mighty figure." The heavenly space god was also momentarily stunned before a cold and disdainful expression appeared on his face. That True Lord Erlang was just a rookie Dao integration stage super mighty figure. For him to be so arrogant toward heavenly gods like them. Should they scoff at his stupidity, or commend him for his courage? The heavenly space god ignored him and prepared to land the final blow on the celestial the arch. At that moment, flames of extreme power suddenly began to surge toward the heavenly space god, threatening to boil the oceans and incinerate the heavens. Boom! The flames exploded upon the heavenly space god's body, creating a vibrant scorching fire lotus. Heaven-crushing true flame lotus. Xianxia knew that he was facing a formidable foe, so he unleashed his most powerful attack from the get-go. The red flame lotus began to expand at an alarming rate, engulfing heaven and earth, as if it were trying to purify all things through incineration. However, a tearing sound suddenly erupted. The silver blade sliced through the massive red flame lotus cleanly down the middle before falling like a shooting star toward the celestial thearch's head. The heavenly space god had completely ignored Xianxia's attack and was intent on killing the celestial the arch. The celestial the arch slashed his celestial sword upward, sending sword intent surging into the heavens. Boom! The two attacks clashed, pulverizing the space within a radius of several hundred kilometers. The earth was sliced in half by the fearsome might of the silver blade, creating a bottomless rift that extended further than the eyes could see. True Lord Erlang's flesh crawled, and his entire body trembled when he sensed the fearsome power of that attack. If it had been aimed at him instead, even 10 of him wouldn't have been able to keep it at bay. Is he dead? The heavenly space god panted heavily as the number of cracks on his divine halo continued to increase. His aura was extremely feeble, but he wore an expression of elation at being able to take vengeance. The dust and debris slowly settled. A proud figure was standing proudly at the center of the rift in the earth. The celestial the arch had his hands clasped behind his back, and there was a wound on his chest that was so deep that bone was visible. Yet that didn't impact the air of pride and majesty emanating from his body. He raised his head and turned to Xianxia with a smile. "Thank you." Xianxia was a little confused. He didn't appear to have done anything? Why was the celestial the arch thanking him? Could it be that he was thanking him for the sliver of time that he had bought him? How could this be? How did he survive my limitless falling space? The heavenly space god was in disbelief. So what? He can block it once, but he can't block it twice. The celestial the arch is just clinging on desperately to life. The only difference is whether he dies sooner or later. No one can stop us from killing the celestial the arch, Heavenly Goddess Wu Lan remarked in an indifferent voice. She knew that the heavenly space god was a spent force. However, she was pretty much in her peak condition, so killing a severely debilitated celestial the arch shouldn't be a problem at all. No one can stop you? What about me? A heavenly voice suddenly sounded in the night sky. The cold yet enticing voice spread over the entire battlefield like water. The voice was like that of an angel, and it was completely different from the sounds of battle erupting down below, but it somehow fit in seamlessly. No one knew where the voice came from. They looked up into the sky, but they could only see the stars and the moon. Who's there? The heavenly space god looked up in the sky, and his expression became a lot more grave compared to when true Lord Erlang appeared. In the clear night sky, upon the perfect full moon, a figure slowly emerged. The scent of moon osmanthus flowers wafted for 3,000 kilometers. All of the living beings within that area were struck with an indescribable sense of comfort. An absurdly beautiful woman that could intoxicate all living beings descended under the moonlight. Her intricate snowy white feet gently strode through the air like a flawless, dreamy celestial maiden. She slowly opened her gorgeous eyes to reveal a pair of rippling, enchanting pupils. I am Xianxia. Her voice was soft and pleasant to the air, giving all living beings a sense of warmth. Celestial Maiden Xianxia. My God, is she Xianxia? She's so beautiful. I feel like I'm suffocating. The cultivators from the Kingdom of the Nine States couldn't help but erupt into cries of surprise. The vast majority of them had never seen Xianxia in person, and they were all intoxicated by the sight of her that they simply couldn't look away. Even the heavenly court immortals who had seen Xianxia in the past were extremely stunned. Xianxia had always held the title of the #1 beauty in the Kingdom of the Nine States, and she was somehow even more beautiful than she was in the past. Her skin sparkled like the moon, and her features were absolutely breathtaking. Not only was her disposition pure and refreshing, but there was even a hint of a unique and eternal aura emanating from her body. Xianxia also succeeded in her tribulation transcendence? That's great. I was worried that she would be beaten by that other moon. Our heavenly court and kingdom of the Nine States are truly blessed. In a war that involved the entire Taichu continent, countless powerful cultivators fell like shooting stars. However, there were also countless cultivators who rose as new stars of the future. True Lord Erlang and Xianxia were two such new stars following their tribulation transcendences. Countless cultivators on the battlefield were overjoyed. Two Dao integration stage super mighty figures would be significantly beneficial to their cause. However, there were also many concerned cultivators. Xianxia has only just transcended her tribulation. Will she be able to take on a heavenly god? Can she win? How could she possibly win? All heavenly gods are invincible below the god of creation stage. Xianxia is a rookie Dao integration stage super mighty figure, and she's not a heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect. So how would she be able to take on a heavenly god? Many of the cultivators still retained their ability to think logically. They were initially ecstatic upon seeing Xianxia's arrival, but that excitement was soon erased by the harsh nature of their reality. She was just a rookie Dao integration stage super mighty figure. No matter how powerful she was, she would only be able to beat up some heaven pioneer stage great generals. A battle against heavenly gods was not one that she could make a meaningful contribution to. After all, true Lord Erlang had just tried to cut off the heavenly space god's attack, and he had failed miserably. The heavenly space god had completely ignored him and continued to attack the celestial the arch. To think that the high and mighty heavenly gods would be so shameless as to gang up on one man. Let me be your opponent. A rare hint of battle intent appeared on Xianxia's exuberant features as she scrutinized the heavenly space god. The heavenly space god was also entranced by Xianxia's beauty, but he soon came to his senses and burst into laughter. It mustn't have been easy for you to progress to the Dao integration stage. Why do you insist on dying so soon? If you want to be the most short-lived Dao integration stage super mighty figure in history, I can grant you that wish. He turned to Heavenly Goddess Wu Lan with a meaningful expression as he spoke. Heavenly Goddess Wu Lan immediately gleaned his intentions, and she turned her attention toward the celestial the arch down below. The celestial the arch was feeble to the extreme, but so was the heavenly space god. That much was evident from the shattered mess his divine halo had become. If the heavenly space god continued to attack the celestial the arch, then there was a good chance that the celestial the arch would be able to take him down with him. However, he couldn't admit to that. After all, he had laid down so many tough words, and if he were to admit to his frailty, then his dignity as a heavenly god would be swept to the ground. However, everything had changed following Xianxia's arrival. It was great that she was provoking them and asking for a fight. It gave the heavenly space god a way out. He could battle Xianxia and leave the celestial the arch to heavenly goddess Wu Lan. That way, he would be able to destroy Xianxia while heavenly goddess Wu Lan destroyed the celestial the arch. His dignity would remain intact, and they would be able to dominate their enemies. Everything was perfect. The heavenly space god might have been severely debilitated, but killing a rookie Dao integration stage super mighty figure was still a piece of cake for him. One should never underestimate the power of a heavenly god. The heavenly space god raised his head to look up at Xianxia. Countless transparent spatial shards began to appear around him before revolving like a tornado. They were like countless fragments of glass that reflected and refracted light, except they were countless times sharper and harder than glass, enabling them to easily tear open a Dao integration stage super mighty figure's body. A terrifying aura exploded forth. That was the supreme aura of a heavenly god. Xianxia descended from the sky toward the heavenly space god. She also chose to go on the attack. Spatial storm. The heavenly space god swept a hand through the air toward Xianxia. The countless spatial fragments created a storm that could slice through anything, and it began to surge toward the woman in the sky. The heavenly space god was confident that just that attack alone would be enough to shred her into the most microscopic particles. Extreme in dark water. Xianxia let loose a gentle cry as the purest moonlight shone down upon her, as if a pure white barrier had appeared over her body. She then dove straight into the oncoming spatial storm. Rumble. Violent spatial blades engulfed the gorgeous figure. Absolute spatial slicing power frantically tore at her body. The heavenly space god burst into laughter. What an insolent fool! You dare to take on my heavenly power, head one? Do you think you're a heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect? However, his smile then suddenly froze on his face. A white light tore through his spatial storm. The exquisitely beautiful celestial maiden re-emerged. She arrived before the heavenly space god, and an enticing smile appeared on her cold features, presenting a delightful sight akin to that of snow melting under the warm sun. Moonlight foot. She raised a foot and swept it horizontally through the air. Her leg was imbued with an indescribably devastating power as she aimed a vicious roundhouse kick into the heavenly space god's lower abdomen. Bam! The power of the moon tore through the heavenly space god's heavenly spatial barrier before exploding with unstoppable force. The monstrous power behind the attack bent the heavenly space god's body into the shape of a horseshoe. The heavenly space god's eyes widened in disbelief as his internal organs tumbled. He threw up another mouthful of blood and was sent flying through the air. All of the other living beings' eyes also widened with incredulity upon seeing that. In that instant, Xianxia presented herself as an exceptional holy maiden who combined beauty and power into one flawless package. How could this be? How could a mere rookie Dao integration stage cultivator be capable of breaking through my heavenly spatial power? The heavenly space god was completely stunned as he was kicked flying. Space! Heavenly goddess Wu Lan was just about to engage the celestial the arch in battle, but she became quite anxious upon seeing the heavenly space god's situation, and she turned to rush to his aid. Don't worry about me. I can handle this, the heavenly space god yelled. Getting kicked flying by a rookie Dao integration stage super mighty figure was far too embarrassing. He had to redeem himself. She's just a rookie Dao integration stage being. I must have been too careless then. and she definitely used some sort of mystic technique to enhance her power. The heavenly space god forced himself to calm down. At that moment, Xianxia was flying toward him again. The heavenly space god wore a grave expression and almost immediately devised a course of action. The spatial storm he had unleashed was a large-scale attack used to wipe out normal Dao integration stage supermighty figures. However, Xianxia was clearly more powerful than that, which was how she was able to survive the attack. Thus, if he condensed his technique to one point, it would create a higher density of heavenly power, which would allow him to break through Xianxia's defenses. A purple spatial blade began to appear in the heavenly space god's right hand. All of the space within a radius of several hundred kilometers resonated with that blade. Not only was the space lending invisible power to the blade, but it was also doing all it could to facilitate convenience for the blade's attacks. Come. The heavenly space god had a cruel smile on his face as he appraised Xianxia, who had a barrier of extreme dark water protecting her body. In his right hand was a spatial blade that was sharp to the extreme. He was confident that the blade was capable of even slicing the celestial the arch in half, let alone Xianxia. Never underestimate any opponent. Even against the likes of Xianxia, he was going to use his full power to bring her down. The heavenly space god raised his right hand high into the sky, and the spatial blade shimmered with light. So what if you have powerful defenses? My saber can... Whoosh! The woman in front of his eyes suddenly disappeared. The heavenly space god. All of a sudden, Xianxia appeared behind the heavenly space god. All places where the moonlight was present were part of Xianxia's domain, and she could go wherever she liked within her domain. Before everyone knew it, a crescent moon scimitar had appeared in her hand, as if she were holding the actual moon. Pure, eternal, and supreme power of the moon erupted, sending chills running down the heavenly space god's spine. You seem to not understand what it means to be a unique Dao integration stage being. Xianxia smiled as her scimitar fell at an extremely fearsome speed. The heavenly space god wanted to defend himself, only to discover that he was completely unable to match her attack speed. There was no way to evade. The attack had come far too quickly. He had been completely caught off guard by Xianxia's mysterious ability, and on top of that, he was extremely feeble and exhausted. The white blade projection sliced through the heavens, making it appear as if a new moon had risen in the night sky. Tear. Blood splattered in through the air. A ghastly wound had been inflicted upon the heavenly space god's back. The divine halo above his head also tremored incessantly, as if it were going to explode at any moment. The heavenly space god let loose an explosive cry, and he turned as fast as lightning to lash out at Xianxia. Xianxia wanted to raise her sleeve to defend herself, but the attack simply encompassed too large an area. Bam! The entire space began to twist and vibrate. Xianxia was blasted flying by a burst of overwhelming spatial power as blood trickled down the corners of her lips. She had attempted to use the power of the moon to facilitate instantaneous teleportation, but the heavenly space god completely sealed all of the surrounding space in the instant that he attacked. A heavenly god was still a heavenly god after all. They were capable of unleashing unimaginable power. However, in the face of such a debilitated heavenly god, a cold light flashed through Xianxia's eyes. She could win. All of a sudden, countless deep blue swords appeared behind Xianxia like a peacock spreading open its canopy. Each and every one of the swords was exuding unfathomable sharpness. The heavenly space god was trying to blast Xianxia flying in order to open up more distance, but he discovered that he had already been surrounded by delicate silk-like moonlight. It was a very beautiful sight to behold, but it contained extremely frightening killing intent, and the frosty power emanating from it had already frozen space solid. Extreme in slaughter formation. Xianxia arrested her backward momentum and waved a sleeve through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The massive number of blue swords behind her flew through the air, all of them threatening to carve open the heavens. How can she muster up such fearsome retaliation so quickly? The heavenly space god's expression changed again. He wanted to tear the extreme in slaughter formation by force, only to find that it was more resolute than he had imagined, and it was not something he would be able to break in 1 or 2 seconds. The flying swords were already hurtling toward him with thunderous killing intent. The heavenly space god wielded his spatial blades to combat the oncoming flying swords. Thump, thump, thump. He was able to pulverize the flying swords with his blades, but the power of extreme Een contained within them forced him to stumble back in retreat. At the same time, Xianxia was chanting something as she stood on the spot. A full moon divine seal appeared on her forehead, and that resonated with the moon in the sky, seemingly as if it were guiding something. Heaven and earth seemed to have become more silent. However, behind the silence, an astonishing storm was brewing. The heavenly space god sensed that something was wrong, and he was racking his brain for a way out. In the name of the moon, Xianxia stood high in the sky and made a seal with her hands. Her eyes were tightly closed as if she were doing something with great care and reverence. Her gorgeous dress fluttered gently under the moonlight, making her appear as if she were a flawless work of art. Descend, judgment of the moon, red moon. The sky suddenly darkened. When the moon and the stars reappeared, a red full moon suddenly appeared in the sky, obscuring half of the entire heavens. It crashed through the clouds violently like a vast crimson continent, and it came crashing down upon the heavenly space god with immense power and momentum. The heavenly space god looked up at the moon descending from above, and he was slightly dazed. The two armies locked in battle with one another also looked up to appraise the terrifying blood moon with dumbfounded expressions. What is this spell technique? Such a massive moon. Are we really going to survive if that falls upon us? Celestial Maiden Xianxia is not thinking about killing all of us as well, is she? Some were shocked, some were flustered, and some were absolutely petrified. Heavenly goddess Wu Lan immediately flew toward the heavenly space god as soon as that red moon appeared. However, right at that moment, the celestial the arch suddenly gripped the space from down below. Dark celestial net. Thin purple and golden lines constructed a net that appeared around heavenly goddess Wu Lan. True Lord Erlang had been gathering power for a long time, and he also threw out a canvas containing countless mystical images. That was none other than the divine tool, the immortal scenic portrait. Countless mountains, rivers, and fearsome immortal beasts emerged from the portrait. Everything came crashing down upon heavenly goddess Wu Lan with the power of an entire world. Boom! The boundless power crashing down from above as well as the purple and golden net successfully stopped heavenly goddess Wu Lan in her tracks. At that moment, the gargantuan red moon was already upon the heavenly space god. The indescribable power of slaughter and the unfathomable power of Een exploded violently before freezing and tearing apart the surrounding space. A mere moon is nothing to me. I can slice open entire planets, let alone a moon. The heavenly space god let loose a thunderous roar as the spatial in his hand elongated to over 1,000 kilometers in length. A black rift was immediately sliced into the air, indicating just how fearsomely sharp the blade was. A mere moon. Xianxia chuckled, but she didn't say anything else. The enormous atmospheric pressure and the power of the moon were already making space itself twist and warp. The heavenly space god had no way to evade, so he could only strike the blood moon with his spatial blade. However, as he had expected, the blood moon wasn't easily sliced in half. Instead, a burst of eternal supreme power erupted forth, completely dominating the might of his spatial blade. An expression of shock appeared on the heavenly space god's face. This is the heavenly power? Xianxia smiled and replied, That's right. The sun and moon are all unique, and I am that moon. You can call me the heavenly moon goddess. Boom! The devastating blood moon descended with limitless weight and force, making the spatial blade creak and tremble. Erf! The heavenly space god defended with all his might. He knew that if he couldn't keep that attack at bay, then he really was going to die. No one had ever integrated their Tao based on a symbolic and eternal object between heaven and earth. However, Xianxia had succeeded in doing that, and she had even obtained the approval of the heavenly Tao, thereby making her officially become a part of the heavens. A human had become a part of the heavens? Was that some kind of sick joke? The heavenly space god was about to swear out loud. However, he had a much more pressing issue to deal with, and that was his own safety. He was capable of killing Xianxia, but she also possessed the power to kill him. The nature of their powers was actually quite similar. The heavenly space god was truly horrified. The woman standing before his eyes was not an ordinary Dao integration stage super mighty figure. She was a fucking heavenly goddess. The massive spatial blade began to crack. The full moon divine seal on Xianxia's forehead glowed brighter and brighter, and the moonlight illuminated everything within a radius of several thousand kilometers. In that instant, she was the most eye-catching being on the battlefield. I'm still not able to utilize my power very well, but I fought this blood moon for over 100 years, and it is the object closest in nature to the real moon. It has gathered infinite Dao realm and power of the moon. Even though it can only be used once, I would be happy to gift it to you. It is the equivalent of having a broken heavenly god crashing down upon you. Can you survive this? A frosty smile suddenly appeared on Xianxia's peerlessly beautiful features. The heavenly space god was in complete despair upon hearing that. Even the celestial the arch down below couldn't help but shiver. Xianxia appeared so beautiful and gentle, but in reality, she was very vicious and cruel. Not only had the woman who had fought her for over 100 years lost in an extremely tragic manner, but even the blood moon, the only proof of her existence, had been taken by Xianxia to be used as a bomb. The most exuberant roses really did have the most thorns. The blood moon that was crashing down had almost become the only moon on the Taichu continent. How could any moon from anywhere else compare to it? It was an eternal and unique killing device imbued with the power of the heavenly Dao. A crisp and piercing crack suddenly rang out across heaven and earth. The spatial blade that was over 1,000 kilometers in length suddenly cracked into countless spatial fragments. Beneath the crimson blood moon, those fragments were like red flower petals drifting in the wind. The blood moon had a gash inflicted upon it, but it continued to descend upon the heavenly space god. Just the force of the collision was powerful enough to send shockwaves erupting outward for several thousand kilometers. Overwhelmingly fearsome power of the moon tore into the heavenly space god's body in a frenzy. The blood moon possessed stronger killing intent than a normal moon, and its power of Een was also more vicious. It was the most terrifying weapon Xianxia had, and it could only be used once. That blood moon was the spoils of battle that she had obtained after the century-long battle of life and death. Xianxia was throwing it out there all for the sake of securing victory in the ongoing battle. The heavenly space god began to howl in agony. His body was crushed by the blood moon, and his divine halo tremored violently while dimming at an alarming rate. Heavenly goddess Wulan, the heavenly karma god, and the heavenly eternity god all tried to save him, but they were kept at bay by the celestial the arch, black spirit snake, and all of the other Dao integration stage super mighty figures. No! The heavenly space god's remorseful and fearful voice reverberated in the sky above. Finally, an explosion erupted amid the sound of a gruesome blood-curdling cry. The heavenly space god was then completely crushed by the blood moon, and his divine halo dissipated into specks of light along with his body. All of the living beings on the battlefield looked up into the sky with shock etched on their faces. The sight of the heavenly space god being crushed to death by the moon evoked a sense of sorrow in the onlookers' hearts. The heavenly space god was dead. He had been crushed to death by the moon summoned by Xianxia. Come back! Xianxia waved a sleeve through the air and arrested the momentum of the falling blood moon. Heaven and earth suddenly fell dark. Immediately afterward, the blood moon then transformed into the purest moonlight and flowed into the full moon in the sky. All of the living beings heaved long sighs of relief. Thank God the moon hadn't come crashing down. Otherwise, countless living beings would have been reduced to mincemeat. The kingdom of the 9 states united army worshipped Xianxia like a goddess. After all, only a goddess would be capable of summoning and controlling such a massive moon. It was already a pleasant surprise that she had successfully progressed to the Dao integration stage, but who would have thought that she would be so badass? She was more powerful than all of the heavenly court emperors with the exception of the celestial the arch. Even true Lord Erlang was completely dumbfounded. Both of them were rookie DAO integration stage super mighty figures, so why was there such a massive disparity between the two? He was starting to wonder if his DAO integration stage was fake. Serenity settled over heaven and earth. Xianxia stood silently beneath the moon as her dress fluttered around her. Damn it! What is that woman? Why has another freak appeared in the heavenly court? The heavenly karma god spat through gritted teeth. You should worry more about yourself. The black spirit snake swatted the blade of her massive sword into the heavenly karma god's face, sending ripples running through his chubby cheek. Bam! The heavenly karma god howled in pain as he was sent flying. At the same time, Xiaowu was also upping the ante against the heavenly eternity god. Her delicate fists fell upon the eternal statue like a torrential rain, triggering a string of resounding booms. Her fists had been reduced to a gruesome masses of flesh and blood, but her attacks did not stop. The heavenly eternity god remained completely unscathed, but his expression was slowly darkening. Xiaowu suddenly smiled, and she appeared to be sleep-talking when she said, "Found a way to break your eternal defense? You can break my eternal defense?" The heavenly eternity god remained stationary as he scoffed in a mighty voice. What a joke! 8 arms suddenly emerged from the statue, each of which was holding a peculiar weapon with an eternal aura emanating from them. Those 18 weapons then began to rain attacks down upon her. However, Xiaowu was still able to predict and evade his attacks. Even if there were some that she couldn't dodge, she could still use her violent little fists to combat the heavenly eternity god's attacks. Heavenly god technique, eternal penetration. The heavenly eternity god let loose an explosive cry. A crimson corkscrew spear appeared in one of his hands, and it shot forth like a rotating bolt of crimson lightning. Xiaowu reacted extremely quickly and evaded the thrusting spear with extreme precision. The spear glanced past her slender waist, tearing through her robe and revealing the soft, fair skin underneath. A layer of translucent pink dragon scales surfaced on her skin, thus protecting her from the spear's residual power. She clenched her fists tightly and was just about to attack the heavenly eternity god again. At that moment, the corkscrew spear behind her suddenly switched directions and thrust toward her back. Xiaowu immediately unleashed her movement techniques to evade again. However, that spear was a weapon that was in perpetual motion, and it refused to let Xiaowu escape. Furthermore, its power was not waning in the slightest as it thrust forward again and again. All of a sudden, Xiaowu was forced to focus all of her attention on evasion. You can't break my body, and you can't break my eternal killing spear either. It will continue to attack you until you die. The heavenly eternity god appraised the disheveled Xiaowu with a calm expression. Is this what you meant by being able to break my eternal defense? You can't even attack me anymore, so how are you going to defeat me? You're merely dreaming. I am indeed dreaming. Xiaowu replied in her sleep. The eternal killing spear thrust toward her head from behind. It was moving so quickly that even some DAO integration stage super mighty figures were unable to see its trajectory. Xiaowu managed to duck her head out of the way just in the nick of time, but a gash was still inflicted upon her neck. Even her protective dragon scales had been sliced open in the process. Blood splattered through the air and stained her luscious black hair. Just as she was evading, her hand suddenly shot forth and grabbed onto the eternal killing spear. The heavenly eternity god was given a fright upon seeing that. Boom! Before he could even react, the heavenly eternity god had been forcefully subdued by Xiaowu, who then plunged it into the heavenly eternity god's body. You! The heavenly eternity god looked at his shattered body, and he finally realized Xiaowu's true intention. She was using the most powerful spear to attack the most resolute shield. Not only that, but she was able to bestow her power of the heavens and her heaven-crushing true intent into the eternal killing spear. As a result, the spear was even more powerful than it originally was, and it managed to pierce right through his defenses. Nothing could change the state of eternity aside from eternity itself. For example, what would happen if an eternal area of frost and ice encountered an area of scorching flames? There was no way both could coexist. The only possible result would be for one state of eternity to replace the other, and that would depend on which eternal state was more powerful. Ao Xiaowu had enhanced the power of the eternal killing spear, thereby elevating it to a superior state of eternity, so it was naturally able to break the heavenly eternity god's defenses. The crimson corkscrew spear pierced right into the statue's heart, and it was still advancing, as if it were trying to puncture his entire body. You want to try and use my power to defeat me? An indescribable sense of rage erupted in the heavenly eternity god's heart, and a scintillating light burst forth from his divine halo. Ao Xiaowu discovered that an extremely potent resistant force was opposing the eternal killing spear, thereby preventing her from stabbing it further into the heavenly eternity god's body. However, she was not about to give up such a fantastic opportunity. She injected all of her power into the spear and forced it to pierce further. She had a feeling that even though the heavenly eternity god's defenses were quite powerful, his interior would be extremely brittle once one bypassed those defenses. When eternity was no longer eternal, it would crumble in an instant. The heavenly eternity god unleashed all of his power to try and extricate the eternal killing spear, and the spear began to tremor violently. I must force you out. Ao Xiaowu was also gripping onto the spear with all her might. Pierce. I must pierce through you. Two completely different types of power converged upon the red corkscrew spear, while exuding terrifying energy fluctuations that made the surrounding space twist and warp. The eternal killing spear trembled incessantly, unable to advance nor retreat. Peculiar impasse ensued. Elsewhere on the battlefield, heavenly goddess Wu Lan rammed true Lord Erlang until he was half dead before flying toward the celestial the arch with unstoppable force. The heavenly space god and heavenly god Donglong had already fallen. She couldn't allow two of her allies to fall without taking down any of their enemies. At the very least, she had to kill the celestial the arch. However, she still underestimated Xianxia's power. Anywhere beneath the moon was part of her domain. Xianxia unleashed her instantaneous teleportation ability again and appeared beside the celestial the arch in a flash. She shielded him with her body and unleashed an extreme in heavenly vanquishing palm to strike the heavenly goddess Wu Lan's spinning turtle shell. Golden energy and deep blue energy exploded in unison before tearing frantically at one another. It was the first time Xianxia had fought a heavenly god that had not been severely debilitated, and she felt as if every single bone in her body was about to shatter. The soles of her feet were pressed tightly into the ground, as he fought with all her might to guide her opponent's power into the earth. The earth had been covered in snow and ice by her power of the moon, before caving in from heavenly goddess Wu Lan's terrifying crushing power. That was only the effect of the residual power from heavenly goddess Wu Lan's attack, so one could only imagine how much pressure Xianxia was facing. The moon in the sky continued to cast its light upon Xianxia, constantly replenishing her energy as she fought her opponent. In the end, Celestial the Arch was still able to force heavenly goddess Wu Lan to a standstill before she could reach the Celestial the Arch. Sigh, have I still failed? Heavenly goddess Wu Lan poked her head out of her turtle shell, and there was disappointment in her dead fish eyes. My forte is not attack after all. Xianxia was stunned upon hearing that. She had used up almost all of her power to block that attack, only for her opponent to tell her that attack was not her forte? If that were the case, then what was her forte? You won't be able to hurt the Celestial the Arch with me here. Xianxia knew that heavenly goddess Wu Lan was very strong. However, she still spoke in an aloof voice as she staunchly stood in front of the Celestial the Arch. A ball of mixed emotions welled up in the Celestial Thearch's heart as he gazed at the beautiful and slender female before him. Who would have thought that there'd come a day when he, the mighty Celestial the Arch, was actually in need of protection. Moreover, it was a female who was protecting him. The Celestial the Arch felt a little embarrassed when this thought crossed his mind. In order to nurse his body, he could only retrieve a divine pill from his storage ring and pop it into his mouth. Boom! The boundless power of the divine pill exploded through his body and rapidly healed his wounds. At the same time, it also filled his body with energy. This divine pill tastes fairly good, the Celestial the Arch said as he nodded slightly. Ordinary super mighty beings of the Tao integration stage wouldn't be able to find a single divine pill even if they sifted through all of the contents in their storage rings. When it came to the Celestial the Arch, however, divine pills were merely slightly higher-grade consumables. After all, the Celestial the Arch was the founder of the Heavenly Court and someone who had ruled over the kingdom of the 9 states for such a long period of time. Even if he lagged behind in terms of the cultivation base, he wouldn't lag behind in wealth. When it came to wealth, the Celestial the Arch felt that he would even be able to rival some divine beings of the God of Creation stage. Apart from the mega-rich and Lin, he felt like no one else in the kingdom of the 9 states was richer than him. The effects of the divine pill were particularly vigorous. The Celestial Thearch's exhausted energy was rapidly replenished. Heavenly Goddess Wu Lan's expression became even more serious when she saw this sight. It was already challenging enough to fight against one Xianxia alone. If the Celestial the Arch managed to join in, then she would be forced into an extremely dangerous situation. Right now, she could either choose to retreat or choose to wait for her allies to come to her aid. She could wait for a fellow heavenly god to dispose of their opponent quickly before joining into her battle. This was the only way she could kill the Celestial the Arch before he regained his full strength. Sigh. We were so high-spirited when we arrived, thinking that our enemies were all trash that we could sweep aside with a simple flick of our wrists. Now that we've engaged with them, we've finally realized that our enemies are a far cry from what we had imagined. Up to this stage, the casualties have all been from our camp. It's actually we who have been cornered into a difficult situation. Heavenly Goddess Wu Lan sighed as she shook her head. Her gaze lingered over the 2 remaining heavenly gods. The heavenly karma god was still being ganged up on by the black and white spirit snakes. It was impossible to tell how long their battle would last. Meanwhile, it seemed like the heavenly eternity god's battle had already reached a decisive juncture. The eternal killing spear had already pierced deeper into the heavenly eternity god's chest. The heavenly eternity god had initially planned to use all of his power to wrestle his eternal killing spear back from Ao Xiaowu's control. In the end, however, he used a portion of his power on his 18 arms. He formed 18 eternal swords of different attributes and slashed them toward different locations of Ao Xiaowu's body at the same time. Rather than fighting over the eternal killing spear with Ao Xiaowu, he knew that threatening her with a lethal strike and forcing her to retreat would be a better tactic. At such close quarters, there was no way that Ao Xiaowu would be able to evade his attacks while also controlling his eternal killing spear. As the heavenly eternity god put some energy into attacking Ao Xiaowu seized the opportunity to push the eternal killing spear deeper into his chest. This caused the heavenly eternity god to tremble in pain. However, the heavenly eternity god wasn't flustered, because this was all worth it. As long as Ao Xiaowu shirked, it wouldn't tear. A sharp blade pierced into flesh and sent blood splattering through the air. Countless blotches of red appeared in the heavenly eternity god's vision. The heavenly eternity god was stupefied. Faced against 18 terrifying eternal swords, Ao Xiaowu actually didn't choose to retreat. She merely tilted her head and dodged the lethal strike that was piercing toward her head. Meanwhile, there was a dense array of swords sticking out from her arms, neck, chest, abdomen, and legs, like a crimson flower that bloomed with bloodshed. Her blood dyed her red clothes an even deeper shade of red. This woman, does she have a death wish? As the heavenly eternity god thought this, the eternal killing spear once again screwed deeper into his chest. An excruciating pain shot through his body as it crumbled, and the unmoving heavenly eternity god felt a desperate urge to scream out in pain. Seeing that the heavenly eternity god's power was dispersed elsewhere, Ao Xiaowu once again seized the opportunity to launch a ferocious attack. The heavenly eternity god finally came to a realization. Ao Xiaowu didn't have a death wish. Rather, she wished for him to die. Only by fighting with no regard for her own safety would she be able to seize the last opportunity to defeat the heavenly eternity god. Ao Xiaowu had clearly known this the entire time. She knew that the heavenly eternity god definitely wouldn't give her another chance if she were forced to retreat. This was her last chance, so she had to hang onto the eternal killing spear no matter how severe her wounds. The heavenly eternity god was extremely alarmed. He had completely underestimated Ao Xiaowu's resolve. The eternal killing spear slowly pierced into his heart. Ao Xiaowu's entire body was trembling, and the thick array of eternal swords was still stabbed inside her body. Like divine weapons that would never vanish, they furiously unleashed a might that devastated her body and caused her strength to wither. Ao Xiaowu's delicate face was scrunched up in agony. She was clearly sleeping, yet she felt intense pain. It was as if she were having a nightmare that she could wake up from at any moment. Hope flared in the heavenly eternity god's heart when he saw this sight. I've got to hang on. This dragon tribe female is also on the verge of breaking down. If she wakes up or loses all her blood, then victory will be mine. In fact, the heavenly eternity god still wanted to plunge a few more swords into Ao Xiaowu's body. However, he genuinely didn't dare to put his power elsewhere anymore. He was afraid that Ao Xiaowu would kill him with the eternal killing spear before he could even send his swords toward her. This was a silent duel. In stark contrast to the earth-shattering battles of the other heavenly gods, the commotion caused by this battle had been especially small up to this point in time. It was as though the two of them were staring each other down. The only movement was from the eternal killing spear that was creeping deeper and deeper into the heavenly eternity god's chest. However, although the battle was silent, the danger and intensity of it were far greater than ordinary battles. The heavenly eternity god didn't know whether or not the sleeping Ao Xiaowu was feeling tense. However, it was feeling extremely tense. Ao Xiaowu was drenched in blood, and both her vitality and strength were continuously draining away. Her attack had already become sluggish, and it was only a matter of time before she lost the power to push the eternal killing spear deeper into his chest. The heavenly eternity god felt like he could win. However, he still needed to cripple Ao Xiaowu significantly to lay the foundation for his victory. How could one wake a sleeping person? One method was through pain, and the other method was through noise. Since pain was unable to wake her from her slumber, then how about creating some harsh noises? Coincidentally, creating harsh noises wouldn't expend much of the heavenly eternity god's energy. He could use the smallest amount of energy to cause the largest amount of damage. This was definitely a perfect endeavor. Just like that, the heavenly eternity god opened his mouth. Buzz, ah, boom, tss, earth-shattering booms, revolting sounds, ear-piercing sounds akin to fingernails scraping against blackboards. The most terrifying noises of the world erupted into the surroundings. Sure enough, this drew a reaction from the sleeping Ao Xiaowu. Her eyelashes fluttered as a look of agony spread over her face, and her body also shuddered as if she were experiencing a harrowing nightmare. It was working, and the results were surprisingly good, no less. The heavenly eternity god lit up in delight. Ah, yeah! Ao Xiaowu cried out in pain as her eyes, which were filled with a boundless sense of fury, agitation, and irritation, suddenly flashed open. Limitless power surged through her body, and the eternal killing spear in her hand pierced forward with no regard for anything else. Boom! The blood-red spear penetrated through the heavenly eternity god's body and carved a path of death that measured several hundred kilometers into the void. Tss. Harsh and discordant noises were still booming out from the heavenly eternity god's mouth. Creak. After a short moment, he finally moved for the first time. He lowered his head and stared at the puncture wound in his body with a dazed expression. Clarity gradually returned to Ao Xiaowu's eyes, which were filled with boundless fury, agitation, and irritation. However, there was still displeasure on her face as she glared at the stone statue before her. You disturbed my sweet dreams. How can I not experience morning grumpiness? Morning grumpiness? The dazed and confused heavenly eternity god suddenly understood something. He felt like crying as he looked at the annoyed and furious female before him. Could it be that you used the might of morning grumpiness just then? He murmured. Ao Xiaowu nodded. Correct. I have a hidden ability. That is, whenever my standby mode is forcefully interrupted, and whenever I'm forcefully woken from my sleep, all of the power in my body will be released in an instant due to the surge of negative emotions. This ability is called The power of morning grumpiness. Heavenly Eternity God. What the hell is that? The power of morning grumpiness? Does this ability truly exist? The Heavenly Eternity God felt like vomiting blood. In the battle just then, any fluctuation in power would have been able to influence the direction of the battle. In other words, his brilliant plan to attack Ao Xiaowu had actually triggered her last remaining reserve of power. Moreover, this power became the last straw that broke its back. The Heavenly Eternity God trembled in vexation. He felt like he had just swallowed a huge pile of shit. What on earth had he done just then? This was already beyond the level of drawing legs on a snake. This was fucking suicide. Huh? You're crying. Ao Xiaowu wore an expression of surprise as she looked at the Heavenly Eternity God. Two trails of liquid streamed down from the eyes of the eternally unmoving stone statue. By the looks of it, the liquid was almost about to converge into a river. No, I'm merely shedding water, the Heavenly Eternity God said stubbornly. Ao Xiaowu. Crack, the flawless divine halo above the Heavenly Eternity God's head, which seemed like it would be unchanging for all of eternity, suddenly started to fracture uncontrollably. This divine halo wasn't like the divine halos of other heavenly gods, which simply cracked in one place at a time. Instead, it acted like toppling dominoes, with each fracture triggering more fractures throughout its body. It started with a tiny crack before eventually building up to a massive number of huge cracks. The uncontrollable chain reaction directly forced it onto a path of destruction. No, I can't die like this. The Heavenly Eternity God shook violently as emotions surged through his mind. However, his efforts couldn't prevent the unpreventable. In some respects, the Heavenly Eternity God was indeed invincible. However, once his state of eternity was shattered, and eternity was rendered non-eternal, then the only fate that awaited him was death. The Heavenly Eternity God howled in anger as he lunged toward Ao Xiaowu. He wanted to drag her down with himself. However, his body rapidly disintegrated into specks of disappearing light as he charged toward her. When he arrived before Ao Xiaowu, much of his body had already been blown away by the violent winds, disappearing from heaven and earth once and for all. The wind lifted Ao Xiaowu's disheveled and blood-dyed hair. Her blood-red robe fluttered in the billowing winds as she silently stood there just like that. I've finally won. A smile that carried a hint of tragic beauty blossomed on Ao Xiaowu's face. They all say that the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas has no powerful beings, and is an embarrassment to the primordial dragon tribe, now that I've slain a heavenly god. Who still dares to say that my Ao family is incapable? Countless cultivators had already started to cheer in jubilation. All kinds of reverent and fanatic gazes shifted onto that beautiful and frail-looking red-robed female. Her ability to slay a near-invincible heavenly god amazed the entire battlefield on the Western Front. Ao Xiaowu smiled, and she strode forward in a bid to continue battling. However, an unbearable sensation of dizziness rushed into her head. Her body swayed slightly before darkness filled her vision. You actually dared to kill the Heavenly Eternity God. Die! A Heaven Pioneer Stage Great General roared in anger as he flew over on his flaming celestial sword and tore through the air like a blistering meteorite. He plunged toward the unconscious female on the ground. At this moment, another potent saber projection descended from the sky and slashed toward the Great General's body in an extremely violent manner. The Great General raised his sword to parry, yet the devastating saber projection instantly shattered his flaming celestial sword. Then, it hammered both him and his flaming celestial sword into the ground. A mighty and domineering true god appeared before Ao Xiaowu. Have you asked for my permission before trying to kill her? A male who had 3 eyes and was standing upright even though his body was riddled with severe wounds spoke in a calm manner. That's right. He was the Heavenly Court's true Lord Erlang. True Lord Erlang had made his mind up. Since he still couldn't challenge the heavenly gods yet, he would deal with the Heaven Pioneer Stage Great Generals on the battlefield. He would let those arrogant Great Generals taste the wrath of the Heavenly Court's war god. Heavenly Goddess Wulan lost all hope as she watched the events unfolding in the distance. Right now, Xianxia's attacks were raining down on her without pause. Streak after streak of pure moon energy exploded through heaven and earth. They were dazzling and eye-catching, and they were beautiful beyond words. Heavenly Goddess Wu Lan retreated nonstop as she endured Xianxia's relentless attacks. Meanwhile, she barely launched any attacks of her own. This wasn't to say that she was afraid of Xianxia. More precisely, she had become afraid of this battlefield. Heavenly God Donglong had died of exhaustion. The heavenly space god had been crushed to death by a moon. The heavenly eternity god had dug his own grave, and the heavenly karma god was being mercilessly pummeled. By the looks of it, the heavenly karma god wouldn't be able to turn the tables either. In the worst-case scenario, it might even be beaten to death. Out of all the heavenly gods, only she had a slight advantage. However, if the Celestial the Arch successfully recovered his strength, then how was she supposed to continue this battle? Rely on her, a heavenly human of the divine heaven stage, to turn the tables? If she activated all 9 of her divine halos and unleashed her paramount strength, then there was a chance that she would be able to defeat both Xianxia and the Celestial the Arch. However, there was one very serious problem. That was, she didn't want to die. A heavenly human of the divine heaven stage would definitely die if they activated all 9 of their divine halos. In fact, the overwhelming majority of heavenly gods wouldn't hesitate to activate all 9 of their divine halos if they came across a situation like this, even if it meant dying. They were willing to sacrifice themselves for victory and for the heavenly Tao. However, heavenly goddess Wu Lan was different. Would you look? She was still wrapping herself up in protection. I still can't die yet. At least not now. There was a trace of determination in heavenly goddess Wu Lan's emotionless eyes. My power of darkness belongs to the heavenly darkness god. How can I die without even seeing him once? Moreover, even if I activate all 9 of my divine halos, I'll most likely still lose this battle. The young female continued to analyze the situation in her mind. After a short while, she sighed softly as if she had reached some decision. A crisp voice started to travel over the entire battlefield. Attention, heavenly human soldiers. Stop your attacks and retreat. Heavenly goddess Wu Lan's command swept throughout the entire battlefield. The heavenly karma god stared at the young female in disbelief. Then, he saw the ferocious black and white spirit snakes who were still continuing to lunge at him. Afterward, he glanced at the powerful Xianxia as well as the secretly regenerating Celestial the Arch. He gritted his teeth and commanded, "Retreat! All soldiers, retreat!" The commands of the 2 heavenly gods stunned the entire battlefield. The tens of millions of soldiers from the kingdom of the 9 states trembled with relief as tears of happiness welled up in their eyes. They had successfully defended the Western Front. The 70 million heavenly human tribe soldiers didn't question or reject the 2 heavenly gods' commands. They immediately started to retreat. Meanwhile, the remaining 30 million soldiers of the kingdom of the 9 states who were located near Xianxia City furiously pursued the retreating heavenly humans. They knew that this was the perfect opportunity to counterattack. At the same time, this was also their best chance at expanding their battle achievements. Heavenly goddess Wu Lan and the heavenly karma god battled and retreated intermittently as they hastily retreated with the heavenly human tribe united army. The partially replenished Celestial the Arch also joined in on the battle, ruthlessly targeting the escaping heavenly human soldiers. With a casual wave of his hand, he could unleash an earth-shattering might and kill several powerful beings. The casualties of the Western Front heavenly human tribe united army were building up dramatically. On the Central Front battlefield in the Taichu continent, outside Yutong City, the countless undead soldiers that had been extremely ferocious just a moment ago suddenly started to collapse to the ground before turning into particles that were even finer than dust. The 5th heaven vanquishing earth destroying tune disappeared. It wasn't destroyed by the enemies. Rather, it had lost its effects by itself. This tune was far too formidable, and the heaven-crushing united army, which supported the spell formation, would suffer a devastating backlash if it let it run for too long. The army had already reached its limit by allowing it to run until now. Although the 5th tune stopped abruptly, its effects had brought great joy to the heaven-crushing united army. At the same time, it shocked the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army immensely. The Heavenly Human Tribe United Army was brutally cut down to 110 million soldiers from an initial 180 million soldiers. As for the Heaven-Crushing United Army, the Heaven-Crushing United Army had merely lost a tad over 6 million soldiers. In other words, the Heaven-Crushing United Army still had an army of 70 million strong. The casualty rate of the two armies stood at an astonishing ratio of 10-1. Moreover, this was in light of the fact that the Heaven-Crushing United Army was significantly outnumbered by its enemies. How could one not be deeply astonished? The two armies started to become more and more similar in numbers. The Heavenly Human Tribe United Army was rapidly losing its advantage in size. However, the powerful beings of the Heavenly Human Tribe didn't back down in the face of such massive losses. Instead, they continued to fight as if their lives depended on it. Meanwhile, the morale of the Heaven-Crushing United Army cultivators soared steadily, causing them to fight with renewed energy and vigor. The battlefield once again became a grinding disk of flesh and death. The battle was incredibly intense and brutal. To the west of Yutong City, the two balls of energies that seemed like they were about to burst through the sky continued to tangle and collide with one another. One ball of energy was majestic and tremendous, with its azure yellow energy resonating with the entire stretch of boundless earth. Meanwhile, the other ball of energy was silent and dark, like a bottomless abyss. It dragged half of heaven and earth into a state of absolute and eternal voidness, and it was as if it wanted to engulf the entire world. Ordinary powerful beings would be gripped with fear if they so much as stole a single glance at this kind of extraordinary battle. Even super mighty beings of the Tao integration stage would go numb with fear if they gazed at this kind of battle from a distance. This battle had already entered a realm that was far beyond their capabilities. In the center of this battleground, as though he were the ruler of darkness, and Lin's white robe was dyed with darkness. At the same time, boundless darkness swarmed behind his back. He held the pitch-black, evil-slaying sword in his hand and slashed it toward the heavenly earth god who stood before him. The boundless darkness behind his back continued to engulf everything before it, yet it was simply unable to penetrate the billowing azure yellow energy. The evil-slaying sword was firmly blocked by the heavenly earth god's fist. The earth beneath his feet was his support. It was due to this very fact that his figure was gigantic and mighty beyond belief. When one glanced at him, they would involuntarily feel tiny and insignificant. However, Lin didn't experience these feelings. Right now, he felt as if he were an expanse of darkness and void. Whether or not his opponent was powerful or mighty was of no significance to him. If they annoyed him, then all he needed to do was to engulf them with his darkness. "You're already nearing your limit, am I correct?" And Lin suddenly smiled as he gazed at the amber-like youth before him. The heavenly earth god's expression became extremely grave. "You're merely an undeveloped heavenly darkness god, yet you dare to challenge me?" The youth felt extremely vexed and humiliated. He stared at Lin, yet he discovered that Lin had seemingly melted into the darkness. No matter how he focused his gaze, he still couldn't make out Lin's true appearance. "No, that's not it," the heavenly earth god thought to himself in astonishment. Lin is the embodiment of darkness, so what I'm seeing is indeed Lin's true appearance. His true appearance is the darkness. All that enters my vision is darkness. In order to defeat me, you're even planning to abandon your human body. The heavenly earth god chuckled coldly. "Abandon? I've always been a single body," Lin said calmly. The evil-slaying sword slowly pressed down, causing pitch-black cracks to appear in the heavenly earth god's fist. Darkness started to seep into his body. The heavenly earth god was both shocked and infuriated. His invincible defense, which was the culmination of all his power, had actually been breached by Lin just like that? No. He couldn't accept this. He clenched his jaws and unleashed all of his power to defend against the invading darkness. However, like ink seeping into a pond, the proliferation of the darkness was unstoppable. Eventually, even the purest of water would be dyed pitch black by the dark ink. The heavenly Tao that the heavenly earth god wielded was tremendous and terrifying. In fact, it wouldn't be wrong to label it as invincible. Matter was boundless and infinite. However, under the suppression of the heavenly Tao's will, he was only able to manipulate a finite amount of matter at this moment. Faced with the relentless attacks of Enlin's bottomless darkness, he eventually showed his enemy a weak point. The supreme azure-yellow energy that permeated half of heaven and earth was being rapidly eaten away by darkness. Like an overwhelming demonic claw, the darkness slowly ripped the power of earth apart, leaving a trail of obliterated energy in its wake. "I've won." Enlin's eyes were emotionless, and there was barely any happiness on his face. It was as if he were sentencing the fate of his enemy. The evil-slaying sword in his hand slowly slashed down. The fist was ripped apart by the darkness. Then it was completely engulfed. Immediately afterward, the evil-slaying sword viciously cut down. Whoosh! The formidable and profound sword intent sliced apart everything in its path and stretched an infinite length into the distance. The azure-yellow heavenly Tao power, the sky, the earth, and the boundless void were all sliced into two. An expression of vexation and disbelief was frozen onto the earth-armored youth's face. His armor was cracked apart, and a black sword gash ran all the way from his head to his toe. The sight of this was especially wicked and tragic. "How can this be? I actually lost." The heavenly earth god stumbled back a few steps. He watched the pitch-black sword gash expand through his body, yet he was completely unable to contain it. Eventually, he was completely engulfed by the darkness under Enlin's emotionless gaze. The darkness vanished, and the earth disappeared. Only a white-robed and sword-wielding male remained standing on the land. The distant heavenly yin-yang god was stunned as he watched this unfold before his eyes. It was as if he had seen something tremendously terrifying. I'm not seeing things, am I? The heavenly earth god was actually killed by him. And Lin is actually this powerful? A storm is on the way. A storm is on the way. Heavenly sea god, what should we do? Why are you still? Slap! The heavenly sea god slapped the heavenly yin-yang god across the head, almost giving him a concussion. Calm down. Earth is a paramount heavenly god. His techniques are peerless, and his combat capability is unrivaled. Are you belittling him by claiming that he's been killed by Enlin? The heavenly sea god angrily questioned the heavenly yin-yang god. The heavenly yin-yang god was on the verge of tears. He also didn't want to say these kinds of things. However, wasn't this reality sitting right before their very eyes? Why am I getting slapped for speaking the truth? And you're even shifting the fault over to me? At the same moment, the wide and endless earth suddenly started to quake violently. Heaven and earth changed color once again. Countless strands of azure-yellow auras rose from the fractured earth and soared into the sky. "It's coming!" The heavenly sea god exclaimed solemnly. "It's coming? What's coming?" The heavenly yin-yang god was perplexed. When a paramount heavenly god is driven toward death, they have a single chance to break free from their shackles and unleash the ultimate power that belongs to them, the heavenly sea god explained. The heavenly yin-yang god was stunned by this revelation. He had never heard of such a thing before. "So you're saying that the heavenly earth god isn't dead?" The heavenly yin-yang god asked excitedly. "Of course." The heavenly sea god silently activated a protective shield and enveloped both himself and the heavenly yin-yang god inside of it. "It's about to appear. The true Tao form of the heavenly earth god." Rumble. The sky became an azure-yellow color. Meanwhile, the earth continued to quake violently. This time, the earthquake sent shockwaves through the entire Tai-Chu continent. On this boundlessly large continent, earthquakes, erupting volcanoes, cyclones, and other natural disasters erupted all over the place. Of course, the most devastating disasters were caused by earthquakes. The magnitudes of the earthquakes were different everywhere, but they were all at a magnitude that was strong enough to be classified as a catastrophe. The aftermath of the earthquakes was severe, with the earth fracturing open and tectonic plates shifting positions. Meanwhile, mountains crumbled and rivers changed paths, causing innumerable buildings to collapse, and also leading to countless numbers of deaths. The beings on the battlefield of Yutong City felt the strongest earthquake. The earth tremored so violently that they were barely able to keep their feet. Even the heavenly humans and cultivators in the sky weren't safe. The azure-yellow airstreams that jetted up from the fractured earth could directly pulverize their bodies into dust. What on earth is happening? Could this be the Trump technique of the heavenly human tribe? Bullshit. Have you ever seen a Trump technique that kills both friend and foe? You're right. Quick, look at the west. What are those beams of light? Some of the cultivators turned to gaze toward the west. As they did so, they involuntarily yelped in surprise. Streaks of azure-yellow divine light shot through the entire sky. These streaks of light appeared eternal and undying, and the sky, which had been enveloped by the colors of the night, had already been illuminated as bright as day in that location. Immediately afterward, a scene that was even more shocking appeared. An earthen-yellow divine being who stood on the earth and towered into the sky suddenly appeared in the epicenter of the earthquake. Its body was suited in 9-colored Tao armor, and its left arm was twined with countless strands of silver-white galaxies. A vast and profound star chart rested in its right hand, and its body billowed with a tremendously boundless earthen divine light. In the instant that it appeared, every single being felt a strong sense of pressure. It was as though they were facing the aura and wrath of a divine being. They couldn't help but tremble in fright. What on earth is that thing? It's so terrifying. Is this a genuine god? Judging by its aura, it's significantly more terrifying than ordinary heavenly gods. The soldiers of the heaven-crushing united army were all shocked and horrified. The being before them was far too powerful. Even though it was situated so far away, merely its aura alone was still able to affect the entire battlefield. Just how terrifying was this being? I can sense it now. This is the power of Earth. Don't tell me that it's the heavenly Earth God. How is that possible? It's not like we haven't seen the heavenly Earth God in action before. How has his strength suddenly become so terrifying? He has clearly used a trump card after being driven into a corner. Some return to void stage supreme beings started voicing their speculations. Although the remaining cultivators questioned these speculations, many of them had actually accepted these explanations already. So, if that divine being was truly the heavenly Earth God, then who was it that had forced him into such a bind? Was it the darkness that had appeared as if it were going to engulf all matter? After all, the collision just then had ended with the vast darkness gobbling up all of the azure-yellow heavenly earth power. It had clearly been a case of Enlin chasing after the heavenly yin-yang god. How had it suddenly transformed into a duel between earth and darkness? Some intelligent beings caught a faint whiff of something extraordinary. However, this speculation was far too astonishing and bold, so much so that they didn't dare to say it out aloud. Right at this moment, a thunderous voice boomed through heaven and earth. This voice was like a roar from above the sky. "Enlin, I'll definitely slay you here today." The divine being roared in fury, and its booming voice caused the ears of all the nearby beings to ring. At the same time, this voice caused their hearts to jolt along with their ears. Like a hand that dispelled the clouds to reveal the sun, this furious roar answered the most pressing question that weighed on all of their minds. Enlin. It was indeed Enlin. It was truly Enlin who was battling against the heavenly Earth God. Regardless of whether they were monks, members of the Holy Martial Clan, true demons, or members of the Light Wing Clan, everyone on the battlefield sucked in a sharp breath. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Although it was difficult to accept, Enlin's identity was already on the verge of being confirmed at this moment. Why had Enlin's pursuit of the heavenly yin-yang god suddenly become a battle between earth and darkness? This was most likely because the heavenly earth god had appeared and tried to kill Enlin, forcing Enlin to unleash his true powers. The divine being who was unleashing the boundless power of earth, its undisguised fury, and its words that were dripping with hatred, these were all proofs that pointed toward a single conclusion. Revealed. His identity had finally been revealed to all. Enlin was the heavenly darkness god. When this fact was laid bare for all to see, everyone was overcome with immense shock. The paramount heavenly god who's rumored to be the most mysterious is actually sect leader Enlin? Impossible. How can God and be a heavenly god? I can't accept this. I think this is great. After all, he's standing on our side. That's one less freakish enemy and one more freakish ally. The elders of the West Sea Alliance clearly told me that he was the heavenly lightning god. How has he suddenly become the heavenly darkness god? Anyhow, this is a positive turn of events. It seems like he's even more badass now. But what if he suddenly loses control or betrays us? After all, his true identity is a heavenly god. He's not an ordinary being from the Taichu continent. He's our enemy. There were also some beings who were extremely anxious. Will the incarnation of the heavens truly stand on our side? The revelation of Enlin's identity caused many soldiers of the heaven-crushing United Army to become anxious. The morale of the heaven-crushing United Army started to waver slightly. At this moment, a crisp voice that sounded like the cry of a vermilion bird traveled throughout heaven and earth. What are you all suspicious about? What are you all worrying about? Don't forget that Enlin is fighting with all his might to protect the continent right now. He's putting his life on the line for you, for victory. Su Xiaolan's words were like a heavy hammer that struck at the heart of the heaven-crushing United Army. Yeah, sect leader Enlin is fighting with all his might to protect us. Yet we're standing here and questioning him. This is outrageous. Exactly. Just think about it. How much has Enlin done for the Taichu continent? How many times has he gone through fire and water to help us? What right do we have to doubt him? When judging a person, we mustn't focus on their external identity. Rather, we have to look at their character. The trepidation that weighed on the hearts of many beings started to vanish and disappear. So what if he's the heavenly darkness god? All you need to know is that he's standing on our side. In the end, he's still the supreme leader of the Central Front heaven-crushing United Army. God and will forever be my idol. He'll forever be the #1 god of war in my heart. Now that I think about it, it's actually a fairly privileged situation to have the heavenly darkness god as our big boss. Alright, stop talking about this. Merely moving our lips won't change anything. Let's speak with our actions. Enlin is battling against the most powerful enemy right now. So how can we slack off? Let's battle. Charge. For the Taichu continent. For victory. As if they were on steroids, the soldiers of the heaven-crushing United Army fought with even more vigor and bravery. Enlin's identity had indeed been revealed. However, even if Enlin was the heavenly darkness god, the soldiers of the heaven-crushing United Army would still honor him as their king. The exposure of Enlin's identity affected not just the heaven-crushing United Army. The heavenly human tribe United Army was also severely impacted. I knew it. I knew he was darkness, ha ha ha. He is the darkness of the heavenly Tao. Within the blood tribe army, the disheveled emperor and Mang chortled like a deranged man. All that stuff about the future of the blood tribe and the blood patriarch is all bullshit. His blood purifies living beings through the power of the heavenly Tao, and the fit will survive while the unfit will perish, ha ha ha. Emperor Fu Tian's brows were furrowed in deep thought as he mused. Our blood tribe is the most sensitive tribe to blood, and it's exactly because of this that we experience such powerful reactions to Enlin's blood. After all, the heavenly darkness god is a perfect life form, so his blood will naturally provide a lot of inspiration for us. In other words, is the path of evolution related to heavenly Tao life forms. He had been stuck at the Tao integration pinnacle stage for countless years, and he suddenly felt a little thirsty as he looked at the heavenly human tribe powerful beings around him. Aside from that, the powers that had pledged their allegiance to the heavenly gods, like the Void Spirit tribe and Creation Realm, were beginning to feel a little remorseful. Why had they decided to join the heavenly gods in the first place? It was obviously because they thought the heavenly human tribe was too powerful and that the paramount heavenly gods were too invincible. As such, they had no choice but to suck up to the heavenly human tribe, in the hope that the paramount heavenly gods would spare them after destroying the human race. But what was happening now? Their comrades were falling in massive hordes, and their mighty figures were being killed relentlessly. They had held a crushing advantage over their enemies, But that advantage had since been wiped away. They had anticipated that they would get carried to victory, but instead, they were constantly in danger of meeting their demise. Furthermore, even the heavenly darkness god was on the heaven-crushing United Army's side. Hongdo, do you think it's too late for us to switch sides? Yudo spread open his arms to block the countless oncoming cannon blasts and heaved a resigned sigh. Hongdo stood beside him with a bitter expression and replied, "How can we switch? The battle has already progressed to such an extent. Even if we pledge our allegiance to them, will they believe us? Why would they believe us? You fought in Lin and stayed in the same prison cell as him. Surely that counts for something?" Yudo was desperately grasping at straws. Hongdo. He turned his attention to the epic battle taking place in the distance and sighed with emotion. "And Lin, who would have thought that you would become so powerful in such a short time? I had thought that there was no way you would be able to decide the direction of this war. But now, you really do have that power." Hongdo felt like he had been reduced to a mere cheerleader for Enlin. Wait, he was still different from a cheerleader, as cheerleading was a relatively safe occupation, whereas he could die at any moment. I brought this upon myself," Hongdo lamented. At that moment, at the center of the earthquake, an almighty god was staring at a white-robed man. Just the auras emanating from their bodies was enough to crush a Dao integration stage super mighty figure into dust. And Lin's expression changed drastically at the sight of the massive god standing before him. His opponent was very powerful. Is this the heavenly earth god's true Dao form? And Lin gripped his evil-slaying sword tightly as darkness spread from beneath his feet. The heavenly sea god had told him that paramount heavenly gods had a one-time buff technique that they could use when forced into a dire situation. However, he hadn't told him that the buff would be such a massive one. Even after unleashing his darkness divine Dao, he was still struck by an indescribable sense of asphyxiation. And Lin turned toward the heavenly sea god. He was making his intentions quite clear. "How long are you going to keep spectating for?" Prior to the battle, the heavenly sea god had told Enlin that he would join forces with him when the heavenly earth god was forced into a dire situation. The heavenly sea god blinked as he racked his brain for a viable course of action. The heavenly earth god had been forced to use his true Dao form, so he had completed his most important objective. Enlin's combat prowess had become drastically more powerful, and he was able to use heavenly darkness power, thereby indicating that he had already been forced to unleash his lifespan sacrificial mystic technique. Thus, his second hidden objective had also been accomplished. And Lin couldn't be allowed to die. The heavenly sea god required his help to combat the other paramount heavenly gods. With that in mind, the heavenly sea god turned a benevolent gaze toward the heavenly yin-yang god. "Yin-yang, it's time for us to strike." "What?" The heavenly yin-yang god was given a fright upon hearing that. "The heavenly earth god has just unleashed his true Dao form. Shouldn't we be keeping our distance?" "You fool!" the heavenly sea god yelled. "Do you know how perilous a situation the heavenly earth god is in? A paramount heavenly god will only use their true Dao form in truly dire situations. At such a critical juncture, we cannot afford to keep standing around and spectating." The heavenly yin-yang god stroked his divine halo, which was riddled with cracks, and he murmured uneasily, "Didn't you say that interfering with the battle would be an insult to the heavenly earth god? Are you retarded? He has already unleashed his true Dao form. Do you think he'll still refuse our help in such a desperate situation?" The heavenly sea god's words struck the heavenly yin-yang god with a sense of enlightenment. "All right, heavenly sea god. I'll come with you." The heavenly yin-yang god's battle intent had been ignited. Thump thump. Two bursts of devastating auras clashed against one another. The heavenly sea god rushed toward Enlin atop a gargantuan wave. The heavenly yin-yang god also spread open his yin-yang wings and flew into the air. He wielded his divine yin saber in one hand and his extreme yang sword in the other as he threw himself at Enlin. "Enlin, I'm going to kill you!" The heavenly yin-yang god let loose a thunderous roar as he slashed his saber and sword toward Enlin. What he didn't realize was that the heavenly sea god was rushing in far slower than him and had been left behind. He was then greeted by the sight of a smile on Enlin's face. That smile sent chills running down his spine. "You don't learn, do you?" A black sword projection suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. It was imbued with the purest power of darkness, and it tore through the heavenly Yin-Yang god's attacks like a bolt of black lightning. The heavenly Yin-Yang god finally recalled just how terrifying his opponent was. "Save me, heavenly sea god!" The heavenly Yin-Yang god yelled in shock and horror. The heavenly sea god unleashed a blade of water, which hurtled toward Enlin's black sword projection. Bam! The two powers clashed violently, causing the black sword projection to falter momentarily, but it quickly engulfed the blade of water. "What?" The heavenly sea god's expression changed drastically, as if he weren't expecting Enlin to be that powerful. At that moment, the black sword projection had already struck the heavenly Yin-Yang god, who didn't have enough time to evade. "No." The heavenly Yin-Yang god's eyes widened with remorse as his body was sliced in half. He shouldn't have attacked Enlin. Why did he suddenly decide to attack him? Only a deranged person would attack Enlin in his current state. However, that moment of enlightenment came too late. A crisp crack rang out from his divine light, and it shattered into countless particles of light as his body was inundated by the boundless darkness. The heavenly Yin-Yang god had been insta-killed. The heavenly sea god rushed back in retreat and evaded Enlin's sword projection with shock and rage on his face. "How dare you kill the heavenly Yin-Yang god?" Enlin slowly retracted his sword with a cold expression on his face. "I am going to kill anyone who interferes with my battle. Are you two done with your little game?" A voice that seemed to have come directly from the heavens rumbled in their ears. Enlin and the heavenly sea god's expressions changed as they turned in unison to the colossal god. Could it be that the heavenly earth god had seen through their scheme? The heavenly earth god's head was in the heavens, while his feet were planted on the earth. His eyes shone with fierce golden flames, as if they were a pair of scintillating suns. The 9-colored Tao armor around his body was exuding the most powerful essential Tao intent, and his power had been elevated to unprecedented heights. Most importantly, a dense group of countless planets, all of different sizes, had appeared behind him. All of them were following him as if they were his slaves. He had a galaxy of countless stars around his left arm and held a vast star chart in his right hand. Both of those were emanating peculiar energy fluctuations that resonated with the planets behind him. A white light flashed through Enlin's eyes as he attempted to inspect the nature of the heavenly earth god's power. However, right at that moment, the heavenly earth god extended a finger toward Enlin. Boom! The galaxy of 99,999 stars erupted from his fingertip, illuminating heaven and earth. The galaxy crashed into the defensive barrier of darkness around Enlin's body, tearing through the darkness through its absolute density of matter, before crashing into Enlin's body. Enlin was struck by an unimaginable impact, as if he really were being crushed by tens of thousands of planets. All of a sudden, darkness spilled out from his heart, desperately reinforcing his body. If it weren't for the added reinforcement, his divine body would have been completely broken in that instant. PFFF. Even though he had reacted very quickly, his internal organs were still damaged, and he threw up a mouthful of blood as his body was crushed into the ground by the boundless galaxy of stars. One strike. The heavenly earth god was able to break through Enlin's defenses with a single strike, and sent him deep into the earth. The heavenly earth god looked down on the massive hole down below that he had created with his finger. There was a sense of absolute confidence in his cold features, which perfectly complemented his supreme aura. All planets are constructed from matter. I am the master of all matter. This is my true Tao form, master of the planets. The heavenly earth god spread open his arms, and the countless planets behind him began to shimmer relentlessly. Energy flowed incessantly into his body, allowing him to accumulate more and more power. It was also at that moment that the purest darkness began to emerge from the hole in the ground. Enlin's robe had been shredded and was replaced by an inky black feather cloak of darkness. He transformed into an afterimage and rushed toward the almighty heavenly earth god. Clang! He thrust his evil-slaying sword into the 9-colored Tao armor on the heavenly earth god's chest, and a crisp sound akin to that of a triangle being struck erupted. And Lin's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing that. He had injected the power of his darkness divine Tao into his sword, and with it, he was able to kill the heavenly yin-yang god with a casual slash. However, the same attack couldn't even break open the heavenly earth god's armor. Thump! The darkness in his heart suddenly sprang forth. And Lin unleashed his darkness divine Tao again and gathered all of his power of the divine Tao into a single point. The darkness erupting from the tip of his sword engulfed the Tao power emanating from the 9-colored Tao armor, causing cracks to appear on its surface. It's working, and Lin was elated to see that. At that moment, a burst of extremely vast power erupted from above. An earthy yellow palm with boundless star power surging from it hurtled toward him at an extremely alarming speed. The enormity of the palm afforded no avenue of escape to Lin. Great Nebula Palm. The heavenly earth god had extended his left arm before lashing out with a vicious palm. The space within a radius of several hundred kilometers was instantly flattened and twisted as a result. He was swatting a palm into his chest as if he were trying to kill a pesky mosquito. From Lin's perspective, it really appeared as if a galaxy of stars was hurtling toward him at a ridiculous speed. And Lin pulled out his evil-slaying sword and slashed it toward the great nebula palm. Bam! The earth-shattering palm fell. The galaxy of stars exploded. The darkness erupting from Lin's sword was shattered, and his body was then struck by the palm. He was sandwiched between the heavenly earth god's hand and his armor, and he was getting crushed from both sides. Boom! The 9-colored Tao armor shattered. It had shattered from the devastating force of the heavenly earth god's own palm, and Lin was caught right in the middle, so one could imagine just how much force he was being forced to withstand. He felt like he had been disabled by that strike and had lost all feeling in his entire body. Boundless matter imbued with top-tier essential power tore at his body in a frenzy, attempting to annihilate his entire being. So what if you are darkness? As long as my Tao intent and heavenly power are potent enough, I can still crush you. The heavenly earth god looked down at Lin, and he spread open the star chart on his right hand. Star realm for extreme fiends. For spots of crimson light appeared upon the chart. Immediately afterward, for stars came hurtling through the air toward Lin from the countless stars hovering behind the heavenly earth god. In the distance, a pure golden wave over 10 million feet tall came crashing down. Earth, I'm here to help. The heavenly sea god yelled as a divine light erupted from his divine halo. The power he was unleashing was several times more than what he had used to attack Lin earlier. The heavenly earth god's expression darkened at the sight of the oncoming heavenly sea god. Don't get in my way. Just as his voice fell, the pure golden wave crashed down with boundless might upon Lin's body. Of course, the heavenly earth god's massive body was inevitably struck by the wave as well, and due to his gargantuan mass, the blow he received was countless times more fearsome than what Lin had been afflicted with. Rumble! The golden wave roared with the divine Tao battle intent that could crush all things. The heavenly earth god stumbled back from the impact and was finally toppled over by the wave. The 4 red stars hadn't had a chance to strike Lin before the formation was shattered by the golden wave. It was in that instant that darkness suddenly tore the wave apart before hurtling toward the heavenly earth god. Evil sword technique, eternal night. The inky black sword sliced through all obstructions. Darkness descended along with a sword projection that was sharp to the extreme. The heavenly earth god had already cracked his own 9-colored Tao armor with his own palm, so he had essentially disabled his own defenses. As such, Lin's attack managed to bypass his armor and strike his physical body. Tear! The darkness divine Tao blade tore open his divine body and inflicted a dark gash that continued to expand. The heavenly earth god roared with rage. See, I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. The heavenly sea god was given a fright by the heavenly earth god's thunderous roar, and a guilty expression appeared on his face. Lin had successfully wounded the heavenly earth god and was just about to press his advantage when a planet behind the latter suddenly came flying at him. The planet quickly expanded from 100 feet to 1,000, then to 100,000, and subsequently to 1,000,000. As it expanded, the power of extreme frost intermingled with the power of the earth erupted toward Enlin. Enlin raised his sword and lashed out at the oncoming planet. But it was as if he had struck something of an insanely high density. Boundless power crushed his wounded body, making him feel as if there really were a planet that had been compressed to the extreme before being hurled at him. Before Enlin had a chance to slice open the planet, it had flown into the distance before crashing heavily to the ground and smashing a gargantuan crater into the earth. The heavenly earth god stood up, and the greenish-yellow power of the earth exploded forth from his body, shaking off all of the residual golden liquid from that massive wave. He aimed a cold glare at the heavenly sea god, only to find that the latter had slunk off into the distance and was looking back at him with a sheepish and apologetic smile. The heavenly earth god ignored and rushed toward Enlin again. He had a colossal body, but his movements were very quick and agile. He covered a distance of several hundred kilometers with each step, quickly taking him to Enlin, who was still being crushed under the planet. He unleashed an almighty punch, and his fist fell along with countless dazzling stars. Shooting star punch. Boom, boom, boom. Countless stars came crashing down, instantly destroying the planet that was on top of Enlin, thereby exposing him to a torrential downpour of devastating power. It was impossible to describe how powerful that punch was. The overwhelming power of the earth and the monstrous power of the stars created a crushing combination that completely ground Enlin into the dust. The entire earth was quaking violently, and the ground within a radius of several thousand kilometers had been pulverized. Enlin unleashed his darkness divine Tao to envelop his entire body, and he was completely unable to retaliate as he trembled like a helpless leaf amid the terrifying attacks raining down upon him. The heavenly sea god's eyelids twitched upon seeing that. Enlin wasn't going to be crushed to death by the heavenly earth god. Was he? The true Tao form of a paramount heavenly god really was no joke. Back when the heavenly earth god was in his normal form, Enlin was slightly superior to him in power. However, once the former unleashed his true Tao form, it became a one-sided battle where Enlin was reduced to a powerless punching bag. The heavenly sea god finally decided that he had to do something and was just about to disrupt the battle again. However, all of a sudden, 4 red stars appeared around him, exuding bristling killing intent and striking him with a sense of extreme peril. Those were the star realm for extreme fiends. They were the 4 stars with the most powerful killing intent in the entire universe. Why was the heavenly earth god using them against him? The heavenly sea god's expression changed drastically as he called out in a frantic voice, "Brother Earth, I think there may be a misunderstanding between us." The heavenly earth god turned to the heavenly sea god with a cold expression, but flames of fury burned in his eyes as he said, "Do you really think I'm stupid? You set up a trap to kill the heavenly yin-yang god, and now you're trying to stop me from killing Enlin. Do you think I still don't know what you're up to?" The heavenly sea god was a little stunned by those accusations. Had his cover been blown? The darkness dissipated like strips of tattered rags, revealing Enlin down below, whose entire body was riddled with wounds. After copping that shooting star fist, Enlin felt like his entire body was about to fall apart at the seams. He was experiencing great difficulty when trying to unleash his darkness divine Tao, and he felt as if he had been truly disabled. He looked with a forlorn expression at the heavenly earth god and the heavenly sea god, who were locked in confrontation. It looked like he and the heavenly sea god had been exposed after all. However, that was a good thing, as a conflict between the 2 heavenly gods would put him into a safer situation. The heavenly earth god continued in a cold voice, "I don't know why you would betray me, nor why you chose to betray me now of all times, but are you really sure that life and heaven are correct? You traitor! Do you know how many disasters you will bring upon the heavenly Tao by forging an alliance with life and heaven? You're even willing to protect Enlin just to kill me. I'm very disappointed in you." The heavenly sea god. Enlin? So their scheme hadn't been exposed? Enlin wore a dumbstruck expression on his face. It sounded like the heavenly earth god was only speculating that the heavenly sea god had joined forces with life and heaven, and that he was using Enlin as a pawn. He had managed to uncover part of the truth. However, this meant that Enlin and the Heavenly Sea God's alliance was still a secret. Sigh. The Heavenly Sea God put on a grief-stricken facade and wailed, "How could you doubt me like this, Earth? I'm on your side." The Heavenly Earth God turned away from the Heavenly Sea God and threatened, "If you try to stop me from killing Enlin, then I'll kill you right now." He then turned and rushed toward Enlin again. Enlin's expression changed drastically upon seeing that. He hadn't even had a chance to catch his breath yet, and he was already in the crosshairs again. "Hey, the Heavenly Sea God is the traitor here. Go and kill him. Why the fuck are you attacking me?" The Heavenly Sea God's eyelids twitched. The Heavenly Earth God continued to send his fist crashing down toward Enlin. "You are the one who forced me to unleash my true Tao form, so I'm going to prioritize killing you first." Enlin almost swore out loud after hearing that. Why was the Heavenly Earth God still so logical? Shouldn't he be seeing red at this point in the battle? An explosive boom erupted in the air. The Heavenly Earth God's gargantuan body appeared before Enlin in the blink of an eye. His left arm extended forward again, and a boundless essential star power gathered around his clenched fist. Great Nebula Fist. The Heavenly Earth God continued to fall, and once again, Enlin was unable to evade it. He discovered that ever since the Heavenly Earth God had unleashed his true Tao form, all of his attacks became unavoidable. It was just like how no living being could be exempt from the pull of gravity. How could he possibly evade an attack unleashed upon him by the boundless Earth? That was perhaps one of the unique properties of the Heavenly Earth God's true Tao form. Unavoidable attacks. The great nebula palm from earlier had almost crippled Enlin. He could sense that the oncoming great nebula fist was even more formidable, and if it were allowed to land, it would crush him into mincemeat. Enlin gritted his teeth and the power of his darkness divine Tao again before swinging his sword toward the great nebula fist. Pure darkness transformed into the most powerful sword projection, and as it clashed with the great nebula fist, heaven and earth fell completely silent. However, that impasse only lasted for a split second before the darkness was vanquished. The two of them possessed the same level of power, but the heavenly power wielded by the Heavenly Earth God was more extreme, and it was crushing Enlin's power overwhelmingly. The darkness could only engulf so much power of the earth before it was swamped. Thus, the Heavenly Earth God's attack was only somewhat nullified before crashing down upon Enlin, shattering all of his bones and putting him in an extremely sorry state. The Heavenly Earth God had completely turned the tables with his true Tao form. Enlin was situated at the very center of the gargantuan crater in the ground, and he stood up with difficulty. His vision was a little blurred, and both of his eyes were injured, so everything he saw was tinged with red. His enemy was in great condition, while he had completely run out of power and was extremely severely wounded. What could he do? What type of power did he possess that could save him? In his current situation, Enlin wouldn't even be able to run away. The Heavenly Earth God was simply too powerful. The only way he could secure victory was if he became stronger. Enlin had a final trump card. He could sacrifice his lifespan for another significant boost in power. However, he was determined not to resort to that. He had already sacrificed 60% of his lifespan, and if he were to use that again, he would really be knocking on death's door. Boom, boom, boom. The Heavenly Earth God strode toward Enlin, making the earth quake violently and creating gargantuan craters with each step. He looked down upon Enlin like a god surveying an ant. "It's over for you, Enlin." The Heavenly Earth God threw the star chart in his hand into the air. Myriad star heavenly gravity. Dazzling light erupted from the stars hovering behind him. The overwhelming gravitational force drew Enlin's body into the air, before sending him flying toward the Heavenly Earth God. That force was inescapably powerful. Even light was sucked in with ease. At the same time, all of the energy in Enlin's body was sealed away in the process, so he was unable to do anything. The Heavenly Earth God was going to make sure of Enlin's death. But Enlin wasn't about to give up. He had to take every opportunity. In the face of such a dire situation, he suddenly became extremely calm. Time began to flow very slowly as a faint light shimmered from his storage ring. Heavenly God Technique, Divine Green Wave. A voice imbued with boundless might erupted. A gargantuan green wave emerged from the heavens, and from afar, it looked as if the entire sky had transformed into an ocean before plummeting to the ground. The wave was unfathomably heavy and contained extreme power of the sea, all of which came crashing down upon the heavenly Earth God. Boom! The heavenly Earth God's body swayed under the wave, and his roar of fury shook heaven and earth. Heavenly Sea, I'm going to kill you! And Lin was able to regain control over his power due to that distraction. He immediately pulled a massive round disc out of his storage ring. At the same time, Hongmeng Divine Spear, Thousandfold Puppet Heart, Red Dance Divine Sword, Infernal Dragon Saber Bone, Necromancy Divine Staff, Extremely Divine Heavenly Saber, Chaotic Scale Armor, Black Origin Divine Spear, and the Extreme Star fused into the disc, thereby forming a whole. 9 Life Vital Disc. Activate. 9 different types of supreme divine power began to merge in a unique way, creating a brand new type of power that was quickly seeping from the disc. It was like water or mist, and it transitioned between golden and purple colors. It was born from nothingness and seemed to have transcended beyond heaven and earth. And Lin knew that this was Hongmeng energy. It was one of the most essential powers of the universe. He unleashed all of the 9 Life Vital Disc's power from the get-go, creating a sharp blade with the Hongmeng energy, which sliced into the heavenly Earth God's repaired 9-colored Dao armor. Sizzle! The sound of evaporating liquid erupted. The purplish-golden blade quickly sliced into the heavenly Earth God's armor, twisting and melting it before slowly erasing it from this world. In the end, the matter of the armor itself was completely wiped out of existence. Not only could the blade break through the heavenly Earth God's defenses, but it could also even affect the armor surrounding the incision point. It was like a scorching blade of fire cutting into a tree trunk. Not only could it inflict a gash, but it could also incinerate the surrounding wood. Thus, it was able to slice a small gash of about 100 feet in length into the armor, in the blink of an eye. The heavenly Earth God was just about to vent his fury upon the heavenly Sea God when he was startled by the might of Enlin's weapon. Thus, he turned his attention back to Enlin again, as he was struck by a sense of peril from the power produced by the 9 Life Vital Disc. At that moment, Enlin had already used the Hongmeng blade to slice open the heavenly Earth God's body. The blade constructed using Hongmeng energy was insanely powerful, and nothing could stand against its power. The only downside was that it covered far too small an area, and the heavenly Earth God barely felt the tiny wound it had created. The heavenly Earth God looked on as the Hongmeng blade sliced into a tiny segment of his flesh before fizzling out of existence. He was initially slightly taken aback upon seeing that before bursting into laughter. It looks like you really are a spent force. He was just about to grind Enlin into the dust when he saw the latter swallow the tiny bit of flesh he had cut off in an extremely vulgar display. The heavenly Earth God's raised fist faltered in the air. Is this Enlin a freak? Why was he eating his flesh? Unbeknown to him, Enlin's objective from the very beginning was to use his Hongmeng blade to extract a shred of flesh from his opponent's body for his consumption. Why? Because of the system mission. This was a mission that had been assigned long ago, one that he thought would be impossible to complete. However, he finally had an opportunity to complete it, and it was also one of his hidden trump cards. Cultivation-based system mission. Dao integration stage. Condition. Bite off a mouthful of flesh from a paramount heavenly god's body. And Lin knew that the 9 Life Vital Disc wouldn't be able to kill the heavenly Earth God, but it could help him complete that mission, after which he would be able to turn the tables. Gulp. And Lin swallowed the heavenly Earth God's flesh before hurtling back in retreat. The flesh didn't taste like biological matter. Instead, it tasted like a rock, and he felt as if he had swallowed an entire continent. The terrifying sense of satiation almost made his stomach bust open. Thankfully, the power of his darkness divine Dao was able to combat and digest that power. The heavenly Earth God was in his true Dao form, which was his most essential state. In other words, His current physical body was actually his most essential Tao. By swallowing his flesh, Enlin was actually swallowing the heavenly earth god's most essential Tao. At that moment, the heavenly earth god's paramount heavenly true intent erupted in his body, destroying everything within. As a result, Enlin was struck by a heavy blow, and he threw up a mouthful of blood. The heavenly earth god began to chortle again at the sight of Enlin vomiting blood. Have you been beaten senseless by me? Even the smallest piece of flesh on my body contains enough power to destroy a planet. Are you trying to commit suicide by ingesting it? Enlin naturally knew that what he was doing was akin to swallowing an atomic bomb. However, he had no choice. He had to take a gamble. Finally, just as his stomach was about to explode, the darkness divine Tao within his body began to mutate. It frantically engulfed the heavenly earth god's paramount heavenly power, and it began to transform, as if it were undergoing some sort of evolution. Not only did it increase dramatically in numbers, but it was also given eternal and undying properties. A voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, for completing your mission. Now initiating a breakthrough to the Tao integration stage. The power of Earth was still running riot within Enlin's body. At that moment, the system's voice sounded, and he was given a fright. Thump! The sound of his heartbeat erupted from within his body, coursing through the entire heaven and earth. It was as if the entire world was shaking. The volatile power of the earth within Enlin's body was suddenly engulfed into nothingness by the darkness, as if it had never existed. At that moment, the heavenly earth god's fist came crashing down like a divine mountain. However, Enlin remained standing on the spot, as if he had forgotten how to evade. Great nebula fist. The heavenly earth god's fist came crashing down, and countless stars instantly engulfed Enlin's body. Before he had a chance to celebrate, a shiver ran down his spine. Something's wrong. That attack didn't hit him. The heavenly earth god's fiery eyes suddenly glowed even brighter, allowing him to see through the vast nebula he had just unleashed. There, he discovered that Enlin had transformed into a shapeless mass of darkness. His fist and the energy from the attack had penetrated through his body, and none of it actually struck him. In the blink of an eye, Enlin disappeared again. In the next instant, he appeared in the sky over 1,000 kilometers away, with his hand extended into the heavens. What's going on? The heavenly earth god's expression became very grave. How could Enlin's aura? The heavenly sea god's eyes also widened in shock. Enlin had no aura. To put it more accurately, his aura was no longer one that belonged to a living being. Every breath he took was like a breath taken by the heavens, and it resonated with the entire heaven and earth. Extremely pure darkness began to spread from Enlin's body. The darkness extended at an unimaginable rate, and the sky over the entire battlefield was plunged into the darkness in the blink of an eye. It was like a black hole that could engulf everything in the world. Even concepts like heaven and earth became blurred. Nothing existed aside from pure darkness. What's going on? Why did the sky suddenly go dark? The living beings in Yutong City all exclaimed in shock and horror. Some powerful beings looked on with wide eyes and were trembling uncontrollably. The darkness in the sky was far too pure, as if nothing could exist aside from the darkness. One felt as if their entire existence would be sucked in just by looking at it. Don't be scared. This is darkness unleashed by sect leader Enlin. Exactly. This darkness will only hurt our enemies. Let's keep fighting. That was what they were saying. But their trembling bodies betrayed their fear. This was a type of fear that arose from the very core of their being. They felt as if something extremely terrifying were about to descend from heavens, and all they could do was watch. The darkness spread for several million kilometers, but that was far from the end. It was still stretching into infinity and beyond, as if it would never come to an end. A peculiar rhythm began to reverberate throughout the entire continent. It was extremely enticing, and it enchanted all of its listeners. At the same time, every living being could sense the emotions of eternal darkness exuding from it. Those emotions subtly promoted and praised darkness, proclaiming the beauty of darkness that would return everything to eternal nothingness. In that instant, countless living beings were struck by the same thought. It appeared that becoming a part of darkness wasn't a bad thing. At the top of the divine tree in the white nectar sea, an exquisitely beautiful woman with long green hair suddenly stood up. She looked into the dark sky and exclaimed, "This is the true voice of the heavenly Tao, and it can be heard throughout the entire continent. Could it be that the darkness has become whole again? Heaven, are you there? What's going on?" A massive head constructed from cloud and mist appeared in the air, and it also wore a confused expression. "I don't know. Every part of the heavenly Tao is serving Enlin. Even my senses have been cut off, so I can't gather any information. All I know is that darkness is ruling over everything at this moment." The heavenly life goddess. Within the cabin of life, a content smile appeared on Yua's face as she said, "A change is taking place in the power of Tao. Quick, begin the fourth step to mending the heavens. Tao power injection." "Yes, Your Majesty." Little Hongling wore an extremely serious expression on her adorable little face. She was controlling a massive sand table, and a pillar of white light erupting from it began to transform in accordance with her manipulation. At the same time, the white pillar of light in the purple star state was also transforming. Purple star state, land of eternal light. The darkness had already spread to the overhead sky. "Our third heavenly disciple has become even more powerful." Cyril chortled with glee as he looked at the woman in front of him. "Why are you always bullying me, Light? Why don't you go pick on darkness? Aren't you two supposed to be sworn enemies?" Standing before Cyril was a goddess who was radiating a boundless holy light, as if she were a manifestation of all hope in the world. However, at that moment, she wore a dark expression on her face. Darkness should return to the heavenly Tao upon its return. So why do I feel so uneasy? It's as if this darkness is a separate entity from the heavens. She paused in her battle with Cyril and raised her head to look up into the dark sky. Within the heaven-crushing glazed palace, Chun Chun stood at the core of the formation, where his spotless realm was set up around him to keep the attacks of 4 heavenly gods at bay. He didn't take so much as a glance at his assailants. Instead, his clear eyes were focused intently upon the dark sky. "Welcome to the final frontier, Enlin." The darkness continued to spread like a piece of black cloth that encompassed the entire Taichu continent, showing countless living beings what true darkness was. Within Chunxi City, all of the cultivators and heavenly human tribe powerful beings were horrified by the darkness. None of them knew what had happened, and some of the more pessimistic ones even thought that the world was coming to an end. Chang'e was in the process of chasing down a heavenly god when her moon was enveloped by darkness, thereby cutting off her connection with the moon. She pouted her pretty lips and harumphed. "Humph, what a violent guy. The night will be very drab without the moon's presence. Don't you understand?" At the 10,000 Spirits Immortal sect, a little red flower raised her head with a thoughtful expression. "Master." On the central front, the heavenly earth god had given up on any thoughts of attacking Enlin. He had a strong premonition that if he were to attack Enlin, he would suffer extraordinarily fearsome backlash that could quite possibly result in his death. He could disrupt the heavenly Tao from doing what it wanted to do. The heavenly Tao was granting Enlin the birth of a god. Enlin was in a very peculiar state. He opened his eyes to discover that there was no longer any white present in them. Both of his eyes had become pitch black. His field of vision was also a vast expanse of inky darkness, as if he had lost all vision. However, he could sense all the things in the world. He couldn't see in a literal sense, but at the same time he could see more than ever before. He could see Su Xiaolan casting a concerned glance toward him. He could see his friends and companions engaged in a grueling battle in the wind plane state. He could see the heavenly light goddess using her light particles to analyze his darkness. What was this feeling? It was very strange. He didn't know how to describe it. If there was one adjective that came close to describing his current state, then it had to be omnipotence. However, there was a condition. He had to make sacrifices. He had to sacrifice everything about himself back when he was a human. He had to sever his contracts with his beast pets and slaves, discard the memories regarding everyone he knew, and allow himself to fuse with the entire heaven and earth, thereby becoming the heavenly Tao. Omnipotence and omniscience. How tempting! And Lin murmured in a calm and ethereal voice. The entire heaven and earth changed color with his words, and the dark heavens tremored. He could already see the future ahead of him. He would have control over everything and transcend beyond all life forms. That would be a very wonderful feeling. Every single cell within his entire body was jumping for joy. They yearned to become the heavenly Tao, as that would be the highest level of evolution, taking them to unprecedented heights. The choice Lin made to become the heavenly Tao seemed to be the most correct one. Is it the right choice? Becoming the heavenly Tao really would be quite splendid. Heaven and earth suddenly fell deathly silent. Tao integration tribulation for normal return to void pinnacle stage mighty figures was always an earth-shattering event. However, Lin's tribulation transcendence was very peaceful, as if heaven and earth were silently awaiting a final decision from him. That decision seemed to be the key to whether Lin would successfully transcend his tribulation or not. However, Lin smiled, and his expression was filled with unyielding pride. Why do I have to sacrifice everything in order to become the heavenly Tao? Only a kid would make a choice. I'm already an adult, so I want everything. Lin's voice fell, and the entire heaven and earth remained silent for a while longer. That answer had plunged the whole world into a stunned silence. The heavenly earth god and heavenly sea god's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't Lin insane? Where did his confidence stem from? He sure dared to choose. In the distance, Su Xiaolan seemed to have sensed his decision, and a vibrant smile appeared on her face as she appraised the darkness in the sky. Boom! The sound of an explosive thunderclap suddenly erupted in the dark and peaceful sky. It was as if the heavens were venting its rage upon that one white-robed man. And Lin spread his arms open and roared into the sky. Come! I'll take any tribulation you can throw at me. The heavens continued to rumble, and an indescribable sense of pressure descended upon the entire world. It could be seen that the heavens had truly been enraged. It was trying to award Lin with the birth of a god, only for Lin to turn it down. How could it not be angry? The darkness suddenly split open, and a darkness divine seal emerged before crashing down upon Lin and exploding like a bolt of divine lightning. It's divine punishment! The heavenly sea god exclaimed. The heavenly earth god's eyes lit up. Lin had completely incurred the wrath of the heavens, so surely he wouldn't be able to escape backlash. Even if he were the heavenly darkness god, it would be best if Lin could be killed by that backlash. That would save him a lot of trouble. Lin's anguished cries erupted amid the explosions of energy. His voice was filled with pain and suffering, and it was music to the heavenly earth god's ears. However, he soon discovered that something was amiss. Why did Lin sound like he was enjoying himself through all that pain? He turned his gaze upon Lin again, only to discover that a pitch-black divine seal had appeared behind him, and it was emanating an extremely terrifying might. How could that be? He absorbed the divine seal. Right at that moment, another earth-shattering burst of rumbling erupted, and a second divine seal tore through the darkness and descended. The seal was twisted and jagged, giving it the appearance of a bolt of divine lightning, and it fell viciously upon Lin's fist. Cries of pain and pleasure erupted from Lin's lips yet again. Immediately afterward, a peculiar divine seal constructed from black lines appeared on his fist, upon which his aura became even more powerful. Boom! Another divine seal fell upon his chest before imprinting itself there, further lending him its power. The heavenly earth god was completely flabbergasted. Things were not progressing as he had imagined. Wasn't there supposed to be divine punishment? Those divine seals clearly weren't descending to punish Lin. They were only making him stronger. He was a paramount heavenly god and was thus connected to the heavenly Tao. As such, he could glean the true thoughts of the heavens. Lin had made the insanely bold decision that he wanted to retain his human identity and attain the heavenly Tao's power at the same time. Thus, the heavenly Tao was showing him what it would feel like to have both. The heavenly earth god felt as if he had been dealt a major blow. His entire massive body had paled in color. Why? Why do the heavens display such favoritism toward darkness? One dares to ask, and the other is willing to give. What is going on with the heavenly Tao? The heavenly earth god's expression was a little dazed. The heavenly sea god was even more astonished and was cast into severe self-doubt. What was happening? Didn't Enlin have to sacrifice his lifespan to attain the heavenly darkness power? So why was it that he was able to become even more powerful? In fact, it looked like he was making a breakthrough. Was the power of darkness that he used before not his regulation power? The heavenly sea god felt like his brain had been reduced to a pile of mush. How could Enlin be so powerful? He was just an incomplete heavenly darkness god. If he became even more powerful, who would be able to subdue him in the future? The heavenly sea god was feeling extremely panicked, but he couldn't do anything aside from transmitting his voice surreptitiously to Enlin. Don't worry about your safety, brother Enlin. I'll keep you safe even if it means giving up my life. Enlin didn't respond to the heavenly sea god's words. He was focused entirely on absorbing the power within each and every darkness divine seal, and during that process, he could feel his darkness divine Tao being perfected, thus taking him to a new peak. The divine seals falling from the sky were blessings from the subconscious will of the heavenly Tao. For normal return to void pinnacle stage mighty figures, the final steps for them would be to have the great Tao of heaven and earth acknowledge their divine Tao. In that case, they would have successfully reached the Tao integration stage. However, Enlin didn't need the acknowledgement or approval from the heavenly Tao. He was the heavens itself. For him to succeed, all he had to do was acknowledge himself. As such, not only was he not punished by the heavens, but he also received one powerful divine seal after another. The heavens were giving him the birth of a god, and those divine seals acted as a foundation for that birth. 1 hour later, Enlin had fused countless darkness divine seals into his body, and those seals merged together to create a relentlessly rotating chaotic vortex behind him. He opened his eyes, and they had returned to their normal black and white colors. From this day forth, I am darkness. I am a paramount heavenly god. His voice reverberated throughout the entire continent and was heard by all of its inhabitants. It's too dark. Enlin waved a hand gently through the air, and the darkness that enshrouded the sky over the entire continent instantly dispersed. In that instant, Enlin had successfully reached the Tao integration stage and become the god of darkness. Countless beings heard Enlin's declaration, and they were all rooted to the spot. The heaven-crushing united army cultivators on the Central Front were already somewhat mentally prepared, but they were still extremely astonished. Sect leader Enlin admitted it? So it's confirmed, right? However, when you think about it, broadcasting news like this across the entire world is definitely something sect leader Enlin would do. God and is invincible. The heaven-crushing united army cultivators revered Enlin greatly, and the vast majority of them were elated to hear his announcement. Meanwhile, the tens of millions of West Sea Alliance powerful beings, who had just secured a resounding victory, were completely caught off guard. What? Sect leader Enlin is the heavenly darkness god. Humph. He must be lying. He told us that he was the super heavenly lightning god before, and now he's saying he's the heavenly darkness god. Does he really think we're that easy to fool? But he made the entire sky go dark. Surely that can't be faked. Holy shit, you're right. I'm starting to get a little scared now. He's the heavenly darkness god. Just the name sounds really sinister. Why did we follow him? The heavenly light goddess sounds like a woman of justice. Why don't you follow her instead? She'll probably kill you though. An exquisitely beautiful mermaid lay sprawled on a colorful bubble and looked up into the sky with reverence and anticipation shimmering in her eyes. So Big Boss Enlin really is the heavenly darkness god. That's great. I'm the heavenly water god, and he's the heavenly darkness god. It makes us a perfect match. With that in mind, a deep blush appeared on her face, and she covered her burning cheeks with her hands in embarrassment. On the Eastern Front. Our heavenly court war god is the heavenly darkness god? Holy fuck. So the pinnacle of cultivation is to become a heavenly god. Stop spouting nonsense. He was always a heavenly god, and he's only reclaiming that identity now. No wonder War God and Lin can even control divine lightning. Everything makes sense now. Looks like the battle on his end is very intense. I reckon he must have grown a lot more powerful again. Ha ha ha. Our heavenly court and the human race have truly been blessed. We now have a paramount heavenly god on our side, just like our opponents. After a brief period of stunned silence, everyone erupted into ecstatic cheers. Most of them trusted in Lin with all their hearts. They knew that he wouldn't betray them even if he were the heavenly darkness god. After all, everyone had seen the effort and Lin had expended for the sake of the human race. There was no way he could betray something that he had fought so hard for. How could this be? A paramount heavenly god is siding with the humans? No, this can't be real. The bruised and battered heavenly karma god howled with indignant rage. The fleeing heavenly goddess Wulan poked her head out of her shell, and her eyes glowed with a peculiar light. At the 10,000 Spirits Immortal sect. All of the 4-9 Immortal sect members were in celebration. Holy fuck! If Big Brother N is the heavenly darkness god, then I'm the first steed of a paramount heavenly god. Woof! Dabai wagged his snowy white tail and hollered with excitement. Master's power is truly unmatched. He has crushed the heavens, and I can't even count on one wing the number of heavenly gods who have fallen by his hands. But who would have thought that he would be a heavenly god himself? Xianxia flapped his little wings and sighed. What do I do now? I have vowed to destroy the heavens, but my master is the heavens. What a travesty! Su Qinyun blinked her enticing blue eyes and mused in her mellow voice. Big Sister Chang'e transformed into the moon, and classmate and Lin has now transformed into the heavens. Someone will constantly be watching over me wherever I go now. And Lin. Bai Ling looked up into the sky and pursed her lips tightly. No wonder I developed those types of feelings toward him. He is darkness, in the central region of Tai Chu continent. And Lin had achieved the miraculous feat of ridding the entire continent of darkness, just by a casual wave of his hand. And the heavenly earth god and heavenly sea god's hearts jolted in shock. The heaven and earth phenomena had completely disappeared. The tribulation transcendence had concluded, and Lin's aura had become even more ethereal and indiscernible. The heavenly sea god felt like he was no longer able to see through in Lin. Hasn't Lin made another breakthrough? Is he at the Tao integration stage now? The heavenly sea god didn't know what to say anymore. Why was he feeling so panicked in the face of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure? He could crush any Tao integration stage being with ease. So Lin's Tao integration stage had to be fake. Upon closer inspection, Lin hadn't actually really changed. Aside from the fact that there was a chaotic vortex of darkness revolving behind him, everything else about him seemed to have remained the same. Heavenly darkness god, it's still not too late for you to join us. The heavenly earth god roared with rage. Now that Lin's tribulation transcendence had concluded, he discovered that he could attack him again. And Lin suddenly burst into laughter upon hearing that. Are you scared? The heavenly earth god faltered before immediately flaring up in rage. You think I'm scared of you? We're both paramount heavenly gods, so what do I have to fear? I'm still in my true Tao form, and I could easily crush. Before he had a chance to finish his sentence, and Lin suddenly hurtled toward him before launching a punch into his chest. Darkness erupted from his fist. His darkness divine Tao was far purer than it had been in the past, and it exuded a perfected eternal aura. From a quantity standpoint, it was also extremely vast and boundless. Boom! The heavenly earth god's 9-colored Tao armor was shattered by that punch. The power of darkness formed a massive fist projection, which slammed into his chest, before blasting a gargantuan hole with a radius of tens of thousands of meters into his body. Arg! The heavenly earth god was wounded once again, and he let loose an involuntary cry of pain. He began to stumble back in retreat, and it was quite apparent that Enlin's attack had truly hurt him. In the past, a full-power strike from Enlin could only pierce through his armor, and it felt like a mosquito bite to the heavenly earth god. However, on that occasion, Enlin's fist was able to pulverize both his armor and his body, thereby demonstrating just how much more powerful he had become. The heavenly sea god's mind fell blank for several seconds before he murmured to himself, Enlin's heavenly darkness power has become complete. Prior to Enlin's tribulation transcendence, he could sense that his darkness power was incomplete, which was why he was confident that he could control Enlin. However, no matter how he looked at it now, Enlin's darkness was completely flawless and complete. In that case, even with the heavenly earth god in his true Tao form, there was a good chance that he would be defeated. Heavenly earth god, do you still not realize what's going on? Enlin appraised the massive god standing before him with a calm smile on his face. You are no longer powerful in my eyes. Darkness quickly began to surge from the chaotic vortex behind him as he spoke, forming a dark feather cloak that draped itself over his body. The boundless power of the earth erupted from the heavenly earth god's body in response, making the entire heaven and earth resonate, as he roared with rage. Enlin, don't think that you're invincible now. The fact that you wounded me only indicates that you are a worthy adversary. He waved a hand through the air, and the star chart rose into the heavens before completely merging into the sky. In that instant, the countless stars in the sky resonated with the heavenly earth god, exuding dazzling starlight, which crashed down upon Enlin in the form of relentless power of the stars. Boom! Unimaginable pressure weighed down on Enlin's body. It was as if all of the power in the entire universe were trying to crush him to a pulp. I am the master of countless stars. Great nebula strike. The heavenly earth god pressed his hand down toward Enlin, and the boundless power of the stars hurtled forth like a torrential downpour. Starlight fell like a storm, shattering space and pulverizing the earth. An attack of that caliber could insta-kill a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. Enlin's power of darkness seeped out from his divine seal to envelop his entire body. The heavenly earth god's attacks then fell upon him, only to be completely engulfed and erased. Enlin looked up at the spectacular scenery of countless stars falling from the sky. It was as if all of the stars in outer space were aiming to crush him into nothingness. A normal Tao integration stage super mighty figure would have shit themselves in the face of such a devastating attack, but his expression remained calm and collected, as if he were appreciating the beautiful scenery. If that's all you've got, then I'm going to crush you with ease. Enlin chuckled. The heavenly earth god's eyes widened as he roared, Come, moon! All stars, planets, and moons were constructed from matter, so they were under his jurisdictive power. He was going to summon all of the power he could to destroy Enlin. Rumble! Brilliant white moonlight erupted in the sky, right at that moment in the eastern region of the Taichu continent. Xianxia raised her head to look up at the moon in the sky. You want to borrow my power? Keep dreaming. She waved a sleeve through the air and severed the connection between the heavenly earth god and the moon. From Enlin's perspective, it appeared that the moon in the sky had only just lit up before immediately dimming again. What? The heavenly earth god's eyes widened. The thought occurred to Enlin and he chuckled. It looks like the heavenly moon goddess doesn't want to help you. The heavenly earth god. He had truly been enraged. He had always been a high and mighty being, and he had never been humiliated like this before. His eyes burned with fury, and the flames of his wrath threatened to incinerate everything in the entire world. Undying sun eyes, supergiant star explosion. Boom! Planet suddenly exploded in front of Enlin. The light emanating from the explosion of energy was countless times more dazzling than that of the sun. At the same time, it was also unleashing energy that was countless times more fearsome than that of the sun. The energy could twist and melt space, and it could even destroy time. All types of energy in the surrounding environment were destroyed, as if it were going to tear apart and reduce the entire heaven and earth to ashes. Enlin's perfect darkness defense began to crack for the first time in the face of that attack. His chest was instantly charred black, and his brows furrowed upon seeing that. Before the explosive energy of the supergiant star had dissipated, the heavenly Earth God's fist descended once again. He was clearly not going to give Enlin a chance to catch his breath. However, Enlin was no slouch either. He stomped a foot into space, and countless spikes of darkness erupted from the earth like spears and swords, piercing through the heavenly Earth God's armor and puncturing his body. If a normal heavenly god were to be struck by those attacks, the power of darkness would instantly reduce them to nothingness. However, as a paramount heavenly god, the heavenly Earth God possessed a power that was capable of combating Enlin's power of darkness. The heavenly Earth God let loose a pained groan, but his fist still came crashing down. Boom! Enlin's cracked defenses were shattered by the monstrous force behind the fist. The punch struck Enlin, and it was as if a small continent was hurtling into his body. The boundless power of the earth assaulted his entire being in a frenzy, attempting to wipe out his entire existence. Ha ha ha! Nice! This is what a battle should be like. A black sword projection suddenly parted heaven and earth, slicing the massive fist in half. Enlin rushed toward the heavenly Earth God with his evil-slaying sword in his hand. Dragon Origin Star. The heavenly Earth God waved a hand, and one of the stars behind him crashed toward Enlin. The star was turquoise in color and was emanating an eternal, undying aura. Enlin's expression changed slightly. He could sense the same aura emanating from that star as compared to the main star in the Azure Dragon domain. Could it be that both stars were of the same nature? That star was imbued with the identical eternal undying aura, as well as the essential true intent of the Azure Dragon. Just as those thoughts were running through Enlin's mind, the Dragon Origin Star was already descending upon him. In that instant, Enlin felt as if he were being attacked by a gargantuan Azure Dragon that encompassed the entirety of heaven and earth, leaving him no avenue for evasion. Enlin lashed out with his sword toward the oncoming planet, but the extreme density and energy contained within the planet made his sword tremor violently, and he was almost unable to maintain his darkness divine Tao. Enlin exerted more force into his evil-slaying sword, and he finally managed to slice the planet in half. As he did so, he could even hear the anguished howl of the Azure Dragon as it perished. However, before he had a chance to catch his breath, boundless scorching essential flames suddenly erupted from the ground below, and a vermilion bird star rose into the sky. A blue planet enshrouded in mystical water crashed down from overhead, and a golden planet with essential killing power hurtled toward him from behind. Red Vermilion, Dark Turtle, Battle Tiger. The heavenly Earth God roared as three stars that were just as fearsome as the Dragon Origin Star converged toward Enlin. Dark Domain Black Star. Enlin turned and slashed his evil-slaying sword in a circle. Darkness erupted in a ring around him before frantically expanding to form a perpetually enlarging black star. From a distance, it appeared as if three devastating stars were crashing toward the black star at the center, creating an exceptionally marvelous spectacle to behold. Boom! 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 Three earth-shattering booms erupted. Shockwaves wreaked havoc upon everything. Flames, killing intent, and mystical water destroyed everything within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, creating a doomsday-like scenario. The black star tremored violently and was almost vanquished by the three oncoming stars, but it managed to hold on in the end. After stabilizing itself, it continued to expand, as if it were attempting to engulf the other three stars. Right at that moment, for crimson specks of light rose into the heavens before instantly shrinking into thin lines. They then shot forth like arrows that were imbued with the might of all matter in the universe and pierced directly into the darkness. They were the star realm for extreme fiends. They were what the heavenly Earth God was using to keep the heavenly Sea God in check, but he was now using them against Enlin. The crimson arrows were sharp to the extreme, and they tore through the black star violently before plunging into Enlin's heart. Streaks of red light flashed past, leaving lethal trajectories in their wake. Everything had happened far too quickly. There was almost no reaction between the moment the star realm for extreme fiends shot forth to the instant that they pierced through Enlin's heart. Excruciating pain radiated from Enlin's chest, and the most extreme killing intent permeated from his wound, destroying his body in a frenzy. This was killing intent that could destroy entire planets, and it was incredibly devastating. Chaotic Death Star. The heavenly Earth god made a peculiar hand seal, and a massive gash appeared in the heavens. An aura of chaos and death descended, striking one with a crushing sense of asphyxiation. There's still more, and Lin was truly shocked. Didn't the heavenly Earth god require cooldown intervals between unleashing such powerful attacks? Furthermore, he still had a dozen or so darkness spikes protruding from his body. Wasn't he going to pluck them out first? The heavenly Earth god was clearly giving it his all, and Lin didn't dare to get complacent. He summoned his darkness divine Tao to sever the red arrows violently from his chest, and he ignored the wound there as he charged toward the heavenly Earth god. At that point, the remaining 3 stars were already close to being vanquished by his black star. And Lin had already emerged from his star of darkness, and he tossed a black particle at the heavenly Earth god. Heaven-crushing technique. Dark Tao particle. The black particle was emanating energy that struck horror into everything between heaven and earth, as if it were going to end the heavenly Tao itself. It was very tiny in the beginning, but it quickly expanded at an alarming rate before shrinking back to its smallest form after engulfing all things. It was like an analogy for the Taichu continent. It was born from nothingness, then returned to nothingness following its destruction. Even the heavenly Tao was destined to return to darkness and nothingness. That was the true meaning behind the Dark Tao particle. That technique was one of the most powerful heaven-crushing techniques, as well as a supreme dark-type attack. Within Lin's complete darkness divine Tao, he was able to unleash that technique to its maximal extent. No one in the entire world was more suited to using that technique than he was. His affinity with darkness ensured that no one could match the power of his Dark Tao particle, not even if it were unleashed by Cyril or Chun Chun. The Dark Tao particle flashed toward the heavenly Earth god like a shooting star. In comparison to his gargantuan body, the particle was even tinier than one of his cells, but the heavenly Earth god was given a massive fright, and he immediately unleashed the galaxy of stars on his left arm. Stop that thing! Countless silvery white stars hurtled toward the Dark Tao particle. At that moment, a Death Star constructed from the dead bodies of countless types of living beings fell from the heavens, crashing down upon Lin with absolute deathly energy. However, Lin was too busy controlling his Dark Tao particle to be able to take defensive measures. The particle was still quickly expanding as it flew through the air, and any stars that appeared before it were reduced to nothingness, with no exceptions. Tao particle explode! Crush him! And Lin and the heavenly Earth god roared in unison. Boom! The Dark Tao particle exploded and engulfed everything in its wake. Even the heavenly Earth god's body, which was imbued with paramount heavenly power, was instantly reduced to less than half its size, while the rest was cast into nothingness. Boom! The Death Star fell upon Lin's head, aiming to crush him into the ground. The chaotic Death Star was the star with the most potent deathly energy in the entire universe. Just the true intent of death emanating from it reduced its neighboring planets to desolate wastelands that were entirely devoid of life. It embodied death and also the concept of eternity. It was like a bottomless pit, depriving the surrounding planets of everything they had, and only chaos could exist near it. As such, the chaotic Death Star was a manifestation of both chaos and death. It was very much an anomaly even in the scope of the entire universe, and such a terrifying star was falling upon Lin's head. Chaotic power and extremely condensed deathly power crushed Lin into the ground. This was a planet constructed from the flesh, bones, and carcasses of countless living beings, and Lin's entire field of vision was filled with blood and gore. He could even hear the anguished howls of billions upon billions of living beings and see countless chaotic malicious ghosts tearing at his body, trying to pull him into the void of death with them. The majority of Lin's power was focused on his Dark Tao particle, so he had barely taken any defensive measures against the oncoming chaotic Death Star, and the devastating force that was crashing down upon him almost made him throw up a mouthful of blood. Powerful chaotic malicious ghosts emerged from the Death Star one after the other before pouncing toward him. Some of them even managed to tear through his darkness defenses and inflict a few ghastly claw gashes upon his body. And Lin was in a very sorry state, but he felt like the heavenly earth god was in an even more wretched state. The majority of the heavenly earth god's body, from his legs to his chest, had been blasted into oblivion by the dark Tao particle. All of those body parts had been completely engulfed into nothingness, and as a result, he was unable to support his own body and fell to the ground. And Lin could even sense that the power of the Death Star that was crashing down upon him had waned significantly. He was definitely not going to squander such a perfect opportunity, and he immediately unleashed a devastating black sword projection that sliced the Death Star violently in half. Darkness spread relentlessly from the cross-section of the cut, engulfing the Death Star into nothingness amid the grief-stricken cries of countless chaotic ghosts. A true state of death can only be reached by falling into eternal darkness and nothingness. That was a fitting end for the Death Star, and Lin mused with a smile. He turned his attention to the nearby heavenly earth god. After falling to the ground following the devastating dark Tao particle explosion, the power of the earth was flowing relentlessly into what was left of his body from the entire continent. That meant that the entire Taichu continent was helping the heavenly earth god repair his body. Only several seconds passed before his body reverted back to its original state, upon which he stood up and looked down at Lin from above. "Teske, that's not a bad hack." And Lin's lips twitched imperceptibly. His absolute confidence had been dented. He had thought that he would be able to crush the heavenly earth god with ease after progressing to the Tao integration stage, but that appeared to not be the case. The heavenly earth god was far more powerful and durable than he had expected. After getting up from the ground, the heavenly earth god adopted a very serious expression. He was clearly regarding Lin as a truly worthy adversary. The star chart shimmered, and a peculiar energy fluctuation emanated from the stars in the sky. The heavenly earth was beginning to make use of their vast power. Countless stars fell in a torrential downpour again. The most fearsome stars in the universe appeared in quick succession. However, Lin was no slouch either, and he unleashed one darkness spell technique after another, engulfing all the stars that came his way while looking for an opportunity to strike back at the heavenly earth god. An insanely brutal battle commenced. The heavenly sea god had never seen such an epic battle. One planet was summoned after another, and he could sense that all of them were the real deal. They were all compressed to planets with a diameter of several million feet with hypercondensed matter. The power of stars and the essential star core within them were all identical to the planets in outer space. Those notoriously powerful planets from the realm of stars were being hurled at Lin for a dime per dozen, as if they were rocks being thrown in a children's playfight. Boundless darkness appeared to combat the onslaught, and no matter how fearsome the planet was, it would completely disappear into nothingness after falling into the darkness. Of course, there were instances wherein Lin made errors or was unable to support sufficient power output, and on those occasions, he would sustain wounds from the devastating attacks. However, that didn't matter, as whenever he became too severely injured, darkness would envelop him, and when he re-emerged, he would be completely healed again. And Lin was being struck by an onslaught of planets, and the heavenly earth god was also facing a storm of attacks from Lin. One darkness spell technique after another flew toward him, all of which possessed extremely potent penetrative power and permeability. They were able to tear through his defenses before puncturing and engulfing parts of his body. In a short few dozens of exchanges, the heavenly earth god was struck by blades of darkness on 16 occasions, the most damaging of which sliced his entire head in half. However, he was able to draw upon the boundless power of the earth from the Taichu continent, thereby quickly helping him to recover. Far away at Yutong City, the heaven-crushing United Army was already accustomed to seeing one planet after another raining down in the distance. They were already desensitized to those breathtaking scenes, and they were content as long as none of the planets fell upon them. A battle of such epic proportions resembled the hallucinations one suffered during a fever dream. It made everyone feel as if their battle were insignificant, and that the only battle that actually mattered was the clash between the two gods. As one planet was engulfed after another, The stars in the sky began to dim further and further. And Lin was also growing more and more exhausted from unleashing his power of darkness. Both of them were paramount heavenly gods, so their powers were theoretically limitless. However, the vessels housing those powers were restricted, and the power they could draw upon was limited as a result. After countless fierce clashes, both sides were getting very tired, and Lin sliced the heavenly earth god in half with a sword strike, and as he absorbed the power of the earth to regenerate himself, his expression was twisted by pain and fury. At that same time, the amount of time that he took to recover was several times that of what was required in the past. The heavenly earth god used the cursed demonic star to crush Lin, thereby forcing him to use his power of darkness to cleanse the boundless curse power imbued within the planet. That process also took several times longer than it had in the past. Their battle had progressed past its climax and was slowly dying down into a more anticlimactic affair. The scenes they were creating weren't as epic, but it was still a very grueling battle. As the battle wore on, the frequency at which they were getting injured actually increased rather than the other way around. Bam! And Lin was struck by a malicious spirit star, and his consciousness was almost torn apart. Before the heavenly earth god had a chance to chortle with glee, his head was engulfed by a ball of darkness. It was another painful exchange. Damn it! The heavenly earth god's enraged voice echoed throughout heaven and earth. His body swayed reluctantly before falling to the ground again. And Lin unleashed his power of darkness to engulf the malicious spirit star weighing down upon him. But he was suddenly struck by a sense of extreme discomfort. He felt very full, as if his stomach were bulging. Holy fuck! I can't eat much more than this. How many planets had he eaten already? He had lost count long ago. All he knew was that he had consumed horde after horde of the most vicious planets in the entire universe. Theoretically, his darkness had limitless engulfment potential, but it was quite clear that there was a limit to how much he could engulf in a set period of time. And Lin felt like he had already reached his limit. The heavenly earth god plucked a few massive mountains from the ground before molding them together to form a new head for himself. He then began to chortle with glee at the sight of Lin's digestive discomfort. And Lin, you've reached your limits. The only fate that awaits you from here is death. He pointed a finger up at the starry sky and yelled in a voice imbued with a boundless divine might, "Karma Death Star, descend." A loud rumbling erupted, followed by an anticlimactic buffed that sounded as if someone had blown a raspberry. After that, everything fell completely silent. The heavenly earth god. And Lin howled with laughter upon seeing that. Ha ha ha, you say I'm at my limits, so why are your stars farting? Hurry up and throw some more planets at me. The heavenly earth god's expression completely darkened. He pointed a finger into the sky again. Great frost star, descend. He was going to summon an easier star this time. The starry sky resonated once again before that same anticlimactic "eft" erupted. The heavenly earth god. Ha 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 ha, keep going. Throw some more stars at me. And Lin roared with laughter as he continued to engulf the star that was crushing him to the ground. If he didn't completely get rid of that thing, it would continue to hunt him down for all of eternity. The heavenly earth god's expression was filled with rage and humiliation as he pointed upward yet again. Small saber star. That was the easiest planet he was willing to summon. He would be too embarrassed to summon anything weaker. However, the same thing happened again. Eft. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. You call that the small saber star? Are you sure it's not the small fart star? And Lin was doubled over with laughter, and 8% of the malicious spirit star had already been engulfed. The heavenly earth god abruptly turned his gaze upon Lin, and the latter was instantly struck by a sense of boundless pressure and killing intent. The heavenly earth god stepped forward, covering a distance of several hundred kilometers with each step as he rushed toward Lin. Monstrous power of stars intermingled with the power of the earth erupted from his fist, which he rammed viciously down at Lin. Great earth star, descend, he roared as his massive fist came crashing down. And Lin was astonished. Wait a minute, that's not a star. That's your fist? You shameless bastard. Shut up. The heavenly earth god roared as his fist continued to descend, and Lin was still engulfing the malicious spirit star and couldn't evade, so he could only take the attack head-on. Boom! The extreme power of the earth erupted in the form of golden shockwaves, instantly reducing the remaining planets to dust. However, that was only the residual force from his attack. The majority of the power was aimed at Lin. And Lin unleashed his power of darkness with all his might, fusing his darkness divine Tao into his very being, making his entire body pitch black in color. He was merging his power to engulf all things with his body, which was the most efficient and practical way to cop a beating. The heavenly earth god's fist came crashing down with an insane power, as if he were trying to destroy the entire world. And Lin stood like a resilient cockroach right beneath the gargantuan colossus of a fist, withstanding the boundless pressure hurtling toward him. Every inch of his body was trembling violently, as if it were about to give out at any moment. The power behind the fist completely erupted, pulverizing the earth for several thousand kilometers and creating a crater tens of thousands of meters in depth. And Lin was situated at the very center of that crater, but he was still standing. He had his hands pressed firmly against the heavenly earth god's fist, which was as large as a continent. The heavenly earth god's expression faltered in surprise upon seeing that. All of a sudden, a burst of sharp pain shot through his hand. A pillar of darkness had punctured his fist, and Lin emerged from the darkness and transformed into a lightning-fast afterimage as he flew through the air. He raised his evil-slaying sword and slashed it toward the heavenly earth god's head. 6 strikes of the war god, Shadow Tiger. He was moving extremely quickly, but the heavenly earth god's reactions were just as fast. Countless specks of starlight shot forth from the galaxy around his left hand, and they hurtled toward Lin at close to the speed of light. And Lin was unable to ignore that attack, so he could only defend himself with his sword. Boom, boom, boom. Starlight and darkness clashed, exploding like bursts of vibrant fireworks. And Lin was stalled by the countless specks of silvery white starlight. A sinister smile appeared on the heavenly earth god's face. And Lin, you wouldn't have tried such a dirty trick in the past. And you still say you're not at your limit. You wouldn't be using a little party trick like this to attack me in the past either. And Lin countered with a mocking smile. Shut up. The heavenly earth god had already withdrawn his hand and was swinging it viciously toward Lin again. Evil-slaying sword, royal divine monarch. And Lin took the initiative and unleashed a peerlessly powerful sword projection toward the oncoming fist. Boom! The boundless power of the earth clashed with the bottomless power of darkness, transforming heaven and earth into a battleground between those two powers. And Lin was blasted flying by the power of the earth for over 100 kilometers, and the heavenly earth god was also forced back a few steps by the power of darkness. Again! And Lin arrested his momentum before swinging his sword at the heavenly earth god again. You think I'm scared of you? The heavenly earth god roared with thunderous rage as he retaliated with his fists. Another earth-shattering collision ensued before both of them were sent flying. However, neither side was willing to give up, and they clashed over and over again. Boom, boom, boom. This was a legendary battle between two godlike beings who could easily destroy entire planets. Resounding booms erupted relentlessly and were audible in every corner of the world. Before they knew it, their battle had become a melee brawl. Both of them knew that their opponents were close to their limits. In that state, a physical battle was the most efficient way to fight. The heavenly earth god had already transformed into a miniature version of himself, which was only just over 100,000 feet tall, and he had done so in order to maximize his physical combat prowess. In the end, their melee battle also reached its climax. And Lin infused his power of darkness into his fist of the heavenly Tao and pulverized the heavenly earth god's head. Meanwhile, the heavenly earth god's punch was even more devastating, and it reduced Lin to a pile of mincemeat. Golden energy began to swirl along the earth on the Taichu continent. It was converging toward a headless god, and it was reconstructing his head using the purest power of the earth. Darkness also began to surface from the ground. A handsome man draped in a black feather cloak emerged from the darkness. He wanted to act casual and put on a carefree facade, but the cold sweat on his forehead, the trembling darkness around him, and his rapid breathing betrayed his current state. And Lin discovered that he had completely overexerted his energy reserves. His body and consciousness were both exhausted to the extreme. He turned toward the colossal god nearby to find that he was in a similar state. The heavenly earth god also wanted to hide his condition, but his face was simply too massive, and even the slightest expression of discomfort was magnified countless times. Thus, he gave up on his attempts to feign nonchalance. Stop pretending, and Lin, I know that you're already at your limit. Aren't you in the same boat? I'm going to last longer than you and be the last man standing. The heavenly earth god repressed his fury and said in a solemn voice, reveal your trump card. I know that you're still conserving your energy. Every time you attack, you sneakily inject a wisp of your energy into the chaotic vortex behind you, so you must have a lot accumulated in there already. Are you still not going to release it? And Lin was a little stunned. He was clearly not expecting the heavenly earth god to see through his ploy. You're also hiding a trump card, so why don't you show me yours first? And Lin chuckled coldly. The heavenly earth god's expression also stiffened. You know about that? No shit. You can see that I'm hiding a trump card, so of course I can see through your little tricks as well. A confident smirk appeared on Lin's face, but his heart was throbbing. He didn't actually know that the heavenly earth god had a trump card. Fuck! How embarrassing. The heavenly earth god had seen through what he was doing, but he was completely oblivious to what the heavenly earth god had done. That was utter humiliation. Even with those thoughts running through his mind, he still had to maintain a calm facade. He couldn't allow the heavenly earth god to see through his bluff. Come, use your trump card, and I'll destroy it to cast you into despair. The heavenly earth god's eyes were like a pair of scorching suns, and the extreme light emanating from them threatened to pierce through Lin's darkness. And Lin clasped his hands behind his back and chuckled. I have quite a few trump cards. If I use them all at once, I'm afraid you won't be able to take them. Are you still spouting nonsense? The heavenly earth god seemed to have grown slightly in confidence, and a hint of disdain shimmered in his eyes. We're both at our limits, so you're trying to win by running your mouth now? My mouth! And Lin suddenly burst into laughter. You actually guessed right. All of a sudden, his storage ring flashed, and a little bag appeared in his hand. Just as the heavenly earth god was wondering what was going on, and Lin pulled out 4 pills from the bag, and phenomena that were laden with rich pill powers surged through the air. He tilted his head back and swallowed all 4 pills at once. Boom! Vast pill powers began to quickly replenish his energy. The heavenly earth god. Fuck! His trump card was taking pills? What a shameless bastard! And Lin's hair suddenly turned crimson, as did the skin all over his entire body, as if all of his cells were imbued with boundless energy. All 4 of those pills were divine pills, 2 for regeneration and 2 for buff enhancements. And Lin's darkness divine Tao allowed him to engulf their pill powers at the fastest possible speed, and almost in the blink of an eye, and Lin felt like there was a stream of energy flowing through his once parched body. However, it was only a tiny stream. After all, he was simply too powerful now, and even the powers contained within the 4 divine pills were but a drop in the ocean to him. Even so, any energy was better than no energy, and he was at least able to fight again. And Lin's eyes shimmered with battle intent as he waved a hand at the heavenly earth god and announced, Come on then, we're both at our limits, so let's have a fair and square final battle. The heavenly earth god wanted to hurl abuse at him. How shameless did he have to be to say something like that? He was indeed at his limits, but Lin had clearly recovered somewhat. How was it a fair and square battle when this bastard was taking pills? The more the heavenly earth god thought about it, the more enraged he became. To think that the high and mighty heavenly darkness god's trump card was to chomp down pills. What a load of bullshit. The heavenly earth god was utterly appalled, but Lin wasn't going to give him an opportunity to catch his breath. His body tore through space like a bolt of lightning, and he hurtled toward the heavenly earth god at an insane speed. He was going to strike him down while he was weak, with the pill powers flowing through his systems, and Lin felt as if he were invincible. Hundredfold super chaotic darkness, holy flame, fire sage arm, multi-heavenly power, heaven-crushing fist. All of his holy flames immediately erupted forth before revolving around his arm, and the power of chaos behind him also quickly spread onto his fist. At the same time, the 7 heavenly god Dao Jades appeared, injecting the heavenly powers of wind, lightning, metal, mountain, fire, weather, and poison into his fist. Pure heaven-crushing true intent and his perfected darkness divine Dao provided the finishing touch, constructing the core of his fist's power. The heavenly earth god was already stunned before the punch had even been unleashed. He felt like he was looking at an invincible paramount heavenly god charging toward him with 7 heavenly powers while radiating boundless divine might. Just the sight of him sent chills running down his spine. "Is this your trump card?" A determined expression appeared on the heavenly earth god's face, and he stepped forward, causing the earth to quake violently while pure power of the earth converged toward him from all directions. However, that wasn't the most important point. The vital point was that there was another burst of power emerging from the earth, and it wasn't just the power of the earth. It was Dao power and the power of the world's core. They were situated near the White Nectar Sea, which was at the center of the Taichu continent. What was beneath the earth there? It was the core of the world. At the same time, it was also the core of all matter on the entire Taichu continent. The powers of the other planets that he had hurled at Enlin was incomparable to the power of that core. After all, the Taichu continent was the core of the entire realm of stars, so its core was the most powerful and essential existence. A burst of pure white core energy began to flow into the heavenly earth god's body before extending to his fist, and an unimaginably devastating aura erupted forth. Their epic battle was going to be decided by the simplest clash of fists. Bam! Their fists collided. In that instant, heaven and earth fell into a peculiar silence. Immediately afterward, a burst of brilliant light suddenly appeared at the center of their clash. That light then spread in a frenzy, transforming into boundless energy, as if the Big Bang were taking place once again. The great Tao began to crumble. The great Tao was the essence and the true meaning of a world. The crumbling of the great Tao was countless times more disastrous than space being shattered. In a best-case scenario, laws would be plunged into disarray, and in the worst-case scenario, even the entire world could be destroyed. In that instant, Enlin sensed countless laws beginning to descend into chaos. His battle against the heavenly earth god had already inflicted severe damage upon the world, and the latest explosion of energy was like the final straw that broke the camel's back, completely exceeding the tolerance limit of the world. Boom! A devastating destructive power exploded forth, annihilating the space within a radius of over 100 kilometers. Black and white streaks of turbulent chaos wreaked havoc as countless laws were destroyed. Some of the laws were even inflicting backlash upon Enlin as retaliation, thereby frantically damaging the essence of his being. The heavenly earth god wasn't faring much better either. His gargantuan body was riddled with cracks from the backlash of shattered laws, and it appeared to be on the verge of completely collapsing. The explosion of energy quickly spread, creating a ball of vibrant and colorful energy several thousand kilometers in radius. It engulfed everything that came into contact with it, and after reaching the height of its size, it quickly began to shrink again. It was like fireworks being set off in the night sky. It was brilliant and dazzling for a moment, but it then quickly faded into nothingness. After the energy dissipated, both Enlin and the heavenly earth god still maintained their punching postures. The heaven and earth around them had disappeared and were replaced by an extremely perilous chaotic space. The space that had existed in the past had already been destroyed by them, and it wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. Enlin's dark feather cloak was in tatters, and he was missing half of his left arm, while his right fist had been reduced to a gruesome mass of flesh and blood. The heavenly earth god immediately burst into laughter at the sight of Enlin's sorry state. Meanwhile, the heavenly earth god himself was riddled with wounds as well. His left leg had been obliterated, his fist was shattered, and half of his head was missing. and Lin also began to laugh along with his opponent upon seeing that. You and I have both used our final trump cards, but neither of us seems to have gained the upper hand, the heavenly earth god remarked with a hint of a smile on his face. He knew that in order to contend with the power from the core of the Taichu continent, and Lin had used up all of the power that he had been surreptitiously storing away in his chaotic vortex. It's true that neither of us was able to gain the upper hand, but why are you assuming that both of us have used our final trump cards? And Lin questioned with a mysterious smile. What? You don't mean? The heavenly earth god's expression abruptly changed. At that moment, and Lin's fist was already whistling toward him. Boom! The heavenly earth god only just managed to raise a palm in defense when Lin's punch was descended upon him. The absolute power imbued within the fist immediately shattered the heavenly earth god's hand. The latter rushed back frantically in retreat. He had been too careless. And Lin wasn't able to gain the ascendancy during their last exchange. But that didn't mean that he didn't have any energy left. After all, he had just taken 4 divine pills, so it was quite normal for him to have some energy left. He needed time. He had to recharge his energy by drawing upon the power of the Taichu continent before he would be able to continue fighting. However, Lin was well aware of that, and he was not about to afford his opponent the opportunity to recharge. He knew that the heavenly earth god was in his most vulnerable state and that it was the best time to bring him down. Their surroundings had been reduced to complete chaos. Both heaven and earth were extremely far away from them, which meant that it would be a very difficult task for the heavenly earth god to draw upon the power of the earth. That was a factor that was weighed very much in Lin's favor. I'm going to end you right here. And Lin flew toward the heavenly earth god in hot pursuit, and his evil-slaying sword began to ring as a layer of flawless golden light that was imbued with supreme might settled over its blade. After progressing to the Tao integration stage, he was finally able to use that attack. 6 strikes of the war god, 6th technique, divine sword, boom! Boundless golden light erupted, piercing through the vast expanse of chaos. A burst of essential sword Tao divine might hurtled through the air, inflicting a series of sword wounds on the heavenly earth god's body even though the attack hadn't even fallen yet. An astonished look appeared on the heavenly earth god's face. He felt as if just the sword intent from that technique alone was threatening to slice his body in half. At times, one developed a premonition of the outcome before they were even struck by an attack. The heavenly earth god was experiencing one of those moments right in that instant. The power and sword Tao true intent imbued within Lin's attack simply struck him with a sense of inevitability. He turned to look behind him, only to find Lin raising the golden divine sword high above his head. His body tore through the chaos, and his supreme divine might erupted in all its glory, as if he were an invincible god capable of destroying all things. The heavenly earth god knew that he wouldn't be able to evade that attack, so he suddenly turned around, and the potent power of the earth poured forth from his remaining arm. Countless stars hurtled through the air, flying toward Lin with immense destructive power. Die! Great nebula punch! Countless stars exploded, dispersing the surrounding chaos. However, Lin was not fearful in the slightest as he charged through the air to meet the attack. His golden divine sword fell in that instant, and its golden light abruptly lit up the boundless chaos before tearing through everything. The exploding stars only lasted several seconds before being inundated by the peerlessly powerful golden light. The heavenly earth god looked at the boundless expanse of golden light descending upon him, and he was struck by a sense of powerlessness. At that same time, a hint of fear and remorse welled up in his heart. How had the battle progressed to that stage? Wasn't Lin supposed to be someone that he should have been able to kill with ease? Why was Lin the one landing the killing blow on him? Why? No one could answer the heavenly earth god's question. The unstoppable golden sword struck his head before crashing down and slicing his body cleanly in half. At the same time, the supremely powerful sword intent annihilated the 2 halves of his body into nothingness. The golden light dissipated, and Lin was the only one who remained amid the chaos. Everything gradually subsided. As the battle had drawn to a conclusion, the chaos began to quickly heal over. and Lin soon arrived back at the original battlefield. The heavenly sea god was waiting there, and his eyes widened with astonishment when he saw that Lin was the sole survivor. He had considered this possibility in the past, but he was still extremely stunned that it would actually eventuate. After all, he had just defeated a paramount heavenly god in his true Tao form. That was simply extraordinary, and Lin's breathing was very heavy, and his aura was severely diminished. However, he wore a relieved smile on his face as he panted. "I won." Boom! A bulge suddenly appeared in the earth, which then materialized to form an amber-like youth. He had a greenish-yellow divine halo above his head, but it was riddled with cracks. That youth was none other than the heavenly earth god. And Lin initially faltered upon seeing that, before a hint of a smile appeared on his face. "Oh, you're still not dead? I was just lamenting about all those trump cards that I didn't get a chance to use. How about it? Which one do you want to see?" The heavenly earth god shuddered upon hearing that, and he immediately fled into the distance with all his might. "You want to run?" And Lin burst into laughter upon seeing that. In comparison to the domineering and invincible true Tao form heavenly earth god, he was now like a wounded animal scurrying away for his life. And Lin stepped forward and gave chase. "Don't go, Brother Earth. We're both at our limits, so we should have one final clash. Tell me which one of my trump cards you want to see. Do you want to experience a tycoon attack? Or maybe my heaven-crushing power? Of course, you can pick my power of darkness too. If you want to test out the powers of my divine tools, I can satisfy that request as well." And Lin taunted as he gave chase. The heavenly earth god was almost goaded into turning around and attacking Lin, but he was able to repress that illogical urge as he continued to flee. At that moment, an enraged roar suddenly erupted in the distance. "Leave the heavenly earth god alone." And Lin, Purple Realm Sea Prison. The heavenly sea god roared, and countless purple waves rose into the sky, encircling Lin and the heavenly earth god within. "Nice one. Help me hold off Lin." An elated expression appeared on the heavenly earth god's face. He then continued to run away. Bam! He crashed straight into the Purple Realm Sea Prison and was bounced back as a result. The heavenly earth god. "You're telling Lin to let me go, but you're setting up a cage to trap me?" Heavenly sea god. The heavenly earth god turned to glower at the heavenly sea god. "What are you doing? Hurry up and run away." The heavenly sea god urged with a genuine expression of concern. The heavenly earth god was suddenly struck by the feeling that the heavenly sea god was even more infuriating than Lin. How could there be such a shameless bastard among the paramount heavenly gods? Did he not feel ashamed at his own lack of moral principle? The heavenly earth god didn't choose to try and forcefully break the heavenly sea god's cage. He knew that if he turned the heavenly sea god against him, he would be no match for him in his current state. Thus, he transformed into a greenish-yellow streak of energy and rushed directly toward the earth. If he could merge with the earth down below, then no one would be able to catch him, as he could instantaneously teleport to wherever there was earth. He had been preparing that move long in advance, and he had finally accumulated enough power. Heavenly God Technique, Earth Manifestation. The greenish-yellow energy flashed toward the ground like a bolt of lightning. Everything had happened far too quickly for Lin to catch him. The heavenly earth god was very confident that he would be able to successfully escape. However, right at that moment the space suddenly congealed. Everything became stationary, including the heavenly earth god, and even time came to an abrupt halt in that instant. Time stopped. The chaotic vortex behind Lin began to quickly rotate, and darkness permeated through the air. Heavenly God Technique, Infinite Darkness. All of a sudden, the vast earth had been transformed entirely into a boundless expanse of darkness. The heavenly earth god was very powerful, so the time stop could only be maintained for a split second. However, that was enough time for Lin to unleash his technique. The heavenly earth god caught sight of the all-engulfing darkness below him, and he immediately arrested his downward momentum. Time and darkness? How could this be? How can you still unleash such powerful spell techniques? The heavenly earth god was a spent force, and he thought Enlin was in the same boat. But who would have thought that he would still have that much power within his body? Enlin flashed through the air at an alarming speed and descended upon the heavenly earth god as he thrust his evil-slaying sword toward his heart. The heavenly earth god extended a hand to defend himself, only for the sword to pierce through his hand before plunging into his heart. Darkness poured from the blade of the sword, slowly spreading to the rest of the heavenly earth god's body. He wanted to struggle, but the boundless darkness sealed away all of his power. It was engulfing his entire being, and he was unable to muster up any strength. "It's over, Earth," Enlin announced with a calm expression. "Darkness, everything you're doing is wrong," the heavenly earth god said with difficulty. "You don't even know the will of the heavenly Tao." "I don't need to know the will of the heavenly Tao. All I need to know is my own will." Enlin smiled. "After all, I am the heavens, the heavenly earth god. Right or wrong is not for you to decide." Enlin twisted his sword, and the darkness of extreme purity instantly engulfed the heavenly earth god's body. "Farewell." Crack, crack, crack. The greenish-yellow divine halo tremored violently before exploding into countless specks of light, which dissipated into nothingness. Enlin could see a burst of unidentifiable energy rising into the sky, and he heaved a faint sigh of relief. It was finally over. The shattered space, ravaged earth, countless rivets of chaotic turbulence, and the destroyed laws commemorated the epic battle that had just concluded. In the end, Enlin was the final victor. Immortal music suddenly erupted in the sky, and it was audible across the entire world. It was imbued with an extremely profound Tao realm, and it was very pleasant to the ear. Enlin was rather confused. What was happening? Was there supposed to be background music that celebrated his victory? However, he quickly discovered that he was wrong. The music wasn't for him. It was for the heavenly earth god. Greenish-yellow light erupted from the earth below, and that light was filled with sorrow and grief. The phenomenon affected the entire Taichu continent. All living beings were struck by an indescribable sense of melancholy. Furthermore, all of them realized one thing: the heavenly earth god had fallen. The living beings opposing the heavenly human tribe wanted to chortle with glee and celebrate at the top of their lungs, but they were overcome by crushing grief, and some were even sobbing uncontrollably. The heaven and earth phenomenon was twisting their emotions. The heavenly light goddess was locked in combat with Cyril, and she suddenly stopped in her tracks. She looked at the heaven and earth phenomenon taking place around her, and her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. How could this be? Earth has fallen. Cyril was extremely elated, and he roared with laughter. "Well done, heavenly disciple Enlin. Not only have you completed your darkness divine Tao, but you've even taken out the heavenly earth god. Ha ha!" Among the three enemy paramount heavenly gods, one had fallen, and that was naturally very good news for the heaven-crushing sect. The heavenly light goddess was still struggling to come to terms with the reality, and she murmured to herself, "But earth and sea went together. How can they fail to defeat an incomplete darkness? No, something's wrong here." She felt like the current situation was absolutely absurd. No matter how she thought about it, victory was ensured. So how had Enlin managed to kill the heavenly earth god? Enlin. It was Enlin again. The heavenly light goddess was furious. But at the same time, she was struck by a sense of confusion for the very first time. What should she do? The heavenly light goddess was shocked beyond belief. At the same time, she was at a complete loss for what to do. The situation had completely spiraled out of her control. What she thought to be a pawn was disrupting her entire plan. No, she couldn't keep battling here. She had to investigate what had happened before formulating a new plan. If she continued to fight without understanding what had transpired, she would only sink deeper and deeper and end up just like the heavenly earth gods sooner or later. With those thoughts flashing through her mind, she waved a hand at the oncoming Cyril, and a ball of dazzling light encapsulated his body. "Retreat," she commanded in an indifferent voice. Her body dissipated into specks of light as she spoke. The four heavenly gods immediately stopped attacking the heaven-crushing glazed palace and quickly flew toward the east. A flawlessly intricate young woman in a white dress looked on at the fleeing heavenly gods, and she pulled out a small frosty stick inscribed with countless crimson-veined patterns. She was just about to toss the stick at their departing enemies when Xianxia laid a hand on her arm and shook his head. "Let them go. If we force the heavenly light goddess hand too much, she'll be forced to retaliate, and that won't be good for us." "All right." Shui Yan nodded obediently. She didn't want to see Xianxia go up against such a powerful enemy either. They had won that battle. The phenomenon resulting from the heavenly earth god's death spread throughout the entire Taichu continent. Every living being on the entire continent was made aware of that piece of news. Furthermore, everyone knew who had accomplished that monumental feat. And Lin had just received the birth of the heavenly darkness god not long ago, so it was quite apparent that he was the one who had slain the heavenly earth god. Only an idiot would fail to make that connection. Following the conclusion of the heaven and earth phenomenon, the entire continent erupted into ecstatic celebrations. They were forced to weep by the phenomenon, but as soon as it passed, all of them chortled with glee and chanted things like, "Long live the heaven-crushing united army," or "Heavenly God and Lin is invincible." If one were to witness that sequence of events without any context, they could quite easily be misled into thinking that these people were bipolar nutjobs as they were crying one moment and laughing the next. The fall of a paramount heavenly god was definitely the biggest victory they had achieved in history. After all, he was one of 5 of their most powerful enemies. Thus, Lin became the first legendary being to kill a paramount heavenly god. There were some skeptics who proclaimed that Lin was no match for a paramount heavenly god, and that if the heavenly earth god fought at full power, Lin would be crushed within minutes. All of them had since been forced to swallow their words and were hanging their heads in shame. All of the allied forces were also completely reinvigorated, and it was as if all of them had taken performance-enhancing drugs as they swept through the enemy army with their morale at an unprecedented high. All of the living beings who had sided with the humans had undergone a complete transformation. Those who sided with the heavenly human tribe had also undergone a complete transformation. All of them howled with grief as if their mothers had passed away. The heavenly human tribe powerful beings were dealt an even heavier blow. One of their literal gods had just fallen, and many of them simply lost the will to live. According to incomplete statistical data, there had been over 1 million heavenly human tribe living beings who had committed suicide following the heavenly earth god's death, and that was just on the central front alone. The heavenly earth god was their only faith. Their faith and conviction had crumbled with his death, so life no longer had a purpose. However, the vast majority of heavenly humans still converted their grief to motivation, and they continued to fight with all their might. In their hearts, revenge was the most important thing. Even if they were to die, they had to take down as many enemies with them as possible. The battles on the eastern and western fronts had already concluded, but the battle on the central front was still raging. Furthermore, that was also the most important of all battles as it had the greatest quantity and quality of participants. Heavenly God Technique, Myriad Wood Barrier. The heavenly wood god transformed into a tree person, and he spread open his arms. Countless massive divine trees whipped through the air, as if they were gargantuan green dragons, before binding around the massive divine monkey down below. "Your trees are so annoying." The battling Buddha swung his golden-banded staff at the relentless barrage of oncoming trees, but there seemed to be no end to them, and even if he could destroy one, another would instantly take its place. The heavenly wood god knew that he would be no match for the battling Buddha in a direct battle, so he decided to open up some distance and try to grind the battling Buddha down. He was confident that he would be able to outlast his opponent and exhaust him to death. "You are indeed very powerful, but you are only one being, and you cannot defeat me," the heavenly wood god announced as he stood at the pinnacle of a 100,000 feet tall divine tree. Boom! The golden staff swept through the air, felling another batch of divine trees. However, they were simply inexhaustible and continued to converge toward the battling Buddha. "I'm only one being?" The battling Buddha suddenly put down his golden-banded staff and manipulated it to fight on its own. At the same time, He grabbed fistfuls of the monkey fur on his head as monstrous battle intent erupted from his body. Let me show you just how many beings you're up against. Battling Buddha Forbidden Technique 10,000 Monkey Charge. Tier. 10,000 strands of monkey fur were uprooted at once. The battling Buddha instantly became a baldy. Before the heavenly wood god had a chance to react, the 10,000 strands of fur were tossed into the air, before transforming into 10,000 powerful divine monkeys. All of them wore divine armor and carried golden staves, and their combined aura could only be described as earth-shattering. Charge! Let me show you what I'm made of. Hehe. There are so many trees here. I'm going to have a lot of fun. Take this. Take that. The countless divine monkeys scurried around excitedly as they wreaked havoc upon the divine trees around them. Some of them felled trees with their staves. Some of them blasted flames to incinerate the trees, while others simply opened their mouths and took bites out of the trees around them. Divine trees were felled at an incredible rate, and for the first time, their rate of recovery was unable to keep up with the rate at which they were being destroyed. The tables were instantly turned as the battling Buddha began to dominate the battle. There were 10,000 of him on the battlefield. Far too many for the divine trees to deal with. The heavenly wood god was completely astonished. No one could stop that many battling Buddhas. His flesh crawled in response to what he was seeing, and he struggled to understand how the battling Buddha could become so powerful just by going bald. A crisp crack erupted. The myriad spring barrier was completely shattered by the 10,000 divine monkeys. All of the divine trees, divine flowers, and divine fruits were ravaged and destroyed. Right at that moment, the battling Buddha with the most powerful aura had already appeared before him. Take this, little green brat. Bam! The heavenly wood god took a staff strike to the head, and his vision blacked out as his body slammed a massive crater in the ground. At that moment, a vast horde of divine monkeys converged upon him, swinging their staves at him one after the other. Boom, boom, boom. Bursts of earth-shattering booms erupted amid the anguished howls of the heavenly wood god. After an absolutely horrendous beating, the divine monkeys ran out of energy and disappeared into puffs of white smoke. What was left behind was a man who was lying in a crater and riddled with wounds. The heavenly wood god was gasping for breath. He had almost become the first heavenly god to perish to a flurry of staff strikes. A few more cracks had appeared on his divine halo. He stood up with great difficulty, and before he even had a chance to catch his breath, he was greeted by the sight of the real battling Buddha falling from the sky while his golden-banded staff radiated boundless divine might. Staff of the Heavenly Tao. The gargantuan staff crashed down upon the heavenly wood god, and it was impossible to evade. The heavenly wood god immediately brought his hands together and yelled, "Infinite holy lotus formation." A peculiar holy lotus blossomed beneath the heavenly wood god's feet. His whole body was then completely enveloped by the flower, thereby separating him from heaven and earth, and he was attempting to use that to defend himself from the descending staff. Right at that moment, the staff came crashing down viciously upon the holy lotus. Golden light surged, and a heaven-crushing might combined with the battling Buddha's power to create a qualitative change. Die! The battling Buddha's eyes were wide with rage, and he poured forth all of his energy into the golden-banded staff in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. The staff pulverized space and even pierced through the white holy lotus, forcing it into the ground for over 50,000 kilometers. The holy lotus was unable to hold on any longer, and it was reduced to dust by the terrifying staff strike. No! An expression of shock and horror appeared on the heavenly wood god's face at the sight of the falling staff. He had never felt so powerless in battle before. In the next instant, his body was crushed into nothingness by the devastating strike. Bam! The heavenly wood god's divine halo also shattered along with his body. The massive staff began to shrink, transforming into a small golden pin in the end, which Son Goku stuck into his ear. Son Goku looked into the bottomless hole before him and said, "Do you remember my name now?" The heavenly wood god didn't have a chance to reply anymore. However, Son Goku knew that the heavenly wood god would have definitely remembered his name before his death. Son Goku ran his hands through his hair only to find that he had none left. The battling Buddha. Sigh. Going bald for a battle is too heavy a price to pay. I look even more like a monk now that I have no hair. Son Goku shook his head and sighed before charging toward the rest of the enemies. The battle was still not over yet, and even though he was utterly exhausted after his grueling fight with the heavenly wood god, he could still push around some lower-level heavenly human tribe powerful beings with no problems at all. Meanwhile, all of the most powerful beings on the battlefield had already begun their final clashes. At one location, sword intent surged throughout the entirety of heaven and earth. The essence of the sword Tao was emanating relentlessly, and all heaven-crushing united army sword cultivators within a radius of 1,000 kilometers were unable to unleash any sword techniques. All of the swords in the world were conceding to one man. That man was the heavenly sword god, who had unleashed all 9 of his halos. After exchanging his life for the ultimate power, he had mastered the essence of the sword Tao and had become a near-invincible being. However, he was not getting complacent or arrogant because of that. As he was getting the crap beaten out of him, the bruised and battered heavenly sword god frantically unleashed a series of flawless strikes, all of which were dispelled with ease by the true demons standing before him. Demonic Emperor Cu roared with laughter. So this is all you're capable of even after activating all 9 of your halos? The heavenly sword god was absolutely fuming, but he couldn't do anything. Demonic Emperor Cu was simply far more powerful than he had ever imagined. Before activating any of his divine halos, he was getting destroyed. However, he was confident that as he activated more and more his halos, he would gradually be able to overpower his opponent. Thus, he brought out one halo after another, making him stronger and stronger. However, Demonic Emperor Cu continued to gulp down wine, and he became drunker and drunker, but somehow he became more and more powerful as a result. Thus, the heavenly sword god continued to unleash more halos, but he was constantly getting dominated. At the height of his rage and humiliation, he unleashed his final divine halo, making him as powerful as a god of creation for a short period of time. He had thought that he would be able to turn the tables in his ultimate form. After all, no matter how powerful Demonic Emperor Cu was, he was still only a Tao integration stage being. He was then greeted by the sight of Demonic Emperor Cu bringing out a flagon of divine wine from his storage ring, which he downed in one go. After that, he became so inebriated that he couldn't even walk straight. The heavenly sword god thought that he had given up and was using alcohol to numb himself before his inevitable death. And then, the heavenly sword god continued to get belted. Never would he have thought that at the height of his intoxication, Demonic Emperor Cu would attain God of Creation stage power. Had the heaven-crushing sect been hiding him all this time? Not only were his enemies astonished, but his allies were also all flabbergasted. They had thought that only Enlin and Su Xiaolan would be able to take on heavenly gods on their own. But who would have thought that Demonic Emperor Cu would put on such an extraordinary display? Could be said that he was the 3rd most powerful being on the entire battlefield. The heaven-crushing sect really did have some fearsome members. Thus, the heaven-crushing United Army's morale was elevated to an all-time high, and everyone was filled with confidence. The heavenly human tribe United Army still held an advantage in numbers, but that advantage seemed to be growing more and more irrelevant. Right at that moment, the shrill cry of a vermilion bird erupted. One of the massive vermilion birds was torn in half, and its crimson blood fell like rain from the sky. Before the 2 halves of its body had a chance to fuse together and regenerate, they were incinerated into nothingness by a wave of devastating flames. Shueya! Vermilion bird Shueya! Voices filled with grief and indignation erupted. Rumble! Heaven and earth wailed with grief. A Tao integration stage super mighty figure had fallen. Vermilion bird Shueya had perished. Above the boundless waves of crimson flames, heavenly goddess Fei Huang stood in midair with frosty killing intent in her eyes. I'm going to kill all of you to avenge the heavenly earth god. Shueya was the first Tao integration stage vermilion bird that had ever died. After learning of the heavenly earth god's death, Heavenly Goddess Fei Huang resolutely chose to sacrifice herself in order to activate all 9 of her divine halos. By doing so, she would be able to attain a power that allowed her to rule over the entire battlefield. She had chosen this fate so that she could sweep aside all obstacles that lay in the heavenly human tribe's path. After activating her 9 divine halos, Heavenly Goddess Fei Huang completely turned the tables on the Vermilion Bird sages. Instead of being pummeled by them, she was now pummeling them instead. Vermilion Bird Nanli, Vermilion Bird Yuluo, Vermilion Bird Huanjin, and Vermilion Bird Tianjin were completely unable to stop Heavenly Goddess Fei Huang's advance. They could only stare on in shock as Xianxia was ripped into 2 by Heavenly Goddess Fei Huang. The super mighty beings of the Vermilion Bird tribe were all seething with grief and indignation. After leaving the distant realm of stars to follow the great Empress Vermilion Bird into battle, they had participated in numerous bloody battles together. During these times, they had already formed unbreakable bonds and become inseparable comrades. Now that Xianxia had suddenly been killed, their emotions of grief and anger all erupted without limit. Xianxia, I'll avenge your death. Damn it! Kill this bitch! The 4 Dao integration pinnacle stage Vermilion Birds howled in anger as they unleashed their most powerful spell techniques toward the heavenly goddess in the sky. The Nanli holy flame was scorching and explosive, and it seemed as if it were going to blow the entire sky up into smithereens as it surged upward. Heavenly Goddess Fei Huang merely shot an indifferent glance at the holy flame that once sent chills down her spine. She beat her wings downward, and the incredibly powerful holy flame was instantly put out by a tremendous wind pressure. Yu Luo Sky Rupture. Vermilion Bird Yu Luo suddenly appeared behind Heavenly Goddess Fei Huang's back. Its flames formed into a sharp and dark spear that aggressively pierced toward the Heavenly Goddess' head. A calm smile stretched across Heavenly Goddess Fei Huang's face. I'll start with you first. She didn't turn or dodge, and a phoenix head suddenly grew out from her back. Then, 2 powerful arms appeared from her flaming body and grabbed onto the holy flame spear that was viciously stabbing toward her. Vermilion Bird Yuluo was startled by this sudden turn of events. At this moment, however, the phoenix head on Heavenly Goddess Fei Huang's back had already widened its mouth toward it. Roar! A blood-red column tore through the sky and crashed into Vermilion Bird Yuluo's body, completely engulfing it. Yuluo! Vermilion Bird Huan Jin soared upward and slashed its razor-sharp wings toward Heavenly Goddess Fei Huang. The speed was so quick that it looked like a burst of golden lightning. Rip! Heavenly Goddess Fei Huang's abdomen was ripped open by Vermilion Bird Huan Jin. At the same time, however, Vermilion Bird Huan Jin was also swatted aside by Heavenly Goddess Fei Huang's wings. Meanwhile, a golden holy flame that seemed as if it were about to incinerate both heaven and earth had materialized in the sky. Then, this boundless flame descended from the sky and enveloped Heavenly Goddess Fei Huang's entire body. Eternal heaven-crushing holy light of the great Empress Vermilion Bird. Vermilion Bird Tianjin carried a holy flame that was capable of incinerating the sky as it swooped down from the sky and violently slammed into Heavenly Goddess Fei Huang's body. Heavenly Goddess Fei Huang groaned in pain as the blazing flame sent her tumbling down thousands of meters. Phoenix's extreme, silent incineration. The Tianjin holy flame was suddenly obliterated by a bloody shadow. This red shadow was formed from a supreme phoenix essential energy, and it ripped through everything in its path before starting to tear at Vermilion Bird Tianjin's body. Then, it completely engulfed it in flames. Vermilion Bird Tianjin's tormented wails echoed throughout heaven and earth as it was swallowed by the flames. Heavenly Goddess Fei Huang beat her wings and soared into the sky once more. As if they were barely worthy of her attention, a hint of divine might radiated from her haughty figure as she peered down at the millions of soldiers on the ground. What eternal holy light of the great Empress Vermilion Bird! It's nothing but trash in the face of a heavenly god's divine might. Heavenly Goddess Fei Huang was especially contemptuous of the Vermilion Bird's obsequious behaviors, and she didn't attempt to hide the look of disdain on her face as she spoke. A sliver of Yu Luo holy flame suddenly materialized in the void before gradually growing larger and larger. Eventually, the gigantic body of vermilion bird Yuluo reappeared in the sky. At the same time, the Tianjin holy flame also appeared in the sky before expanding explosively. After a short moment, the flaming body of vermilion bird Tianjin also reappeared in the sky. The two vermilion birds who should have been dead were both resurrected. This was none other than the unique mystic technique of the 6 vermilion bird sages. Rebirth from the ashes. As long as their bloodline essence wasn't completely annihilated, they would always be able to rise back from the dead. You actually dare to look down on the great Empress Vermilion Bird? Ah! We definitely have to kill her. What bullshit, heavenly goddess flying chicken one. I'm going to eat roast chicken for dinner tonight. The 4 vermilion birds all flared up in rage upon hearing heavenly goddess Fei Huang's slander. The holy flames surrounding their bodies violently erupted outward once again. Heavenly goddess Fei Huang furrowed her brows. You're that hard to kill? How annoying! As she said this, she spread her wings and unleashed a torrent of scorching blood from her body. Several sanguine and blood-red spears materialized in the sky. Then, the divine halo of light above her head lit up with brilliant colors. A boundless origin power that seemed as if it contained a limitless hope and future converged onto the tips of the spears, causing them to become sparkling and crystal clear. The spears dazzled with a milky white glow, and the energy fluctuations that they exuded were instantly pushed to a new height. The extremely proud and confident vermilion birds couldn't help but feel fearful and submissive upon seeing the overwhelming blood spears. They knew that these spears could instantly destroy every last drop of bloodline essence in their bodies. Heavenly God Technique, Radiant World Creation Spear. Ring. 4 formidable spears pointed toward the 4 vermilion birds. So what if you're vermilion birds? In my eyes, thee is but an ant. A cruel smile tugged at the lips of heavenly goddess Fei Huang. I'll kill you all in the blink of an eye. Just as she finished speaking, the radiant world creation spears hurtled toward the 4 vermilion birds. The vermilion birds unleashed their holy flames toward the spears, yet the tips of the radiant spears were sharp beyond belief. They could pierce through any and all flames, and they possessed a boundless killing intent as they continued to whistle toward the hearts of the vermilion birds. We're done for. This was the thought running through the minds of the 4 vermilion birds. The radiant world creation spears were brimming with divine might, and almost no one on the immensely large battlefield dared to gaze upon their brilliance. Right at this moment, however, the crisp cry of a vermilion bird sliced through the clouds. Immediately afterward, an indescribably magnificent and holy vermilion bird soared down from the sky. It blotted out heaven and earth as it unfurled its wings and blocked the path of 2 dazzling radiant world creation spears. A coiled azure dragon materialized and blocked the path of another radiant spear. Boom! The radiant spears collided with the vermilion bird and azure dragon, and the burst of light from the explosions was as though a sun had appeared in the night sky. A devastating shockwave swept through the air and stunned the countless soldiers on the battlefield. The last radiant spear stabbed toward vermilion bird Tianjin. A breathtaking jade figure flashed before vermilion bird Tianjin. Moreover, she held a terrified heavenly goddess, whose divine halos were full of cracks, in her hands. The numerous faces of beautiful women on the heavenly goddess body all wore expressions of despair. No! This heavenly goddess was none other than the heavenly change goddess. She immediately formed a continuously shifting shield of faces before her body. However, this was a devastating attack that had been launched by a heavenly goddess who had activated all 9 of her divine halos. How could it be blocked so easily? The radiant spear faltered for a second before shattering the shield of faces. Then, it stabbed into the heavenly change goddess body and released a pure light energy that purified every single inch of her body. In the end, under her anguished wails of despair, the heavenly change goddess' entire body was purified into specks of light. Meanwhile, the vermilion bird and azure dragon both disappeared after blocking 3 of the radiant world creation spears. Silence. Deathly silence. The beings who had been watching this battle were all immensely shocked. Heavenly goddess Fei Huang was also dumbfounded. The jade-dressed female was stunningly beautiful, and she calmly gazed at heavenly goddess Fei Huang with her clear eyes. Heh! Congratulations, you've successfully killed a heavenly goddess. That's right. The heavenly change goddess had indeed been killed by heavenly goddess Fei Huang. At least this was how it appeared on the surface. It was also because of this that countless people felt their heads go numb. After all, who could cause one heavenly god to kill another heavenly god? This was a stunning feat with no precedent. To the allies of humans, this feat could be described as incredibly satisfying. To the enemies of humans, however, this result was an unimaginable humiliation. Right now, there were only two words running through the minds of the heaven-crushing United Army soldiers. Fucking badass. Great Empress Vermilion Bird. The Great Empress Vermilion Bird has come. She's saved our lives again. Long live the Great Empress Vermilion Bird. The eyes of the vermilion birds gleamed like mini suns when they witnessed this sight, and they shouted in joy as tears of gratitude flowed down their faces. Didn't heavenly goddess Fei Huang insult our great empress? And she was even acting so proud and haughty. It was almost as if she thought she was the most powerful bird around. And what now? She can only await punishment from the great empress. She was hell-bent on bringing another heavenly goddess down with her before her own imminent death. This heavenly goddess Fei Huang is quite ruthless. A murmur of comments traveled into the dumbfounded heavenly goddess Fei Huang's ears. Her body shook in fury, and an indescribable sense of guilt and humiliation almost consumed her entire mind. Ah! Divine Phoenix Maiden, I'm going to kill you! Heavenly goddess Fei Huang erupted in rage. Su Xiaolin calmly glanced toward the four vermilion birds. Let's swap opponents. The four vermilion birds instantly agreed. Ominous smiles appeared on their faces as they turned toward the half-dead heavenly soundless goddess and heavenly god Xingji. For the great empress! Charge! The four vermilion birds unfurled their wings and swooped toward the two heavenly gods. Heavenly goddess Fei Huang was fuming as she watched the vermilion birds, who she had already sentenced to death in her mind, fly toward the remaining heavenly gods. She was just about to pursue them. Yet Su Xiaolan had already charged over with her dragon sparrow sword. Fine. Then I'll kill you first. Heavenly goddess Fei Huang didn't hesitate and immediately unleashed her most powerful light energy. She imbued this energy onto her flames and sent them hurtling toward the rapidly nearing Su Xiaolan. These flames were originally on the level of holy flames. After fusing together with the heavenly light power, they underwent a further transformation and became even higher-level flames. These were flames that could even instill fear in the minds of divine beings of the God of Creation stage. The flames that were imbued with an immense heavenly light power crashed into the female's body just like that. Su Xiaolan performed a simple slash with her sword. A vermilion-colored sword projection penetrated through heaven and earth. At the same time, a vermilion bird origin power, as well as the eternal and singular power of the holy birth, spat out and collided with the heavenly light power-imbued flames. These powers became increasingly tough and indomitable as they continued to collide with the flames. After a short while, the sword projection that possessed an eternally undying power shattered the heavenly light power-imbued flames and ripped a gigantic wound into heavenly goddess Fei Huang's body. The phoenix in the sky started to weep. The expression of the jade-robed female remained especially calm as she brandished her sword. It was as if she were taking a leisurely stroll through the sky. What's wrong? Your ego has become inflated after your strength climbed explosively. You dared to insult me, and you even dared to kill my most loyal subordinate. Are you prepared to pay for this debt with your blood? The jade-robed female flicked her sword and sent another dazzling sword projection toward the heavenly goddess. Heavenly God Technique. Supreme Phoenix Shadows. Heavenly goddess Fei Huang was genuinely afraid now. Her body became a blur of crimson as her speed suddenly increased tenfold. And in the end, she was just barely able to dodge Su Xiaolan's ferocious sword strike. Oh, how interesting. The shadows of a vermilion bird and an azure dragon flashed across Su Xiaolan's eyes. Her senses instantly reached a peak level of sensitivity, and she immediately spun around and slashed her sword behind her back. Crack! Her blade crashed into Heavenly Goddess Fei Huang's sharp talons. A crimson flame erupted in the sky. "You're actually able to follow my speed?" Heavenly Goddess Fei Huang exclaimed in shock. She had activated the full power of her Heavenly God technique in order to reach this state. Before she could even retreat, Su Xiaolan's sword had already flashed before her body. The Heavenly Goddess was shocked to discover that her speed was no match for her opponent's sword. Countless sword wounds started to appear on Heavenly Goddess Fei Huang's body. She cried out in pain as she frantically flew back in retreat. However, Su Xiaolan relentlessly chased after her with the Dragon Sparrow sword in hand. "Although you'll eventually die when the time limit expires, I'm more inclined toward directly hacking you to death." A cold glint flashed across Su Xiaolan's beautiful eyes as her Dragon Sparrow sword radiated with a terrifying aura. Dazzling sword projections tore through the sky. The wretched wails of Heavenly Goddess Fei Huang, who had once dominated the battlefield, started to reverberate throughout the sky. A scorching rain of blood started to pour down, and the countless beings on the ground were filled with reverence and fear as they gazed at the ferocious female in the sky. Her majestic and invincible figure would be forever etched in their minds. Who was the noblest and proudest being on this battlefield? It wasn't the heavenly gods, nor was it Heavenly Goddess Fei Huang, who had unlocked all 9 of her divine halos. Rather, it was this human female who had the title of Divine Phoenix Maiden. In fact, her brilliance had illuminated half of the battlefield. She had brought hope to countless beings who were fighting with their lives on the line. More and more bloody wounds appeared on Heavenly Goddess Fei Huang's body, and her state also started to become worse and worse as time trickled by. She knew that these severe wounds were rapidly decreasing the time until the backlash hit her. "Damn it! This female is far too frightening. I have to use my trump card to deal with her." Heavenly Goddess Fei Huang made up her mind. Even if she died straight away, she still had to dispose of this fearsome enemy. Fuck it. Heavenly God Technique. Light Possession. Heavenly Goddess Fei Huang spread her wings and soared toward the sky. At the peak of the heavens, a formidable light descended from the sky. Right at this moment, however, lengths of lightning chains pierced through the void at an even quicker speed. They wrapped around her wings and stopped her in midair. Before she could even reach the light, Heavenly Goddess Fei Huang saw that Su Xiaolan had already dashed before her body. In this instant, she felt as if she were standing before an unimaginably tall and unimaginably mighty figure. This figure was eternally undying, and its brilliance crossed through the entirety of the timeless past. With just a mere quiver, this figure could affect the entire universe. She was gazing at her right now, and it appeared as if she were gazing at nothing but a speck of dust. "Is this the true vermilion bird?" Heavenly Goddess Fei Huang's eyes widened in shock. Correct. Su Xiaolan's sword suddenly slashed down. A vermilion bird that was formed from origin flames leaped out from the sword slash and shredded Heavenly Goddess Fei Huang's body, directly incinerating her into dust. Her divine halos crumbled into specks of light that returned to the heavenly Tao. The soldiers on the battlefield were stunned into silence again. The Heavenly Goddess, who had activated all 9 of her divine halos, couldn't even unleash her final attack before being slashed to death by Su Xiaolan. Heavenly Goddess Fei Huang had practically contracted the humiliation of all the heavenly gods on the battlefield. So be it if she accidentally killed a fellow heavenly goddess. After unleashing all 9 of her divine halos, she was actually killed before she could even launch a single powerful attack. Could she have been any more pitiful? Su Xiaolan was bathed in a sea of raging holy flames as millions of beings gazed at her in awe and veneration. Her expression was still especially calm, yet there was also a hint of thought on her face as she looked at the heavenly light power that vanished halfway through its descent. Why was the last divine halo of Divine Heaven stage, Heavenly Humans, always a high-level imitation of a paramount heavenly god's power? Moreover, there were only imitations of light or darkness, but no imitations of other paramount heavenly god powers. Where were the divine halos of life, sea, earth, and heaven. She stood in the sky as she mulled over this question. Kingdom of the 9 states, 10,000 spirits, immortal sect. There were 3 golden-haired snow ghouls who were radiating with divine light and brimming with powerful auras. Roar! For the heavenly light goddess. Charge! One of the golden snow ghouls used its thick legs to trample on a black dragon that had been completely sealed by a supremely frosty energy. The layers of frosty ice fractured along with the black dragon's flesh, and some of the dragon's vulnerable parts were even shattered into shards of broken ice. Brother Xiao Tu. Xiao Zhe let loose a cry of alarm upon witnessing this sight. Don't worry, Brother Xiao Zhe. I can still resurrect. Xiao Tu was especially feeble. Yet he felt a burst of warmth traveling through his body when he saw the black dragon who was grieving and feeling extremely anxious for him. But I can't resurrect. Tears streamed down Xiao Zhe's face. What will I do if you leave? Xiao Tu. This wasn't something that he could resolve. A blood-colored cross suddenly materialized between the golden snow ghoul's brows. For gigantic crosses formed in the north, south, east, and west of the void, and they sealed both space and one's divine sense. The snow ghoul cracked a smile as it glared at Xiao Zhe and Xiao Tuesday. Both of you must die. An ominous feeling welled up in Xiao Tu's heart. It appeared as if the difficulty of his resurrection had increased. The 4 crosses before him contained heavenly god powers and could actually control this entire space. I'm done for, I'm done for, I'm done for. For the first time in a long while, Xiao Tu felt like he would die when facing death. The last time he had developed such a feeling was when he had faced the heavenly light goddess head-on. The 2 black dragons both thought that they would become the first beings to drag their allies down. However, little did they know that the snow maidens were feeling an even stronger sense of despair and misery. Boom! Like an agile bolt of golden lightning, a snow ghoul perfectly evaded Shangguan Yi's earth-shattering ice element spell techniques. Then, it threw a punch and shattered the Snow Tribe Great Empress body. The Snow Tribe Great Empress spat blood as she canonied backward, and her body transformed into countless bursts of wind and snow that gradually disappeared into the air. In the next instant, her body materialized on a peak located tens of thousands of meters in the distance. Unexpectedly, however, this peak had already been filled with frost energy traps. A burst of frost energy suddenly erupted and froze her entire body. Her beautiful face and flustered expression were both frozen in this instant. The great empress of the Snow Tribe was actually frozen. It would definitely be a huge disgrace if news of this were to spread. As hard as this was to believe, it was the undisputed reality right now. This was the result of the snow ghouls' comprehensively more powerful frost power. Snow ghouls possess supreme controls over ice, snow, and frost, and they also ruled over all the natural laws of ice and snow. They were beings who could genuinely rival the power of heavenly gods, and they were the genuine rulers of ice and snow. A golden body suddenly appeared behind the great empress. It was none other than the snow ghoul who had a divine halo above its head. The snow ghoul's expression was twisted and evil, and it said in a raspy voice, "The most powerful being of the Snow Tribe? Pathetic? Great Empress!" Shangguan Yi wore a panicked expression as she charged toward the snow ghoul. The snow ghoul didn't so much as glance at Shangguan Yi. Instead, it viciously stabbed its sharp claws toward the frozen Snow Tribe Great Empress. No! Shangguan Yi screamed in grief as she swung her arm and sent an ice slash toward the snow ghoul, which was located tens of thousands of meters in the distance. However, she was still too slow, and the sharp claws of the snow ghoul instantly penetrated the ice as well as the slender body of the Snow Tribe Great Empress. Only after all this did Shangguan Yi's ice slash land on the snow ghoul's body. However, it merely left a small gash on its body. This kind of wound was barely enough to make it flinch. Trash! Fuck off to the side. I'll deal with you later. The snow ghoul raised its hand and swatted the charging Shangguan Yi aside. An overwhelming power that contained the nomological laws of ice and frost slammed into Shangguan Yi's body, causing her to spit blood as she flew backward. Her body was instantly frozen rigid as it collapsed to the floor. Shangguan Yi gritted her teeth and looked up at the frozen Great Empress. The ice block that imprisoned her finally shattered apart, revealing a female who had several gaping wounds on her body. The Great Empress cut an extremely sorry figure as she hastily retreated into the distance. However, a malicious smile stretched across the golden snow ghoul's face as it pursued after her. Its sharp claws became a blur of blood-red light as they flashed toward the Great Empress and obliterated all of her attacks. It rapidly closed in on her, and it looked as if it wanted to kill her then and there. After fighting for so long, Shangguan Yi and the Snow Tribe Great Empress were already completely exhausted. However, the Snow Ghoul was still brimming with vitality. This plunged the two females into an abyss of despair. Shangguan Yi continued to charge toward the Snow Ghoul after crawling up from the ground with much difficulty. "You're still struggling in the face of death?" The Snow Ghoul violently swatted at Shangguan Yi. A burst of snow and ice that contained a supremely frosty power burst apart and blasted Shangguan Yi's body into the distance. The Snow Ghoul didn't hold back a single bit. Upon seeing the Snow Ghoul attack Shangguan Yi, the Great Empress immediately seized the opportunity to advance toward it. She formed a holy ice sword in her hand, and like a bolt of dazzling lightning, she instantly stabbed it into the Snow Ghoul's chest. "Die!" The Great Empress wore a resolute expression as she unleashed the full power of her divine Tao of ice. Countless blue-colored tendrils of ice power flowed into the Snow Ghoul's wound and spread throughout its entire body. Crack! The Snow Ghoul suddenly grabbed onto the holy ice sword with its two hands. The Great Empress faltered momentarily. The hideous smile on the Snow Ghoul's face made her blood run cold. Immediately afterward, her divine Tao of ice was sealed and suppressed by another burst of extremely pure ice energy. Not only that, but this energy also flowed through her sword and spread into her body. The Great Empress wanted to escape, yet she discovered that her hand had already been frozen onto the holy ice sword. Tear! Blood sprayed through the air. The Great Empress had severed her own arm. The Snow Ghoul faltered momentarily. It hadn't anticipated that its opponent would be this resolute. The Great Empress had already made the most of this opportunity to retreat into the distance. "You're trying to escape? You really think that escaping will save you?" Much like a gorilla, the Snow Ghoul used both its arms and its legs as it sprinted after the Great Empress. "Release the Great Empress!" Shangguan Yi shouted angrily. She charged over once again, and a chilly aura that could freeze the entire heaven and earth radiated from her body. Ice Goddess 8th Stage. Gigantic Frost Heavenly Palm. Her slender fingers closed into a palm as she raised her arm, and she was just about to strike the Snow Ghoul before her. However, the Snow Ghoul suddenly turned around, and it instantly pulled the holy ice sword from its body before stabbing it into Shangguan Yi's heart, violently pinning her into the snow-blanketed ground. Its speed was several times quicker than Shangguan Yi's attack. How is it so powerful? Blue blood splattered through the void. Shangguan Yi's body had been run through, and a sealing power meant that she wasn't even able to completely strike down with her palm. She could only widen her eyes and stare at the Snow Ghoul in disbelief. The Snow Ghoul grinned widely, revealing its 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth. "My power has always been like this. It's you two who have become weaker." This was what caused Shangguan Yi the most despair. They had fought for almost an entire day and night, and they had also consumed all of their pills and elixirs. In the end, it was unavoidable that they would become exhausted and beat. However, it seemed as if the Snow Ghouls would never become tired. Even until now, it was still as energetic as ever. However, the most important thing is, countless icicles materialized in the surroundings as the Snow Ghoul stared at the female who was impaled into the ground by the holy ice sword. "You actually dared to challenge me with ice and snow. Don't you know that I'm the god of this domain? It must be fun to die by the power that you specialize in, no?" There was a mocking smile on the Snow Ghoul's face as countless icicles started to rain down with incredible killing intent. Shangguan Yi struggled with all her might to escape as she looked at the falling icicles. However, the holy ice sword that was stabbed through her heart had already frozen her entire body. She was completely unable to move, and she could only stare wide-eyed as the icicles rapidly pierced down toward her. Right at this moment, however, the blood-riddled Great Empress suddenly appeared in front of her and spread her arms apart. Countless icicles rained down, yet the Great Empress stood unmoving, like a boulder that blocked all the lashing wind and rain. Shard after shard of icicles was blocked by the Great Empress, yet there were also numerous shards that penetrated through her divine Tao defenses and stabbed into her body. Before long, blood had already soaked every inch of the Great Empress robe. No! Xianxia eyes instantly became bloodshot when she saw this sight. Ice Matriarch, hurry up and leave, the Great Empress said through gritted teeth. As she faced the relentless attacks, she even separated a wisp of her divine Tao of ice to melt the holy ice sword that was stabbed through Xianxuanyi's heart. However, before the Great Empress could completely melt the sword, a purple-red ice spear suddenly shot over from the distance and shattered her divine Tao defenses. Like Xianxuanyi, her body was also pinned into the snow-blanketed ground. The snow ghoul's sinister face appeared before their eyes once more. So, you actually cared about her this much? I've managed to hit 2 birds with 1 stone. Huh. Its sharp claws started to radiate with a red glow as it slowly walked toward the Great Empress. As it spoke, it also turned its eyes toward Xianxuanyi. The smile on its face grew even wider. Do you know? You're an individual who's despised by the heavens. Your life is destined to be filled with incredible misfortune. Not only that, but those around you are also destined to be ruined along with you. Xianxuanyi opened her dainty mouth when she heard this, and her expression suddenly became conflicted and pained. No, Ice Matriarch, don't listen to it. It's merely spouting nonsense. Ah! Before the Great Empress could finish speaking, a blood-red claw suddenly stabbed through her abdomen and protruded out from her back. The Great Empress trembled violently as she groaned in pain. Do you see? The Great Empress of the Snow Tribe is also suffering because of you. The snow ghoul grinned as it relished the agonized and remorseful expression of Xianxuanyi. For some reason, perhaps it was its instinct, it really wanted to torture Xianxuanyi for a little longer. Think about it. What has happened ever since you've joined the Snow Maidens? They've lost their homes, they've become destitute, and they've even been forced to seek refuge with their past enemies and fight to the death for humans. No, it's not like this. The Great Empress continuously shook her head. Did I allow you to speak? The snow ghoul flicked a finger, and a crimson light ripped through the Great Empress' throat. Blood sprayed across the snow-white land. Xianxuanyi's pupils contracted, and she frantically tried to break free from her restraints. However, how could the snow ghoul afford her such a chance? It continued to strengthen the power of her restraints. Now, think about the 4-9 Immortal sect that you joined. Right now, it's being attacked by 3 powerful heavenly gods. After killing you, I can join in on the slaughter. None of them will survive. And all this is because of you. It was your arrival that brought them this great misfortune. People like you continuously bring disastrous calamities upon others. If one stays by your side, they'll never be able to escape the cycles of misfortune. How selfish are you to live until now? The snow ghoul's words were like sharp blades that continuously stabbed into Xianxuanyi's chest. Xianxuanyi's expression faltered slightly. She looked at the 2 frozen black dragons, and she looked at the struggling Dongfang Zhuangshi and Little Huang. Then, she looked at the barely alive Great Empress who was lying in front of her. Guilt ate away at her heart. That's right, I'm clearly a beacon of misfortune. So why am I still hanging on to that thread of hope? Why am I still trying to fit in with everyone else? Someone like me should never have come here. The snow ghoul became even happier upon seeing Xianxuanyi's agonized expression. It was as if the heavenly Tao were subtly supporting its actions. It pulled its razor-sharp claws out from the Great Empress' abdomen before slashing them downward and severing her legs. The Great Empress clenched her jaws as an acute pain shot through her entire body. Her punctured throat was already unable to produce any noise. However, she still fought to transmit her thoughts to Xianxuanyi. Ice Matriarch, don't listen to its nonsense. We're all following you out of our own volition. I trust that the members of the 4-9 Immortal sect truly like you as well. They don't view you as an outsider or loathe you at all. Xianxia trembled uncontrollably as she watched the great empress being subjected to such inhumane torture. She was biting her lips so hard that they had already split. You guys might not loathe me, but I loathe myself. I yearn to have friends, and I also wish to live happily with everyone else. I'm also trying my best. I'm trying harder than countless other people. The female spoke softly, and tear stains were clearly visible on her face as she raised her head. But what good is all this? Such is the reality. The only thing that befalls those around me is misfortune. The friends who surround me will also be struck down by misfortune. Meanwhile, I've never been able to bring them peace or happiness. Is someone like me truly deserving of staying by their sides? Take now, for example. You guys have already become like this, yet I'm completely unable to do anything. I detest the current me. I don't want to live on like this. Xianxua's voice was extremely soft, yet every word that she spoke seemed to drip with sadness and guilt. The great empress couldn't think of any way to console Xianxia. Xianxia had already proved her catastrophic misfortune through her own abilities. This was a fact that no one could dispute. Thus, the great empress knew that ordinary words of comfort would only have the opposite effect. Right at this moment, severe pain traveled over from her shoulders. The snow ghoul had already severed her arms, and only her limbless body was still pinned onto the ground. Even her vision started to become blurry. Ha! I'm almost about to die, yet I'm still trying to think of how to console Xianxia. The great empress mused to herself. She turned to gaze at the female behind her with a look of reluctance and attachment. Ice matriarch, little Ling is going to leave first. At this moment, the snow ghoul also detected that the great empress was about to die. After torturing her for so long, it was now time to give her some closure. Release her. A faint mumble traveled into the snow ghoul's ears. The snow ghoul paused its sharp claws in midair and cocked its head to look at the trapped female nearby. Release her. The female continued to murmur. Oi, oi. I'm not hearing wrong, am I? The snow ghoul chuckled. What on earth are you thinking? Release her. What right do you have to command me? You're suffering immensely, am I right? Rest assured. I'll relieve you from your agony after killing her. The snow ghoul was in a delightful mood, and it chuckled happily as it spoke. Then it stabbed its claws toward the great empress body. I said, release her. Like the roar of ice and snow, an angry howl suddenly erupted from the ground. A burst of blue air current exploded outward and instantly froze the wide-eyed snow ghoul's body. Like a gigantic blue snow lotus, the devastating explosion blanketed the entire expanse of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, a frosty aura soared into the sky and instantly froze the entire heaven and earth. The snow ghoul felt an unprecedented burst of frost power. It raised its sharp claws in an attempt to end the great empress' life, but it was unable to bring its claws down to land the killing blow. A sense of indescribable horror descended upon it. At the very center of the blossoming blue ice lotus, a gorgeous woman stood in mid-air. Her eyes had turned completely blue, and the divine seal on her forehead suddenly cracked open before vanishing. A terrifying aura began to emanate from her body. An inky black rift opened up right in front of Xianxia, within which was contained boundless chaos. She raised her ice sword and slashed it toward the rift. In that instant, it was as if heaven and earth had been created again. Boundless light erupted from the rift, and infinite laws and matter emerged from the chaos and nothingness. It was a breathtaking and inexplicable moment. Xianxia was being showered with a peculiar divine light, making her appear as if she were a lonesome yet almighty goddess who ruled over all things. In that instant, she had created a brand new world with a swing of her sword. The three golden snow ghouls were dumbfounded. They managed to remain calm even as the frost power began to invade their bodies. But they had been truly stunned by the sight of Xianxia creating a new world. That was something only gods of creation should have been capable of doing. How had that Tao integration stage snow maiden suddenly progressed to the god of creation stage? Gods of creation weren't commonplace cabbage that could be bought for a dime a dozen. Even on the entire Taichu continent, there was only a small handful of them, and 1,000,000 years could easily go by without one being born. They were beings who could transform heaven and earth in accordance with their will and rule over an entire race. Had one of those almighty beings just been born right before their very eyes? You idiot! Why did you waste so much time saying useless shit? This wouldn't have happened if you had killed her earlier. The golden snow ghoul who was tormenting Xiao Zhe and Xiao Tu roared at the snow ghoul facing off against Shangguan Yi. The latter shuddered upon hearing that, and it thought to itself, aren't you also wasting time by torturing those two black dragons? I was only unlucky to have ended up with this opponent. Snow and wind roared as they encompassed the entire heavens. After progressing to a new cultivation base, Shangguan Yi's aura soared explosively. Her priestess robe flapped in the wind, making her appear as if she were a holy lotus blossoming in the wind. Her body exuded a blue and white divine light, and she radiated a sense of irrefutable prestige and majesty. I am the master of ice and snow. Her ethereal voice rang out across heaven and earth. In that instant, the wind and snow expanded in a frenzy to encompass a radius of several million kilometers. The entire wind plain state was inundated by that peculiar storm, and the extreme frost that the snow ghouls had brought with them had been completely wiped away. Countless living beings were huddled up in corners, struggling to retain a shred of warmth and survive amid the lethal disaster that had descended upon them. All of a sudden, they felt a warm gust of wind that completely blew away the bone-chilling frost in their bodies. Snow was still falling from the sky, but all of the snowflakes were shimmering with golden light. A man extended a trembling hand to catch a few of the snowflakes, and they melted in his hand. All of a sudden, a gush of warmth flowed from the palm of his hand to his entire body, and his eyes widened in shock. Is this warm snow? Countless living beings had been frozen into ice statues, but the ice and snow covering their bodies were beginning to melt away. Those with resilient life forces began to gradually reawaken. They looked at the warm snow falling from the sky and were a little dazed. They were all gripped by despair and horror a moment ago, but the warm snow soothed their hearts. In that instant, everyone's impression of snow was completely renewed. It turned out that snow could heal just as it could freeze. Crap! All of our extreme frost energy has been expelled from the kingdom of the 9 states. One of the golden snow ghouls exclaimed. It must be that snow maiden. How could she possibly be capable of doing all this on her own? How could this be? Even the snow has become warm. Is this still snow? The golden snow ghouls were both shocked and enraged. Shangguan Yi made a divine seal with her hands and appraised the snow ghouls up ahead with a calm expression. She was very unlucky, and misfortune followed her wherever she went. However, deep in her heart, she truly wished that this world would accept her and that her friends and companions would like her. At the very least, she was going to protect everyone around her with all her might and do all she could to bring warmth to everyone who was suffering in the world. That was why all of the snow falling from the sky was warm. She was constantly suffering loss and pain. However, she had friends who were still willing to accept and extend kindness toward her. That was why she loved this world and loved everyone around her. I am the ice matriarch. I am the master of snow and ice. If I want warm snow, then I shall have it. All of the snow ghouls and 9 immortal sect cultivators were shocked by her words. She had uttered the most badass sentence in the most placid of voices, and she had delivered on her words. Fuck. This bitch is getting pretty full of herself. Let's take her down together. The 3 golden snow ghouls exchanged glances with one another. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. They transformed into 3 streaks of golden light and charged toward Shangguan Yi in unison from 3 different directions. Shangguan Yi plunged her hand into space and pulled out a snowy white divine staff that was constructed entirely from ice and snow. She then immediately appeared before the snow ghoul who had been tormenting the great empress. So fast. The golden snow ghoul's expression changed drastically as it scrambled to take defensive measures. The power of extreme frost instantly erupted from its body, and it lashed out with its claws toward Shangguan Yi's vital regions. However, it suddenly felt its movements slow down, as if it were moving in slow motion. A burst of unimaginable frost power enveloped its entire body, seeping into its bone marrow. The heavens turned pitch black while the earth became a pristine white. Meanwhile, the space in which it was situated was transformed into a deep blue. Impossible. This is impossible. How could this frost power be so powerful? It's even dominating my heavenly power. The snow ghoul's face was twisted by horror and unease. It discovered that it was no longer able to control its body. At that moment, a delicate foot stomped down viciously upon its head. Boom! The golden snow ghoul plummeted to the ground, and an essential power spread through its head, making it almost explode like a watermelon. It was just about to resist when the snowy white divine staff punctured its heart like a sharp spear. A terrifying essential frost power surged throughout its entire body, destroying its bodily functions in a frenzy. It had suffered the exact same fate as the great empress. Didn't you say that you were the master of snow and ice? Xianxia looked down at the trembling snow ghoul with cold, emotionless eyes. How about now? Why aren't you using your snow and ice to attack me? Why wasn't it using its snow and ice to attack her? The golden snow ghoul almost threw up blood with rage upon hearing that. It wanted to use its snow and ice, but it was simply unable to. Xianxia was far too powerful, and before the battle had even begun, she had gained firm control over all of the snow and ice between heaven and earth. As such, it didn't even have the right to use ice and snow in the face of Xianxia. At that moment, the other two golden snow ghouls also pounced toward her. One of them thrust its sharp claws toward Xianxia's heart, while the other brought its palm down upon her head. However, as they approached her, all of them slowed down significantly, just as the first snow ghoul had. The extremely low temperatures and the frost power had frozen space, and it was as if even time were passing more slowly. After witnessing what had happened to their companion, the two golden snow ghouls were prepared, and they unleashed all of the powers within their bodies to combat Xianxia's power. As such, they were able to minimize the effects that her domain had on them. Die! One of the golden snow ghoul's claws had already reached Xianxia, and even though it had been slowed down drastically, it was still faster than the vast majority of Dao integration stage super mighty figures. In response to the snow ghoul's attack, Xianxia remained standing on the spot, as if she didn't have enough time to evade. In the blink of an eye, the golden snow ghoul's claws pierced through her body. Ha ha ha! Die! The snow ghoul chortled with glee. At the same time, the other golden snow ghoul descended, and it was as if countless malicious spirits were imbued within its palm. An extremely sinister essential power erupted, transforming the space within a radius of over 1,000 kilometers into an infernal hell. Xianxia raised her head, and she gripped at the space before her with a cold expression. The golden snow ghoul didn't know what she was doing, but in the next instant, the space around it suddenly split open. An otherworldly aura began to surge through the air, and 9 ice swords appeared in different directions before piercing toward that snow ghoul. All of the swords were imbued with the purest power of extreme frost, and they were far too fast for it to evade. Before its palm could land upon Xianxia, the 9 swords punctured its body, pinning it firmly to the ground. Just the frost power emanating from them was able to freeze the energy emanating from its palm. Ice disaster, 9 god punishment, Xianxia chanted in an emotionless voice. The snow ghoul immediately began to howl with excruciating agony, as if it were being afflicted by some sort of extremely horrendous torture. The snow ghoul that still had its claws in Xianxia's body began to experience a sense of horror. It had been elated that it was able to wound Xianxia, but it was beginning to doubt whether she had actually been injured at all. It turned its gaze toward its claws, and sure enough, there was no blood seeping out from her wounds at all. Instead, there were only snowflakes spilling down. In the instant before the attack had struck, Xianxia had transformed her body into snow and ice. The snow ghoul was astonished and tried to extricate its claws, only to find that they had been completely frozen and refused to budge. What a familiar scenario. It tried to emulate the great empress by severing its arm to save itself, but Xianxia's hand shot forth like lightning, clamping around its throat in the blink of an eye. Irrepressible frost energy erupted forth, surging through its entire body. The energy was so devastatingly powerful that the snow ghoul was put to shame. It had always thought that it stood at the pinnacle of snow and ice, but it now realized that in the face of Shangguan Yi, its power was nothing but a pitiful joke. How could this be? How could she be this powerful? The snow ghoul knew that this was God of Creation stage essential frost power. However, there shouldn't have been a major disparity in the heavenly power of the heavenly Tao and the God of Creation stage essential power. How could it be that all three of them were being crushed so badly? It didn't make any sense. However, it suddenly recalled Shangguan Yi's other identity. She was a being that was resented by the heavens. If a being were too powerful and posed too much of a threat to, or had done something to inflict harm upon the heavenly Tao, then they would become a being that was resented by the heavenly Tao. Chun Chun had also become a being that was resented by the heavens after creating his own internal universe. In order to escape the fate of the ill fortune that constantly blighted Shangguan Yi, he forcefully masked his own presence to escape the heavenly Tao's notice. Could it be that Shangguan Yi was the same type of being as Chun Chen? Just as those thoughts were running through the snow ghoul's mind, it was slammed into the ground by Shangguan Yi. Boom! Ice and snow exploded as the earth caved in. After being frozen solid by frost energy, the snow ghoul's body had become extremely brittle. As such, it was almost shattered after being thumped into the ground by Shangguan Yi, and it let loose a howl of pain. Wind and snow were still roaring through the air. However, everyone from the 4-9 Immortal sect suddenly felt as if heaven and earth had become extremely silent. The scenes unfolding before their eyes were simply too astonishing. The seemingly invincible snow ghoul heavenly gods had been subdued by Shangguan Yi in the blink of an eye. Has Pavilion Lord Shangguan Yi always been this powerful? Sun Yuluo was shocked. In his heart, only his idols in Lin and Su Xiaolan would be capable of bringing down heavenly gods with such ease. However, Shangguan Yi had shown him that she was just as competent. And what was more, she had taken down 3 at once. Su Qinyun's eyes were wide with wonder as she mused. I feel like a new world was created just then. Could it be that she just progressed to the God of Creation stage? I don't know. I've never seen a God of Creation stage tribulation transcendence either. Woof! Dabai wagged his snowy white tail with excitement. She is the reincarnation of the Ice Matriarch, and she's only recovering her past power, so there should be no need for her to transcend a tribulation. The half-dead Xiao Tu was quite envious toward Shangguan Yi. Master really is the best. Even the women around him are all capable of destroying heavenly gods. Xiao Zhe was very animated. To the higher-ups of the 4-9 Immortal sect, it wasn't a secret that Shangguan Yi was the reincarnation of the Ice Matriarch. However, when she displayed power befitting the Ice Matriarch, everyone was still shocked beyond belief. Meanwhile, the woman under the limelight didn't kill the 3 snow ghouls. Instead, she was using her frost power to freeze and torture them, drawing blood-curdling cries from them during the process. She strode over to the quadriplegic Great Empress and enveloped her torso in a tight hug as she broke down into sobs. I'm so sorry to have made you suffer like this. A sympathetic smile appeared on the Great Empress' face. The woman standing before her was clearly insanely powerful, but she was sobbing like a helpless little girl. What nonsense are you spouting now? Why are you apologizing? A little bit of suffering is nothing. Don't forget that you saved everyone's lives. But if it weren't for me, none of this would have ever happened. Shangguan Yi was wallowing in guilt and self-loathing. The Great Empress' heart throbbed with pain at the sight of her suffering. Shangguan Yi had always had a tendency to bring misfortune upon others, so whenever something bad happened to anyone around her, she would always think that it was her fault. There was one instance where a sect disciple had accidentally fallen into a dung pit while relieving their bowels, and they had fallen ill due to poisoning as a result. Even though Shangguan Yi had nothing to do with that incident, she was so racked with guilt that she attended to that disciple for an entire month. How could anyone not feel sympathy towards such a kind-hearted woman like her? Shangguan Yi loved the entire world and was kind to everyone around her. That was why everyone was willing to stand by her and accept her with all their hearts. even though they knew that doing so would bring misfortune upon them. Pavilion Lord Shangguan is the best. You are the pride of our 4-9 immortal sect. From now on, there is a new goddess in my heart. I love you, Pavilion Lord Shangguan Yi. Oi, be a bit more respectful to our High Priestess. High Priestess, we want to follow you forever. A burst of cheers suddenly erupted. You guys! Shangguan Yi turned to discover that all of the 4-9 immortal sect members were looking at her. At the same time, they were waving excitedly, and they wore genuine smiles of gratitude on their faces. Sister Shangguan Yi, teach those bastard snow ghouls a lesson for us. You're the hero of our 4-9 immortal sect. Don't forget to ask for rewards from our tycoon sect leader when we get back to the sect. The disciples and elders were all scrambling to get a word in, and their genuine smiles were even warmer to Shangguan Yi than the snow falling from the sky. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Tears welled up in Shangguan Yi's eyes as warmth flowed through her heart. Some things could not be changed, but she was very elated to have such an adorable and genuine group of friends around her. The urge to protect them was her main source of motivation in life. I'm so lucky to have met all of you. I'm so lucky to have joined the 4-9 immortal sect. Shangguan Yi was very moved as she used her essential frost power to materialize a new set of limbs for the Great Empress. She then turned her attention to the 3 sealed snow ghouls. The 3 snow ghouls almost soiled themselves upon being scrutinized by her. Even though they were already in excruciating pain from the torment she was inflicting upon them, they felt like the worst was still yet to come. The snow ghoul that was the most petrified was the one who had insulted Shangguan Yi and tortured the Great Empress. It had a really bad feeling that it was going to receive special treatment from the horrifying Shangguan Yi. It needed time to break free from her seal. Thankfully, Shangguan Yi strode over to another one of the snow ghouls. It's all over. Shangguan Yi looked down at the snow ghoul below her, who had been pinned to the ground by the 9 ice swords, and she extended her hand toward its head as a black frost energy exuded from her palm. The frost energy deprived all things of vitality, reducing everything in its wake to dead matter that was completely unrelated to heaven and earth. In the end, the black frost energy enveloped the golden snow ghoul's entire body. Let ice sever your essence. After being enshrouded in frost energy, the golden snow ghoul's expression of shock and horror began to freeze solid. Its aura then completely disappeared, as if it had been taken to another dimension, or as if it had been reduced to a still image. It was sealed in ice just like that, having been stripped of its heartbeat, vitality, and energy by the black frost energy. In the end, a crisp crack sounded, and its divine halo disappeared into specks of light. The other 2 golden snow ghouls were astonished by what they saw. Was it dead? A heavenly god had just been frozen to death? From their perspective, it appeared that killing heavenly gods was no more difficult than slaughtering pigs to Shangguan Yi. Ironically, this was a very familiar scene to them. Not long ago, they had felt like their snow and ice were paramount and invincible, and they were going to torture Shangguan Yi to death with a more superior version of her own power. However, the situation had been completely reversed. In a dire situation, Shangguan Yi had transformed into an almighty goddess of creation, using her essential frost power to freeze them to death. That was the most humiliating way to die for a heavenly god. The snow ghoul that had been nailed into the ground by the divine staff roared as it glowered at Shangguan Yi. Arg! You'll pay for this, you bitch. You're the embodiment of an ill omen. I'm going to eat you. Shangguan Yi's gorgeous features remained expressionless upon hearing those words. Far more scathing words had been directed at her in the past, and the snow ghoul's insults could be brushed off with ease. Let ice sever your essence. Black frost energy emanated from her palm again. The frost energy spread over the snow ghoul's entire body, abruptly cutting off the torrent of abuse that it was hurling. After killing 2 heavenly gods, Shangguan Yi progressed onto the 3rd snow ghoul without any pause. The golden snow ghoul was absolutely petrified. It felt as if Shangguan Yi was treading on its heart with every step she was taking. Don't get away from me. The snow ghoul struggled as it tried to retreat. So even you can feel fear. Xianxia Yi was still advancing. She extended her palm and prepared to unleash the final strike. Right at that moment, a sinister smile suddenly appeared on the golden snow ghoul's face, and it reared up like a spring, transforming into a golden afterimage as it pounced toward Xianxia Yi. Die! It thrust its sharp crimson claws right at Xianxia Yi's forehead. It had surreptitiously struggled free from the frost power seal and was waiting for the moment when Xianxia Yi let down her guard so that it could stage the perfect retaliation. Its speed was phenomenal, and it was going to turn the tables in a single split second. Xianxia Yi didn't even have time to react, let alone respond to its attack. So what if she was the almighty ice matriarch? Even the most powerful beings had holes in their defense, and if those holes were exploited, they would inevitably fall. The snow ghoul was elated, and it felt as if it had already won. Freeze! Xianxia Yi uttered a gentle syllable. Whoosh! A peculiar ripple proliferated forth. The golden snow ghoul was suddenly frozen in mid-air. The tips of its claws were only an inch away from Xianxia Yi's forehead, but they couldn't progress any further. It had been completely immobilized. It wasn't the same thing as being immobilized by a spatial seal. Instead, even the time around it had stopped. This was true time and spatial power. The golden snow ghoul was absolutely astonished. She could freeze space and time just by using her essential frost power? Just how powerful was she? The golden snow ghoul was in absolute despair. Xianxia Yi was even more terrifyingly powerful than it had imagined. Her power was so absolute that any sneak attacks of tricks were nothing more than jokes. So what if it had picked the perfect opportunity to strike and had attacked with blinding speed? All of its efforts were nullified by just a single word from her. The golden snow ghoul's heart was filled with complex emotions at the sight of the woman standing before it. She was an ant that it could have crushed with ease, but the roles had been reversed, and it was now the ant beneath her foot. At that moment, the black frost energy settled over its body, dragging it completely into the darkness. Its divine halo shattered and disappeared into countless specks of light. The final snow ghoul heavenly god had fallen. After killing 3 heavenly gods in quick succession, a faint smile finally appeared on Xianxia Yi's face. She looked around her at the toppled mountains, frozen rivers, and mountains of bodies, as well as the ghastly spatial rifts. It was a very tragic scene to behold, but everything was over. All of the black snow ghouls had been slain by Su Qianyun, Tang Shimin, Yi Ling, and the others. All of the enemies had been wiped out. Xianxia Yi closed her eyes and used her divine sense to assess the frost power that was millions of kilometers away. After confirming that the invading frost power had all been forced back into the holy glacial lands, she reopened her blue eyes and looked at everyone with a smile. We won. Her voice was like a gentle breeze, conveying all of the kindness and joy in her heart. We won. We really won. The 10,000 spirits, Immortal sect disciples and elders were all a little stunned. They had thought that defeat was inevitable. The 3 heavenly gods and more than 100 million snow ghouls formed an overwhelming force, and it was only a matter of time before they would be crushed. However, they had won. The arrival of the 4-9 Immortal sect members had completely turned the tables. The 4-9 Immortal sect really is a sect of miracles. They saved our sect and the entire kingdom of the 9 states, an elder said with tears streaming down his face. We have participated in and witnessed a historic victory. Shen Yuanchang stood on the Starfire battleship and leaned on the railing as he surveyed the scenes unfolding down below. His hands were trembling with excitement, and he only heaved a heavy sigh after a long period of silence. Ha! We finally won. I knew we would win. Big Brother Chang, you're one of the main contributors to our victory. Xiao Hong was still protruding from Shen Yuancheng's heart, and she said in her sweet voice as she wobbled her red flowery head. I didn't do much. Shen Yuancheng gave a modest smile. However, cheers for him were already ringing out across the entire battlefield. Shen Yuancheng and Xianxia Yi were the 2 most pivotal figures in the battle, and they were naturally thrust under the limelight. He was only one man, but he blasted tens of millions of snow ghouls to death, thereby single-handedly reversing the tide of the battle. Meanwhile, she was the first god of creation stage being in the 4-9 Immortal sect, and she slew 3 heavenly gods on her own, putting an end to the epic battle. If those feats were to be spread as news, the entire Tai Chu continent would definitely be in an uproar. The 4-9 Immortal sect began to clean up the battlefield and administer treatment to the wounded. At the same time, they killed all of the snow ghouls who still hadn't died and gathered the bodies of their comrades for burials. Shangguan Yi's aura quickly diminished, and she swayed slightly before falling backward. Ice Matriarch! The great empress immediately rushed over and caught her before inquiring with a concerned expression. Are you all right? Shangguan Yi pursed her lips and shook her head with a smile as she replied, I'm fine. I had to force myself to use my true power, so I'm a little tired and need some rest. No problem. Rest all you want. The great empress gave a reassuring nod. After our victory, the kingdom of the 9 states should be safe for the immediate future. Shangguan Yi nodded and turned her gaze toward the west as she murmured, I wonder how Enlin and the others are going. Even the heavenly earth god is dead. So he must have won his battle. The great empress was full of confidence toward Enlin. He's a little annoying, but in critical moments, he's very reliable. Shangguan Yi chuckled upon hearing that. Indeed, he is a little annoying, but no one can hold him accountable for it. She couldn't help but smile at the memory of Enlin trying to swindle her for spirit stones with his frying pan dish. How about I make Enlin cook me a month's worth of frying pan dishes as a reward? No, that would be letting him off the hook too easily. I have to ask for a year's worth. In the westernmost region of the Tai Chu continent, in a place known as the Sky Realm, there was a boundless ocean overhead, while down below was a pristine and flawless mirror-like sky. A 1,000,000-foot-tall gate stood between heaven and earth, exuding a mighty and eternal aura. Outside the gate, there was a pure white crystalline arc that was hovering in midair. There were over 50 million heavenly human tribe powerful beings stationed around the arc, and all of them were on high alert. The arc was known as the West Sea Heavenly Arc, and it was one of the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army's secret trump cards. No one knew about it aside from the Heavenly Human Tribe powerful beings on the West Sea. But following the battle during which Enlin and Lan Xiaoni had destroyed all those heavenly human eggs, it was no longer a secret. All of the Heavenly Human Tribe powerful beings were gathered near the West Sea Heavenly Arc, as only then would they be able to derive a sense of security. They had been defeated, and it was a crushing defeat. The 4 heavenly gods who had gone after Lan Xiaoni were still missing. After dealing with them, Lan Xiaoni had led the West Sea Alliance United Army on a fierce retaliation, reducing the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army from over 60 million to just over 50 million. They were chased all the way back to the Western Heavenly Gate before Lan Xiaoni finally gave the order to retreat. Damn it! I'll remember this. A Heavenly Human Tribe great general spat through gritted teeth. Once our Heavenly Sea God returns, I'm going to drown all of those sea monsters. But Ximeng, what if Enlin comes here? A female great general asked. Great General Ximeng shuddered as a chill ran through his entire body, and he didn't know how to respond. Enlin was the heavenly darkness god, and he had killed the heavenly earth god. Every single heavenly human tribe powerful being was absolutely petrified of him. Even if Enlin comes here, we must fight until our dying breaths. Ximeng took a deep breath as a determined expression appeared on his face. Right at that moment, in the boundless ocean overhead, a small head suddenly emerged. A small head suddenly emerged from the turbulent ocean. It shouldn't have been able to escape the notice of the Heaven Pioneer Stage great generals, all of whom had astonishing sensory abilities. However, that little head was enshrouded by a peculiar layer of water ripples, and that completely cut off its aura. To put it more simply, the owner of the head was far more powerful than the Heaven Pioneer Stage great generals, and it was able to use its supreme power to easily obscure its presence. Even a heavenly god wouldn't be able to notice it, not unless they were actively searching for it. On that little head were a pair of bright blue eyes, an intricate nose, and a pair of supple pink lips. It was the leader of the West Sea Alliance, Lan Xiaoni. All of the heavenly human tribe living beings thought that she had retreated with her army, but in reality she never left. Alliance leader Lan, is this really going to work? At that moment, another head popped out of the ocean. This was a man with a pair of sharp black horns and crimson eyes. It was the Dao Integration Pinnacle Stage Demon Lord Lingu. He was a little nervous as he said, "I can't help but feel like this is too risky. Should we call the army over so that they can distract our enemies?" Lan Xiaoni immediately shook her head upon hearing that. No. It's quite apparent that that ship is a large-scale weapon. If we lead our army here, they're going to suffer an extremely large amount of casualties. I can't allow them to make so many sacrifices. She was extremely resolute and decisive with everything that she did. But that didn't mean that she was a cold and emotionless person. After fighting by their side for so long, every member of the West Sea Alliance was like family to her, and she couldn't bear to put them at such great risk. But, are we just going to rush over and destroy the gate? Demon Lord Ling Gu asked in a trembling voice. His confidence had completely disappeared as he was about to do something unimaginable. He was going to destroy the Western Heavenly Gate. Never did he think that someone like him would be entrusted with such an epic task. Lan Xiaoni wore a calm expression, but her eyes glowed with a scorching light as she stared at the Heavenly Gate in the distance. The paramount Heavenly God of the Western Heavenly Gate isn't here, and the 4 other Heavenly Gods have been sealed at the bottom of the West Sea by me. How could we let slip such a perfect opportunity? Demon Lord Ling Gu gulped nervously before replying. That may be the case, but there's the small matter of the 50 million heavenly humans and their secret trump card ship. That's simple. I'll destroy the gate while you hold everyone off, Lan Xiaoni replied. Demon Lord Ling Gu? How was that simple? He had received quite a significant power boost after eating all of those heavenly human eggs, but he didn't think he was powerful enough to take on that massive army on his own. Demon Lord Ling Gu's expression darkened significantly. I don't need you to defeat the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army. I just need you to buy me some time, Lan Xiaoni said with a smile. Demon Lord Ling Gu really wanted to tell her that he would only be able to last 3 seconds at most. However, his pride forced him to swallow those words. High Priest Yufeiyu, is it time for us to strike? Lan Xiaoni turned and looked beside her. A woman with cold, beautiful features emerged from the sea, holding a crystal ball in her hand. Half an hour later, the stars and the moon will be obscured. The sun will begin to rise, and the tide will cause the yellow dragon's star to tumble. That would be the best time for us to strike. However, you will only have 2 minutes to get the job done. If you haven't succeeded by then, you have to retreat. All right, let's make some preparations. Lan Xiaoni nodded with a serious expression. In order to ensure the greatest chance for success, she had even brought High Priestess Yufeiyu with her. Her divination skills would help her determine the best opportunity to spring into action. Furthermore, Lan Xiaoni had a secret that only she knew about. Not long ago, Lin had sent her a message via her jade pendant, stating that the Heavenly Sea God was not to be completely trusted and that she should try to weaken his forces as much as possible. After receiving that message, Lan Xiaoni thought to herself that the best way to weaken the Heavenly Sea God would be to destroy the Western Heavenly Gate. It was the heaviest blow that she could possibly inflict upon him. Thus, she formulated a plan and sprang into action. Lan Xiaoni used her heavenly water power to envelop Yufeiyu and Demon Lord Ling Gu, and the 3 of them snuck toward the Western Heavenly Gate. Before long, they had arrived directly above the gate. All 3 of them were stunned by the eternal, unyielding aura emanating from the mighty Heavenly Gate. What a terrifying aura! Will we really be able to destroy it? Demon Lord Ling Gu was starting to have second thoughts again. Of course we can. Big Boss and Lin has already destroyed 2 of them, so why can't we do the same? Lan Xiaoni tried to pump up Demon Lord Ling Gu. But Lin is Lin, and we are not Lin. He's the Heavenly Darkness God, so destroying a Heavenly Gate is normal for him. Demon Lord Ling Gu was still very flustered. Hee. Don't forget that I'm the Heavenly Water God. Lan Xiaoni narrowed her beautiful eyes and reminded, plus, the key to destroying the gate doesn't lie in how powerful one is. Then what is the key? Demon Lord Ling Gu asked. Lan Xiaoni recalled the words Lin had once spoken to her, and a faint smile appeared on her face. The key is the type of heavenly power one possesses. That is what Big Boss Lin found while destroying 2 gates. The southern heavenly gate was broken by his power of darkness, while the northern heavenly gate was easily broken by his heavenly mountain power, even though it had remained completely unscathed against his most powerful darkness attacks. What does that mean? It means that as long as the right type of heavenly power is used, the heavenly gates will be simple to topple. The heavenly sea god presides over the western heavenly gate, so my heavenly water power has a very high chance of being able to destroy the gate. I'm sorry, heavenly sea god. I'm going to have to use the power you bestowed upon me against you. A cold light appeared in Lan Xiaoni's eyes. You can only blame yourself for trying to screw over my big boss Lin. To think that you once referred to one another as brothers. But you're now at a stage where you're stabbing each other in the back. The boundless ocean slowly converged toward Lan Xiaoni. Right at that moment, Yu Feiyu suddenly said, "Now!" The light of dawn began to emerge, while the stars and the moon dimmed. A gargantuan waterfall suddenly erupted from the ocean in the sky. Boom! It was as if the great Tao of heaven and earth were quaking violently. The heavenly human tribe powerful beings were all given a fright by the ear-splitting boom, and they turned around in shock and horror. What greeted them was a terrifying doomsday-like scenario, where the ocean in the sky crashed down from above. Amid the light of the dawn, a goddess descended from the heavens, wielding a heavenly water sword that was hundreds of thousands of meters in length. She raised the gargantuan sword and swung it viciously into the pillar of the western heavenly gate. Everything had happened far too abruptly. Never would the heavenly human tribe living beings have thought that Lan Xiaoni would suddenly return and immediately aim to destroy their heavenly gate. There was no time for them to react. A heavenly water divine sword that was radiating supreme divine might fell from the sky. The destructive waterfall created the perfect backdrop for the exquisitely beautiful woman that was wielding the sword, culminating in such a stunning image that everyone's heart skipped a beat. The first thought that ran through their minds was, "Holy crap! Alliance leader Lan is back. She's so scary." Their second thought was that the western heavenly gate was imbued with an eternal undying power, so there was no way that she would be able to break it. Finally, their third thought was a speculative one, wondering if Alliance leader Lan had gone insane. Why was she going on a suicide mission? Boom! An earth-shattering boom erupted. The heavenly water divine sword struck the pillar of the heavenly gate, and an extremely eye-catching crack appeared upon it, right in front of the dumbstruck eyes of countless heavenly human tribe powerful beings. It was like something extremely putrid had appeared on a flawless work, completely ruining the sense of aesthetic beauty that it had. At that moment, an indescribable chill began to spread through the heavenly human tribe living beings' bodies. All of them realized one thing. The heavenly gate appeared to be eternal and indestructible, but Lan Xiaoni was capable of bringing it down. "Quick! Stop her!" Great General Shimeng reacted almost instantaneously as he let loose a desperate roar. "We can't let her destroy the western heavenly gate. Everyone, surround her and kill her." Great General Kong and I chimed in. The tens of millions of heavenly human tribe living beings were already charging toward Lan Xiaoni even before the great generals had issued those instructions. In their hearts, the heavenly gate was an extremely holy object that could not be allowed to fall. They had to protect it, even if it meant giving up their lives. Charge! Even if Alliance leader Lan is comparable in power to a heavenly god, she won't be able to deal with all of us. This is an opportunity for us. We can kill her here and avenge our fallen comrades. Countless pillars of holy light were blasted toward Lan Xiaoni. However, all of those attacks were blocked by the waterfall plummeting from the ocean in the sky. We have to combine our powers to break through his waterfall. 6 Heaven Pioneer Stage great generals created a joint formation, materializing a holy light sword that was several hundreds of kilometers in length. The sword crashed toward the waterfall, slicing it in half in an extremely violent manner. Charge! The heavenly human tribe powerful beings rushed toward Lan Xiaoni without any hesitation. At that point, Lan Xiaoni was already accumulating power in preparation for the second strike. It really worked. I'm going to destroy this heavenly gate. Egg-eating demon lord. I'll leave the small fry to you, Lan Xiaoni yelled. Demon Lord Ling Gu almost shed tears upon hearing that. Small fry my ass. They were deep in the enemy's territory. Could she not see all those great generals and generals? Not to mention the other 50 million heavenly human tribe powerful beings. Even if a dozen super mighty figures were in his position, they would eventually get tortured to death. Bring out the courage you had when eating all those heavenly human eggs. Lan Xiaoni knew that Demon Lord Ling Gu was quite fearful, so she offered words of encouragement. At that moment, the heavenly human tribe powerful beings unleashed a second round of attacks. Fuck it. Let's do it. Demon Lord Ling Gu turned crimson as he let loose an almighty roar. Vast and violent demonic energy surged into the air, rocking the heavens with its devastating power. It then transformed into an ancient god-fiend that was over 100,000 feet tall, wielding a pair of crimson sabers. Boom, boom, boom. All of the oncoming attacks landed on Demon Lord Ling Gu, but his body managed to block them like an impregnable fortress. However, before he had a chance to heave a sigh of relief, countless soul-piercing stage generals began to rush toward him. One or two soul-piercing stage generals wasn't anything to fear, but what if there were a few hundred? It was like being chased down by several hundred mosquitoes. Boom, boom, boom. Howl! Holy light exploded like a series of miniature nuclear bombs blasting into Demon Lord Ling Gu's body. His skin and flesh were torn open, and he stumbled back to retreat, clearly struggling to hold on against such a devastating barrage. However, he was not just a meat shield that was incapable of retaliation. He let loose an almighty roar and slashed his dual crimson sabers through the air with boundless demonic energy. An inky black storm of blade projections erupted, clashing with the relentless pillars of holy light, creating a showdown between light and darkness. Demon Lord Ling Gu was a powerful being that was infinitely approaching the God of Creation stage, and no single heavenly human tribe powerful being present was a match for him. However, even a being of his caliber couldn't deal with that many opponents at once. There were tens of millions of enemies bombarding him in unison, and the accumulation of quantity resulted in a qualitative change. Demon Lord Ling Gu's storm of saber projections only lasted for several seconds before it was broken, upon which a massive number of attacks fell upon his body. His flesh was torn open, and blood fell like rain. If any other Dao integration stage super mighty figures were in his place, they wouldn't even be able to last a second against such a ferocious barrage. Are you done yet? Demon Lord Ling Gu howled in agony. His question was answered by another resounding boom. The pillar of the western heavenly gate was finally cut and toppled by Lan Xiaoni. Erf, we have to kill her. All of the heavenly human tribe living beings went completely insane upon seeing that. They began to charge with no regard for their lives, ignoring Demon Lord Ling Gu's attacks as they carved out a path for their comrades with their own flesh and blood. The suicidal attacks being launched by the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army finally overwhelmed Demon Lord Ling Gu, and a few of them began to sneak through the holes in his defense. One Heavenly Human Tribe powerful being after another passed him by. Alliance Leader Lan, this is where you fall. Die! All of them began to attack Lan Xiaoni. At that moment, blades of water suddenly fell from the ocean in the sky. They were devastatingly powerful and fell with unerring accuracy, perfectly puncturing the heads of the oncoming heavenly humans. There are more enemies. Look, it's the Dao integration stage Yufeiyu from the West Sea Alliance. At that moment, a tall and slender mermaid with a frosty disposition appeared at the center of the ocean. Countless water swords materialized and hung in the air around her, emanating fearsome might. Anyone who dares to attack Alliance Leader Lan will be killed. She tried to intimidate the enemies. Most of the heavenly human tribe powerful beings were surprised by her sudden emergence, but all of them were still charging ahead with all their might. There was only one pillar left standing, and they were determined to stop Lan Xiaoni from cutting it down, even if they had to give up their lives in the process. Right at this moment, a resounding boom erupted in the distance. An extremely dazzling holy light suddenly shone from a pure white crystalline battleship. At the same time, it flew into the sky, where 9 heaven pioneer stage great generals and 10 million other heavenly human tribe powerful beings injected their energy into it in unison. West Sea Heavenly Arc Attack. The most powerful weapon of the West Sea Heavenly Human Tribe United Army was finally activated. Demon Lord Lingu gazed at the heavenly arc that was several times larger than him, and he felt even more uneasy as he sensed the terrifying aura that was emanating from it. They were barely able to defend against the onslaught of tens of millions of heavenly humans, yet their enemy still activated their most powerful weapon. Countless beams of holy light shot toward him and exploded on his body. Right now, he was like a boss who was being ganged up on by hundreds of millions of ordinary soldiers. Although his health bar was phenomenal, it was still continuously dropping. He furiously swung his crimson saber at the measly soldiers before him, and each of his formidable strikes was able to slay tens of thousands of enemies. However, these measly soldiers were many, and the pressure that was mounted on him didn't decrease a single bit. That's right, if this continued, then he would be exhausted to death. Right at this moment, an unimaginably large heavenly power started to converge toward the West Sea Heavenly Arc that was located at the pinnacle of the sky. A tremendous blue spell formation materialized on the tail end of the heavenly arc, and the churning and boundless sea started to relentlessly inject the power of the sea into the arc. Holy Mother of God! Are you done yet? Demon Lord Lingu was drenched in a cold sweat. Almost. Hang on for a little longer. Lan Xiaoni had summoned a heavenly water divine sword, and was now trying her hardest to destroy the other pillar. A large web of cracks had already formed on the pillar. I'm afraid that a little longer is exactly how much more I can last. So, please get a hurry on. Demon Lord Ling Gu noticed that the West Sea Heavenly Arc had already pointed its ginormous cannon toward him. Heaven-crushing furious demon slash. Demon Lord Ling Gu bellowed in rage as he viciously slashed his crimson demonic sword toward the West Sea Heavenly Arc. Like a bottomless abyss that separated the sea from the heavens, a jet-black saber projection shot out hundreds of kilometers and burst toward the gigantic pure white crystalline battleship. The heavenly humans who lay in the path of the saber strike were all obliterated by its devastating power. The heavenly arc didn't evade. Rather, a crystalline protective barrier suddenly materialized around its body. Boom! A shrill grating sound pierced through the air as the saber projection slashed into the protective barrier. Like a power that desired to annihilate heaven and earth. A devastating energy that possessed a hint of a god of creation stage, divine being's Tao realm erupted into the air. After the earth-shattering collision died down, Demon Lord Ling Gu couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. How can this be? There's not even a scratch? Demon Lord Ling Gu couldn't believe his eyes. His vicious attack couldn't even breach the exterior defenses of the heavenly arc. One had to realize, this technique that contained his most powerful heaven-crushing true intent was capable of severely wounding even heavenly gods. Just how insane were the defenses of this heavenly arc? West Sea Cannon Fire. An ethereal voice that carried a hint of boundless magnificence traveled into Demon Lord Ling Gu's ears. His hair all stood on end at this instant. At this moment, the ginormous cannon on the heavenly arc had already lit up with a dazzling blue light. A deafening explosion erupted in the very next instant. Like a spiraling, world-destroying light beam, a dark blue energy beam furiously boomed toward his body. Demon Lord Ling Gu's expression changed drastically, and he immediately crossed his sabers before him to parry toward the devastating attack. Shatter! He poured all of his energy into the twin sabers. The twin sabers brought with them a brilliant glow, and as they slashed down, they even released an overwhelming black demonic aura. It was as though a world-destroying demon god was about to slice the vast sky apart. Whoosh! The spiraling, dark blue light beam was indeed sliced into 2 bursts of energy currents. However, the energy contained within this attack was almost infinite. At this moment, Demon Lord Ling Gu felt as if he were fighting against the entirety of the boundless sea. It was as if they were competing to see whether the sea held more water or whether his body held more power. Ah! Demon Lord Ling Gu let out a guttural roar as the meridians in his arms bulged significantly. His twin sabers quivered violently before eventually fracturing and cracking. Boom! His sabers shattered, and the might of the cannon's strike leaped toward him mercilessly. Heaven-crushing armor. Demon Lord Ling Gu immediately activated his most powerful defensive divine ability. A layer of golden armor that could block even the attacks of heavenly gods materialized over his entire body. Immediately afterward, the dark blue cannon strike crashed into his body. For a moment, it was as if he could feel the weight of the entire sea. It felt as though a tremendous and limitless energy was about to obliterate his very existence. Lan Xiaoni was still hacking away at the pillar. However, she had also noticed the urgency of the situation behind her. Under the surging attack of the dark blue cannon strike, that 100,000 feet tall demon appeared like a humongous mountain. He blocked the boundless sea that was surging toward her, and what entered her eyes was the sight of his tall and majestic body, as well as the tremendous blue-colored sea energy that had been sliced into two. Lan Xiaoni was quite moved upon seeing this. Demon Lord Ling Gu was already willing to sacrifice his life, so how could she slack off? Thereupon, she started to hack at the pillar with even more force and vigor. Energy continued to exude from the cannon strike. Demon Lord Ling Gu's armor was already fractured, and parts of his flesh had already been charred black. He was absolutely stunned by the devastating might of the cannon strike's energy. What he didn't know was, the heavenly humans were even more shocked than him. They were shocked by his formidable power. Holy fuck! How is he still standing? Impossible! This is definitely impossible. Even heavenly Tao-wielding heavenly gods will collapse under such a strike. There's no way they could hold on for this long. My God! How can such a being exist? Shit! We're running out of time. The heavenly humans were all transfixed with shock. The West Sea Cannon was their trump card, and just a single strike could draw upon the boundless power of the sea to annihilate heaven and earth. However, Demon Lord Ling Gu was actually able to defend against it for this long. Was he still a demon? Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the devastating energy on the molten red cannon started to dissipate. The West Sea Cannon had finished dealing its strike. Demon Lord Ling Gu's body remained like a majestic mountain that stood in their path. Smoke rose from his charred body, and his heaven-crushing armor was a shattered mess. There was also a gaping and bloody hole in his chest, yet no blood flowed out from it. This was because his innards had already been seared by the terrifying energy of the cannon strike. How could it still bleed? Countless heavenly humans were astounded by Demon Lord Ling Gu's wretched state. He has already become like this, yet he's still standing? And he's still blocking our path? Is he still alive? A heavenly human great general asked in disbelief. However, before anyone could answer his question, Demon Lord Ling Gu suddenly opened his mouth. Your attacks. I'll block all of them. Who's next? An earth-shattering roar soared through the heavens. For the first time in their lives, the heavenly humans finally experienced the meaning of the term soaring demonic spirit. He knew that he was no match, yet he still battled to the death. He had clearly been backed into a corner already, yet his aura was still tremendous and overwhelming. This was a true demon. A demon lord of the Tao integration pinnacle stage was already this terrifying. So just how terrifying was Cyril, a cultivator of the god of creation stage and the paramount being of the demon tribe? Right at this moment, a deafening boom erupted from the collision of a divine sword. A colossal pillar that stood 1,000,000 feet tall fractured through the middle and came crashing down onto the sky realm. The last remaining pillar of the western heavenly gate had finally fallen. At this moment, tens of millions of heavenly humans were plunged into a furious rage. Joy burst into Demon Lord Ling Gu's heart. He was almost moved to tears by his own greatness. I've held out. I finally held out against their attacks. I've held out against tens of millions of heavenly humans by myself. This is definitely a glorious achievement that's bound to stun the entire Tai Chu continent. How should we escape now? Demon Lord Ling Gu asked enthusiastically. No, don't panic. There are still 2 more steps. Lan Xiaoni said with great exertion as she carried the colossal pillar. First, I need to chuck the pillar into the door between the two realms. Then, I need to destroy the passageway that links the two realms. We can escape when I'm done. Hang on for a little longer. Demon Lord Linggu. Don't panic. Still 2 more steps. Hang on for a little longer. Demon Lord Linggu struggled to keep his despair from seeping out as he roared furiously in his mind. Can't you see the wretched state that I'm in? What the fuck am I meant to hang on with? Even though Demon Lord Linggu was his enemy, when the heavenly human great general saw that he was still blocking Lan Xiaoni behind him, a feeling of respect involuntarily rose into his heart. Impressive. I respect you for being a man. West Sea Cannon. Continue to fire. He waved a hand, and the West Sea Heavenly Arc continued to regenerate its energy. A brilliant glow flashed around the muzzle of the large cannon. You were able to block the version 1.0 attack of the West Sea Cannon, Great General Shi Meng said coldly. Now, let me see if you're able to block the attack of a warmed-up Heavenly Arc Cannon, the threefold stronger version 2.0 attack. Demon Lord Linggu's legs turned to jelly when he heard this. What fucking version 2.0? Even if you throw another version 1.0 at me, I still won't be able to block it. Alliance Leader Lan, Demon Lord Linggu. The time's up. Let's hurry up and escape. Yu Feiyu's voice suddenly traveled down from the sky. Demon Lord Linggu faltered slightly upon hearing this. That's right. Back then, they had said that the surprise attack would have a time limit of only 2 minutes. Once the time was up, they would have to retreat immediately, regardless of whether they succeeded or not. Demon Lord Linggu had wanted to escape since a long time ago. Now, he finally had the excuse to do so. He turned around to look at the Western Heavenly Gate. As though she hadn't heard, Lan Xiaoni continued to lug the last Heavenly Gate pillar. Just a little more. Demon Lord Linggu heaved a sigh and remained as still as a mountain before the Western Heavenly Gate. Yu Feiyu faltered slightly as she gazed at the 2 people who appeared as if they hadn't heard her. Then, she gritted her teeth and continued to battle, killing all the enemies who streaked past Demon Lord Linggu's sides. Boom! The West Sea Heavenly Arc fired another shot. The might that was contained within this cannon strike was even more terrifying than before. It was tremendous and profound, and its energy was boundless and infinite. The 100,000 feet tall demon appeared incredibly minuscule before this burst of monstrous energy. Am I about to die? Demon Lord Linggu clenched his fists and was just about to charge into the cannon strike. Even if he died, he was going to die a brave and heroic death. An ear-splitting explosion suddenly erupted behind his body. It appeared to be the sound of the Western Heavenly Gate collapsing. Demon Lord Linggu chuckled. This sound was the best reciprocation to his efforts. In actual fact, he wasn't scared of death. He was merely scared of dying a pointless death. Demon Lord Linggu started to fearlessly charge toward the dark blue cannon strike. The searing pain from his injury-riddled body caused his already fuzzy awareness to suddenly become sharper. His vision was filled with a vast expanse of dark blue, and it was as if the vast sea were surging over and trying to pull him into the eternity of its depths. Right at this moment, however, a lithe and graceful figure suddenly appeared before him and spread their arms apart. Boom! The cannon strike blasted into that tiny yet incredibly beautiful figure, throwing up gigantic waves of energy and water as it did so. No matter how aggressive or petrifying the energy of the cannon strike, that figure was able to block everything that was thrown its way. Nothing was able to make it through to Demon Lord Linggu. Demon Lord Linggu was dumbfounded, and his eyes reddened as he gazed at that figure. He had figured out their identity, and this only made him feel all the more touched. That figure was Lan Xiaoni. Demon Lord Linggu had only fought with his life on the line because he wanted to create a chance for Lan Xiaoni to finish destroying the Heavenly Gate and then escape. He was already resigned to dying in battle. To his great surprise, however, Lan Xiaoni dashed over and drew on all her power to protect him just as he was about to perish. Why are you still standing here in a daze? Hurry up and run! The crisp cry of a female rang in his ears. Demon Lord Ling Gu only came to his senses at this moment. He was severely wounded right now, and if it weren't for his allies bringing up the rear, there was absolutely no way he could escape from the army of tens of millions of heavenly humans. Demon Lord Ling Gu's body rapidly shrunk in size. Then, he transformed into a streak of red and pierced into the sea in the sky. Yufeiyu swished her fishtail and charged into the sea after him. Don't let them get away. Charge. Ah! Western Heavenly Gate. Our Western Heavenly Gate. We'll definitely avenge this day. Charge. Some heavenly humans simmered with rage as they charged after Demon Lord Ling Gu and Yufeiyu, while some other heavenly humans suffered mental breakdowns as they struggled to accept the destruction of the Western Heavenly Gate. The colossal pillars had already been tossed into the passageway between the two realms by Lan Xiaoni, and this passageway had then also been completely destroyed by her afterward. The illuminated passageway that had stood for hundreds of years gradually shrunk down. As it did so, its once brilliant glow also started to fall dimmer and dimmer. The heavenly humans were helpless as they watched on. They couldn't prevent the collapse of the Western Heavenly Gate. A feeling of powerlessness and despair washed over their bodies. They could only collapse to the floor in grief and despair or unleash their boiling fury on their enemies' bodies. The dark blue power of the sea started to tremor. Its harrowing power wantonly obliterated everything in the surroundings. However, when the energy of the cannon strike dissipated, Lan Xiaoni, whose divine halo dazzled above her head, was still standing in the sky. It was just that her face had gone slightly pale, and she appeared to be quite disheveled. How is this possible? Our West Sea cannon was blocked again. The faces of the heavenly humans in charge of the West Sea Heavenly Ark had expressions of disbelief. Are all of these people explosion resistant? Hurry! Refill the energy as quickly as you can. Lan Xiaoni has to die no matter what. The heavenly human great generals furiously shouted their commands. At this moment, the West Sea Heavenly Ark once again lit up with a brilliant glow. Lan Xiaoni glanced at the churning sea in the sky and chuckled. Want to kill me? Then come and find me in the sea. As she said this, she swished her fishtail and dashed toward the sea. Hurry! Someone stop her. Don't let her enter the sea. The powerful beings of the heavenly human tribe shouted in panic. Streak after streak of powerful figures charged toward Lan Xiaoni. Lan Xiaoni wielded a sword in each hand, and her brilliant sword intent slew all the powerful beings who dared to stand in her path. No one could stop her advance, not even for a second. Even a mightily powerful Heaven Pioneer Stage Great General had an arm lopped off after a mere half-second. Lan Xiaoni swaggered upward just like that. Her overwhelming power brought despair to her enemies' hearts. Plop! Splashes of water arced through the air. The mermaids slid into the water and disappeared from their sights. After entering the sea, the heavenly water goddess could merge perfectly and become one with the sea. Even other heavenly gods would struggle to detect her presence, to say nothing of these ordinary heavenly humans. They could only launch sweeping yet ineffective attacks on the sea as tears of grief flowed down their faces. Meanwhile, some heavenly humans dazedly stared at the location of the vanished Western Heavenly Gate. It was as if they had become retarded. What the heck just happened? A single person waltzed through tens of millions of us heavenly humans and crushed our heavenly gate? And then they swaggered off just like that. Heh! I'm nothing but trash. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Some heavenly humans laughed as they cried, while some other heavenly humans started to question the meaning of their very existence. The heavenly humans in the West Sea crumbled into an absolute mess. Meanwhile, in the central region of the Taichu continent, Brother Enlin, you've got to believe me. I'm definitely sincere toward you. The heavenly sea god hurriedly ran behind Enlin. Enlin faltered slightly before breaking into a wide grin. Brother C, I trust you. If you weren't sincere toward me, then how could you have acted in such a key moment? Brother C, there's no need to explain. The heavenly sea god breathed a sigh of relief, saying, Brother Enlin, it's good that you believe me. Anyhow, you're also aware of my current situation. My body is severely wounded, and I can only unleash a very limited amount of my combat capability. Moreover, I can only activate my true form of Tao once, and I've got to use this against the heavenly light goddess and the others. Sigh. Our dreams are simple, yet the difficulty of achieving victory is immense. There was a hint of exasperation in the heavenly sea god's voice as he lamented in emotion, and Lin couldn't help but grimace. Our dreams are simple? What the fuck do you mean? Sure. My dream is indeed fairly simple. However, your dream is to become the one and only heavenly Tao. In what way is this simple? Have some self-awareness. Okay. However, what delighted me the most is the fact that Brother and Lin's strength has grown even stronger. In fact, you even managed to defeat the heavenly earth god. This is a tremendous occasion, and we're now a step closer to reaching our ultimate goal. There was a huge grin on the heavenly sea god's face. He was genuinely overjoyed. Of course, there was also a shadow of concern behind his happiness. Brother and Lin was far too powerful. Thus, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Alright, enough with the chit-chat. I've got to hurry to the other battlefields. And Lin said, but your current condition, you're still going to battle like this? The heavenly sea god's eyes wandered over Lin's injury-riddled body. Not only was his body wounded, but even his divine sense and energy were already close to exhausted. No matter how weak I am, I'm still stronger than ordinary heavenly gods. It'll be fine. Anyhow, I still have the amazing ability to replenish my strength. As he said this, Lin retrieved another divine pill from his storage ring and popped it into his mouth. The heavenly sea god's mouth gaped open in shock. And Lin, is this rich? Fine. I'll deactivate the barrier of the supreme heavenly god in a moment. Once the barrier is deactivated, this place will be detected by the other supreme heavenly gods. How about this? Launch an attack at me, and I'll pretend that I've been severely wounded and then flee. Afterward, you can return to battle the others. As the heavenly sea god spoke, he started to use his heavenly god power to deactivate the ocean cage that was enveloping them. And Lin didn't hold back, and he immediately charged toward the heavenly sea god. Bastard, eat my fist. And Lin threw a punch at the heavenly sea god, even imbuing the divine Tao of darkness into his attack. Holy fuck. Stop. There's no need to use so much power. The heavenly sea god's expression changed drastically. Boom. Ah. Following the heavenly sea god's agonized wail, the ocean barrier shattered with a resounding boom. A disheveled figure vomited blood as he canonied backward. A terrifying darkness was eroding his chest. And Lin, just you wait. I'll definitely return. The heavenly sea god spat these words of threat before frantically fleeing toward the West Sea. However, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned back to face Lin. And Lin, be careful. His voice suddenly sounded in Lin's mind. At this moment, Lin also felt an incredibly terrifying aura bearing down upon him. A sense of fatal danger instantly enveloped his entire body. A beautiful, androgynous-looking man in a long floral dress suddenly appeared before Lin. There was an intricate floral hairpin in his hand, and this was currently stabbing toward Lin's glabella at a terrifying speed. So quick. Lin was astounded, and he immediately turned his head to the side, avoiding this fatal strike. At the same time, he also seized a tiny window of opportunity to tap his finger at the man before him. The divine Tao of darkness surged from his fingertip, wanting to swallow the beautiful man whole. There was a flash, and the man suddenly vanished from in front of him. In the next instant, Lin detected the location of his enemy. However, his reaction was still a split second too slow. The floral hairpin pierced through his back and reappeared from his chest. The sharp and crystal-like tip of the hairpin gleamed with an incredibly alluring yet sinister glow. A devastating power started to erupt from his back. The pressure was so immense that Lin couldn't help but collapse forward and smash a gigantic crater into the ground. You're the human who killed the heavenly earth god? The man in the floral dress asked. One of his hands was on the hairpin protruding through Lin's chest, and one of his hands was on Lin's neck. A dazzling smile spread across his face as he pushed Lin into the ground, and he said, You, Don't seem all that impressive? And Lin chuckled coldly and said, Do people all deal last hits and collect heads one so righteously now? Last hit? Collecting heads? I have no interest in your head. I'm simply here to kill you. The beautiful man in the floral dress said. Don't these two phrases mean the same thing? And Lin said with an astonished expression. Is that so? The handsome man blinked his pure and black eyes that looked as if they contained countless stars and said, I was only born not long ago, so there are some phrases that I don't understand very well. Please excuse me. No worries, I can teach you, and Lin said with a smile. Say, can you not lie on top of me in that position? It's very uncouth. There's a phrase that can be used to describe you. What phrase? The handsome man looked down at himself. His legs were spread apart as he sat on Lin's back, and one of his hands was on Lin's neck, while his other hand was on the floral hairpin that was pierced into Lin's back. He didn't see any problem with his position. There was a look of disgust on Lin's face, and he said, Fag, freak, repulsive, cross-dressing man, shameless. The beautiful man opened his small and dainty mouth in astonishment and asked, That's one phrase. In any case, your actions are very disrespectful, and Lin said calmly. A chaotic black swirl suddenly appeared on his back, and it appeared both pure and profound. So, fuck off. Boom! A darkness that was capable of engulfing all matter suddenly erupted from the chaotic black swirl. The beautiful man was startled, and he hurriedly leaped back at an incredible speed, dodging Lin's sudden attack. And Lin stood up, and his aura gradually started to become stronger. There was ice-cold killing intent in his eyes as he looked at the slim man whose skin was smooth and delicate and whose appearance was more beautiful than a woman. I'm done with the nonsensical drivel used to buy time. Now, tell me, how do you want to die? That was right. The only reason he had uttered so much nonsense just then was in order to buy some time to digest the divine pill that he had ingested. A peculiar expression appeared on the beautiful man's face when he saw Lin unleash the genuine power of darkness. Is this darkness? It's indeed a beautiful and mysterious power. A look of greed flashed across the man's eyes, and he said, However, such a mesmerizing power should belong to me. And Lin almost burst into laughter. He was the heavenly darkness god, and this supreme heavenly god power belonged to him. Yet this man was shamelessly claiming that it should belong to him? Who did he think he was? At this moment, the heavenly sea god's frantic voice sounded in his mind again. Of course, he was speaking to Lin through voice transmission. Brother Lin, be careful. It's extremely likely that he's the trump card prepared by the heavenly life goddess. She had initially planned to unleash him against the heavenly earth god. However, now that she's suddenly using him against you, it's especially evident that she genuinely wants to dispose of you. Just as the heavenly sea god finished speaking, the beautiful man smiled and started to speak. Heavenly darkness god, let me introduce myself. My name is Xianxia, and I'm the most perfect being created by the heavenly life goddess. My objective for coming here is to terminate your life. The man in the floral dress didn't try to hide his objective at all. He openly admitted that he was here to kill Lin, and he even revealed his own identity. And Lin wasn't really surprised by this. The only thing that he couldn't understand was, this cross-dressing man before him could be regarded as the most perfect being? What was wrong with the heavenly life goddess tastes? This man clearly possessed an exquisitely beautiful face, smooth and delicate skin, and an incredibly perfect body. Yet, his voice was masculine and he also had a buddy between his legs. His existence was like a sick joke. However, what happened next completely changed Lin's mind. An overwhelming aura surged toward him. In fact, this aura was even more powerful than the aura of the supreme heavenly gods. It was only slightly weaker than the aura of the heavenly earth god after he had unleashed his true form of Tao. He clearly didn't possess a divine halo, and he clearly wasn't a heavenly god. Yet he possessed such a terrifying and formidable power. This show of strength was the best proof that Xianxia was the most perfect being. If Lin were at the peak of his powers, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of Xianxia. Now, however, Even after ingesting the divine pill, he had only recovered a small portion of his power. Radiating with an aura that could cause the hearts of billions of beings to palpitate in fear, Xianyu slowly strode toward Enlin. Wherever he stepped, hundreds of flowers would bloom, filling the air with an iridescent light. The Tao of heaven and earth also resonated softly, and it was as if the great Tao were playing a beautiful melody to welcome his presence. Energy of all forms and origins started to surge toward him, relentlessly and boundlessly. He was the darling child of the heavenly Tao. He was the most perfect being in the world. All matter between heaven and earth was blessing him with fortune. Whoosh! Xianyu suddenly dashed before Enlin, and his hand became a claw as he grabbed at Enlin's heart. "You're seeking death," Enlin shouted with a humph. The purest divine Tao of darkness erupted from his body and formed into a black orb that integrated offense and defense into one. This dark orb crashed toward Xianyu. Upon seeing this orb of darkness that could engulf all matter, Xianyu didn't attempt to dodge at all. Instead, his slender hand shot toward Enlin at an even quicker speed. At the same time, a peculiar green glow burst from his fingers. Chaotic life technique, infinite reincarnation. Countless strands of thin green light suddenly started to intertwine together, forming a profoundly mystical and complex reincarnation formation. Immediately afterward, his arm was engulfed by darkness. However, Enlin was stunned by what happened next. After having his arm engulfed by the divine Tao of darkness, Xianyu activated some sort of reincarnation technique to grow it back. However, after regenerating his arm, he was still unable to withstand the power of the darkness. Thus, his arm was engulfed again. Then, he regenerated it again and it was engulfed again. Then he regenerated it again. Infinite reincarnation. Moreover, as Xianyu's arm underwent this infinite cycle of destruction and reincarnation, it quickly got closer and closer to Enlin. Swoosh! His slender fingers were like blades of light as they pierced into Enlin's chest. Enlin's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected his opponent to breach his defenses like this. Blood stained his white Taoist robe once again. Enlin gritted his teeth. Like a swarm of shadows, darkness quickly spread over the ground. They then gathered into an incredibly sharp spike that shot toward Xianyu. "Earth, aid me," Xianyu said as he lightly stomped on the ground. The earth suddenly released a tremendous gravitational force. In fact, this gravitational force even possessed the boundless and pure power of the earth. Enlin felt as if he were facing another heavenly earth god, one who was at the peak of his powers. Upon seeing Enlin's astonished expression, a smile blossomed on Xianyu's beautiful face, and he said, "Do you see? Heaven and earth belong to me, and so does all the matter that exists between them. All powers will eventually submit to me. That's right. Heaven can't help but favor me so dearly. Your darkness naturally belongs to me as well. Light, aid me," Xianyu exclaimed softly. As he said this, a soft glow started to rise from his arm. This glow was holy and pure. It contained a feeling of boundless hope, and it was as if it could pierce through all darkness. Enlin suddenly felt as if he were being scorched by raging flames. This was an extremely horrible feeling. He detested this power. Assimilation of light, return of all powers. As Xianyu finished speaking, the devastating power of light started to surge into Enlin's body through the hand that was pierced into his chest. This power dissolved and absorbed everything within him. It was as if it were going to absorb his entirety. Enlin's heart shuddered. He knew that there was a possibility that Xianyu genuinely possessed the ability to strip him of his powers. "No, I can't allow this to continue." Enlin unleashed two ferocious punches at Xianyu. "Earth, aid me." Xianyu was unfazed, and the power of earth suddenly formed a barrier before him, blocking Enlin's fists. "Sky, aid me," he said. The void instantly produced a restrictive power that Enlin couldn't even begin to fathom. He was met with an overwhelming resistance each time he tried to move and each time he tried to channel his energy. Right now, Enlin felt as if he were battling against several supreme heavenly gods. Moreover, he was engaging in this battle while critically injured. He was suddenly engulfed by a sense of helplessness. Fuck, is he bullying me while I'm at my weakest? Don't struggle, you can't defeat me, Xianxia said faintly. His expression was as if he were watching the futile struggle of a defeated man in his death throes. You can't defeat me even at the peak of your powers, so how can you defeat me now? I'll gladly accept the heavenly darkness power. You can die now. Xianxia wrapped his hand around Enlin's heart, and a pure and dazzling light comprehensively shattered the darkness that was radiating from Enlin's body. However, right at this moment, a wisp of darkness suddenly pierced through all the light and severed all the heavenly powers in the surroundings. In fact, it even shattered the armor of earth before stabbing through Xianxu's heart. The vast expanse of pure and dazzling light suddenly vanished. Xianxu's eyes were wide with shock as he stared at the black sword that had skewered his heart. Crimson-red blood seeped from the wound where the sword had entered. For the first time since his appearance, there was a look of disbelief on his face. Enlin recognized this black sword. It was his evil-slaying sword. It actually moved by itself, and its power was actually so great. Run! A childish and aloof voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Run? Run where? I'm going to use you to hack him to death. Upon seeing the evil-slaying sword suddenly become so powerful, how could Enlin still have any thoughts of fleeing? I'm out of energy. The brilliant glow of evil-slaying sword dimmed and disappeared just as little Xie finished speaking. Enlin drew a sharp breath before instantly turning around to flee. Xianxia pulled the evil-slaying sword from his body and tried to snap into two halves. However, he was unable to do so, so he tossed it aside like trash. He then turned his gaze to the fleeing Enlin with a dark expression on his face. It was clear that he felt great humiliation after falling victim to the surprise attack. Sky! Boom! Enlin felt a boundless compressive and restrictive power bearing down from the void around him. This power was so immense that he could barely withstand it even with his divine Tao of darkness, to say nothing of engulfing it. Earth! An azure-yellow glow suddenly erupted from the earth. At the same time, the tremendous power of earth surged up and slammed into him, making it almost impossible for him to move. Right now, Xianxu's heart had already recovered to a flawless condition, thanks to his powerful recovery ability. He made a tapping motion at Enlin. Light! A ray of pure and dazzling light burst into existence. This light was like a pure and harmless matter, yet it transformed into a beam that smashed a huge and bloody hole into Enlin's chest. Boom! Blood sprayed through the air. Even these droplets of blood were transformed into specks of vanishing light by the beam of light. Enlin, you can't escape. Enlin felt like his heart was tearing apart. At the same time, he also felt the power of light burning his entire body. Light and darkness were natural nemeses. As for which overcame the other, this was wholly dependent on which was the more powerful. In order to kill the heavenly earth god, Enlin had already exhausted all of his energy. Thus, at this moment, he was clearly no match for Xianxia, who was wielding the power of light. Enlin gritted his teeth and transformed his body into a black shadow. He then quickly flashed into the distance. Still trying to escape? Xianxia was unfazed by Enlin's attempt to escape. With a single stride, he had already crossed a vast expanse of the void and arrived above Enlin. He then pressed his hand down. Countless columns of light that possessed the pure power of light descended from the sky. They were naturally as quick as light, and they instantly blasted countless holes into the moving black shadow. Enlin was forced to transform back into his original form. His body was already riddled with bloody wounds. Cough, cough, cough. Enlin felt as if his entire body were being scorched by a tremendously powerful flame. This was a horrible feeling. At the same time, he couldn't help but cough up specks of blood. The strength of his opponent was simply unfathomable. Xianxia could wield the power of several supreme heavenly gods, and this ability had already transcended the realm of life. It was as if he were a world-level bug. How did the heavenly life goddess manage to create him? Xianxu's long floral dress billowed in the wind as he gracefully walked toward Enlin. Hints of golden light flashed across his black-colored eyes, and he said with a smile, "You still want to resist? Wonderful, as expected of my first opponent since birth. I admire your courage." As he said this, several more beams of golden light transformed into blades that ripped into Enlin's body and pierced through his chest and forelimbs. The energy that Enlin had been secretly gathering was dissolved, and his power was also utterly sealed. The blades of light then pinned him into the sunken earth. The blades of light were incredibly mighty, and they relentlessly dissolved and absorbed everything within Enlin's body. An indescribable pain shot through his body, causing him to convulse uncontrollably. This was the feeling of each of his cells and each iota of his power being torn apart and transformed into particles of light. In his current condition, there was simply no way he could resist this supreme power. Xianyu walked before Enlin and lightly stroked his blood-streaked face, saying, "Say, if you had obediently allowed me to absorb you before, you wouldn't have needed to suffer such immense pain. I'll set you free now. You won't feel any more pain." There was a smile on his face as he extended his slender hand and pierced it into Enlin's chest once again. He gripped Enlin's heart in his hand and felt the sensation of his heartbeat, as well as the existence of the heavenly darkness power. What a mesmerizing power! Is this the power that has escaped my grasp for so long? There was a look of intoxication on Xianyu's face, and his eyes gradually became greedy. How was such a power bestowed upon someone like you? Only a perfect being like myself should have the right to possess it. Heavenly darkness power. From today onward, you're mine. Xianyu slowly tightened his grip. Light exploded from his palm and started to feed on the heart in his hand. Light was illuminating all matter. It was purifying all matter. It was transforming all matter into light. Enlin tried to resist with all his might, yet Xianyu's power had him completely suppressed. He was unable to break free from that restrictive power no matter what. Right now, all he could do was to feel the unbearable pain coursing through his body. Death slowly crept toward him. In any case, how much energy could a divine pill provide? How could such a pill help him resist the power of a freak created by the heavenly life goddess? Only at this moment did Enlin finally realize he wasn't truly invincible. He could also become tired. He could also be defeated. He could also be killed. Ding dong. Detected that the host is facing imminent death. Are you willing to sacrifice 1/5 of your life force to obtain unimaginable power? Current lifespan has already been depleted by 60%. The panic and torment in Enlin's eyes gradually transformed into calm. He couldn't die yet. He definitely couldn't be killed by this person before him. I am. At the last moments before death, he finally agreed to the system's proposal. In this instant, heaven and earth suddenly fell quiet. Xianyu felt that the time was ripe because he could already see the heavenly darkness power. Ha ha ha! Heavenly darkness power! You're mine! He laughed heartily as he forcefully tugged at Enlin's heart, and then his hand disappeared. His pupils contracted in astonishment. Something was very wrong. Do you want it? Then I'll give it to you. Enlin's pupils were as black as ink as he calmly gazed at Xianyu. The blades of light that were embedded in his body were engulfed by darkness at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. However, can you really contain it? Darkness. Xianyu suddenly discovered that his arm had already been engulfed by darkness. It had been obliterated into nothingness. How is this possible? His expression changed drastically, and he frantically shot back in retreat. Enlin made a tapping motion at Xianyu, and a burst of black light suddenly blossomed inside Xianyu's head. This light was like a black lotus that had suddenly blossomed, and it instantly engulfed Xianyu's head. Everything happened in a flash. Everything was eerily tranquil. There was no earth-shattering commotion. However, the result was stark and resolute. The black lotus disappeared as quickly as it had appeared. In the blink of an eye, Xianyu had already become a headless being. Like a piece of shredded cloth, he collapsed to the ground, only coming to a rest after tumbling several times. Enlin stood up and gazed at Xianyu, saying indifferently, "See? I gifted the flower of darkness to you, yet you were unable to contain it. What can I do? Boom! The earth suddenly started to tremor. The power of earth started to ferociously gush out from the ground. It transformed into an azure-yellow rock golem that measured 1,000,000 feet in height. And Lin's brows furrowed slightly. At this moment, the azure-yellow rock golem suddenly spread its arms. 99 thick arms suddenly materialized behind it, and they all clenched their hands into mountain-sized fists. Imbued with the explosive power of earth, these fists frenziedly rained down on the ground like countless meteors plummeting from the sky. All show and no substance, and Lin threw a simple punch at the azure-yellow rock golem. The black, half-transparent projection of his fist was like the shadow of a funnel. It began from a single point, yet when it reached the 1,000,000 feet tall rock golem, it had already become a black shadow that could cover its entire body. The 99 arms of the rock golem were instantly shattered into pieces. These pieces were then obliterated into nothingness by the black shadow, which continued on its path and eventually smashed into the giant rock golem. The rock golem shuddered before disintegrating into dust. What power of earth! What ancient divine being! Before this formidable fist, they had no choice but to crumble into nothingness. And Lin turned around, only to see that Xianxu's headless body was already glowing with a green light. This incredibly rich power of life allowed him to regenerate at a rapid speed. In the blink of an eye, he had already grown a new head. However, he no longer wore an expression of confidence and haughtiness. After shooting back in retreat, he was now gazing at Enlin with a look of disbelief. Who on earth are you? Me? I'm Enlin. Don't you guys like to refer to me as the Heavenly Darkness God? The corners of Enlin's mouth curled up into a smile as he shot a mocking glance at Xianxu. Impossible! How can the Heavenly Darkness God be so powerful? You're definitely some unique being. Or perhaps you possess some peculiar power. There was a look of terror on Xianxu's face, and he was unable to hide the fear that he felt. Peculiar power? And Lin blinked upon hearing this. For the first time, he started to carefully ponder his own power. His normal strength was already powerful enough for him to look down upon the entire continent. However, the strength that he received after sacrificing his life essence seemed to be even more powerful than the peak strength that he had possessed while battling against the heavenly earth god. The system had called this unimaginable power. By the looks of it, this power was truly unimaginable. While he was still in the Tao body stages, this power had been unimaginable. Now, he had already reached the Tao integration stage, yet this power was still unimaginable. He couldn't describe the feeling of possessing this power. However, he knew that this was the feeling of invincibility. And Lin felt a sensation of transcendence. It was as if he were in absolute control of everything. He hadn't transcended above heaven and earth and the three realms, but he had reached the pinnacle of the three realms and the pinnacle of the heavenly Tao. That was right. Even the heavens were helping him. And Lin suddenly attained enlightenment at this moment. He finally understood why there was such a huge gulf between their strength even though they were both supreme heavenly gods. This was because the suppression caused by the subconscious will of the heavenly Tao was completely different for different heavenly gods. Right now, Enlin was essentially the darling child of the heavenly Tao. Thus, he could unleash almost all of his power. What are you smiling about? Xianxu saw that Enlin was smiling, and this was a smile that sent cold chills down his spine. Didn't you say that you were the most perfect being? That you were the darling child of the heavenly Tao? And Lin's smile grew even wider as he looked at Xianxu. Of course, I can borrow any powers from the heavenly Tao, and I can also absorb all the powers of the heavenly Tao. As if he were trying to regain some confidence, Xianxu was extremely serious as he gave this answer. However, in the very next instant, what he saw was Enlin's approaching fist. Don't be afraid. I can overcome all my fears. Come on, meet this attack head-on. There's definitely a time limit on how long Enlin can maintain this power. As long as I grind through this, the final victor will definitely be me. Numerous thoughts flashed through Xianxu's mind at this moment. Then, these thoughts all transformed into a boundless fighting spirit. As a perfect being, He not only understood the concept of taking advantage of his strengths and avoiding his weaknesses, but he also possessed the confidence and will to overcome all terror and unleash miraculous power in the face of despair. "Radiant myriad god fist," he roared. His fists transformed into hundreds of thousands of light projections, and the radiance that erupted from them made it seem like thousands of suns were hanging in the sky. The brilliant light that erupted at this instant was capable of blinding any being. Even in the distant Yutong city, people could still see this incredibly dazzling light piercing through all matter. It was as if there were also countless mighty and holy divine beings launching frenzied attacks on some person below them. All show and no substance, like before, and Lin threw a simple punch. An ink-like darkness instantly engulfed all the light. At this moment, Xianyu felt like he was stuck in eternal darkness. The seemingly boundless light that was radiating from his fist was only fleeting before the indestructible darkness of Lin's fist. Darkness was the only power that could rule for all eternity. Immediately afterward, his arms were engulfed by darkness. No! He immediately regained his senses. Heaven and earth reappeared, yet his arms had already been obliterated by Lin. Darkness continued to creep toward his body. Chaotic life technique. Infinite reincarnation. A green glow flashed across Xianyu's eyes as he shot back in retreat. Tendrils of blood and flesh grew from his shoulders, and it was as if his arms were going to regenerate. However, Lin charged toward Xianyu at an even quicker speed. His aura was dark and profound, yet it was also supreme and paramount. It was as if he were an invincible god who was looking down upon the mortal world. "Are you worthy of reincarnation?" Just as he finished speaking, it was as if Xianyu's power of life had suddenly come across some terrifying existence. It instantly dissolved, and the process of reincarnation ground to a halt. "How is this possible? My power—" A look of shock spread across Xianyu's face. At this moment, Lin's fist had already arrived before Xianyu's face. Boom! Xianyu's head exploded into pieces again. His destruction was even more comprehensive this time, and even his body was engulfed by the darkness in the very next instant. However, not long after Lin retracted his fist, the earth suddenly cracked open again. A sapling sprouted from the ground before rapidly growing into a towering tree. A giant bud appeared on the crown of the tree, and when it blossomed, a man who was dressed in a long floral dress and more beautiful than countless celestial maidens slowly hovered out. His aura was formidable, yet there was fear in his eyes when he gazed at Lin. Lin didn't seem surprised by his resurrection. Instead, he chuckled and said, "Do you see? You said that you could wield everything that the heavenly Tao bestowed upon you, and you said that you were the darling child of the heavenly Tao. However, I was able to confiscate what the heavenly Tao bestowed upon you. What does this mean?" Xianyu's expression became extremely grave, and he said, "It means that the heavenly Tao likes you more?" Lin shook his head and said, "No, it means that I'm your papa, Xianyu." While Xianyu was seething in anger, Lin suddenly launched another attack. His fists were so fast that Xianyu was unable to follow them. In fact, Xianyu only caught a glimpse of the power bursting toward him before he was instantly smashed into pieces again. Boom! The darkness disappeared, and Lin shook his arms and looked toward another direction. "He's a bit hard to deal with. I had initially planned to engulf his life force once and for all. However, the life force of this brat is more resilient than I imagined. I've wounded his essence each time, yet he manages to resurrect each time. By the looks of it, the heavenly life goddess poured a lot of time and effort into creating him." Lin strode toward someplace. In that place, a small sapling was currently growing into a towering tree. Lin directly uprooted this tree. He then used the power of darkness to engulf this tree. 1 second later, a bud appeared on the ground. As it blossomed, a person leaped out from within it. This person was none other than Xianyu. He was so terrified that he had changed the pattern of his resurrection. Once he was resurrected, he immediately fled into the distance, not even turning around to glance at Lin. There was no hesitation in his actions. Too powerful, His opponent was far too powerful. Right now, did he still dare to call himself the most perfect being? Did he still dare to underestimate Enlin? If he battled against Enlin, it was inevitable that he would be pummeled without mercy. There would be absolutely no hope of victory. Moreover, he would have to face the threat of death the entire time. This wasn't the type of battle that he desired. So what if this was a mission handed to him by the heavenly life goddess? Right now, staying alive was the most important thing. What time did he have to worry about his mission? Regardless of what command or mission it was, nothing could supersede his thirst for life at this moment. This perfect being was a very realistic person. And Lin gazed at Xianyu's fleeing figure, and he couldn't help but think that his disheveled appearance was identical to his own when he had been the one fleeing just then. This was the cycle of life. This was sweet revenge. A burst of darkness ripped through the void and shattered the armor of earth on Xianyu's back. It pierced through his back and caused him to vomit blood as he tumbled to the ground. No! He made a grabbing motion at Enlin as he collapsed to the ground, and a dense array of white divine patterns materialized in the sky. These divine patterns formed an invincible cage that enveloped Enlin. Enlin raised his hand and made a swiping motion at the void. The cage that was tremendously powerful in Xianyu's eyes was easily sliced apart by Enlin. Just like that. In the next instant, Enlin had already strode across the void and arrived before Xianyu. Xianyu was just about to resist with all his might, yet countless black celestial swords suddenly rained down from the sky and pinned him into the ground. This was yet another familiar scene. Enlin gazed down at the disheveled and trapped Xianyu and said, "I truly feel sympathy for you. You were only born not long ago, yet you're about to be beaten back to your mother's womb by me. You can't kill me." Xianyu stammered through gritted teeth. "You reckon that I can't kill you because you possess the essence of life and reincarnation?" Enlin asked with a smile. Xianyu couldn't help but shudder. The astonishment on his face couldn't be hidden any longer. "You actually know?" At this moment, Enlin's hand was already on Xianyu's chest. Numerous dark, machete-like curses spread from his palm and covered Xianyu's entire body. "No, don't kill me." Xianyu's voice trembled as he begged for his life. Tears streamed from his eyes, and he started to cry like a baby. "If you agree not to kill me, I can do anything that you ask. I can accept all of your demands." And Lin sighed softly when he heard this. "Sorry, I'm not interested in men. Everything that you possess is now mine." As he said this, he pressed down with his palm. The purest and most profound darkness enveloped the man in the floral dress, tugging him into the boundless darkness forever, at the center of the white nectar sea that lay in the center of the Taichu continent. The leaves of a world tree that was so tall that towered into the sky rustled in the breeze. The heavenly life goddess was sitting on a protruding branch of this world tree, and she smiled faintly as she gazed at the rising sun in the east. The sun had already risen, so it's time that a full stop was drawn on this battle. The heavenly earth god has died, and the heavenly darkness god has returned to the heavenly Tao. Could there be a better ending than this? The woman twirled the azure-black hair next to her cheek with her jade-like fingers. Her orange eyes appeared especially bright and beautiful as they reflected the radiance of the rising sun. There was a look of eager anticipation on her face, and she murmured, "Once this battle concludes, the next steps of our plan can be completed to absolute perfection." A pale white head started to materialize in the sky. "We really don't need to head over to help? And Lin isn't an easy opponent." "Heh, what does it matter even if he's incredibly powerful? Didn't you see that he was already exhausted after battling against the heavenly earth god?" Xianyu merely headed over to deal the killing blow. The heavenly life goddess leaned back onto the tree trunk. Her expression was relaxed, and she said, "Even if Enlin were at the peak of his powers, Xianyu still wouldn't be afraid of him. Don't forget, he's received the acknowledgement of you and me, as well as the acknowledgement of the heavenly earth god and the heavenly light goddess. He's a magnificent being who can proficiently wield four supreme heavenly god powers. The reason for Enlin's existence is merely to act as a litmus test for Xianyu. Nothing more, nothing less." The white-haired head in the sky pondered for a moment before asking, "What if the heavenly darkness god still possesses a similar trump card to the one he used before? The one where he can sacrifice his life essence to receive an explosive gain in strength. Didn't the heavenly sea god say that he had already consumed all of his trump cards?" The heavenly life goddess asked. The heavenly heaven god was still anxious, and he replied, "He did say that, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's true. Are you saying that he might be lying to us? Don't forget he's our ally. He also played his role in killing the heavenly earth god. If he doesn't stand with us, who else can he stand with?" The heavenly life goddess was extremely dismissive of the heavenly heaven god's concern. Even if Enlin can still sacrifice his life essence to receive an explosive gain in strength, it'll only be as powerful as the true form of Tao of the heavenly earth god, right? This is already the limit of the heavenly darkness power. Even if Xianyu can't defeat him, escaping and notifying us should still be very easy. If that were to happen, it wouldn't be too late for us to set off when we receive his notification. The heavenly heaven god mulled over this for a moment. It seemed to make a lot of sense. In fact, the heavenly heaven god still wanted to go to the battlefield. However, they had stated that they wouldn't attend this battle before, so it would be a huge blow to their prestige and reputation if they went back on their words. Upon thinking of this, the heavenly heaven god could only let the matter go. And Lin was already on the verge of death anyway. How could Xianyu lose to him? As a commander, all he needed to do was to understand the arrangement of the chess pieces and move them when the need arose. There was no need for him to personally attend to everything. Right now, all they needed to do was wait for the results. However, the heavenly heaven god's expression suddenly changed drastically. "Something's off. The observation range of my sky domain has been obstructed again." The heavenly life goddess frowned and asked in speculation, "Might Xianyu have used your power to create an independent space?" "Impossible. Why would he use this ability for no reason? Don't forget, he's giddy for us to witness him personally kill Enlin." The heavenly heaven god immediately ruled out this possibility. A solemn expression instantly appeared on the heavenly life goddess' beautiful face, and she said, "There aren't many beings in this world who can obstruct your detection ability. Am I right?" Heavenly god technique, Eye of the Sky. A gigantic golden eye instantly materialized above the center of the battlefield. It gazed down at the scenes below. However, what entered its view was a vast expanse of pitch black. It was as if something were obstructing its sight. It's not the heavenly sea god. He's outside the region of obstruction. It's definitely not the heavenly light goddess either. Darkness. This is definitely the doing of the heavenly darkness god. The heavenly heaven god was extremely worked up at this moment. The heavenly life goddess suddenly stood up, and she was just about to hurry over to the battlefield. However, right at this moment, a heart-wrenching pain suddenly tore through her body. Ah! The agonizing pain caused her to tremble and bend over. One of her hands was tightly gripping the area above her heart. This pain was far too excruciating, so much so that she couldn't help but groan softly. "Life? What's wrong?" The heavenly heaven god was extremely flustered by the sudden turn of events. "Xianyu, my Xianyu." The heavenly life goddess trembled softly, both in pain and in fury. This was because she understood what this agonizing pain represented. The life essence that she had left Xianyu, the life-saving treasure that she had left him, they had all been engulfed. Xianyu represented her most brilliant creation. He had already possessed an unparalleled combat capability at birth, and not only could he proficiently wield several supreme heavenly god powers, but he could even absorb these supreme heavenly god powers and make them his own. His cultivation talent and comprehension ability also meant that he possessed a tremendous potential to grow even stronger. In fact, his talent was the most impressive that the heavenly life goddess had ever seen. Moreover, he possessed the essence of life and the essence of reincarnation, meaning that it was almost impossible for him to die. However, someone as powerful as he had actually been killed less than a day after his birth? There was a feeling of bewilderment amid the heavenly life goddess grief. She couldn't bring herself to face this reality. How is this possible? How could Xianyu have been killed by Enlin? To say nothing of his unparalleled combat capability, just his reincarnation ability alone should have guaranteed his invincibility. Even I couldn't have killed him. How in the world did Enlin kill him? No, something definitely happened. Fake. It's all fake. While the heavenly life goddess was still wallowing in grief and questioning reality, the heavenly heaven god had already started to yelp in astonishment. The barrier has disappeared. As expected, it's him. It's Enlin. The heavenly life goddess' slender body swayed slightly. However, she eventually managed to regain her composure. Clutching onto the last straw of hope, she asked, "What about Xianyu? Is he all right? Apart from the wicked scars of battle, I can't see any other person." The heavenly heaven god replied. The color instantly drained from the heavenly life goddess' face. She understood what this meant. Enlin had comprehensively killed Xianyu and utterly engulfed every fiber of his being. Enlin, it's either you die or I die. The heavenly life goddess was boiling with rage as she stood up. Even heaven and earth started to quake violently. The fury of a supreme heavenly god was sweeping throughout heaven and earth. "I'm going to kill him," the heavenly life goddess roared. "There's no need to head over," the heavenly heaven god said. "Why's that?" the heavenly life goddess asked. She wore a confused expression as she looked at the old yet giant head in the sky. "Because he's already flying toward us." There was a grave look on the heavenly heaven god's face. Heavenly life goddess. "What the hell is going on? He's flying over by himself?" And Lin obviously knew that the heavenly life goddess and the heavenly heaven god were on the world tree. However, even so, he still chose to fly over. What did this mean? Was he confident that he could defeat the tag team of the heavenly life goddess and the heavenly heaven god? Preposterous. This little weasel is far too arrogant. Does he truly think he's invincible just because he killed the heavenly earth god and Xianyu? Anyhow, he's come at just the right time. I also need to exact revenge for my little Xianyu. An astounding killing intent instantly erupted from the heavenly life goddess' slender body. She slapped the trunk of the world tree and retrieved from within it an embroidery needle that was glimmering with countless rays of divine light. Right now, Enlin was speeding toward the world tree. In the distance, the heavenly sea god was trembling in fright. He only dared to spectate the battle from a distance. He didn't dare to near the battle, nor did he dare to speak. He was the only being who had witnessed the entire battle between Enlin and Xianyu. It was also because of this that he understood just how terrifying Enlin truly was. He had pummeled Xianyu as if he were toying with a child. Xianyu hadn't had any chance to fight back. In fact, he hadn't even had the chance to flee. Supreme Heavenly God. Sorry, but they would be belted to the point that they were forced to activate their true form of Tao. The heavenly sea god would snort in contempt if anyone else said that they wanted to challenge two supreme heavenly gods by themselves. However, if that person were Enlin, the heavenly sea god would instead start to worry about the safety of the heavenly life goddess and heavenly heaven god. "It's all my fault. How did I get it so wrong?" So, this is the true strength that Enlin can obtain after sacrificing his life essence? Holy shit! How can a supreme heavenly god become so powerful? The heavenly sea god quietly murmured to himself. There was a look of fear and apprehension on his face. This Enlin, what changes would he bring to the situation of this battle in the future? Meanwhile, a dark shadow had already covered a distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. It wasn't long before Enlin reached the perimeter of the White Nectar Sea. He gazed at the towering tree in the center of the White Nectar Sea and examined the two bursts of incredibly powerful and hostile auras. He sighed softly and said, "What a shame!" He was already running out of time. Otherwise, he would definitely capture these two supreme heavenly gods before doing anything else. Although there's not enough time left, I can still do one last thing. And Lin slowly drew the evil-slaying sword from behind him. Gazing at the turbulent white sea and the lush world tree that towered into the sky, he lightly swung his sword. Evil sword technique. Eternal night. And Lin made a slashing motion toward the world tree in the distance. Heaven and earth suddenly fell dark. Even the two supreme heavenly gods on the world tree felt as if they had been plunged into darkness. They couldn't see anything, nor could they feel anything. However, they could still sense that there was an earth-shattering attack rushing toward them. Crap! His target isn't us. The heavenly life goddess expression suddenly changed drastically. The heavenly heaven god roared in fury as he used the power of heaven to rip through the darkness. The darkness disappeared from their vision. However, what entered their sights was a terrifying scene. A pitch-black and crescent-shaped sword projection was currently slicing through the white nectar sea, engulfing and destroying the sea and space around it as it surged toward the world tree. And Lin's target was the world tree. The two supreme heavenly gods instantly launched into action. They immediately launched a barrage of attacks at the sword projection. However, their reaction was still too slow. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that the speed of the sword projection was far too quick. The pitch-black and crescent-shaped sword projection covered a distance of several thousand kilometers in a flash before hacking into the towering tree that was still glowing with divine light. There was no sound, and it was as if the formidable sword projection had sliced into butter. Layers of defensive formations were shredded and engulfed. Before this tremendous strike, even the most powerful defenses of the world tree were laughably fragile. The pitch-black sword projection easily destroyed and engulfed everything that stood in its way. It continued to slice through the tree trunk, and it continued to wreak havoc and destruction. It was as if this sword projection were a halo of black light that would engulf both heaven and earth. Nothing could stop it. In fact, even the trunk of the magnificent world tree was easily sliced through. A clean cut appeared through the trunk of the world tree. Right now, the tremendously large world tree was keeling to the side and collapsing toward the sea. No! The heavenly life goddess roared. Her eyes red and her voice filled with grief and indignation. And Lin, I'm going to kill you. The heavenly life goddess was about to go crazy with rage. Not only had Lin killed her dear Xianxia, but he had even launched a devastating sword projection and destroyed her home. This type of behavior was simply inhumane. However, before she could even unleash her fury, Lin had already raised his sword again. Whoosh! He had unleashed another sword strike. This strike tore through the air, its apex reaching the sky and its base reaching the sea. It was capable of slicing all matter between heaven and earth into two. The milky white sea was sliced into two halves, and the sky was also torn into two. A profound darkness was left wherever the sword passed. This was a bottomless fissure. The sight of this was simply petrifying. There was nothing in the world that this strike couldn't slice through. Anyone would be gripped by apprehension if they saw this, regardless of who they were. The target of this strike also isn't us, the heavenly heaven god remarked. He noticed that this strike was traveling toward a direction different from their current location. Don't tell me. The heavenly life goddess turned to gaze at the gigantic gate that rested amid a cloud of mist behind the world tree. She was hit by a sudden sense of realization, and Lin was trying to obliterate the central heavenly gate with a single strike. Preposterous! The heavenly life goddess was boiling with rage as she transformed into a streak of green and dashed toward the dark sword projection. Just then, she had failed to protect the world tree out of carelessness. This time, however, she definitely wouldn't allow Lin to succeed. Heavenly life goddess, wait! The heavenly heaven god suddenly shouted in warning when he saw the heavenly life goddess charging toward the strike. However, the heavenly life goddess had already suffered so much at the hands of Lin, so how could she stop now? Lin, this is my territory, and it's no place for you to act wantonly. An overwhelming power erupted from her body, and the divine light from her green divine halo instantly lit up the entire sky. Her breathtaking figure stood before Lin's sword projection just like that. She instantly activated 9 layers of defensive barriers, all of them at the supreme heavenly god level. In the next instant, the dark sword projection had already arrived before her defensive barriers. Then it swiftly engulfed the first layer, then the second layer, and then the next layer. How is this possible? The heavenly life goddess eyes were wide with shock. Then, She saw the darkness swiftly engulf her own body as well. It was ruthless in its efficiency. At this moment, she saw true darkness. This was the essence of the darkness that could return everything to a primal state and return everything to the spectrum of eternity. It was far too pure and it was far too powerful. In fact, it was so powerful that she had no clue how to defend against it. The heavenly life goddess' beautiful and flawless body was torn into two. Just like that. Meanwhile, the dark sword projection continued to slice through heaven and earth as it surged toward the central heavenly gate. Nothing could stop its formidable advance. "How can my full power strike be blocked so easily?" And Lin said with a smile. "This is the end." The power of poison that was hidden within the dark sword projection suddenly erupted at this moment. It was as if two giant mouths were swallowing the pillars that held the heavenly gate, and it seemed as if the incredible power from the sword projection was even going to obliterate the passageway between the two worlds that lay behind the heavenly gate. This central heavenly gate was the heavenly gate of life. Thus, it could only be destroyed by a heavenly god power that was related to the element of life. Thanks to the heavenly life goddess subordinate, the heavenly poison god, and Lin had obtained the necessary power to easily destroy this heavenly gate. The central heavenly gate started to collapse and contract. Meanwhile, the towering world tree continued to crash toward the white nectar sea. A lot was going on, yet in reality, only a few seconds had passed. And Lin sighed with emotion as he gazed at the scenes before him. After obtaining this invincible power, he could overcome any desperate situation and easily complete any task that had seemed impossible in the past. This was the charm of power. Upon thinking of this, and Lin slowly raised the sword in his hand. Numerous swirls of divine patterns started to appear on Lin's evil-slaying sword, and a peculiar dark energy also started to funnel into the blade of the sword from the sky. The might of the evil-slaying sword instantly soared to a petrifying level. The two separated halves of the heavenly life goddess body started to slowly stitch back together. Her face was pale, and she shook in fury as she looked at the fallen world tree and the collapsed central heavenly gate. However, an instinctive apprehension gripped at her heart, forcing her to suppress her boiling rage. "And Lin, what on earth is he trying to do?" The heavenly life goddess spat through gritted teeth. At this moment, and Lin suddenly stabbed his evil-slaying sword into the ground. A pitch-black pattern spread outward, and it released a tremendously profound energy as it did so. As the patterns intertwined, they formed an extremely large killing formation. Not only this, but the formation even showed signs of interacting with and borrowing heaven-crushing power from the heaven-crushing spell formation that covered the entire Taichu continent. The heavenly life goddess and heavenly heaven god couldn't help but flinch. This formation would definitely possess an unimaginable might if it unleashed all of its power. But why is he carving the formation there? The heavenly heaven god asked in confusion. He could sense that this was a passive formation, not an active one that would attack by itself. As such, it seemed completely useless to the battle that would follow. "If you dare to set foot on this continent within 3 days, I'll definitely kill you." And Lin pulled the evil-slaying sword from the ground before turning around and leaving. The heavenly life goddess and heavenly heaven god were both wide-eyed with astonishment. They couldn't help but suck in a deep breath. He left just like that? Perhaps he's run out of energy, or perhaps he's reached the time limit for that explosive gain in strength. The heavenly heaven god said in speculation. There was a faint glimmer in his eyes. "Then what are we waiting for? We'll kill him while he's weak. Hurry! Let's go and kill him." The heavenly life goddess couldn't suppress her rage and urge to kill Lin any longer. Right now, the person who she hated the most was Lin. She wanted to kill him 3,000 times over. However, she was unexpectedly held back by the heavenly heaven god. "Heavenly life goddess, you've got to calm down. Can't you see that formation? Without needing Lin to attack us, that formation alone will force us to activate our true form of Tao that we can only activate once." The heavenly heaven god roared softly. He used clouds and mists to restrain the heavenly life goddess. At the same time, he also summoned a torrent of rain that poured down on her head. The heavenly life goddess was drenched, and her eyes that should have been beautiful and radiant were filled with an unsated rage at this moment. Her slender body shook uncontrollably, and one could imagine just how furious she was right now. Killing intent oozed from her body. But, are we going to let him go just like that? He killed my Xianyu, and he also destroyed my world tree and the central heavenly gate. Are we going to cower here and let him swagger off without a care in the world? The heavenly heaven god shuddered violently upon hearing this. Fuck. Everything seemed all right without your summary. Now that you've summarized the events, I'm getting angrier and angrier just thinking about it. At this instant, even the heavenly heaven god felt an urge to go with the heavenly life goddess to hunt Lin down. However, not even a second had passed before he quickly composed himself again. He dropped a few loads of torrential rain onto his own head. We'll definitely have our revenge. However, now's not the time to exact it. When the heavenly sea god recovers from his grave wounds, we'll activate the 3 forms reincarnation true heaven formation. That way, we'll be able to kill Lin, even if we don't activate our true form of Tao. Ah! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The heavenly life goddess was so angry that she was almost on the verge of tears. At the same time, she was gritting her teeth so hard that they were almost about to shatter. He's trying to frighten us and keep us out of that continent for 3 days with a mere formation? She spat in anger. Who does he think he is? I'm going to kill him. Just as she finished speaking, the heavenly heaven god dropped another load of torrential rain onto her head. You've got to calm down. Yutong City. Tens of millions of soldiers from both the Heaven-Crushing United Army and Heavenly Human Tribe United Army witnessed the incredible scene in the distance. In the faraway White Nectar Sea, a pitch-black crescent had ripped through the sky and down the frighteningly giant world tree. The magnificent tree that signified longevity and eternal life had been brutally hacked down by that pitch-black crescent. The world tree had fallen. This was a holy and majestic, proud and inviolable tree that represented the flourishing vitality of heavenly humans. It was the pride and emotional pillar of the central front of their army. Yet, following an agonizing moment of cracking and creaking, it slowly toppled toward the White Nectar Sea. Having just experienced the death of the heavenly earth god, this brutal strike caused countless heavenly humans to experience mental collapse again. My world tree was actually chopped down? No. This is definitely impossible. Fake. It's definitely fake. There are still supreme heavenly gods on the world tree. How could it be that they abandoned us? Ha ha ha. It's over. It's all over. The morale of the heavenly humans instantly crumbled and collapsed. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to them, the heaven-crushing United Army was brimming with vigor and enthusiasm. Ha ha ha. The world tree has actually fallen. That pitch-black sword projection was definitely unleashed by Sect Leader Lin. Sect Leader Lin is so impressive. He even charged into the enemy's main base. Oh, Godin is so handsome and amazing. How can such an outstanding and powerful man exist in the world? I truly love him to death. And Lin is a little too freakish, isn't he? Killing the heavenly earth god wasn't enough, so he even charged over to topple the world tree. He'll truly be invincible if he can obliterate the central heavenly gate as well. Glory to the heaven-crushing United Army. We also need to work harder to kill these bastard heavenly humans. As if they were on steroids, the soldiers of the heaven-crushing United Army started to fight with even more vigor and bravery. They continued to gain territory. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army was already on the brink of collapse. At this moment, another astonishing sword projection appeared over the White Nectar Sea. This sword projection pierced through heaven and earth and engulfed everything in its path. The razor-sharp sword intent that emanated from it sliced the entire White Nectar Sea into 2. Immediately afterward, a green divine light burst through the entire sky. The unlimited power of life essence instantly shook the world. It's the heavenly life goddess. This is great. The heavenly life goddess can definitely kill Lin. However, in the next instant, the dark sword projection engulfed the green divine light of life and continued to surge forward. Heavenly humans. Boom! It was as if the sword projection had struck something. The dark sword projection exploded with a deafening boom as it engulfed a white mist. Then, the central heavenly gate that was hidden behind the white mist slowly started to appear. However, what the soldiers saw was the central heavenly gate being smashed into pieces. Along with it, they also saw the passageway between the two worlds shattering and collapsing. The central heavenly gate had been obliterated. The heavenly humans were all transfixed with shock and disbelief. It was as if some dearly held belief was rapidly crumbling before their very eyes. It was as if heaven and earth were collapsing and mountains and seas were crumbling. Destroyed. Their entire world had been destroyed. To say nothing of them, even the heaven-crushing united army was stunned by the scenes in the distance. Holy fuck! Sect leader Enlin, is there any need to be so freakish? I just said that he would be invincible if he could obliterate the central heavenly gate as well. So, he actually showed me his invincibility in the very next second. Sect leader Enlin is so badass. We've got this. We've definitely got this now. From today onward, Godin is going to be my god. We've got to capitalize on this advantage. That's right. Charge. The heaven-crushing united army was exploding with confidence as they charged forward with renewed energy and courage. Delightful event after delightful event had caused their battle intent and morale to soar to a peak. Before them, the teetering morale of the heavenly human tribe united army finally lost its final support and crumbled into a mess. The heavenly humans were mowed down without mercy. Retreat! Hurry, retreat! Hurry, run! The heavenly human tribe united army fled in disarray after suffering a resounding defeat. Not only were the soldiers of the heavenly human tribe united army fleeing, but even the heavenly gods, who were among the most powerful beings on the battlefield, were fleeing as well. The heavenly temperature god, heavenly slaughter god, heavenly soundless goddess, heavenly god Xingji, and heavenly goddess Bai Hua were all severely wounded. However, they had all persisted and held onto the hope that a supreme heavenly god might come to help them. The result? The heavenly earth god had been killed, the world tree had been toppled, and the central heavenly gate had been obliterated. The supreme heavenly gods hadn't even been able to protect the heavenly gate, so how would they have time to come over to save them? They knew that they couldn't seize Yutong City any longer. Thus, they resolutely chose to retreat. They had suffered a huge defeat, and they were now fleeing in chaos and disarray. They were pushed further and further from Yutong City. Meanwhile, countless spell techniques exploded among the fleeing heavenly human tribe united army, leaving mutilated corpses littered all over the battlefield. The ones who fled the quickest were the forces from the Taichu continent. The Dark Marshlands, Creation Realm, Void Spirit Realm, and Western Dragon Forest. These were the four forces that fled the quickest. There was absolutely no hesitation in their retreat. In any case, they had simply wanted to become a subservient dog and find a powerful force to live under. But what the fuck was the result? The heavenly human tribe was surprisingly fragile against assaults. They had been suppressed by a single person, Enlin was well on his way to defying the heavens. The beings from the creation realm felt the most complicated emotions. Initially, their relationship with the heavenly court had been quite good. However, when it came to this existential matter, they had chosen to side with opposing forces. The primary aim of a species was to reproduce and pass down their inheritances. To achieve this aim, the creation realm had even been willing to use their weapons against fellow beings of the Taichu continent. In the beginning, they were confident that they had chosen the right side. The heavenly humans were far too powerful. Moreover, standing up against heaven was simply impossible. The only option was to surrender and serve. This was the only way to stay alive. Now, however, the string of resounding victories for the heaven-crushing united army had given them several loud smacks across the face. Hong Do almost couldn't resist his urge to surrender. He almost couldn't resist his urge to grab onto Enlin's leg and call him Papa and ask for him to take him in. However, he knew that Enlin most likely wouldn't forgive him. The creation realm had already chosen a path, and this was a path that they would have to follow to the end, even with tears of regret on their eyes. Spell techniques continued to explode among the fleeing Heavenly Human Tribe United Army. The heaven-crushing United Army continued to pursue them without mercy. The casualties for the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army started to soar. Meanwhile, the heaven-vanquishing formation had already started to unleash its sixth tune, Rain of Meteors and Fire. Countless flaming meteors materialized above the formation and crashed toward the fleeing heavenly humans. Each flaming meteor possessed a devastating might. Not only did they possess incredible momentum, but they were even bathed in raging flames. When they struck the ground, the impact and shockwaves could cause the land within a radius of 1,000 meters to shatter and crack. The explosion of flames could further incinerate everything in the surroundings. There were tens of thousands of these devastating meteors, and they almost covered the entire battlefield. This was a catastrophic attack. This was an almost inescapable large-scale attack. The members of the Heavenly Human Tribe and other allied forces all felt as if they were facing doomsday. They didn't dare to resist, and they didn't dare to engage in battle any longer. The only thought on their minds at this moment was of escape. The despairing realization they might die at any moment and the petrifying feeling of being pursued by countless powerful beings allowed them to experience the crushing emotions of defeat that the heaven-crushing United Army had once experienced. "I'll cover the rear." At this moment, a dignified yet tragic voice suddenly boomed through heaven and earth. A sword projection that was as radiant as white lightning slashed through the air and obliterated over half of the devastating flaming meteors. The Heavenly Human Tribe United Army was stunned by this sudden turn of events. This was a feeling of surviving after a brush with death. A mighty figure was helping them escape. It's the Heavenly Sword God. The Heavenly Sword God has already activated all 9 of his divine halos. There's no way he can survive, but he can create an opportunity for us to escape. Hurry! Escape! He's sacrificed his life for us. So we have to cherish this opportunity. The Heavenly Sword God's act of sacrifice became the only ray of light and warmth in the fleeing soldiers' despairing hearts. In fact, some heavenly human soldiers were so moved that they even started to shed tears. On this merciless and tragic battlefield, there was still a thin ray of light to warm their despairing hearts. Sure enough, they all cherished this opportunity and started to flee even quicker. The Heavenly Sword God took a deep breath and was just about to obliterate the remaining meteors. However, at this moment, a fist suddenly appeared before him. This palm was incredibly quick. Boom! The Heavenly Sword God didn't react in time, and his entire body distorted under the tremendous force of the strike. At the same time, his body crashed toward the earth. "That'll teach you to show off," Demon Emperor Siyu roared. Before the Heavenly Sword God could even pick himself up from the ground, that nightmarish fist was already surging toward his face again. "That'll teach you to run away and not battle against me." Boom! There was an agonized wail as the Heavenly Sword God was almost beaten unconscious by this punch. "Who gave you the courage to flex while battling against me?" Boom! 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 Demon Emperor Siyu launched a flurry of punches at the Heavenly Sword God. The Heavenly Sword God was beaten black and blue. His body was riddled with wounds, and he was almost on the verge of becoming a cripple. What time or energy did he have to deal with the remaining meteors in the sky? Heavenly Sword God. Woo! Ooh! Heavenly Sword God. The Heavenly Human Tribe United Army discovered that their only ray of light had been beaten into a pulp. This was truly an indescribable feeling. There was grief and sadness. Yet there was also awkwardness and helplessness. After a moment of thought, they decided to transform this feeling of grief and sadness into motivation. They would continue to flee. The Heavenly Human Tribe United Army was relentlessly attacked as it continued to flee. This was truly a miserable and pitiful sight. Right at this moment, however, the heavenly humans suddenly noticed a black dot speeding toward them. "Look! There's a cultivator in front of us. This cultivator is..." For some reason, the hearts of the tens of millions of Heavenly Human Tribe United Army soldiers all skipped a beat when they saw the face of this cultivator. The deafening sound of exploding spell techniques and shouting soldiers suddenly disappeared, and all that remained in their minds was the face of this cultivator. This was a face that caused them to feel fear from the very core of their being. This is... He's Enlin. Enlin. Shit. We're done for. We're done for. There's Enlin in front of us, and there's a pursuing army behind us. Is the central front of the heavenly human tribe united army going to fall here? A Heaven Pioneer Stage great general asked with a look of mental breakdown on his face. Even great generals were feeling such despair, so it was imaginable just how broken and despairing ordinary soldiers of the heavenly human tribe united army were currently feeling. That was right. That black-robed man was none other than Enlin. After setting up the darkness formation, the power and strength that had been bestowed upon him by the system had already disappeared. What replaced his invincibility was a feeling of incredible weakness and exhaustion. However, he knew that he couldn't lose consciousness at this moment. On a battlefield such as this, losing consciousness would mean gifting one's life to their enemy. It would mean leaving oneself open to being dealt a killing blow by their enemies. Thus, Enlin ingested another divine pill to forcefully keep himself awake. He rushed toward Yutong City. While returning, he had also exchanged a glance with the heavenly sea god. The heavenly sea god had trembled in fright as he wished Enlin good luck and a safe return. It was clear that he had been terrified by Enlin. However, Enlin didn't give this much thought. Right now, all he wanted to do was return to Yutong City. Yet, just as he arrived at the battlefield before Yutong City, he was greeted by the sight of an army of tens of millions charging toward him. Moreover, this army even consisted of numerous Heaven Pioneer Stage great generals, as well as several heavenly gods. Right now, there was only a single phrase in his mind. Holy fuck! He was already beyond exhausted. Yet he discovered that there was an army of tens of millions lunging toward him. Just how great was the animosity between them? Didn't he merely kill their leader, chop their tree, and smash their gate? Was there any need for such strong hostility? And Lin couldn't help but feel despair. Right now, he probably couldn't even defeat Heaven Pioneer Stage great generals. The massive army charging toward him could probably drown him if each soldier spat a mouthful of saliva at him. After all my glorious feats, am I really going to die here? Just as this thought crossed Enlin's mind, a strange scene suddenly played out before him. The army of tens of millions that had been charging toward him just then suddenly stopped in their tracks. The entire battlefield fell silent. The faces of the soldiers were filled with sheer shock and terror. Then, they suddenly turned around at the same time. They had chosen to run back the other way. Hurry, run. Enlin has come. Enlin. It's actually Enlin. Woo. Ooh. Why is my life so miserable? Charge back. Fucking shit. We're going to die anyway. So we might as well kill a few more enemies before we die. The army of tens of millions was extremely organized as they turned around to flee. As they fled, many of them wailed in misery, while others cursed in bitterness. Enlin? Enlin was stumped as he stood in the chilly wind by himself. Did I just scare off an army of tens of millions by myself? Enlin was a little dumbstruck. He was clearly extremely weak right now, and he would definitely be killed if the army lunged over to attack him. Yet, before he had even started to flee or beg for his life, the army of tens of millions before him had actually turned around to flee. This allowed him to comprehensively experience the bizarre nature of the world. Why did they flee so suddenly? Perhaps they're afraid of me? Am I that terrifying? And Lin genuinely couldn't understand this. What was going through the minds of the tens of millions of soldiers, such that they would rather battle against the heaven-crushing united army than to face him? However, some powerful beings from the heavenly human tribe finally came to their senses. Hang on. And Lin's condition seems very off. The heavenly temperature god suddenly remarked. That's right, I also feel that his aura is very weak. Regardless of whether it's his physical condition or energy, he seems weak in every single aspect. The heavenly soundless goddess eyes were tightly shut, and the expression on her smooth and flawless face was as if she could see through all matter. Heavenly god Xingji nodded and said, after experiencing so many intense battles, anyone would feel weak and exhausted. The heavenly slaughter god raised the scythe in his hand and said, in other words, He's at his weakest right now, and this is our best opportunity to kill him. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the heavenly gods changed slightly. Should we give it a try? A look of excitement flashed across Heavenly Goddess by Hua's beautiful face. The heavenly slaughter god turned his gaze to two other powerful beings who were nearby and said, Great General Wu Jing, Great General Shan Dai, and Lin is already extremely weak right now. Kill him and bring me his head. Great General Wu Jing and Great General Shan Dai almost broke down in tears when they heard this. Kill Lin and bring the heavenly slaughter god his head? They wouldn't dare to do this even if they were crazy. If he's truly so weak, why don't you, the mighty heavenly god, kill him yourself? Right now, he was essentially sending them to their deaths. The two great generals were furious, yet they didn't dare to voice their anger. If a heavenly god told them to act as cannon fodder, they would have no choice but to act as cannon fodder. This was a natural instinct that was innate to their very being. If a heavenly god issued a command, they would follow it without any questions. With the resolution to die on their minds, Great General Wu Jing and Great General Shan Dai charged toward Lin. Heavenly Darkness God, let me battle you. A burly general who had ink-black skin and red light bursting from his fists charged toward Lin. He had made sure to call Lin the Heavenly Darkness God, as this would make his death seem more heroic and brave. Lin, I'm going to exact revenge for the Heavenly Earth God. Tears glistened in Great General Shan Dai's eyes, yet she still tried to act strong and tough. She held two pink darts in her hands as she charged at Lin. Lin hadn't expected two Heaven Pioneer Stage Great Generals to charge over first. He hurriedly countered Great General Wu Jing's punch with his own punch. There was a deafening boom, and Great General Wu Jing was sent stumbling dozens of meters back. However, what shocked him was the fact that Lin was actually sent flying hundreds of meters into the distance. This Great General Wu Jing couldn't help but suck in a deep breath. He could actually send the Heavenly Darkness God flying with a single punch? Meanwhile, Great General Shan Dai had already released her two pink darts. They drew two bloody arcs in the air as they tore through the void and whizzed toward Lin's head and heart. Lin frantically dodged, and he managed to evade the dart that was targeted at his head. However, he failed to fully dodge the dart that was targeted at his heart. This dart scraped past him and opened a small incision on his side. Great General Shan Dai was stunned. She had actually managed to wound the Heavenly Darkness God? What's going on? Am I really this powerful? However, they immediately realized that it wasn't them who had become more powerful. Instead, it was Lin who was in a very bad condition. It was extremely likely that he was at his weakest at this moment. Great General Wu Jing and Great General Shan Dai's breathing started to accelerate. There was no doubt that this was the pinnacle of their lives as great generals. This was their opportunity to make a name for themselves and etch themselves in history. Just thinking about this made them giddy. They were only Heaven Pioneer Stage great generals, yet they were about to kill a supreme heavenly god. Just how glorious an achievement was this? Just how magnificent a feat was this? Perhaps the heavenly light goddess would be delighted by their achievement and even bestow them the cultivation base of a heavenly god? Upon thinking of this, the two great generals became even more fervent and fierce in their attacks. However, several enraged roars suddenly sounded from behind them. Heavenly Darkness God, your time has come. Ha ha ha. Let me see who's stronger. Me, the Heavenly Slaughter God, or you, the Heavenly Darkness God. Little brother Lin, why don't you come over and play with me? 5 heavenly gods lunged toward Lin at the same time. Their overlapping auras were so overwhelming that everyone within a radius of several hundred kilometers felt as if they couldn't breathe. Meanwhile, several bursts of divine light soared into the sky, transforming heaven and earth into a completely different color. The two great generals who had been planning to defeat and kill Lin wanted to cry when they saw this. The role of cannon fodder was theirs, yet the fruit of victory was their superiors. This was the brutal reality of life. Lin had still managed to hold his own against the attacks from the two great generals. However, he instantly lost his cool upon seeing the 5 heavenly gods charge toward him in unison. These despicable heavenly gods. Did they want to pummel their papa while he was down? And Lin was backed into a corner again. He had no choice but to unleash his final trump card. He took a deep breath before opening his mouth and shouting, "Xiaolan, save me!" This was a deafening shout that soared through the heavens. The 5 heavenly gods who were charging toward Lin suddenly felt a scorching heat on their backs. At the same time, a feeling of terror enveloped their bodies. The heat was clearly blistering, yet their hearts were gripped by an icy chill. In fact, they couldn't help but feel a cold shiver run down their spines. Those who dare to touch my Lin, die! There was an angry roar that sounded as crisp and resounding as the cry of a vermilion bird. It was filled with a boundless might and dignity. The heavenly temperature god was the closest to Lin, and he barely had time to react before he felt a tearing sensation shoot through his body. Ah! He started to shriek in agony. A dash of jade had flashed past his back, and before he had even seen his opponent's attack, he had already been torn into 2. And Lin had just finished shouting, and before he even had a chance to catch his breath, a slender figure had already appeared before him. There was a divine sword in her hand, and her silky hair billowed in the wind. An unparalleled aura radiated from her body. The heavenly gods who had been excitedly charging toward Lin all stopped in their tracks. Their beaming smiles appeared frozen and awkward. "And Lin, we'll spare your dog life today. The coming days are long. Some debts can be paid off slowly. Retreat!" The heavenly gods shouted some threats before immediately feeling into the distance. They didn't turn around to look back, not even once. Even the heavenly gods had chosen to flee, so how could the remaining members of the heavenly human tribe united army dare to remain? They immediately fled after the heavenly gods. And so, this familiar scene replayed itself again. The heavenly human tribe united army fled as if their lives depended on it, and the heaven-crushing united army frenziedly hunted them down from behind. This was truly a devastating scene. Of course, this was only devastating for the soldiers of the heavenly human tribe united army. Su Xiaolan had initially wanted to pursue the heavenly gods, yet after seeing Lin's condition, she forcefully stopped in her tracks. She retracted her aura and gracefully turned around. There was a beautiful smile on her elegant and breathtaking face as she gazed at the man before her, and she said, "You've returned." And Lin breathed a sigh of relief as he gazed at the beautiful celestial maiden before him. He nodded with a smile and said, I've returned." They smiled faintly as they gazed at each other. And Lin still wanted to say something, but the woman before him suddenly threw herself into his arms. A soft and fragrant figure landed in his arms, and Lin felt as if he were being enveloped by an enthusiastic yet gentle embrace. And Lin and Su Xiaolan hugged each other tightly. Upon seeing the 2 hugging figures in the sky, the heaven-crushing united army on the ground immediately started to cheer and whistle. Some talented members of the Light Wing clan even started to make fireworks using their spell techniques. At this moment, Lin's white robe and Su Xiaolan's jade robe intertwined perfectly, billowing in the wind as if they were a flower of hope and victory above the battlefield. This was a stunning and memorable sight. Victory! 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 The soldiers on the battlefield started to cheer in joy. Kiss! 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 The atmosphere was suddenly manipulated by some playful and cheeky beings, and Lin gazed at the woman before him. Her delicate and beautiful face was already flushed red, and there was a gentle and charming look in her bright and watery eyes. She was clearly embarrassed, yet she still gazed at him lovingly. It was as if looking at him was the biggest joy at this moment. How could he not love such a woman? And Lin couldn't hold back any longer, and he tilted his head down to give her a passionate kiss. Cheers and shrieks suddenly erupted from the battlefield. However, Lin and Su Xiaolan paid no attention to this. It was as if they were in their own world as they continued to express their feelings and love for each other. There was a war journalist, and even though his arms had already been blown off during the intense battle, he still fought through his shivers and used his mouth to retrieve a photographic crystal from his storage ring. He had to capture this historic moment. He knew that this moment would be etched in the history of the Tai Chu continent forever. This was a scene that represented hope and victory for all the soldiers of the heaven-crushing United Army, who dared to resist and dared to fight for their own freedom and happiness. This was a kiss of hope, a kiss of victory, that was made possible after they had risked their lives to stand up against the heavenly human tribe and fight through the calamity of the continent. The battle on the Central Front had finally come to an end. The heaven-crushing United Army, which was over 50 million strong, chased the heavenly human tribe United Army all the way to the shore of the White Nectar Sea, forcing the heavenly humans and Western dragons to take to the sky. Meanwhile, the members of the Blood Tribe and other tribes all jumped into the sea to escape. Only when the two supreme heavenly gods fired shots of warning did the soldiers of the heaven-crushing United Army stop their pursuit. They retreated in satisfaction after taking one last glance at the toppled World Tree and the non-existent Central Heavenly Gate. And so, this battle concluded with a resounding victory for the heaven-crushing United Army. There had been 200 million soldiers in the heavenly human tribe United Army fighting against 120 million soldiers in the heaven-crushing United Army. Yet, in the end, the heaven-crushing United Army had turned the tables and killed over 140 million of their enemies. In the end, the two armies became almost equal in size, with around 50 million soldiers each. However, the most delightful results came from the elite ranks of the army. The heavenly earth god, a supreme heavenly god, had been killed. 5 other heavenly gods, the heavenly wood god, the heavenly change goddess, heavenly goddess Fei Huang, the heavenly yin-yang god, and the heavenly sword god had also been killed. The world tree had been toppled. The central heavenly gate had been obliterated. These incredible battle results were even more inspiring. Moreover, the soldiers discovered that these incredible results were mostly all achieved by one person, Enlin. Could be said that he had dictated the direction of the battle. No one could fathom just how powerful he was. In fact, even Tao integration stage supreme beings didn't dare to fathom this. However, everyone knew that Enlin had lived up to his title as the god of war. That was right. In their minds, the heavenly darkness god and whatnot were all secondary. The most important thing was that Enlin was the god of war of the continent. He was the god of war who had fought for the billions of beings on the Taichu continent. The heaven-crushing United Army returned to Yutong City to rest and recuperate. The entire city was a sea of joy and celebration. Moreover, the reports from the other fronts of battle further pushed this joy and celebration to a crescendo. The West Sea Alliance had defeated a heavenly human tribe United Army of 70 million strong, and Alliance leader Lan, along with Demon Lord Lingu, had forcefully suppressed 4 heavenly gods. Not only this, but Alliance leader Lan, Demon Lord Lingu, and Yufeiyu had even worked together to assault and destroy the Western Heavenly Gate. Meanwhile, the 9 States United Army had defeated the Eastern Front of the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army, which was 150 million strong. In this battle, the Celestial the Arch had unleashed his divine might and killed Heavenly God Donglong. Ao Xiaowu's sleeping fists had been invincible, and her morning grumpiness had allowed her to kill the Heavenly Eternity God. Chang'e had also stunned the battlefield, using the moon to crush the Heavenly Space God to death. The Black Spirit Snake and White Spirit Snake had also teamed up and bullied the Heavenly Karma God to the point of hysterical crying. On yet another front, the heaven-crushing sect had successfully defended the land of eternal light from an invasion by the Heavenly Light Goddess and other heavenly gods. Within the kingdom of the 9 states, the hidden forces planted by the Heavenly Light Goddess had also come out of hiding while the 9 states was in a state of relative defenselessness. However, with the calamitous danger of being frozen in ice looming, the members of the 4-9 Immortal sect had rushed over to provide reinforcement. They managed to kill hundreds of millions of snow ghouls, and after awakening and advancing to the God of Creation stage, Shangguani, the Pavilion Lord of the Snow Pavilion, killed 3 heavenly snow ghouls in quick succession. When this kind of world war erupted, there would always appear some stunning people who became the topics of discussion for billions of beings. At the same time, these people would also become moral support for countless soldiers. During this battle on the Taichu continent, they had achieved victory and outstanding results on all fronts. In the beginning of this great battle, the The defending forces of the Taichu continent had clearly been faced with a difficult and despairing situation. However, at the conclusion of the battle, they had somehow managed to turn the tables and achieve resounding victories on all fronts. This once again proved the potential of all beings. When they were forced into a desperate situation, the strength that they could unleash would be incredible. Yutong City activated its giant defensive spell formation. Within the city, colorful lights and ribbons hung everywhere, while dazzling fireworks filled the night sky with radiance and joy. The celebratory feast of the city had begun. On a gigantic circular stage, various superstars of the Light Wing clan sang and danced. Below the stage, the returned soldiers exchanged stories and jokes as they drank and ate. Music and laughter reverberated throughout the city. As the hero of the battle, Lin naturally had to go on stage and speak some words of congratulations and encouragement. He detailed how he had wanted to kill the heavenly Yin-Yang god to exact revenge for Wang Chun. Yet the heavenly earth god had insisted on charging over to seek death. His words lifted everyone's spirit and morale. After this energetic and epic speech, Lin left to drink with a few of his brothers. "Old brother Wukong, I heard that you used your staff to pierce heaven and earth and strike the heavenly wood god back 108,000 miles, all the way to the center of the earth. Impressive. Come, a toast to you." Lin wrapped an arm around Sun Wukong's shoulders and shoved a glass of wine toward his peach-red face. It seemed as if Sun Wukong was already drunk, and he started to snort and laugh stupidly. "Don't call me old brother. Lin, from today onward, you're my elder brother. You destroyed the heavenly earth god with a single slash, toppled the world tree with a single slash, and obliterated the central heavenly gate with a single slash. Before your invincible divine might, my achievement truly pales into insignificance. How would I dare to blow my own trumpet?" As he said this, Sun Wukong burped before downing the bowl of fragrant alcohol that Lin had handed him. "Ha ha ha, no matter what, don't compare yourself to Lin. Brother Wukong, you should start comparing yourself to someone else. Otherwise, there'll eventually come a day where you end up wallowing in the grief of inferiority." Demon Emperor Siyu laughed heartily as he continued to chug glass after glass of wine. He was truly an alcoholic, and no one could drink more than him. Sun Wukong couldn't help but grimace as he glanced at Demon Emperor Siyu. Demon Emperor Siyu had pummeled the heavenly sword god and forced him to detonate his 9 divine halos in a desperate and suicidal act. However, even after that, he had still continued to pummel the heavenly sword god, all the way until his death. "Comparing myself to you is also very deflating." He then glanced at the smiling divine phoenix maiden, the drinking Yun Menjing, and finally Michael, who had still been pummeled even when battling against the near-dead heavenly temperature god. "Sigh, white-winged brother, I can only compare myself to you." Sun Wukong wrapped his arm around Michael's shoulders as he downed the contents of his glass. Michael felt extremely aggrieved. Why had the topic of their conversation suddenly turned to him? "Why don't you two converse about yourselves? Why drag me into your conversation?" Although I sought out the severely wounded heavenly temperature god and tried to beat him up, yet ended up being pummeled myself, at least I still managed to occupy a formidable heavenly god. Michael felt very vexed. Countless media outlets of the continent were already singing praises of the battle. However, compared to the number of articles focusing on the battling Buddha's incredible victory over the heavenly wood god, there were only a pitiful number of articles mentioning his achievements. In any case, he was one of the most handsome cultivators. How had he failed to make any headlines? He wouldn't mind even if he made headlines in the Western Paradise or Garden of Eden. However, reality was cruel. Even though he was the most powerful being of the Garden of Eden, and even though that was his territory, he was still barely mentioned by the media outlets that were based there. Instead, the news was flooded with articles about the heavenly darkness god, Lin, the divine phoenix maiden, Su Xiaolan, the alliance leader of the West Sea Alliance, Lan Xiaoni, the invincible leader of the heavenly court, the celestial the arch, the holy ice maiden, Shangguan-yi, the goddess of the moon, Chang'e, and so on. In fact, even the battling Buddha received far more attention than him. Sigh. Am I the most invisible heavenly disciple candidate in history? There was a look of dejection on Michael's face as he pondered over this matter. Seeing the bowl of immortal wine that the battling Buddha had passed over with a giddy chuckle, he chose to down it in a single gulp. Stuff it. What's the point of moping over this? Being able to achieve victory is already good enough. After having a few drinks with the heavenly disciple candidates, and Lin headed over to share drinks with the members of the Divine Essence Pavilion. Of the initial 100 or so exalted immortals, only 80 or so of them were still alive. In fact, even Wang Chun, an immortal king, had sacrificed his life during the intense battle. Although the immortals were all overcome with sadness, they understood that sacrifices were inevitable during a war such as this. Anyhow, being able to achieve the victory that they had was already an admirable feat. Sect leader, allow me to give you a toast, Yanji said as she walked over gracefully. Her red lips were curled up in a smile, and there was a limpid glow in her bright and watery eyes. I've heard that the cultivators of the Taichu continent have a habit of infusing their Tao realm into the wine when they're sharing a toast with others. Are you willing to have a taste of my Tao realm? Yanji asked with an expectant look in her eyes. Of course, and Lin replied. He accepted the glass of wine from Yanji, downing it in a single gulp. He then saw a scene of vibrance and seductiveness. This was a scene that was enough to give one a nosebleed. Holy shit, this wine is delicious. Sect leader, do you want another glass? Yanji asked in a soft and mellow voice. No, I'm fine. I'm not a big drinker, and I've still got to share some drinks with the others. And Lin shook his head, immediately suppressing his urge to accept another glass. As he said this, he walked past Yanji, who was wearing an expression of slight disappointment. He raised his glass toward the several dozen exalted immortals before him, saying, Friends, thank you for fighting alongside us. You've done the 4-9 immortal sect proud, and the beings of the Taichu continent regard all of you as heroes. It's our honor to fight alongside sect leader and Lin. Sect leader and Lin is the sun that shines upon our hearts. Sect leader and Lin, when are you going to provide guidance to my cultivation? The immortals were all extremely enthusiastic, and there was a look of borderline blind worship in their eyes as they gazed at Enlin. The divine source continent was a place where power was ranked above all else, and Enlin had more so displayed to them an invincible power that was far beyond their wildest imaginations. To say nothing of the small divine source continent, Enlin's power was close to unrivaled even in the Taichu continent, the core of the entire universe. Right now, such a mighty being was actually holding a toast to them? How could they not be thrilled and overcome with emotions? Enlin looked over the members of the Divine Essence Pavilion, and his gaze eventually settled on a woman in red. This was a beautiful woman who was wearing a warm and gentle smile. There was a wine glass in her slender and jade-like hand, and there was a look of joy on her face. However, her face was also slightly pale and unnatural. A streak of white flashed across Enlin's eyes, and he immediately determined what her problem was. She had overused a mystic technique that burned her life force and blood essence in exchange for power. Thus, her cultivation base had already been severely affected. It was very likely that her cultivation base couldn't advance an inch further in the future. By the looks of it, she had fought with her life on the line. Enlin paused for a moment, before opening his mouth and breathing into the clear wine in his glass. It was as if there were dazzling stars pulsating on the surface of the wine. He raised the glass of wine and walked toward that woman, saying with a smile, Lingqian, why don't you drink my glass of wine and observe my Tao intent? Yang Lingqian was dazed. She hadn't expected that Enlin would suddenly walk over and share his wine with her. Wine that was imbued with his Tao intent. There were yelps of surprise around her, and the cultivators from the divine source continent all looked at her in envy. Her pretty face flushed bright red, and she appeared even more charming and beautiful than normal. What's wrong? You don't remember this old friend of yours? And Lin asked with a smile. No, how could I forget? Yang Lingqian replied, hurriedly shaking her head. She pursed her lips as she looked at the smiling man before her, before saying, After working hard and advancing to the return to void stage, I initially thought that I had closed the gap between us. However, who would have thought that you had already become this powerful? Like before, I can only raise my head to look up at you. It's fine, almost everyone in this world needs to look up to me. You'll grow used to it, and Lin said in consolation. Yang Lingqian. And Lin waved his hand as he chuckled, saying, "Ha ha ha, I was just joking. Don't worry, work hard, and you might one day catch up to me." Yang Lingqian sighed softly, saying, "Perhaps I'll never have that chance. Let's not talk about this now." And Lin held the glass of wine before her, saying, "Taste my wine." Yang Lingqian accepted the glass of wine. Looking at the limpid wine that was flashing with countless streaks of faint light, it was as if she were gazing at a bright and starry night sky. She was immediately captivated by this sight. So pretty. "It's not only pretty, but it's also delicious," and Lin said. Then why don't you also try my wine?" Yang Lingqian said with a stutter. It was as if she were a fidgety little rabbit who was afraid of being ridiculed or rejected by Lin. "Of course I will. That was always my plan. Perhaps you were planning to drink my wine without paying." Yang Lingqian's pretty face flushed an even deeper shade of red. For some indescribable reason, and Lin felt that she was fairly adorable. In the past, her personality had been far more open and bold. However, she had somehow become all timid and shy now. This strong juxtaposition made her appear quite adorable in Lin's eyes. And Lin accepted the glass of red wine that Yang Lingqian passed over, downing it in a single gulp. A fiery sensation traveled down his throat, and it was as if he could feel an intent realm that would burn for all eternity, forever looking forward and striving to improve. This intent realm revealed to him many sincere feelings. What delicious wine! Yang Lingqian was slightly moved by Lin's actions. Seeing this, she also downed the glass of wine that Lin had handed her in a single gulp. It was as if she were going to wash away all of her worries with this glass of wine. However, after drinking this wine, her surroundings immediately changed. She saw a vast and profound night sky, and it was as if someone had carried her into the sky, allowing her vision to become wide and boundless. Not only this, but she could also feel a peculiar power coursing through her veins, repairing the meridians and Tao foundations that had been damaged due to her overuse of mystic techniques. This, Yang Lingqian widened her beautiful eyes. This problem that had caused her to become dejected and despondent. This problem that had baffled so many supermighty beings at the Tao integration stage. It had actually been resolved by a single glass of wine. When she looked up at Lin again, he was already standing far away in the distance. He waved at her while saying with a smile, "Keep at it." The rims of her eyes involuntarily reddened. This glass of wine from an old friend had spoken louder than tens of thousands of words. She and Lin, they were still very good friends. In reality, Lin didn't dare to stay with Yang Lingqian for too long. There were too many beautiful women casting covetous gazes at him, and thus, he definitely had to avoid them as much as possible. Right now, Xiaolan was still chattering with Gabriel. Sister Gabriel was a loudmouth, so if she saw him with Yang Lingqian, it was entirely possible that she would make up stories and twist the facts of his pure friendship with Yang Lingqian. Upon thinking of this, Lin decided that it was best for him to maintain his distance. In any case, he had already done everything that he should have. With a glass of wine and a few words, he had rescued the cultivation path of a return to void stage supreme being. Indeed, the lives of powerful beings were extremely simple and uninteresting. Anyhow, Lin had finally managed to advance to become a member of the top echelon of the Taichu continent. Through his observations of the matters of heaven and earth, he could faintly detect the several bursts of powerful auras in the other locations. There were auras just as profound and ethereal as his in the east, northeast, south, west, and north. It was as if they were transcendent above the world, so powerful that they could peer down at all other beings. There were very few of these auras. They only numbered in the digits. Moreover, each of them represented the leader and paramount of a territory or tribe. Lin hadn't been able to detect their auras before, but he was able to now. Indeed, those were all divine beings at the God of Creation stage. Perhaps Enlin was the only person who could detect the presence of God of Creation stage divine beings immediately after advancing to the Tao integration stage. Oh no. He had asked Su Xiaolan, and she had also been able to detect their presence, albeit not as clearly. God of Creation stage divine beings were all ethereal and incredibly difficult to find. They only existed in the world as legends, and ordinary people would never be able to lay eyes on them. However, after reaching the stage that Enlin had, each of them was as dazzling and radiant as a sun. In fact, ordinary beings were only unable to detect them because they didn't have the power or right to do so. After reaching an equivalent stage, it would actually be extremely easy to detect the presence of these powerful beings. God of Creation stage beings were far too powerful, and they were already transcendent above the ordinary definition of life. Each God of Creation stage being represented one or more worlds. Could one ignore the presence of a world? The answer to this question was clearly a resounding no, unless one didn't have the right to see these worlds. Right now, Enlin could see several of these divine beings, each of whom deserved his utmost respect and admiration. None of them were purposefully suppressing or hiding their auras. Perhaps they didn't have the ability to do so, or perhaps there was no need for them to do so. In any case, no one in this world was capable of threatening their existence. Nuwa is at the Spirit Lake realm in the south, and the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue is also in the south. In the northeast is Patriarch Zhu Yin, and in the east is Cyril and Chen Chen. There's actually a divine being in the north? They're at the North Tsang Mountain realm. But why aren't they moving? And Lin murmured to himself. Ah! They've become aware of my detection. And Lin's expression changed slightly, and he almost retracted his senses in fright. However, at this moment that divine being actively spoke to him in greeting. Little friend Enlin, are you looking at me? I'm the enlightened being of the stone tribe of the North Tsang Mountain realm. Through some mysterious fluctuations of the world, a calm and slow voice traveled into Enlin's ears. Enlin was astonished. When it came to the stone tribe, he was only aware of the existence of one Tao integration stage powerful being, Emperor Bo Luan. He was genuinely surprised that the stone tribe also had a God of Creation stage divine being. Hello, enlightened being. Enlin respectfully greeted the divine being. He then said apologetically, "Sorry for disturbing your tranquil cultivation." No worries," the enlightened being said with a carefree chuckle. "I've been mulling over a question. In fact, I've already been mulling over this question for several thousand years. Thus, I don't mind a small disruption." Mulled over a question for several thousand years? And Lin's heart shuddered, and he asked in a respectful voice, "Is it possible for Senior to reveal the question that you've been mulling over?" He knew that the members of the Stone Tribe were all philosophers. Thus, the questions that they pondered over would all be incredibly deep and profound. In fact, some of these questions even pertained to the essence of Tao itself. As a question that had puzzled this God of Creation stage divine being for several thousand years, this question was definitely an extremely terrifying question. There's no harm in telling you. However, I feel that you'll also be stumped by this question. The enlightened being's voice was drawn out as it traveled into Enlin's ears, causing him to become even more solemn and alert. "Please go ahead, Senior. Why do I like to eat savory tofu brains, but not sweet tofu brains? Could you please repeat that again? Why do I like to eat savory tofu brains, but not sweet tofu brains?" The enlightened being repeated his question again. Enlin sucked in a sharp breath, asking, "Is this a precursor to your main question?" "No, this is the question that I've been mulling over," the enlightened being replied. "Enlin? Hang on, I didn't hear wrong, did I? A question that a God of Creation stage divine being has mulled over for several thousand years is actually why he likes to eat savory tofu brains but not sweet tofu brains. Is he fucking retarded?" Enlin was completely dumbfounded, and it was as if he had been struck by lightning. In the beginning, he had thought that he had come across a wise senior. Now, however, he was starting to question whether he was conversing with a crazy fool. How is it Do you also find this question incredibly difficult? Seeing that Enlin had fallen silent, the enlightened being felt as if he had come across a like-minded friend. Enlin almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. I think each person has their own preferences when it comes to the flavor of tofu brains. Some like sweet tofu brains while others like savory tofu brains. If they like it, then they like it. That's all there is to it. I don't think there's any other deeper meaning. The enlightened being was displeased with this answer, and he said, "No, there's always a root cause that determines one's preferences. Why do I like savory tofu brains but not sweet tofu brains? I'm clearly someone who likes to eat sweet things. So, this has got nothing to do with taste. Rather, it reflects a deeper and more profound question. Is it a choice of life that I like savory tofu brains? Some like to eat sweet tofu brains while others like to eat savory tofu brains. This proves that each type possesses its own merit and strong point. So, is it the savory flavor that's attracting me? Or is it the tofu that's attracting me? Why can the marriage of these two elicit such peculiar feelings from me? Why do I enjoy this food? What's the root cause behind me enjoying this food? Is it the taste? Is it the texture? Is it the attitude? Is it the emotion? Is it Tao intent? Or is it? The enlightened being continued to analyze this profound question. And Lin could feel his head swelling. Holy fuck, has this senior gone mad? No, he's definitely off his rockers. Oh, that's right. Little friend and Lin, do you prefer sweet tofu brains? Or do you prefer savory tofu brains? I prefer sweet tofu brains. Why? Why do you prefer sweet tofu brains? Because I just prefer them? What's so good about savory tofu brains? I feel no rush of excitement when I eat them. That's because of your ignorance and bias. When I eat savory tofu brains, I always feel a rush of excitement. I genuinely don't understand what's so good about sweet tofu brains. Its taste is as weird as can be. The taste of sweet tofu brains is weird? It's clearly savory tofu brains that taste weird. No, sweet tofu brains taste weird. Savory tofu brains taste weird. Sweet tofu brains taste weird. Savory tofu brains taste weird. Sweet tofu brains taste weird. And Lin was shouting loudly. Coincidentally, Su Xiaolan walked over at this moment. She wore a confused expression as she looked at the beet red and Lin, and she asked, "What are you arguing about? Why are you so worked up?" "I'm arguing about whether sweet tofu brains taste better or whether savory tofu brains taste better." Su Xiaolan faltered for a moment before saying, "How silly. Then tell me, Xiaolan, do you like sweet tofu brains or savory tofu brains?" "I like both." Boom. And Lin was shocked upon hearing this. Far in the distance, the enlightened being was also completely astounded. And Lin, heresy. Enlightened being, preposterous. Su Xiaolan? Tofu brains is a breakfast dish from northern China. Su Xiaolan was slightly baffled as she gazed at the man before her. She had simply expressed her own opinion, so was there any need for him to become so worked up? And Lin, is your brain working all right? Don't just drink. Eat some food as well. She felt that Enlin had definitely had too much to drink, resulting in his mood and emotions becoming a little strange. Two divine beings were actually arguing over such a foolish question. It was clear that there was something wrong with them. Indeed, she could also hear the voice from the North Song Mountain realm. Su Xiaolan's words shook Enlin awake. Holy shit! I was almost led astray by that senior. As the mighty god of war of the Taichu continent, he had actually been arguing about tofu brains with a god of creation stage divine being? How uncanny. Sigh. Little friend and Lin, it looks like we won't be able to reach a consensus. However, I also understand that it's impossible to come to a consensus. After all, this is a profoundly difficult question that pertains to one's sensory perceptions, understanding of Tao, understanding of essence and origin, and many other types of understanding. Once I solve this question and understand why I like savory tofu brains but not sweet tofu brains, I feel that I'll be able to advance another step in my path of cultivation. Solving this question will allow me to reach a new height. A string of curses raced through Enlin's mind. Reach a new height? Are you going to become the tofu emperor? What an absolute joke. He's definitely been alive for far too long. Thus, he's got to ponder over these menial and useless questions to pass time. Right? This has got to be the case, right? And Lin was at a complete loss for words. He didn't know how to reply. Indeed, Senior. I think you're correct. And Lin said, trying to muddle his way through the conversation. One definitely shouldn't argue with a fool. Otherwise, they would be dragged down to the same level as the fool. Then, using their wealth of experience, the fool would defeat their fallen opponent. The best strategy when facing a fool was to agree with them on the surface while cursing them and slandering them as foolish cunt in one's own mind. It looks like little friend and Lin can somewhat understand my struggle. Anyhow, this has already been a fairly long greeting. Let's leave it here. You're welcome to be a guest at the North Song Mountain Realm at any time. If you come, I'll definitely come out to personally greet you. We can then continue to discuss the profound philosophical question regarding tofu brains. The enlightened being said warmly. And Lin, you still want to fucking discuss tofu brains? Thank you, but no thank you. Since you've said this, I definitely won't be visiting. And Lin grimaced, yet he still put on a cheerful expression, saying, Definitely, we can continue this discussion later. Just like that, they concluded their profound and friendly exchange. In the beginning, Lin had considered persuading the enlightened being to join the heaven-crushing sect. However, after seeing that he had contemplated the question of tofu brains for several thousand years, Lin decided that he didn't seem like someone who would be willing to crush the heavens. With this in mind, he decided against trying to persuade him. Lin, are you okay? If you're fine, I'm going to head over to talk to them now. Su Xiaolin still wanted to talk to Gabriel about fashion and outfit combinations. She was always wearing a jade dress, and she felt that this was becoming a little too dull. Regardless of how many times her dress was damaged due to battle, she would always weave a new one based on the first dress that Lin had gifted her, the jade barley ink garment. There was nothing wrong with doing this since her breathtaking beauty meant that the others could ignore what she wore. However, Xiaolin wanted to change her style, and she wanted to see if she could give Lin a different kind of experience. Of course, she wouldn't reveal these thoughts to Lin. I'm fine, you can head over now. Anyhow, I was just planning to use a long-distance video crystal to check up on Big Brother Chang. Lin said with a smile. After Su Xiaolin left, Lin started to connect to the video crystal of the 4-9 Immortal sect. The video crystal was an invention that Bai Ling had come up with. It was incredibly valuable, and it was something that would allow one to conduct long-distance video calls. There were no cell towers installed on the Taichu continent, and thus these long-distance communication devices required an exorbitant amount of energy to transmit any information. Lin didn't use these communication devices much. It wasn't long before his call was answered. An aloof and beautiful woman in white appeared in the frame, her beautiful eyes focused on Lin. What a rare sight. The sect leader is actively contacting me, the woman said with a smile. Big Sister Bai is so beautiful, so it's worth it to steal a few extra glances at you. Lin said sincerely. Oh, your cultivation base has grown. But who would have thought that you've also become a sweeter talker? Bai Ling chuckled softly, and her voice became a bit more relaxed than normal. So, why are you calling? I've heard that Big Brother Chang exhausted all of his Dao power and energy during the battle at the 10,000 Spirits Immortal sect. How is he doing now? Can I see him? Lin was a little tense at this moment. Although everyone told him that Big Brother Chang was fine, he had to personally witness how he was doing. After all, seeing was believing. Have a look for yourself, Bai Ling replied. She turned the video crystal to where Shenyuan Chang was right now. However, what Lin saw was an extremely uncanny scene. Shenyuan Chang was standing on the peak of the full moon mountain, quietly gazing at a streak of light in the east. On his chest was a small red flower that was swaying with the wind. He faltered momentarily when he saw Lin's image materialize in the void before him. Lin was even more astonished, and he asked, Big Brother Chang, are you okay? Classmate Lin, don't worry about me. I'm fine, Shenyuan Chang replied, a warm smile on his face. "But why are you standing on the mountain peak?" And Lin asked in curiosity. A fervent expression appeared on Shen Yuancheng's face, and he spread his arms toward the streak of light in the east. "I'm embracing the sun," he exclaimed proudly. "And Lin? Hang on. Big brother Chang, are you truly okay?" And Lin was unable to fathom how this scenario of embracing the sun was playing out on this graceful and handsome sword immortal. His body wasn't damaged, but his brain most certainly was. "Rest assured, classmate and Lin. I'm genuinely okay," Shen Yuancheng said solemnly. "Do you see that ray of morning light in the east? That's a ray of hope, a ray of warmth, and a ray of love." And Lin sucked in a sharp breath. Turning to face the woman in the corner of his screen, he said, "Big sister Bai, I think you owe me an explanation." Bai Ling yawned softly and said, "Xiao Hong is attached to Shen Yuancheng's body right now, and she's healing the side effects that he suffered during that battle. Thus, Shen Yuancheng has got to embrace the sun in her stead. This is only logical." And Lin was rendered speechless by this explanation. He chattered with Shen Yuancheng for a while longer. Only after determining that he was genuinely okay were his worries finally eased. He then started to chatter with Little Gu, Dabai, Little Tian, Su Chenyun, and his other friends. In fact, Little Tian was also facing some serious problems. It seemed like he had come across a cultivation barrier recently, and this had stopped him from always uttering forward idioms. Instead of uttering legitimate idioms, he could only shout, "Forward idiom, forward idiom, forward idiom." It was a mystery why this was the case. Could you imagine this? Once Shui Zhantian saw in Lin, he would excitedly shout, "Forward idiom, forward idiom, forward idiom." What kind of scene was this? No one knew what he was trying to say. Meanwhile, Dabai was the same as always. As for Su Chenyun, she was still as stunningly beautiful and adorable as normal. Cassidy was also as obsequious as always. However, since Lin had reached the Dao integration stage now, he didn't give her any more of his holy blood. This was in consideration of her own safety. One after another, the faces of his friends appeared on the screen of the video crystal. Upon seeing his friends all lively and chirpy, Lin's worries were finally eased. It was as if a heavy weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He smiled faintly as he looked up at the bright and round moon. In order to protect these peaceful and joyous scenes, it was all worth it, and Lin only had a fifth of his life force remaining. If he used his hack again, he would genuinely have to pay with his life. He definitely couldn't allow this to happen. After all, he still had to marry Su Xiaolan and have children with her. "I'm already very powerful now," and Lin murmured to himself as he sensed the power inside his body. "Even among the God of Creation stage divine beings, I can still be regarded as a top-notch being. I can pummel the God of Creation stage divine beings from the realm of stars, and I can also fight on equal terms with the God of Creation stage divine beings from the Taichu continent." His strength was already among the most powerful of the Taichu continent. However, he felt that this still wasn't enough. Before supreme heavenly gods, such power was only enough to exchange a life for a life. Moreover, the strength possessed by the heavenly earth god wasn't representative of the strength possessed by the other supreme heavenly gods. At the very least, he knew that the heavenly light goddess was more powerful than the heavenly earth god. Regarding how much more powerful, he wasn't too sure. To put things in simpler terms, he still faced the risk of dying. If he wanted to protect his friends, if he wanted to protect Xiaolan, he had to become more powerful. And Lin's expression gradually became resolute. He decided to continue using the system. He looked toward the Cultivation base tab. That was right, he was planning to become more powerful. In fact, it would be best if he could advance to the God of Creation stage. That way, he wouldn't need to be afraid even if he were attacked by several supreme heavenly gods. Right now, the Cultivation base tab was covered in a layer of white mist. And Lin had examined this tab several times, yet to no avail. This was also why he had been at a loss regarding how to raise his cultivation base. Now, however, he had a method to disperse this white mist. After perfecting his divine Tao of darkness, he discovered that he could actually touch the system in his mind directly. In other words, he could engulf the white mist that was enveloping the Cultivation base tab. It looks like the system isn't all-powerful either. Since you want to hide the Cultivation base tab, allow me to use my darkness to strip you of your protection. And Lin chuckled giddily as he spoke. He used his darkness to slowly engulf the white mist. The Cultivation base tab finally appeared before his eyes, and Lin's giddy smile froze onto his face. DAO Integration Intermediate Stage Condition. Host is already a mature cultivator. You should learn how to cultivate by yourself. This condition was like a cacophony of demonic sounds, and it became the only sentence that remained reverberating in Lin's mind. Host is already a mature cultivator. You should learn how to cultivate by yourself. Host is already a mature cultivator. You should learn how to cultivate by yourself. Host is already a mature cultivator. You should learn how to cultivate by yourself. Already a mature cultivator? Learn to cultivate by myself? There were tears in Lin's eyes. You led me so far astray on this path of cultivation, yet you're just going to toss me aside and ignore me now? Are you this irresponsible? You want me to cultivate by myself? How the fuck should I cultivate? Sister system, although you always screw me over, I know deep down that you actually love and care for me. Don't leave me, okay? Let's continue to happily cultivate together, okay? And Lin continued to beg the system. However, there was absolutely no response from the system. It was as if it were dead. Do you agree or not? If you agree, then please say something. If you don't agree, please still say something. I beg you, please don't ignore me. Tui. Rubbish system. Trash system. And Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he angrily cursed the system. Brother and Lin, why are you crying? Sun Wukong asked as he scratched his bald head. No, I'm not crying. I'm practicing a water element cultivation technique. And Lin said through sobs. He hurriedly wiped the tears from his face. Sun Wukong was stunned as he looked at Lin, and he exclaimed, Don't treat me like an idiot monkey. Don't bother me, you shrew monkey. And Lin glared at Sun Wukong, and he raised his hand as if he were about to pick a fight with him. Sun Wukong shuddered in fright. He then hurriedly transformed into a cloud of azure mist as he fled into the distance, gazing at the emptiness before him, and Lin was no longer able to hold in his tears. Shit, this irresponsible system. What am I going to do now? Like an abandoned man. And Lin was beside himself with dejection. No wonder the system had covered the Cultivation base tab using a white mist. Initially, and Lin had thought that this was in order to maintain an air of mysteriousness. Now, however, he had discovered the true reason. As it turned out, even the system realized that this condition was inhumane. His voice transmission talisman suddenly lit up. Hello? And Lin said indifferently. And Lin, what's wrong? A gentle and pleasant voice traveled out from his voice transmission talisman. This was a beautiful and heavenly voice. Ordinary people would tremble in emotion if they heard this voice. In fact, this was the voice of Nuwa. However, Lin was still as despondent as before. I'm fine. Is there anything you need? I've got something to tell you. Upon mentioning this, Nuwa paid no attention to Lin's mood anymore. Instead, she said excitedly, We've advanced one step further in our efforts to mend the heavens. The mending of the Tao power is already 4/5 complete. Once this Tao power is fully mended, we can then rapidly carry out the final 2 steps and successfully mend the heavens. Congratulations? And Lin felt a slight pain in his chest, and he said, I'm already the 3rd heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect. Is it suitable for you to tell me this? Of course it is. Don't forget, you're also a member of the heaven-mending sect. I have a feeling that you're tremendously important to the heaven-mending sect. In fact, you're even more important than little Hongling and the Celestial the Arch. With you present, I feel very at ease. I'm also willing to share all of my intel with you. Nuwa's voice was relaxed and carefree, and she didn't seem at all like the high and mighty goddess that the others made her out to be. Instead, she seemed more like a young girl who was given a lollipop. Her character as a god of creation stage divine being was falling apart. However, Enlin understood them fairly well. He understood the enlightened being, and he also understood Nuwa. The higher one's cultivation base, the more one could follow their heart. They already possessed invincible power, so they naturally didn't need to put on a facade of power or might. They could remove this mask and become their true self. They could be crazy, or they could be lively and adorable. Regarding the views of others, what did this matter? Enlin, congratulations on leading an army and defeating the central front of the heavenly human tribe. You prevented a massacre of innocent beings, and you also allowed me to feel more at ease as I continued to pursue my goal of mending of the heavens. This is a tremendous occasion, and I'm extremely thankful toward you, Nuwa said gratefully. Enlin frankly accepted her gratitude. The two of them chattered for a while longer. Nuwa could see that Enlin was feeling down, yet Enlin wasn't willing to talk about the reason. Thus, they ended the call there. Enlin was in very low spirits. However, he wasn't the most despondent person. Even more despondent than him was the person in the West Sea. This was a supreme heavenly god who stoked fear in the hearts of billions of beings of the Taichu continent. He was the leader of the countless seas of the universe, the heavenly sea god. His eyes were dull and emotionless, and he gazed at the void before him with an expression of despondence. The four heavenly gods who had just been rescued from captivity were all shuddering in fear as they stood behind him. Meanwhile, the heavenly human tribe army of tens of millions strong didn't dare to make a peep. The heavenly sea god didn't pay any heed to them. Instead, he stood dazed as he stared at the emptiness before him. There was a deafening rumble of emptiness in his mind. Where's my gate? Where on earth has my gate gone? Who can explain this to me? What on earth happened to the central heavenly gate? The heavenly sea god forcefully suppressed his rage as he asked this. We were suppressed under the West Sea by Lan Xiaoni, so we don't know anything about this. Heavenly God Min, he answered in a trembling voice. The heavenly sea god almost lost his temper and lashed out when he heard this. Don't you feel embarrassed and ashamed saying this? I ordered you four to capture Lan Xiaoni, yet look what you've done. Rather than capturing her, all of you were instead suppressed to the bottom of the sea by her. You've brought utter humiliation upon us heavenly gods. The heavenly sea god glowered at the four heavenly gods as he spoke. The four heavenly gods didn't dare to make a sound. They also felt incredibly ashamed. They had initially thought that victory was certain. However, who could have imagined that Lan Xiaoni had suddenly become so much more powerful? And you! The heavenly sea god turned to glare at the heavenly human tribe army of tens of millions strong, before roaring. You're an army of 50 million strong, and you more so possess the West Sea heavenly Arkansas. Yet you actually failed to block Lan Xiaoni? What's the point of keeping you? The eyes of the heavenly human tribe soldiers were bloodshot, and they all lowered their heads in shame. We deserve to die. Heavenly sea god, I beg you, please grant us death. This sinful subject deserves to die. One after another, the generals of the heavenly human tribe army all kneeled down. Immediately afterward, the countless soldiers behind them all kneeled down as well. It was because we were too weak that we allowed our enemies to succeed. Heavenly sea god, please grant us death. Heavenly sea god, please grant us death. The heavenly human tribe soldiers all kneeled down, feeling so ashamed that they could die. In the end, their voices converged into a wave so loud that it was as if it could send powerful currents through the sea. The heavenly sea god almost blacked out. For fuck's sake, it's already bad enough that the central heavenly gate has been destroyed. Yet you're all seeking death now? Are you trying to force me to become a one-man army? Can you be any more disappointing and pathetic? The heavenly sea god was feeling extremely crushed. What kind of underlings had he raised? Had these people ever completed a mission successfully? The only time they had succeeded was when he had prepared a trap to screw his own subjects over. Wasn't it? The heavenly sea god felt even more dejected upon thinking of this. Bloody hell. What the fuck is this shit? Sigh. In the end, Enlin still doesn't trust me much. The heavenly sea god let out a soft sigh. He had already foreseen these events, and thus he had already been mentally prepared for them. Indeed, he understood his own plans very well, and he had also been well prepared for Enlin's vanishing trust, as well as Lan Xiaoni's sudden attack on his home. He had foreseen all of these events. However, he hadn't envisioned that the 4 heavenly gods would fail to block Lan Xiaoni. In fact, even the army of 50 million strong and the West Sea Heavenly Ark had failed to block Lan Xiaoni. In the end, this was still because his underlings were far too weak and useless. Or it could also be said that Enlin's underling Lan, was far too powerful. All of you can leave now. I need some peace and quiet. The heavenly sea gods said faintly. The heavenly gods immediately dispersed upon hearing this. The soldiers also retreated like a receding tide. The heavenly sea god stood alone in the sky realm, his expression adrift as he gazed at where the West Heavenly Gate had once stood. He hadn't imagined that he would suffer this loss so suddenly. However, when he lost this which was so dear to him, there was already no time for him to react. The Western Heavenly Gate was the passageway through which the heavenly humans entered. Although Nuwa has already restricted the movement through this passageway by mending the heavens and perfecting the heavenly Tao, we can still allow heavenly humans to forcefully pass through by activating that technique. Now, however, it's all gone. The heavenly gate had already disappeared, so what more can we do? The heavenly sea god wore a slightly forlorn look. The central heavenly gate has also been obliterated. Of the 5 heavenly gates, only the eastern heavenly gate of the heavenly light goddess is still standing. That's the last opportunity for us supreme heavenly gods. In fact, I seem to be an ally of the heavenly light goddess. Should I head over to discuss this with her? My western heavenly gate has been obliterated. Yet she's actually not coming over to console me. By the looks of it, she's definitely onto something. Perhaps she's already exploding with rage. If I head over now, I might be asking for more trouble. If I accidentally provoke her and cause her to welcome me with an intent to kill, that'll be even worse. What should I do? The heavenly sea god was feeling slightly lost as he continued to mutter under his breath and analyze the situation. Right now, the only positive is that my suspicious relationship with Enlin has been cleared. After all, he sent someone to obliterate my western heavenly gate. There was absolutely no need to do this unless there was some kind of bitter and deep-seated hatred between us. Thus, regardless of whether it's the heavenly light goddess, the heavenly life goddess, or the heavenly heaven god, none of them will be suspicious of my relationship with Enlin. That being the case, the people who trust me the most should be the heavenly life goddess and the heavenly heaven god. As he was thinking this, the heavenly sea god was suddenly contacted by the heavenly heaven god. Heavenly sea god, I've heard about your western heavenly gate being destroyed. My condolences, heavenly heaven god. I've also heard about your central heavenly gate being destroyed. My condolences to you as well. They immediately started to console each other. The heavenly sea god knew that the heavenly life goddess and heavenly heaven god held great trust in him. In fact, the 3 of them even started to hold a pleasant conversation, discussing how to use the 3 forms reincarnation true heaven formation to trap and suppress Enlin. Meanwhile, at the eastern heavenly gate, the heavenly sea god had indeed been correct. The heavenly light goddess was indeed exploding with rage. More attentive beings would have realized that the rising sun in the east was particularly bright today. In fact, it was even radiating more warmth than usual. That was the burning rage of the heavenly light goddess. The heavenly light goddess had already looked back in time and witnessed the complete battle of the central front. Thus, she was aware of how the heavenly earth god had been killed. Enlin was unexpectedly powerful. This was one of the main reasons. However, there was also another important reason. That was, the heavenly sea god had actually watched on without helping. They had agreed that the 2 supreme heavenly gods would gang up on Enlin. However, the result? Of the few times that he acted, the heavenly sea god had only ended up creating more trouble. He had been blatantly screwing the heavenly earth god over. I understand. So that's how it is. Heavenly sea god, are you a team with the heavenly life goddess and heavenly heaven god? It was my mistake to not realize this sooner. However, Who would have thought that a supreme heavenly god could be so filthy? You even dared to lie to me. There was boundless grief and fury flaring in the heavenly light goddess' eyes. It was my loss this time. However, do you think I'll lose just because I'm alone? The heavenly light goddess gazed at the hovering stone coffin before her. The surface of the stone coffin was gray, and there were several uneven engravings on its surface. From the outside, this looked like just another ordinary coffin. The heavenly light goddess slowly pushed open the lid of the coffin, gazing at the black-clothed woman who silently lay inside. Her face was gentle and pale, and her body was slender and shapely. Her raven-black hair was so long that it had already reached her toes. If it weren't for her lack of breathing, one could be forgiven for thinking that she was a sleeping beauty. Heavenly Earth God, is this your final present for me? The present that you used the final powers of your true form of Tao to give me? I understand your intentions. Perhaps it's truly achievable. If they hadn't backed us into a corner, would I have needed to resort to this option? The heavenly light goddess lightly stroked the face of the woman lying in the stone coffin. There was a look of reluctance in her eyes. At the same time, there was also a hint of resoluteness, as if she were calmly looking death in the face. The sun had already risen above the horizon. The sky was bright, yet the wild celebrations in Yutong City had yet to conclude. This time, their wild celebrations were going to last for 3 entire days and nights. After all, to powerful cultivators, a span of 3 days and 3 nights was but the blink of an eye. After experiencing an earth-shattering battle of life and death, it was high time that they were able to release their feelings and ease their pent-up stress. In fact, they had initially planned to party for a whopping 49 days. However, Lin had rejected this proposal. If they partied for 49 days, that wouldn't be releasing their feelings or easing their stress anymore. Instead, it would simply be an indulgence. And Lin knew that there might be sudden changes and huge transformations in the near future. The heavenly Earth God had been killed, and several tens of millions of heavenly humans had most likely fallen under the control of the heavenly life goddess and heavenly heaven god. In the past, their attitude toward the heaven-crushing united army had always been one of observation and indifference. They had simply watched the battle from afar. Once the two forces decimated each other, they would then destroy the heaven-crushing united army and the opposing heavenly gods in one fell swoop. Afterward, they would then exterminate all of the beings of the Taichu continent, thereby allowing them to invite the arrival of a new dawn. Their plan had been impeccable. Now, however, the balance of power between the two forces had already been upset. The heaven-crushing united army was overly powerful compared to the forces led by the heavenly light goddess. Thus, it was very likely that they would move to even up their power. In fact, strictly speaking, they had already made a move. Hadn't those heavenly human soldiers and heavenly gods been deployed by them? However, in the following battles, it was possible that they might even participate themselves. At that time, it would definitely become an unimaginably intense and dangerous battle. And Lin was very sensitive to danger. He could sense that all of the supreme heavenly gods were targeting him. At the very least, both the forces of the heavenly light goddess and heavenly life goddess had prioritized killing him during the previous battle. However, now that they were aware of his abilities, they most likely wouldn't make any rash moves in the short term. They would definitely formulate a sound strategy first. In any case, Lin yearned for them to plan for a little longer. After all, he also needed time to recover his energy. As for killing him, if they wanted to kill him, they would need to prepare to exchange their life for his. Not taking into account other matters, Lin was very confident in his own abilities. Although he had become a slacker who didn't know how to cultivate, he was still an incredibly powerful being even if he couldn't grow any stronger. If they wanted to kill him, they would need to gamble using their lives. As he was thinking this, an unexpected transformation suddenly took place. The sun had just risen, yet its spreading radiance was suddenly engulfed by darkness. The celebrating soldiers were all baffled. The numerous defensive spell formations of Yutong City were currently activated, and there were also many powerful beings standing guard. Yet, the heavenly gods still dared to attack at this time. Hurry! Get everyone into formation! Prepare to battle. It's extremely likely that we're being attacked by enemies. The soldiers of Yutong City were all frightened into action. Some used their power to operate the spell formations. Some flew into the sky or sprinted across the land, and some released their divine sense to scout the enemies. Meanwhile, Enlin was feeling slightly puzzled as he stood up. There were indeed people nearing them. However, he couldn't detect any hostility from them. In fact, it was because of this lack of hostility that the spell formations of Yutong City hadn't responded. Most importantly, he could feel a sense of familiarity from within this overwhelming darkness. "Don't attack yet," Enlin suddenly said. His command reverberated throughout the entire Yutong City. It had to be said that Enlin's words carried a lot of weight in the heaven-crushing United Army. With just a single command, he stopped countless powerful beings from acting on their urge to attack. At this moment, a gigantic continent suddenly appeared in the sky above Yutong City. This was a pitch-black and vast continent, and it almost covered the entirety of the colossal Yutong City. The underside of this continent was circulating with an extremely dense power of darkness, and it seemed to be this power that was providing the continent with the ability to move. The surface of this continent was covered in dark and undulating mountains, as well as countless exquisite and gray-colored castles. In the center of this continent, there lay a sprawling castle that looked much like a gigantic black beast. There were a dozen or so divine light symbols hovering in the void and surrounding this city, each of them radiating with a paramount might. Numerous humanoid creatures spread their black wings as they flew out from the castle and toward Enlin. Among them, there were some beings who possessed incredibly powerful auras. "It's the Dark Wing Tribe. Heavens! I thought the mobile castle of the Dark Wing Tribe can only appear in the pitch-black darkness of the night. Perhaps they can transform day into night and then wantonly appear whenever they want? This is cheating. Wasn't the Dark Wing Tribe beaten into recluse by the Heavenly Human Tribe? Why are they suddenly appearing now? There are so many powerful beings from the Taichu continent gathered here. Are they coming here to seek death?" The powerful beings of Yutong City were all engaged in spirited discussions. Although they were stunned by the sight of the Dark Wing Tribe's mobile castle, they weren't feeling especially worried. After all, they had witnessed far too many earth-shattering scenes. Right at this moment, the Dark Wing Emperor along with several dozen returned to Void Stage powerful beings of the Dark Wing Tribe flew toward Enlin. This force, which had suddenly converged before them, was powerful enough to threaten the majority of beings in Yutong City. Enlin was slightly astonished. His entangling destiny with the Dark Wing Tribe was quite deep-rooted. While on Earth, the Dark Knight Monarch had pushed him into sacrificing his life force for the first time. In the ancient Taichu realm, he had fought against the Moonlit Knight Monarch for the evil-slaying sword. The Dark Wing Tribe was a formidable force that had hidden in the shadows for most of this time. Most beings had never witnessed their true appearance. Enlin hadn't sought this force out, yet much to his surprise, this force was instead seeking him out. Why? Aren't they afraid that I'll destroy their home with a single swing of my sword? Enlin was feeling extremely puzzled. With his current power, he wasn't afraid of the Dark Wing Tribe at all. There were 2 Dao Integration Stage Supreme Beings, 61 Return to Void Stage Powerful Beings, and several million other Dark Wing Cultivators. If this were the past, Enlin would definitely feel utter despair. Now, however, he was extremely composed and calm. Meaningful smiles appeared on the faces of the cultivators who had heard about Enlin's skirmishes with the Dark Wing Tribe. It was as if they were waiting for an entertaining show to play out. The Dark Wing Emperor was an old-generation Dao Integration Stage Supreme Being. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Knight Monarch was a newly advanced Dao Integration Stage Supreme Being who had only just stabilized her cultivation base. Casting one's gaze over the entire Taichu continent, these 2 Supreme Beings could be regarded as top-notch cultivators. However, these 2 powerful leaders, along with their powerful subordinates, all wore expressions of respect when they saw Enlin. Mr. Enlin, Senior Enlin. The powerful beings of the Dark Wing Tribe all lowered their heads as they landed before Enlin. Meanwhile, the Dark Wing Emperor wore an expression of guilt and unease as he said, "Please accept our apologies. We feel utter remorse and shame for the wrongdoings that we committed in the past." And Lin was dumbfounded upon hearing this, and he asked in astonishment, "You traveled hundreds of millions of miles and brought your entire headquarters here simply to apologize?" "No," the Dark Wing Emperor replied with a shake of his head. He then looked at Lin, a look of fervor and reverence on his face. "We came here to surrender to you." "What?" And Lin's eyes widened in surprise. A swooshing sound suddenly traveled over. To his surprise, the millions of Dark Wing tribe members all fell down to one knee before him. At this moment, their voices also soared through the heavens. The Dark Wing tribe greets their heavenly master. "Greetings to heavenly master." And Lin was astonished. The spectating cultivators were also stunned. Heavenly master? What the hell is this? How has Lin suddenly become their heavenly master? What are you doing? Hurry up and get up." And Lin sucked in a sharp breath as he looked at the millions of Dark Wing tribe members kneeling before him. "We've come to join you. You're our heavenly master." The Dark Wing Emperor didn't get up, and he explained their purpose in a respectful voice. "Heavenly master, if you don't accept us, then we'll never get up," the Heavenly Night Monarch said emotionally. There was a look of boundless reverence and adoration in her eyes as she gazed at Lin. And Lin was extremely taken aback by the scenes before him. He knew that the Dark Wing tribe was an incredibly proud tribe. This was a tribe that viewed itself as the messenger of the heavens and as the noblest tribe in the world. They acted according to the will of the heavens, and when they interacted with the world, they would always hold themselves in a haughty and domineering manner. They viewed themselves as transcendent above all other tribes of the Taichu continent. Yet, right now, they were actually kneeling before Lin, and they wouldn't rise if Lin didn't agree to become their master? "I'm telling you, don't go around calling people master so rashly. I don't recall having the identity of the heavenly master." And Lin felt like they were here to freeload for food and shelter. Or perhaps they were here to find some support. Meanwhile, he pondered over whether he was truly this powerful already. Was he so freakishly powerful that his past enemy was now shamelessly coming to join his forces? Seeing the displeasure on Lin's face, the Dark Wing Emperor hurriedly said, "Don't refuse us so quickly. Let me ask you a question first. Are you the heavenly darkness god?" Everyone was already aware of this, and Lin nodded, not refuting this notion. The Dark Wing Emperor continued, "We've been searching for our heavenly master this entire time. When you managed to completely grasp the power of darkness, darkness spread throughout the entire Taichu continent. Moreover, that darkness actually resonated with the darkness of our mobile castle, causing the heavenly master seal to soar into the sky. It yearned to fuse together with this darkness. At that time, we came to a realization. The heavenly master that we had long been searching for had finally appeared. We proclaim ourselves to be the messenger of the heavens. However, who are the heavens that we served? The mobile castle has finally given us an answer. In reality, we're the servants of darkness, the servants of the heavenly Tao of darkness." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The millions of Dark Wing tribe beings unfurled their black wings in unison. "Do you know why our feathers are black?" the Dark Wing Emperor asked with emotion. And Lin was slightly dazed after hearing his explanation, and he asked, "Why? Because this color expresses our love for you?" the Dark Wing Emperor exclaimed passionately. "And Lin, Su Xiaolen?" At this moment, the millions of Dark Wing tribe beings suddenly felt an icy chill shoot up their spines. They obediently retracted their wings before gazing at Lin in eager anticipation. And Lin stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before saying, "Answer these 3 questions honestly first. Please go ahead, Heavenly Master. Not to mention 3 questions. We'll be willing to answer even 30,000 questions," the Dark Wing Emperor said. And Lin could barely stand their obsequiousness. He summoned his courage and asked, "You've specifically come here to acknowledge me as your master. What's your purpose for doing this?" "Our purpose is to act according to your will," the Dark Wing Emperor replied sincerely. The remaining members of the Dark Wing tribe nodded in agreement. And Lin then asked, "In other words, you'll definitely obey my commands? If I command you to attack the heavenly human tribe, Would you dare to carry out this command? Why won't we dare? The Dark Wing Emperor replied. It's not like we haven't fought against them before. In fact, we've even battled against them to determine who would have the right to execute the will of the heavens, although we lost that battle. In reality, everyone knew that the Dark Wing tribe had failed. Not only had they been defeated, but they had even been beaten into a recluse. At this moment, the several million Dark Wing tribe beings all roared in unison. We're willing to lay down our lives for Heavenly Master. We're willing to lay down our lives for Heavenly Master. And Lin's expression was a little adrift as he listened to these fervent and impassioned declarations. In order to support him, they were even willing to battle against the heavenly human tribe, a tribe that had brought them so many nightmares. Was this the cowardly Dark Wing tribe that he knew of? Last question. And Lin looked at the Dark Wing Emperor and asked, "The evil-slaying sword, why did you try to obtain it at that time? What significance does the evil-slaying sword hold for you?" At that time, the Moonlit Night Monarch had fought with her life on the line in an attempt to obtain the evil-slaying sword. In fact, she had even given up on exacting revenge for the Dark Night Monarch and viewed this as her most important mission. He remembered this clearly. The evil-slaying sword hadn't even been a divine weapon at the time, so it shouldn't have attracted such attention and vigor from the Moonlit Night Monarch, a Tao integration stage supreme being. I would have explained this to you even if you hadn't asked, the Dark Wing Emperor said. However, there was a look of hesitation on his face as he looked at the crowd of spectators around Lin. And Lin understood his intention, and he immediately unleashed a barrier of darkness to keep them outside. The Dark Wing Emperor was still a little hesitant as he gazed at the woman in jade beside Lin. Xiaolan is trustworthy. No need to hold back, Lin said. I understand. The Dark Wing Emperor knew that Su Xiaolan was Lin's Tao partner. At least, this was what the entire world thought. In any case, there was no other man who was worthy of Su Xiaolan. We were searching for the evil-slaying sword because this sword was a holy weapon of our tribe. This is a sword that can connect and communicate with the heavenly Tao. Thus, it's not only capable of crushing the heavens, but it's also capable of mending the heavens. And Lin shuddered upon hearing this. Connect and communicate with the heavenly Tao? Capable of crushing the heavens and also capable of mending the heavens? The evil-slaying sword was indeed peculiar. It was far more powerful than ordinary divine tools. This was something that Lin was aware of. In fact, Lin had experienced both the heaven-crushing and heaven-mending abilities of the evil-slaying sword. Regarding the mending of the heavens, Lin recalled using Little Xie to mend the heavens in both the ancient Taichu Dragon Realm and the Divine Source Continent. Little Xie had also mentioned that she could only mend the physical defects but not the defects of the heavenly Tao. However, everything would develop and grow. With him and Little Xie both becoming stronger, perhaps Little Xie now possessed the ability to mend the heavenly Tao. Regarding the crushing of the heavens, Lin used the evil-slaying sword to sever the nomological laws of heaven and earth before. When the heavenly gods first appeared, he had also used the evil-slaying sword to wound their essence. These were feats that ordinary divine tools couldn't achieve. Lin gazed at the Dark Wing Emperor and asked with a thoughtful look, "Then how did Little Xie's peculiar abilities come about? Do you know?" Right after he asked this, there was suddenly a flash of black light. A little girl in a black dress appeared beside Lin. Her fists were clenched, and there were a few glimmers of emotion in her dead fish eyes. She stared at the Dark Wing Emperor with intense attention. Little Xie had appeared. She had already regained much of her memory and knowledge, yet she was still unable to recall her own past. Thus, it was only natural that she was very interested to learn about the origin of her power. Oh, heavens! What an adorable little girl! This, such a familiar power. Is this the tool spirit of the holy weapon? So amazing! Can I squeeze your cheeks? Little Xie raised her eyebrows and said, "Piss off!" And Lin sighed and said, "Hurry up and explain. What in the world is with Little Xie's power? Tell us everything that you know." The Dark Wing Emperor suddenly retrieved a black orb. There was a profound look in his eyes, and he said slowly, "You're aware of the Purple Star Civilization? correct? Nonsense. The evil-slaying sword was the first among a series of weapons used by the Purple Star civilization to crush the heavens. Boom! It was as if this revelation had opened the gates to something. It was as if a clap of thunder had exploded in Enlin's mind. Little Xie was so dazed as she stood where she was. The final chains around her memories were being smashed open. With the power of the whole clan, we can steal the abilities of heaven and earth. One after another, countless towering skyscrapers pierced into the heavens. Gazing down from above, this looked like a forest that could only exist in one's imaginations. There was no end in sight. Lying in the center of this colossal city, there was a core region that billions of beings admired and revered. Countless specks of colorful light danced in the sky. A vast and profound world contained inside each of these specks. These were all developed and technologically advanced worlds. Several hundred researchers who were enveloped in high-density energy orbs and wearing the highest-ranking star-sky robe of the Purple Star civilization were currently standing on a pure white and unsullied altar. This was a helical altar of chaotic combination attacks. An unimaginable stream of information flashed across their eyes, and it was as if they were all computing something. Meanwhile, several million powerful beings stood silently on this vast land, continuously releasing their unique Tao intent and Tao realm. These then converged onto a pitch-black and profound sword that rested atop the helical sacrificial altar. At the same time, the countless specks of colorful light unleashed brilliant rays of light. The people inside these worlds had raised their hands and funneled their power outside the specks of light that housed their worlds. The innumerable specks of light danced in the sky as they unleashed the paramount radiance of their worlds. These were remote and seemingly insignificant galaxies, yet they unleashed a brilliant and dazzling radiance into the sky. These countless rays of light then converged onto the pitch-black sword that rested atop the helical sacrificial altar. At this instant, an astounding sword-intent soared into the sky. Winds howled and thunder rumbled. Heaven shook and earth trembled. A man who was dressed in a black and white Taoist robe and holding a peculiar ball of light in his hand was standing atop the sacrificial altar. He stood beside the pitch-black sword and softly recited a passage of words, each phrase seemingly resonating with the sounds of the great Tao. The time has finally arrived for humankind to ascend to an entirely new level of life. Heaven and earth are a cage, and we humans will transform into birds that break out of this cage. We'll soar toward the true heaven and earth and embrace the true essence of life. Let us create together the greatest miracle of life. The man shattered the ball of light in his hand. The pitch-black sword trembled violently, and it started to exude a dark and profound light. Countless veined patterns appeared on the ground of the colossal city. These veined patterns were alike an astonishing spell formation, and they were also alike some kind of branching technological diagram. These veined patterns started to spread outward, eventually covering the entire territory of the Purple Star civilization. A void and ethereal yet incredibly acute energy started to rise from these patterns. The constant of karma has started to wane. The barrier in the sky of the Taichu continent is beginning to open. The energy of the vast universe is beginning to react. The heaven-crushing sword is stable, the energy supply is stable. The accumulation of Tao power has reached 80%. An unimaginable power was being harnessed. This was a power that was capable of obliterating countless small worlds. Like a limitless divine river, energy continued to pour into the pitch-black sword that rested in the very center of the colossal city. At this moment, this pitch-black sword was the salient being of the entire universe. The hope of the entire human race also lay with this sword. Everyone was gazing at this sword, a hint of anxiousness hidden behind their expressions of fervor and excitement. Purple Star Emperor, why are you ignoring Nuwa's warning? This was a woman of elegant beauty who possessed the lower body of a white snake and who was exuding an aura of peculiar might. She dashed toward the sacrificial altar, a vine-woven scroll in her hand and a look of fury on her face. Hold her back, the Purple Star Emperor commanded in a calm voice. 3 powerful beings who were suited in metallic alloy armors suddenly appeared, instantly unleashing countless net-like chains that wrapped around the woman. Purple Star Emperor. Have you gone mad? I, the White Spirit Snake Emperor, am a messenger representing Nuwa. Yet, you actually dare to restrict me? The woman wore an expression of disbelief as she chided the man. The Purple Star Emperor's expression remained unchanged, and he said calmly, "This is a critical moment that pertains to the life and death of the Purple Star civilization. We can't take any risks. If we've offended you, then please forgive us. Open your eyes and look clearly. This is a totem that Nuwa exhausted her blood essence to draw. There's no way that you can succeed. Not only that, but you'll even affect all of the other beings of the Tai Chu continent." White Spirit Snake tossed the scroll into the air. The scroll then transformed into a gigantic picture, inside which there were no humans from the Purple Star civilization. All that remained was a barren land that stretched for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. This was a picture of desolation and despair. The Purple Star Emperor was unfazed by this sight. The remaining researchers were also unwavering in their expression. It was as if they were staring at a joke. The Great Tao contains 50 paths, yet the heavens only birth 49. The remaining path is that which humans can seek and exploit. The future can be altered, and the heavens can also be altered. Don't let the heavens restrict your imagination. Humans are even more powerful than you think. When the power of an entire tribe is gathered together, we can transform the impossible into the possible. So be it. Why don't you stay here and witness the birth of a truly great miracle? One after another, the humans started to raise their hands, focusing the power of their mind on the evil-slaying sword. Crush the heavens! Crush the heavens! Crush the heavens! Their voices converged into a roaring wave that soared into the skies. Seeing that not a single person had taken the drawing of Nuwa seriously, the body of the White Spirit Snake instantly became ice-cold. They're mad. These people are all mad. No, their entire civilization has gone mad. How many people had focused the power of their mind onto the pitch-black and profound sword? The several million powerful humans present in this arena? No. 1 billion, 10 billion, several tens of billions. Every single member of the Purple Star civilization had raised their hands, offering the power of their mind to the pitch-black sword on the sacrificial altar through a special gadget on their wrists. They were genuinely gathering the full power of their tribe. Accumulation of Tao power has reached 100%. Begin crushing the heavens. The Purple Star Emperor roared. The tens of billions of humans roared in unison. An intangible yet devastating power gathered on the blade of the pitch-black sword before soaring into the sky. This was a combined Tao power formed from the paramount Tao intent of a tribe. A pitch-black sword projection pierced through the sky and ripped through the realm. Boom! At this moment, the great Tao of heaven and earth started to wail in grief. It was as if something had been torn apart, and countless streaks of nomological law crashed down like rain. It was as if the sky were shedding tears. A pitch-black hole appeared in the sky, continuing to expand with every passing second. We've succeeded. The heavenly Tao has been shredded. A smile appeared on the Purple Star Emperor's face. Fantastic! We've successfully completed the first step. I'm sure that everything will go according to plan. Everyone, don't become too conceited. There was joy on the faces of the countless humans. A huge volume of information flashed across the Purple Star Emperor's eyes as he analyzed their progress. The heavenly Tao of darkness has already been obliterated by the heaven-crushing sword. Now, we'll take advantage of the backlash of the heavenly Tao of darkness to engulf the remaining heavenly Taos. We'll render the heavenly Tao void. Just like the primordial birth of the universe, the end is also the beginning. When everything returns to its primitive state, we humans can usurp the heavenly Tao and become the primitive Tao that creates the universe. We can become the paramount Tao of the universe. Eventually, we can achieve our goal of united ascension. As he said this, the Purple Star Emperor turned his gaze to a semi-transparent egg that lay beside the pitch-black sword. There was a slender woman inside this egg, and she was currently blinking her bright and limpid eyes. This is a perfect life form, a perfect human. Bai Ling. From now on, You'll represent the Tao of the humans. This sudden change startled all of the beings of the Taichu continent. They could all hear the wailing of the heavens as a feeling of boundless sorrow suddenly welled up in their hearts. The pitch-blade sword projection had risen from the territory of the Purple Star civilization and soared into the sky, eventually fusing into the infinite darkness. The backlash from the heavenly power of darkness is about to arrive, the Purple Star Emperor said with an eager expression on his face. Darkness was permeating through the sky, engulfing everything in its path. The Purple Star civilization had pierced the heavenly Tao with a sword, yet their presence in the peculiar 9-colored energy screen was rapidly decreasing. It was as if they were going to vanish from heaven and earth. In fact, they were like a bandit who had immediately run away after stabbing the heavenly Tao. Just as the billions of humans thought that they were about to accomplish a mighty and miraculous feat, the energy screen before them suddenly started to tremble. At the same time, countless cracks proliferated through the energy screen. What's going on? The Purple Star Emperor's expression changed slightly. Crap! The protective barrier between the two realms has suffered ferocious attacks, a researcher exclaimed. His expression had changed drastically. Perhaps we're being attacked by some god of creation stage divine being? The Purple Star Emperor remarked anxiously. Tens of thousands of researchers were rapidly compiling together data and analyzing the situation. In the end, their faces all became as white as a sheet. It's not a god of creation stage divine being. Rather, we're being attacked by the heavenly Tao itself. Heavenly Tao? The Purple Star Emperor shuddered upon hearing this. A hint of panic and disbelief finally appeared on his calm face, and he said, "How is this possible? Right now, the heavenly Tao should be suffering backlash from the heavenly Tao of darkness. The priority of the heavenly Tao of darkness should be to engulf the remaining heavenly Tao that is extremely similar to itself. Our assumption was based on the expected reaction of the heavenly Tao," a top-notch heavenly Tao expert said. The color had already drained from his face, and his voice was trembling as he gazed at the viscous and liquid-like darkness that was dripping onto the protection barrier between the two realms. What if the heavenly Tao has birthed an awareness that's similar to life? Boom! The eyes of the Purple Star Emperor widened in shock as his mind instantly went blank. That's correct. Based on the instincts of the heavenly Tao of darkness should first and foremost engulf the remaining heavenly Tao. However, if the heavenly Tao has developed awareness, or if the heavenly Tao of darkness has developed awareness, then will it still engulf the remaining heavenly Tao and damage its own existence? No. It'll first turn its wrath onto those who provoked it. Preposterous, simply preposterous. How can the heavenly Tao develop awareness? Isn't this a characteristic that should be unique to humans? The Purple Star Emperor wore a crazed expression as he gazed at the darkness that was descending from the sky. Shockingly, this darkness had transformed into an unimaginably large hand, so large that it was almost impossible to fathom. It blotted out heaven and earth, casting a shadow over tens of millions of kilometers in length. It was as if an entire world were descending upon them. The 5 fingers of darkness closed together to form a claw as it grabbed the protective barrier between the two realms as if it were grabbing an egg. Despair rose into the minds of the humans as they stared at that colossal hand of darkness. It was as if their minds were being engulfed by that consummately profound darkness. Persist, everyone, persist. Victory definitely belongs to the Purple Star civilization. Even if the heavenly Tao of darkness targets us first, we can still obliterate both this darkness and the remaining heavenly Tao at once. The Purple Star Emperor's voice boomed through the entire territory of the Purple Star civilization. However, right at this moment, the colossal hand of darkness suddenly tightened its grip. Crack, boom! Under the formidable power of the colossal hand of darkness, the protective barrier between the two realms shattered into pieces. Countless humans became completely exposed to the devastating power of the profound darkness. It was also at this moment that some humans finally began to experience terror. In fact, some of them had already gone weak at the knees and collapsed to the ground. The constant of karma is rising rapidly. The backlash of the heavenly Tao has already enveloped our entire territory. The power index is greater than the heaven-crushing index. The combined Tao power of the purple star civilization is starting to crumble. One after another, these pieces of nightmarish information started to come from the mouths of the top-notch scientists. Some of the researchers had already become expressionless with despair, tears, and snot flowing down their faces. We're done for. We're truly done for. Such formidable and devastating power. How can we defeat it? Ha ha ha. Darkness can engulf all matter. So why can't it engulf us? We've failed. We've completely failed. No, let's kill the heavens together. Let's kill the heavens. Ha ha ha. As the darkness permeated the sky, unleashing its boundless terror, some of the cultivators finally collapsed into utter despair. Holding onto their dimension particle swords, they frenziedly slashed at the darkness in the sky. Their expressions were wild and unrestrained. A white-haired scientist kneeled before the Purple Star Emperor and frantically kowtowed, crying in grief, "Purple Star Emperor, let's stop this. If we stop, perhaps we'll still have a sliver of hope at survival." The Purple Star Emperor looked at the pitch-black sword and semi-transparent egg on the sacrificial altar. He then raised his head to glance at the expanding and increasingly chaotic darkness in the sky. He chuckled bitterly and said, "It's impossible. Either the Purple Star civilization is destroyed today, or the heavenly Tao is destroyed today. Listen to my command. Activate the Purple Star Return to Desolation Tao Spear." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the millions of powerful beings in the center of the colossal city changed drastically. "Purple Star Emperor, we can't. If we activate this uncontrollable weapon, we'll not only obliterate the heavenly Tao, but if we're not careful, we'll even cause the entire Tai-Chu continent to suffer irreparable damage. If we carry through with this, what are we going to make of the billions of other beings on the Tai-Chu continent?" The powerful beings of the human tribe were all red in the face as they tried to dissuade the Purple Star Emperor. "Let's put this to a vote. We have 10 seconds. The Purple Star Emperor didn't have time for nonsense. A selection screen appeared before the eyes of the millions of powerful beings. On this screen, there were two options, one to agree with activating the Purple Star Return to Desolation Tao Spear, and one to disagree. Generally speaking, when the Purple Star civilization was faced with a significant decision that would affect its entire tribe, this decision would be voted on by the several million most talented and knowledgeable powerful beings of the civilization. This was the most democratic and most logical method. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the human tribe wouldn't have any objections to the final decision. 10 seconds ticked past. The result of the vote appeared above the center of the sacrificial altar. 95% of powerful beings supported using the Purple Star Return to Desolation Tao Spear. Only a measly 3% didn't support this decision. The remaining 2% had abstained from voting. The powerful beings of the Purple Star civilization. The sky was flooded with darkness, and an overwhelming terror was bearing down. Faced with an existential crisis, the number one priority for the Purple Star civilization was to protect their own tribe. Those who had most vehemently objected just then had clearly been objecting on the surface only. However, their minds were especially honest. "It's over. It's all over. Purple Star Emperor. Researchers, don't continue down this path. By activating this weapon, are you trying to drag the entire continent down with you?" The white spirit snake chided in grief and indignation. However, no one paid any attention to the white spirit snake. The Purple Star Emperor made a pressing motion as he looked at the sky. "The approval rate is over 70%. Prepare to launch the final counterattack. Purple Star Return to Desolation Tao Spear. Activate." A fissure suddenly opened up in the center of the sacrificial altar. This fissure then gradually spread to the two sides. A pitch-black spear hovered out from the fissure. Once it appeared, its astounding ferocity caused even the colossal hand of darkness in the sky to shudder. Heaven-crushing sword. Return to position. The pitch-black sword flew toward the spear. The two weapons then instantly fused together, with two razor-sharp weapons growing out from the sides of the spear. At the same time, Countless delicate patterns materialized on the surface of the spear. These patterns swirled rapidly, forming countless Tao patterns and giving rise to boundless power. At the tip of the spear, there even materialized a ball of divine light that was formidable enough to engulf all matter. This ball of divine light was the fusion product between the epitome of technology and the cultivation of the Purple Star civilization. Because it was far too powerful, the Purple Star civilization had yet to thoroughly control its power. This divine light could control millions of nomological laws, and at the same time, it could also engulf the paramount powers that represented the millions of nomological laws. The name of this divine light was the Heavenly Darkness Power, attacking darkness with darkness. Purple Star returned to Desolation Tao Spear. Like its name implied, this was a spear that had been created by the Purple Star civilization. It was a Tao spear that could return all matter to void and desolation. At its pinnacle power, this Tao spear could even return the great Tao of space, time, and heaven and earth into void and desolation. Was it not similar to the Heavenly Darkness Power? In fact, this Tao spear had been created with the unique characteristics of the Heavenly Darkness Power in mind. They were using a replica of Heavenly Darkness Power to counterattack the real Heavenly Darkness Power. This was truly a laughable scene. However, the powerful beings of the Purple Star civilization were all brimming with confidence. The Heavenly Tao of Darkness possessed all of the unique characteristics of the Heavenly Tao. However, the Purple Star civilization had created the replica Heavenly Darkness Power with all of their knowledge and technology focused on its abilities of destruction and engulfing. They had done everything in their abilities to maximize its power and might. Indeed, they hadn't been creating a Heavenly Tao. Instead, they had been creating a weapon of mass destruction that focused on the destructive abilities of the Heavenly Darkness Power. If they had created this replica according to the unique characteristics of the Heavenly Tao, it would have indeed been no match for the real Heavenly Tao of Darkness. However, what if the Purple Star civilization focused all of their attention on the abilities of destruction and engulfing? Would it still be no match for the real Heavenly Tao? They didn't need to create a Heavenly Tao. They simply needed to annihilate the Heavenly Tao. The Purple Star returned to Desolation Tao spear started to take shape. Boom! Unimaginable power of destruction erupted from the tip of the spear, soaring into the sky and piercing into the colossal hand of darkness. It was as if there were a groan from the sky. The Tao spear had actually blasted a hole into the colossal hand of darkness. It's working. Sure enough, it can wound the Heavenly Tao. This is wonderful. Truly wonderful. The researchers of the Purple Star civilization all shed tears of joy upon seeing this. A flicker of hope was reignited in the hearts of the humans who had already descended into despair. After piercing through the colossal hand of darkness, the Purple Star returned to Desolation Tao spear continued to slice through the sky, piercing into the Tao of heaven and earth that existed in an intangible form. The tip of the Tao spear unleashed a boundless darkness that permeated through the Heavenly Tao. This was a power that could annihilate the Tao of space and time, as well as all energy and matter, into void and nothingness. This power of darkness and destruction ferociously spread through the Heavenly Tao unrestrainedly and wantonly as it continued to annihilate and destroy. The sky continued to rumble. Rage and indignance intermingled among its grief. Almost every single member of the Purple Star civilization could sense the rage of the heavens. Some of them were already feeling regret, yet they also knew that it was already too late to turn back. However, not long after the Purple Star returned to Desolation Tao spear had pierced into the Heavenly Tao, they suddenly saw countless dazzling powers wildly attacking the Tao spear. These were powers that contained the paramount nomological laws. Under the terrified gazes of the humans, countless cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the Purple Star returned to Desolation Tao spear. Damn it! It's not just darkness. Even the remaining Heavenly Tao is unleashing the most ferocious backlash toward our attack. The power index of the Heavenly Tao is exploding at an unimaginable rate. The power of the Heavenly Tao has already exceeded our detectable range. A top-notch Heavenly Tao scientist analyzed the huge volume of data flashing through his mind. With a trembling voice, he said, "Purple Star Emperor, we're We're almost at our limit. Boom! There was a deafening explosion. This should have been a spear of destruction, yet it was finally unable to maintain its form after reaching the pinnacle of the sky. It exploded in spectacular fashion, transforming into a devastating shockwave that erupted into the surroundings. The sky became even darker. All light was engulfed. Space was annihilated. All matter became void. The sky had already shattered into countless pieces of chaos, and the land of the living was already starting to be engulfed. The earth also shattered into countless pieces, each piece unleashing a peculiar power of disintegration. This power decomposed all of the matter in the surroundings, causing the countless structures of the colossal city to collapse and disintegrate in what was an apocalyptic scene. The humans were also caught up in this destruction, many of them screaming in anguish and despair as they were reduced to the most minute of particles. The power possessed by the purple star returned to Desolation Dao spear was devastating. Not only had it dealt a severe blow to the heavenly Dao, causing it to wail in grief, but it had more so caused the entire world to head toward destruction. Countless beings started to die, and life was on the brink of being exterminated. However, this wanton destruction was suppressed by the tremendously powerful heavenly Dao of darkness that existed within the heavenly Dao. This burst of darkness fought to the utmost of its abilities to engulf that tide of destruction. It did its utmost to prevent that destructive power from spreading. The purple star returned to Desolation Dao spear that even we were unable to control. Is actually being controlled by the heavenly darkness power? Is this darkness protecting us? No, it's protecting this world. One of the scientists collapsed to the ground, his eyes already brimming with tears. Why has it come to this? Why? Right at this moment, an apathetic voice that possessed a boundless divine might began to reverberate around the entire purple star realm. I bestowed upon you all matter, yet you've used the matters bestowed by me to target me. This voice that had suddenly appeared caused everyone's heart to shudder. This voice. Are the heavens speaking to us? The heavens can actually speak? The humans of the Purple Star civilization were momentarily dumbfounded. Immediately afterward, countless people dropped to their knees, wailing as they repented to the dark sky. We were wrong. We genuinely understand our mistakes. I beg of you, please give us another chance. Wu, I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. The humans who had been aggressive in their intention to crush the heavens, the humans who had once been haughty and proud, right now, they were wailing like powerless children as they begged the heavens to forgive them. This was an absurd sight, yet it was something that was playing out throughout the vast and boundless territory of the Purple Star realm. There were close to 100 billion humans, and right now, they were all begging to the heavens like children who had wronged. They were begging the heavens to forgive their crime. They were all of a single thought at this moment. Since the heavens could speak, did this mean that they could communicate with the heavens? Did this mean that the heavens could forgive them? However, the voice in the sky was as apathetic as could be. There was not a shred of compassion. The voice continued to echo, bringing further grief and despair to the humans. I bestowed upon you life, and I bestowed upon you all matters that you desired. Yet, through your actions, you've told me that you're the trash of this world, trash that should be removed. The heavens now bestow upon the Purple Star civilization destruction. Rumble, the dark light of heavenly punishment started to beam down. These rays of light enveloped the entire Purple Star realm. One after another, the humans were reduced to nothingness before these rays of darkness. It was as if the heavens were using an eraser to erase them from the surface of the world. Not a single mark of their existence would remain. Not just life, but even the material matters of the Purple Star civilization were erased. The mighty and magnificent structures, the unique and symbolic items, the information and knowledge that was stored throughout the realm, all of these were reduced to nothingness by the merciless rays of darkness. The citizens of the Purple Star civilization didn't receive forgiveness. Instead, they were labeled as trash by the heavens. Surprisingly, most of the humans didn't become enraged by this claim. Instead, they continued to shed tears as they repented for their crimes. If the heavens gave them another opportunity, they definitely wouldn't choose to commit such self-defeating crimes again. They gazed at the vanishing people beside them. They gazed at the structures and buildings that had once brought them immense pride and allowed them to become one of the most brilliant civilizations of the universe. All of these things were utterly erased, with not a single trace remaining. Countless people finally started to wail, unable to contain their emotions any longer. At this moment, even the several million most elite and most mentally powerful beings around the sacrificial altar started to experience mental collapse. The most brutal punishment for a civilization was not simply the eradication of their life. Rather, it was the eradication of their dazzling achievements, the eradication of their knowledge and culture, the eradication of their spiritual inheritances, and the eradication of the marks of their existence. This was exactly what the heavens had chosen to do. The ruthless eradication continued. Gone, everything was gone. The heavens didn't provide so many second chances. These children who had done wrong didn't receive the forgiveness of the heavens.